Section 53 of the Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 8, Chapter 8, Delirium. What followed was almost an orgy, a feast to which all were welcome. Grushenka was the first to call for wine. "I want to drink. I want to be quite drunk, as we were before. Do you remember, Mitya? Do you remember how we made friends here last time?" Mitya himself was almost delirious, feeling that his happiness was at hand. But Grushenka was continually sending him away from her. "Go and enjoy yourself. Tell them to dance, to make merry. Let the stove and cottage dance, as we had it last time," she kept exclaiming. She was tremendously excited, and Mitya hastened to obey her. The chorus were in the next room. The room in which they had been sitting till that moment was too small, and was divided in two by cotton curtains, behind which was a huge bed with a puffy feather mattress and a pyramid of cotton pillows. In the 4 rooms for visitors there were beds. Grushenka settled herself just at the door. Mitya set an easy chair for her. She had sat in the same place to watch the dancing and singing the time before, when they had made merry there. All the girls who had come had been there then. The Jewish band with fiddles and zithers had come too, and at last the long-expected cart had arrived with the wines and provisions. Mitya bustled about. All sorts of people began coming into the room to look on. Peasants and their women, who had been roused from sleep and attracted by the hopes of another marvellous entertainment, such as they had enjoyed a month before. Mitya remembered their faces, greeting and embracing everyone he knew. He uncorked bottles and poured out wine for everyone who presented himself. Only the girls were very eager for the champagne. The men preferred rum, brandy, and above all hot punch. Mitya had chocolate made for all the girls, and ordered that 3 samovars should be kept boiling all night to provide tea and punch for everyone to help himself. An absurd chaotic confusion followed, but Mitya was in his natural element, and the more foolish it became, the more his spirits rose. If the peasants had asked him for money at that moment, he would have pulled out his notes and given them away right and left. This was probably why the landlord, Trifon Borissovitch, kept hovering about Mitya to protect him. He seemed to have given up all idea of going to bed that night, but he drank little, only 1 glass of punch, and kept a sharp lookout on Mitya's interests after his own fashion. He intervened in the nick of time, civilly and obsequiously persuading Mitya not to give away cigars and Rhine wine, and above all, money to the peasants, as he had done before. He was very indignant, too, at the peasant girls drinking liqueur and eating sweets. "They're a lousy lot, Dmitri Fyodorovitch," he said. "I'd give them a kick, every one of them, and they'd take it as an honor. That's all they're worth." Mitya remembered Andrei again, and ordered punch to be sent out to him. "I was rude to him just now," he repeated with a sinking, softened voice. Kalganov did not want to drink, and at first did not care for the girls' singing; but after he had drunk a couple of glasses of champagne, he became extraordinarily lively, strolling about the room, laughing and praising the music and the songs, admiring everyone and everything. Maximov, blissfully drunk, never left his side. Grushenka, too, was beginning to get drunk. Pointing to Kalganov, she said to Mitya, "What a dear charming boy he is!" And Mitya, delighted, ran to kiss Kalganov and Maximov. Oh, great were his hopes! She had said nothing yet, and seemed indeed purposely to refrain from speaking, but she looked at him from time to time with caressing and passionate eyes. At last she suddenly gripped his hand and drew him vigorously to her. She was sitting at the moment in the low chair by the door. "How was it you came just now, eh? How you walked in! I was frightened. So you wanted to give me up to him, did you? Did you really want to?" "I didn't want to spoil your happiness," Mitya faltered blissfully, but she did not need his answer. "Well, go and enjoy yourself." She sent him away once more. Don't cry, I'll call you back again." He would run away, and she listened to the singing and looked at the dancing, though her eyes followed him wherever he went. But in another quarter of an hour she would call him once more, and again he would run back to her. "Come, sit beside me. Tell me, how did you hear about me and my coming here yesterday? From whom did you first hear it?" And Mitya began telling her all about it, disconnectedly, incoherently, feverishly. He spoke strangely, often frowning and stopping abruptly. "What are you frowning at?" she asked. "Nothing. I left a man ill there. I'd give 10 years of my life for him to get well, to know he was all right." "Well, never mind him if he's ill. So you meant to shoot yourself to-morrow? What a silly boy! What for?" "I like such reckless fellows as you," she lisped, with a rather halting tongue. "So you would go any length for me, eh? Did you really mean to shoot yourself to-morrow, you stupid? No, wait a little. To-morrow I may have something to say to you. I won't say it to-day, but to-morrow. You'd like it to be to-day? No, I don't want to-day. Come, go along now. Go and amuse yourself." Once, however, she called him, as it were, puzzled and uneasy. "Why are you sad? I see you're sad. Yes, I see it," she added, looking intently into his eyes. "Though you keep kissing the peasants and shouting, I see something. No, be merry. I'm merry. You be merry too. I love somebody here. Guess who it is. Ah, look! My boy has fallen asleep, poor dear. He's drunk." She meant Kalganov. He was, in fact, drunk, and had dropped asleep for a moment, sitting on the sofa. But he was not merely drowsy from drink. He felt suddenly dejected, or, as he said, bored. He was intensely depressed by the girls' songs, which, as the drinking went on, gradually became coarse and more reckless. And the dances were as bad. 2 girls dressed up as bears, and a lively girl called Stepanida, with a stick in her hand, acted the part of keeper, and began to show them. "Look alive, Marya, or you'll get the stick." The bears rolled on the ground at last in the most unseemly fashion, amid roars of laughter from the closely packed crowd of men and women. "Well, let them, said Grushenka sententiously, with an ecstatic expression on her face. "When they do get a day to enjoy themselves, why shouldn't folks be happy?" Kalganov looked as though he had been besmirched with dirt. "It's swinish, all this peasant foolery," he murmured, moving away. "It's the game they play when it's light all night in summer." He particularly disliked one new song to a jaunty dance tune. It described how a gentleman came and tried his luck with the girls to see whether they would love him. The master came to try the girls, would they love him, would they not? But the girls could not love the master. "He would beat me cruelly, and such love won't do for me." Then a gypsy comes along, and he too tries. The gypsy came to try the girls, would they love him, would they not? But they couldn't love the gypsy either. "He would be a thief, I fear, and would cause me many a tear." And many more men came to try their luck, among them a soldier. The soldier came to try the girls, would they love him, would they not? But the soldier is rejected with contempt in 2 indecent lines, sung with absolute frankness and producing a furore in the audience. The song ends with a merchant. The merchant came to try the girls, would they love him, would they not? And it appears that he wins their love, because "the merchant will make gold for me, and his queen I'll gladly be." Kalganov was positively indignant. "That's just a song of yesterday," he said aloud. "Who writes such things for them? They might just as well have had a railwayman or a Jew come to try his luck with the girls. They'd have carried all before them." And almost as though it were a personal affront, he declared on the spot that he was bored, sat down on the sofa, and immediately fell asleep. His pretty little face looked rather pale as it fell back on the sofa cushion. "Look how pretty he is," said Grushenka, taking Mitya up to him. "I was combing his hair just now. His hair's like flax, and so thick." And, bending over him tenderly, she kissed his forehead. Kalganov instantly opened his eyes, looked at her, stood up, and with the most anxious air inquired where was Maximov. "So that's who it is you want!" Grushenka laughed. "Stay with me a minute. Mitya, run and find his Maximov." Maximov, it appeared, could not tear himself away from the girls, only running away from time to time to pour himself out a glass of liqueur. He had drunk 2 cups of chocolate. His face was red and his nose was crimson. His eyes were moist and mawkishly sweet. He ran up and announced that he was going to dance the sabotiere. "They taught me all those well-bred aristocratic dances when I was little." Go with him, Mitya, and I'll watch from here how he dances," said Grushenka. No, I'm coming to look on too," exclaimed Kalganov, brushing aside in the most naive way Grushenka's offer to sit with him. They all went to look on. Maximov danced his dance, but it roused no great admiration in anyone but Mitya. It consisted of nothing but skipping and hopping, kicking up the feet, and at every skip Maximov slapped the upturned sole of his foot. Kalganov did not like it at all, but Mitya kissed the dancer. "Thanks. You're tired, perhaps. What are you looking for here? Would you like some sweets? A cigar, perhaps?" "A cigarette." "Don't you want a drink?" "I'll just have a liqueur. Have you any chocolates?" "Yes, there's a heap of them on the table there. Choose one, my dear soul." "I like one with vanilla, for old people." "No, brother, we've none of that special sort." "I say," the old man bent down to whisper in Mitya's ear, "that girl there, little Marya, how would it be if you were to help me make friends with her?" "So that's what you're after." "No, brother, that won't do." "I'd do no harm to any one," Maximov muttered disconsolately. "Oh, all right, all right. They only come here to dance and sing, you know, brother. But damn it all, wait a bit. Eat and drink and be merry meanwhile. Don't you want money?" "Later on, perhaps," smiled Maximov. All right." Mitya's head was burning. He went outside to the wooden balcony which ran round the whole building on the inner side, overlooking the courtyard. The fresh air revived him. He stood alone in a dark corner, and suddenly clutched his head in both hands. His scattered thoughts came together, his sensations blended into a whole, and threw a sudden light into his mind. A fearful and terrible light. "If I'm to shoot myself, why not now?" passed through his mind. "Why not go for the pistols, bring them here, and here in this dark, dirty corner make an end?" Almost a minute he stood, undecided. A few hours earlier, when he had been dashing here, he was pursued by disgrace, by the theft he had committed, and that blood, that blood. But yet it was easier for him then. Then everything was over. He had lost her, given her up, she was gone for him. Oh, then his death sentence had been easier for him. At least it had seemed necessary, inevitable, for what had he to stay on earth for? But now? Was it the same as then? Now one phantom, one terror at least was at an end. That first rightful lover, that fateful figure, had vanished, leaving no trace. The terrible phantom had turned into something so small, so comic. It had been carried into the bedroom and locked in. It would never return. She was ashamed, and from her eyes he could see now whom she loved. Now he had everything to make life happy. But he could not go on living. He could not. Oh, damnation! "O God, restore to life the man I knocked down at the fence. Let this fearful cup pass from me. Lord, thou hast wrought miracles for such sinners as me. But what if the old man's alive? Oh, then the shame of the other disgrace I would wipe away. I would restore the stolen money. I'd give it back. I'd get it somehow. No trace of that shame will remain, except in my heart, forever. But no, no. Oh, impossible, cowardly dreams! Oh, damnation!" Yet there was a ray of light and hope in his darkness. He jumped up and ran back to the room, to her, his queen forever. Was not one moment of her love worth all the rest of life, even in the agonies of disgrace? This wild question clutched at his heart. To her alone, to see her, to hear her, to think of nothing, to forget everything, if only for that night, for an hour, for a moment. Just as he turned from the balcony into the passage, he came upon the landlord, Trifon Borisovitch. He thought he looked gloomy and worried, and fancied he had come to find him. "What is it, Trifon Borisovitch? Are you looking for me?" "No, sir." The landlord seemed disconcerted. "Why should I be looking for you? Where have you been?" "Why do you look so glum? You're not angry, are you? Wait a bit, you shall soon get to bed. What's the time?" "It'll be 3 o'clock, past 3 it must be." "We'll leave off soon, we'll leave off." "Don't mention it, it doesn't matter. Keep it up as long as you like." "What's the matter with him?" Mitchell wondered for an instant, and he ran back to the room where the girls were dancing. But she was not there. She was not in the blue room either. There was no one but Kalganov, asleep on the sofa. Mitya peeped behind the curtain. She was there. She was sitting in the corner on a trunk. Bent forward, with her head and arms on the bed close by, she was crying bitterly, doing her utmost to stifle her sobs that she might not be heard. Seeing Mitya, she beckoned him to her, and when he ran to her, she grasped his hand tightly. "Mitya, Mitya, I loved him, you know. How I have loved him these 5 years, all that time. Did I love him, or only my own anger? No, him, him. It's a lie that it was my anger I loved, and not him. Mitya, I was only 17 then. He was so kind to me, so merry, he used to sing to me. Or so it seemed to a silly girl like me. And now, oh Lord, it's not the same man. Even his face is not the same. He's different altogether. I shouldn't have known him. I drove here with Timofay, and all the way I was thinking how I should meet him, what I should say to him, how we should look at one another. My soul was faint, and all of a sudden it was just as though he had emptied a pail of dirty water over me. He talked to me like a schoolmaster, all so grave and learned. He met me so solemnly that I was struck dumb. I couldn't get a word in. At first I thought he was ashamed to talk before his great big Pole. I sat staring at him and wondering why I couldn't say a word to him now. It must have been his wife that ruined him. You know, he threw me up to get married. She must have changed him like that. Mitya, how shameful it is! Oh, Mitya, I'm ashamed for all my life. Curse it, curse it, curse those 5 years!" And again she burst into tears, but clung tight to Mitya's hand, and did not let it go. "Mitya, darling, stay, don't go away. I want to say one word to you," she whispered, and suddenly raised her face to him. "Listen, tell me, who is it I love? I love one man here. Who is that man? That's what you must tell me." A smile lighted up her face that was swollen with weeping, and her eyes shone in the half-darkness. "A falcon flew in, and my heart sank. Fool, that's the man you love. That was what my heart whispered to me at once. You came in, and all grew bright. What's he afraid of, I wondered, for you were frightened, you couldn't speak. It's not them he's afraid of. Could you be frightened of anyone? It's me he's afraid of, I thought, only me. So Fenya told you, you little stupid, how I called to Alyosha out of the window that I'd loved Mitchenka for 1 hour, and that I was going now to love another. Mitya, Mitya, how could I be such a fool as to think I could love any one after you? Do you forgive me, Mitya? Do you forgive me or not? Do you love me? Do you love me?" She jumped up and held him with both hands on his shoulders. Mitya, dumb with rapture, gazed into her eyes, at her face, at her smile, and suddenly clasped her tightly in his arms and kissed her passionately. "You will forgive me for having tormented you? It was through spite I tormented you all. It was for spite I drove the old man out of his mind. Do you remember how you drank at my house one day and broke the wine glass? I remembered that, and I broke a glass today and drank to my vile heart. Mitya, my falcon, why don't you kiss me? He kissed me once, and now he draws back and looks and listens. Why listen to me? Kiss me hard, that's right. If you love, well then, love. I'll be your slave now, your slave for the rest of my life. It's sweet to be a slave. Kiss me, beat me, ill-treat me, do what you will with me, and I do deserve to suffer. Stay, wait, afterwards. I won't have that." She suddenly thrust him away. "Go along, Mitya. I'll come and have some wine. I want to be drunk. I'm going to get drunk and dance. I must. She tore herself away from him and disappeared behind the curtain. Mitya followed like a drunken man. "Yes, come what may, whatever may happen now, for 1 minute I'd give the whole world," he thought. Grushenka did, in fact, toss off a whole glass of champagne at one gulp, and became at once very tipsy. She sat down in the same chair as before, with a blissful smile on her face. Her cheeks were glowing, her lips were burning, her flashing eyes were moist. There was passionate appeal in her eyes. Even Kalganov felt a stir at the heart, and went up to her. "Did you feel how I kissed you when you were asleep just now?" she said thickly. "I'm drunk now, that's what it is. And aren't you drunk? And why isn't Mitya drinking? Why don't you drink, Mitya? I'm drunk, and you don't drink?" "I am drunk. I'm drunk as it is. Drunk with you. And now I'll be drunk with wine, too." He drank off another glass, and he thought it strange himself. That glass made him completely drunk. He was suddenly drunk, though till that moment he had been quite sober. He remembered that. From that moment everything whirled about him as though he were delirious. He walked, laughed, talked to everybody without knowing what he was doing. Only one persistent burning sensation made itself felt continually, like a red-hot coal in his heart, he said afterwards. He went up to her, sat beside her, gazed at her, listened to her. She became very talkative, kept calling everyone to her, and beckoned to different girls out of the chorus. When the girl came up, she either kissed her or made the sign of the cross over her. In another minute she might have cried. She was greatly amused by the little old man, as she called Maximov. He ran up every minute to kiss her hands, each little finger, and finally he danced another dance to an old song, which he sang himself. He danced with special vigor to the refrain. "The little pig says oomph, oomph, oomph. The little calf says moo, moo, moo. The little duck says quack, quack, quack. The little goose says ga, ga, ga. The hen goes strutting through the porch. To-roo, roo, 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 she'll say. To-roo, roo, 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 she'll say." "Give him something, Mitya," said Grushenka. "Give him a present. He's poor, you know. Ah, the poor, the insulted. Do you know, Mitya, I shall go into a nunnery. No, I really shall one day. Alyosha said something to me today that I shall remember all my life. Yes, but today let us dance. Tomorrow to the nunnery, but today we'll dance. I want to play today, good people, and what of it? God will forgive us. If I were God, I'd forgive everyone. My dear sinners, from this day forth I forgive you. I'm going to beg forgiveness. Forgive me, good people, a silly wench. I'm a beast, that's what I am, but I want to pray. I gave a little onion. Wicked as I've been, I want to pray. Mitya, let them dance, don't stop them. Everyone in the world is good, everyone, even the worst of them. The world's a nice place. Though we're bad, the world's all right. We're good and bad, good and bad. Come, tell me, I've something to ask you. Come here, everyone, and I'll ask you. Why am I so good? You know I am good. I'm very good. Come, why am I so good?" So Grushenka babbled on, getting more and more drunk. At last she announced that she was going to dance too. She got up from her chair, staggering. "Mitya, don't give me any more wine. If I ask you, don't give it to me. Wine doesn't give peace. Everything's going round, the stove and everything. I want to dance. Let everyone see how I dance. Let them see how beautifully I dance." She really meant it. She pulled a white cambric handkerchief out of her pocket, and took it by one corner in her right hand, to wave it in the dance. Mitya ran to and fro. The girls were quiet, and got ready to break into a dancing song at the first signal. Maximov, hearing that Grushenka wanted to dance, squealed with delight, and ran skipping about in front of her, humming, "With legs so slim and sides so trim, and its little tail curled tight." But Grushenka waved her handkerchief at him and drove him away. "Sh! Mitya, why don't they come? Let every one come to look on. Call them in, too, that were locked in. Why did you lock them in? Tell them I'm going to dance. Let them look on, too." Mitya walked with a drunken swagger to the locked door, and began knocking to the Poles with his fist. "Hi, you, Podvysotskis, come, she's going to dance. She calls you." "Wydok," one of the Poles shouted in reply. "You're a Wydok yourself. You're a little scoundrel, that's what you are." "Leave off laughing at Poland," said Kalganov sententiously. He, too, was drunk. "Be quiet, boy. If I call him a scoundrel, it doesn't mean that I called all Poland so. One Wydok doesn't make a Poland. Be quiet, my pretty boy. Eat a sweetmeat." "Ah, what fellows! As though they were not men. Why won't they make friends?" said Grushenka, and went forward to dance. The chorus broke into "Ah, my porch, my new porch." Grushenka flung back her head, half opened her lips, smiled, waved her handkerchief, and suddenly, with a violent lurch, stood still in the middle of the room, looking bewildered. "I'm weak," she said in an exhausted voice. "Forgive me. I'm weak. I can't. I'm sorry." She bowed to the chorus, and then began bowing in all directions. "I'm sorry. Forgive me." "The lady's been drinking. The pretty lady has been drinking," voices were heard saying. "The lady's drunk too much," Maximov explained to the girls, giggling. "Mitya, lead me away. Take me," said Grushenka, helplessly. Mitya pounced on her, snatched her up in his arms, and carried the precious burden through the curtains. "Well, now I'll go," thought Kalganov, and walking out of the blue room, he closed the two halves of the door after him. But the orgy in the larger room went on, and grew louder and louder. Mitya laid Grushenka on the bed, and kissed her on the lips. "Don't touch me," she faltered in an imploring voice. "Don't touch me till I'm yours. I've told you I'm yours, but don't touch me. Spare me. With them here, with them close, you mustn't. He's here. It's nasty here." "I'll obey you. I won't think of it. I worship you," muttered Mitya. "Yes, it's nasty here. It's abominable." And still holding her in his arms, he sank on his knees by the bedside. "I know, though you're a brute, you're generous," Grushenka articulated with difficulty. "It must be honorable. It shall be honorable for the future. And let us be honest. Let us be good. Not brutes, but good. Take me away. Take me far away. Do you hear? I don't want it to be here, but far, far away." "Oh, yes, yes, it must be," said Mitya, pressing her in his arms. "I'll take you, and we'll fly away. Oh, I'd give my whole life for 1 year, only to know about that blood." "What blood?" asked Grushenka, bewildered. "Nothing," muttered Mitya through his teeth. "Grusha, you wanted to be honest, but I'm a thief. But I've stolen money from Katya. Disgrace, a disgrace." "From Katya, from that young lady? No, you didn't steal it. Give it her back. Take it from me. Why make a fuss? Now everything of mine is yours. What does money matter? We shall waste it anyway. Folks like us are bound to waste money. But we'd better go and work the land. I want to dig the earth with my own hands. We must work. Do you hear? Alyosha said so. I won't be your mistress. I'll be faithful to you. I'll be your slave. I'll work for you. We'll go to the young lady and bow down to her together, so that she may forgive us, and then we'll go away. And if she won't forgive us, we'll go anyway. Take her money and love me. Don't love her. Don't love her any more. If you love her, I shall strangle her. I'll put out both her eyes with a needle. I love you. I love only you. I'll love you in Siberia. Why Siberia? Never mind, Siberia if you like, I don't care. We'll work. There's snow in Siberia. I love driving in the snow. And must have bells. Do you hear? There's a bell ringing. Where is that bell ringing? There are people coming. Now it's stopped. She closed her eyes, exhausted, and suddenly fell asleep for an instant. There had certainly been the sound of a bell in the distance, but the ringing had ceased. Mitya let his head sink on her breast. He did not notice that the bell had ceased ringing, nor did he notice that the songs had ceased, and that instead of singing and drunken clamour, there was absolute stillness in the house. Grushenka opened her eyes. "What's the matter? Was I asleep? Yes, a bell. I've been asleep and dreamt I was driving over the snow with bells, and I dozed. I was with someone I loved, with you, and far, far away. I was holding you and kissing you, nestling close to you. I was cold, and the snow glistened. You know how the snow glistens at night when the moon shines. It was as though I was not on earth. I woke up, and my dear one is close to me. How sweet that is!" "Close to you," murmured Mitya, kissing her dress, her bosom, her hands. And suddenly he had a strange fancy. It seemed to him that she was looking straight before her, not at him, not into his face, but over his head, with an intent, almost uncanny fixity. An expression of wonder, almost of alarm, came suddenly into her face. "Mitya, who is that looking at us?" she whispered. Mitya turned and saw that someone had, in fact, parted the curtains and seemed to be watching them, and not one person alone, it seemed. He jumped up and walked quickly to the intruder. "Here, come to us, come here," said a voice, speaking not loudly but firmly and peremptorily. Mitya passed to the other side of the curtain and stood stock still. The room was filled with people, but not those who had been there before. An instantaneous shiver ran down his back, and he shuddered. He recognized all those people instantly. That tall, stout old man in the overcoat and forage cap with the cockade was the police captain, Mihail Makarovitch. And that consumptive-looking trim dandy who always has such polished boots, that was the deputy prosecutor. He has a chronometer worth 400 roubles. He showed it to me. And that small young man in spectacles, Mitya forgot his surname, though he knew him, had seen him. He was the investigating lawyer from the School of Jurisprudence, who had only lately come to the town. And this man, the inspector of police, Mavriky Mavrikyevitch, a man he knew well. And those fellows with the brass plates on, why are they here? And those other two peasants, and here at the door Kalganov with Trifon Borissovitch. "Gentlemen, what's this for, gentlemen?" began Mitya, but suddenly, as though beside himself, not knowing what he was doing, he cried aloud at the top of his voice, "I understand." The young man in spectacles moved forward suddenly, and stepping up to Mitya, began with dignity, though hurriedly, "We have to make... In brief, I beg you to come this way, to the sofa. It is absolutely imperative that you should give an explanation." "The old man!" cried Mitya frantically. "The old man and his blood! I understand!" And he sank, almost fell, on a chair close by, as though he had been mown down by a scythe. "You understand! He understands it! Monster and parricide! Your father's blood cries out against you!" the old captain of police roared suddenly, stepping up to Mitya. He was beside himself, crimson in the face and quivering all over. "This is impossible!" cried the small young man. Mihail Makarovitch, this won't do. I beg you'll allow me to speak. I should never have expected such behaviour from you." "This is delirium, gentlemen, raving delirium," cried the captain of police. "Look at him, drunk, at this time of night, in the company of a disreputable woman, with the blood of his father on his hands. It's delirium." "I beg you most earnestly, dear Mihail Makarovitch, to restrain your feelings," the prosecutor said in a rapid whisper to the old police captain, "or I shall be forced to resort to—" But the little lawyer did not allow him to finish. He turned to Mitya, and delivered himself in a loud, firm, dignified voice. "Ex-Lieutenant Karamazov, it is my duty to inform you that you are charged with the murder of your father, Fyodor Pavlovitch Karamazov, perpetrated this night." He said something more, and the prosecutor, too, put in something, but though Mitya heard them, he did not understand them. He stared at them all with wild eyes. End of section 53. Section 54 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 9, The Preliminary Investigation. Chapter 1. The beginning of Perhotin's official career. Pyotr Ilyitch Perhotin, whom we left knocking at the strong locked gates of the widow Morozov's house, ended, of course, by making himself heard. Fenya, who was still excited by the fright she had had 2 hours before, and too much upset to go to bed, was almost frightened into hysterics on hearing the furious knocking at the gate. Though she had herself seen him drive away, she fancied that it must be Dmitri Fyodorovitch knocking again; no one else could knock so savagely. She ran to the house porter, who had already waked up and gone out to the gate, and began imploring him not to open it. But having questioned Pyotr Ilyitch, and learned that he wanted to see Fenya on very important business, the man made up his mind at last to open. Pyotr Ilyitch was admitted into Fenya's kitchen, but the girl begged him to allow the house porter to be present because of her misgivings. He began questioning her, and at once learnt the most vital fact, that is, that when Dmitri Fyodorovitch had run out to look for Grushenka, he had snatched up a pestle from the mortar, and that when he returned the pestle was not with him, and his hands were smeared with blood. "And the blood was simply flowing, dripping from him, dripping!" Fenya kept exclaiming. This horrible detail was simply the product of her disordered imagination. But although not dripping, Pyotr Ilyitch had himself seen those hands stained with blood, and had helped to wash them. Moreover, the question he had to decide was not how soon the blood had dried, but where Dmitri Fyodorovitch had run with the pestle, or rather whether it really was to Fyodor Pavlovitch's, and how he could satisfactorily ascertain. Pyotr Ilyitch persisted in returning to this point, and though he found out nothing conclusive, yet he carried away a conviction that Dmitri Fyodorovitch could have gone nowhere but to his father's house, and that therefore something must have happened there. "And when he came back," Fenya added with excitement, "I told him the whole story, and then I began asking him, 'Why have you got blood on your hands, Dmitri Fyodorovitch?' And he answered that that was human blood, and that he had just killed someone. He confessed it all to me, and suddenly ran off like a madman. I sat down and began thinking, 'Where's he run off to now like a madman?' He'll go to Macro, I thought, and kill my mistress there. I ran out to beg him not to kill her. I was running to his lodgings, but I looked at Plotnikov's shop and saw him just setting off, and there was no blood on his hands then." Fenya had noticed this and remembered it. Fenya's old grandmother confirmed her evidence as far as she was capable. After asking some further questions, Pyotr Ilyitch left the house even more upset and uneasy than he had been when he entered it. The most direct and the easiest thing for him to do would have been to go straight to Fyodor Pavlovitch's, to find out whether anything had happened there, and if so, what, and only to go to the police captain, as Pyotr Ilyitch firmly intended doing, when he had satisfied himself of the fact. But the night was dark, Fyodor Pavlovitch's gates were strong, and he would have to knock again. His acquaintance with Fyodor Pavlovitch was of the slightest, and what if, after he had been knocking, they opened to him, and nothing had happened? Then Fyodor Pavlovitch, in his jeering way, would go telling the story all over the town, how a stranger called Perhotin had broken in upon him at midnight to ask if any one had killed him. It would make a scandal, and scandal was what Pyotr Ilyitch dreaded more than anything in the world. Yet the feeling that possessed him was so strong that, though he stamped his foot angrily and swore at himself, he set off again, not to Fyodor Pavlovitch's, but to Madame Hohlakov's. He decided that if she denied having just given Dmitri Fyodorovitch 3,000 roubles, he would go straight to the police captain. But if she admitted having given him the money, he would go home and let the matter rest till next morning. It is, of course, perfectly evident that there was even more likelihood of causing scandal by going at 11 o'clock at night to a fashionable lady, a complete stranger, and perhaps rousing her from her bed to ask her an amazing question, than by going to Fyodor Pavlovitch. But that is just how it is sometimes, especially in cases like the present one, with the decisions of the most precise and phlegmatic people. Pyotr Ilyitch was by no means phlegmatic at that moment. He remembered all his life how a haunting uneasiness gradually gained possession of him, growing more and more painful and driving him on against his will. Yet he kept cursing himself, of course, all the way for going to this lady, but "I will get to the bottom of it, I will," he repeated for the 10th time, grinding his teeth, and he carried out his intention. It was exactly 11 o'clock when he entered Madame Hohlakov's house. He was admitted into the yard pretty quickly, but in response to his inquiry whether the lady was still up, the porter could give no answer except that she was usually in bed by that time. "Ask at the top of the stairs. If the lady wants to receive you, she'll receive you. If she won't, she won't." Pyotr Ilyitch went up, but did not find things so easy here. The footman was unwilling to take in his name, but finally called a maid. Pyotr Ilyitch politely but insistently begged her to inform her lady that an official living in the town, called Perhotin, had called on particular business, and that if it were not of the greatest importance he would not have ventured to come. "Tell her in those words exactly," he asked the girl. She went away. He remained waiting in the entry. Madame Hohlakov herself was already in her bedroom, though not yet asleep. She had felt upset ever since Mitya's visit, and had a presentiment that she would not get through the night without the sick headache which always, with her, followed such excitement. She was surprised on hearing the announcement from the maid. She irritably declined to see him, however, though the unexpected visit at such an hour of an official living in the town, who was a total stranger, roused her feminine curiosity intensely. But this time Pyotr Ilyitch was as obstinate as a mule. He begged the maid most earnestly to take another message in these very words: that he had come on business of the greatest importance, and that Madame Hohlakov might have cause to regret it later if she refused to see him now. I plunged headlong, he described it afterwards. The maid, gazing at him in amazement, went to take his message again. Madame Holdikoff was impressed. She thought a little, asked what he looked like, and learned that he was very well dressed, young, and so polite. We may note, parenthetically, that Pyotr Ilyitch was a rather good-looking young man, and well aware of the fact. Madame Holdikoff made up her mind to see him. She was in her dressing-gown and slippers, but she flung a black shawl over her shoulders. The official was asked to walk into the drawing-room, the very room in which Mitya had been received shortly before. The lady came to meet her visitor with a sternly inquiring countenance, and, without asking him to sit down, began at once with the question, "What do you want?" "I have ventured to disturb you, madam, on a matter concerning our common acquaintance, Dmitri Fyodorovitch Karamazov," Perhotin began. But he had hardly uttered the name when the lady's face showed signs of acute irritation. She almost shrieked, and interrupted him in a fury. "How much longer am I to be worried by that awful man?" she cried hysterically. "How dare you, sir? How could you venture to disturb a lady who is a stranger to you in her own house at such an hour, and to force yourself upon her to talk of a man who came here to this very drawing-room only 3 hours ago to murder me, and went stamping out of the room, as no one would go out of a decent house? Let me tell you, sir, that I shall lodge a complaint against you, that I will not let it pass. Kindly leave me at once. I am a mother. I Murder? Then he tried to murder you too?" "Why? Has he killed somebody else?" Madame Holdikoff asked impulsively. "If you would kindly listen, madam, for half a moment, I'll explain it all in a couple of words," answered Perhotin firmly. "At 5 o'clock this afternoon Dmitri Fyodorovitch borrowed 10 roubles from me, and I know for a fact he had no money. Yet at 9 o'clock he came to see me with a bundle of 100-rouble notes in his hand, about 2 or 3,000 roubles. His hands and face were all covered with blood, and he looked like a madman. When I asked him where he had got so much money, he answered that he had just received it from you, that you had given him a sum of 3,000 to go to the gold mines." Madame Holdikoff's face assumed an expression of intense and painful excitement. "Good God! He must have killed his old father!" she cried, clasping her hands. "I have never given him money, never. Oh, run, run! Don't say another word. Save the old man. Run to his father. Run!" "Excuse me, madam. Then you did not give him money? You remember for a fact that you did not give him any money?" "No, I didn't. I refused to give it him, for he could not appreciate it. He ran out in a fury, stamping. He rushed at me, but I slipped away. And let me tell you, as I wish to hide nothing from you now, that he positively spat at me. Can you fancy that? But why are we standing? Ah, sit down." "Excuse me, or better, run, run! You must run and save the poor old man from an awful death." "But if he has killed him already?" "Ah, good heavens, yes! Then what are we to do now? What do you think we must do now?" Meantime she had made Pyotr Ilyitch sit down, and sat down herself, facing him. Briefly, but fairly clearly, Pyotr Ilyitch told her the history of the affair, that part of it at least which he had himself witnessed. He described, too, his visit to Fenya, and told her about the pestle. All these details produced an overwhelming effect on the distracted lady, who kept uttering shrieks and covering her face with her hands. "Would you believe it? I foresaw all this. I have that special faculty. Whatever I imagine comes to pass. And how often I've looked at that awful man, and always thought, that man will end by murdering me. And now it's happened. That is, if he hasn't murdered me, but only his own father, it's only because the finger of God preserved me. And what's more, he was ashamed to murder me, because in this very place I put the holy icon from the relics of the holy martyr, Saint Varvara, on his neck. And to think how near I was to death at that minute. I went close up to him, and he stretched out his neck to me. Do you know, Pyotr Ilyitch, I think you said your name was Pyotr Ilyitch, I don't believe in miracles, but that icon, and this unmistakable miracle with me now, that shakes me, and I'm ready to believe in anything you like. Have you heard about Father Zossima? But I don't know what I'm saying. And only fancy, with the icon on his neck, he spat at me. He only spat, it's true, he didn't murder me, and he dashed away. But what shall we do? What must we do now? What do you think?" Pyotr Ilyitch got up and announced that he was going straight to the police captain to tell him all about it, and leave him to do what he thought fit. "Oh, he's an excellent man, excellent. Mihail Makarovitch, I know him. Of course he's the person to go to. How practical you are, Pyotr Ilyitch! How well you've thought of everything! I should never have thought of it in your place." "Especially as I know the police captain very well, too," observed Pyotr Ilyitch, who still continued to stand, and was obviously anxious to escape as quickly as possible from the impulsive lady, who would not let him say good-bye and go away. "And be sure, she prattled on, to come back and tell me what you see there, and what you find out, what comes to light, how they'll try him, and what he's condemned to. Tell me, we have no capital punishment, have we? But be sure to come, even if it's at 3 o'clock at night, at 4, at 4:30. Tell them to wake me, to shake me if I don't get up. But, good heavens, I shan't sleep. But wait, hadn't I better come with you?" No, but if you would write 3 lines with your own hand, stating that you did not give Dmitri Fyodorovitch money, it might perhaps be of use, in case it's needed." "To be sure." Madame Hohlakov skipped, delighted, to her bureau. "And you know, I'm simply struck, amazed at your resourcefulness, your good sense in such affairs. Are you in the service here? I'm delighted to think that you're in the service here." And still speaking, she scribbled on half a sheet of notepaper the following lines: "I've never in my life lent to that unhappy man, Dmitri Fyodorovitch Karamazov, for in spite of all he is unhappy, 3,000 roubles to-day. I've never given him money, never. That I swear by all that's holy. K. Hohlakov." "Here's the note." She turned quickly to Pyotr Ilyitch. "Go, save him. It's a noble deed on your part." And she made the sign of the cross 3 times over him. She ran out to accompany him to the passage. "How grateful I am to you! You can't think how grateful I am to you for having come to me first. How is it I haven't met you before? I shall feel flattered at seeing you at my house in the future. How delightful it is that you are living here! Such precision, such practical ability! They must appreciate you, they must understand you. If there's anything I can do, believe me. Oh, I love young people. I'm in love with young people. The younger generation are the one prop of our suffering country, her one hope. Oh, go, go!" But Pyotr Ilyitch had already run away, or she would not have let him go so soon. Yet Madame Hohlakov had made a rather agreeable impression on him, which had somewhat softened his anxiety at being drawn into such an unpleasant affair. Tastes differ, as we all know. "She's by no means so elderly," he thought, feeling pleased. "On the contrary, I should have taken her for her daughter." As for Madame Hohlakov, she was simply enchanted by the young man. Such sense, such exactness, in so young a man, in our day, and all that with such manners and appearance. People say the young people of to-day are no good for anything, but here's an example, etc. So she simply forgot this dreadful affair, and it was only as she was getting into bed that, suddenly recalling how near death she had been, she exclaimed, "Ah, it is awful, awful!" But she fell at once into a sound, sweet sleep. I would not, however, have dwelt on such trivial and irrelevant details if this eccentric meeting of the young official with the by no means elderly widow had not subsequently turned out to be the foundation of the whole career of that practical and precise young man. His story is remembered to this day with amazement in our town, and I shall perhaps have something to say about it when I have finished my long history of the brothers Karamazov. End of section 54. Section 55 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 9, Chapter 2, The Alarm. Our police captain, Mikhail Makarovich Makarov, a retired lieutenant colonel, was a widower and an excellent man. He had only come to us 3 years previously, but had won general esteem, chiefly because he knew how to keep society together. He was never without visitors, and could not have got on without them. Some one or other was always dining with him. He never sat down to table without guests. He gave regular dinners, too, on all sorts of occasions, sometimes most surprising ones. Though the fare was not recherché, it was abundant. The fish pies were excellent, and the wine made up in quantity for what it lacked in quality. The first room his guests entered was a well-fitted billiard room, with pictures of English racehorses in black frames on the walls, an essential decoration, as we all know, for a bachelor's billiard room. There was card-playing every evening at his house, if only at one table; but at frequent intervals all the society of our town, with the mammas and young ladies, assembled at his house to dance. Though Mikhail Makarovich was a widower, he did not live alone. His widowed daughter lived with him, with her 2 unmarried daughters, grown-up girls, who had finished their education. They were of agreeable appearance and lively character, and though everyone knew they would have no dowry, they attracted all the young men of fashion to their grandfather's house. Mikhail Makarovich was by no means very efficient in his work, though he performed his duties no worse than many others. To speak plainly, he was a man of rather narrow education. His understanding of the limits of his administrative power could not always be relied upon. It was not so much that he failed to grasp certain reforms enacted during the present reign, as that he made conspicuous blunders in his interpretation of them. This was not from any special lack of intelligence, but from carelessness, for he was always in too great a hurry to go into the subject. "I have the heart of a soldier rather than of a civilian," he used to say of himself. He had not even formed a definite idea of the fundamental principles of the reforms connected with the emancipation of the serfs, and only picked it up, so to speak, from year to year, involuntarily increasing his knowledge by practice. And yet he was himself a landowner. Pyotr Ilyitch knew for certain that he would meet some of Mikhail Makarovich's visitors there that evening, but he didn't know which. As it happened, at that moment the prosecutor and Varvinsky, our district doctor, a young man who had only just come to us from Petersburg after taking a brilliant degree at the Academy of Medicine, were playing whist at the police captain's. Ippolit Kirillovitch, the prosecutor, he was really the deputy prosecutor, but we always called him the prosecutor, was rather a peculiar man, of about 35, inclined to be consumptive, and married to a fat and childless woman. He was vain and irritable, though he had a good intellect, and even a kind heart. It seemed that all that was wrong with him was that he had a better opinion of himself than his ability warranted, and that made him seem constantly uneasy. He had, moreover, certain higher, even artistic, leanings towards psychology, for instance, a special study of the human heart, a special knowledge of the criminal and his crime. He cherished a grievance on this ground, considering that he had been passed over in the service, and being firmly persuaded that in higher spheres he had not been properly appreciated, and had enemies. In gloomy moments he even threatened to give up his post and practice as a barrister in criminal cases. The unexpected Karamazov case agitated him profoundly. It was a case that might well be talked about all over Russia. But I am anticipating. Nikolai Parfenovitch Nelyudov, the young investigating lawyer, who had only come from Petersburg 2 months before, was sitting in the next room with the young ladies. People talked about it afterwards, and wondered that all the gentlemen should, as though intentionally, on the evening of the crime, have been gathered together at the house of the executive authority. Yet it was perfectly simple, and happened quite naturally. Ippolit Kirillovitch's wife had had toothache for the last 2 days, and he was obliged to go out to escape from her groans. The doctor, from the very nature of his being, could not spend an evening except at cards. Nikolai Parfenovitch Nelyudov had been intending for 3 days past to drop in that evening at Mihail Makarovitch's, so to speak, casually, so as slyly to startle the eldest granddaughter, Olga Mikhailovna, by showing that he knew her secret, that he knew it was her birthday, and that she was trying to conceal it on purpose, so as not to be obliged to give a dance. He anticipated a great deal of merriment, many playful jests about her age, and her being afraid to reveal it, about his knowing her secret, and telling everybody, and so on. The charming young man was a great adept at such teasing. The ladies had christened him the naughty man, and he seemed to be delighted at the name. He was extremely well bred, however, of good family, education, and feelings, and, though leading a life of pleasure, his sallies were always innocent and in good taste. He was short and delicate-looking. On his white, slender little fingers he always wore a number of big, glittering rings. When he was engaged in his official duties, he always became extraordinarily grave, as though realizing his position and the sanctity of the obligations laid upon him. He had a special gift for mystifying murderers and other criminals of the peasant class during interrogation, and if he did not win their respect, he certainly succeeded in arousing their wonder. Pyotr Ilyitch was simply dumbfounded when he went into the police captain's. He saw instantly that everyone knew. They had positively thrown down their cards, all were standing up and talking. Even Nikolai Parfenovitch had left the young ladies and run in, looking strenuous and ready for action. Pyotr Ilyitch was met with the astounding news that old Fyodor Pavlovitch really had been murdered that evening in his own house, murdered and robbed. The news had only just reached them in the following manner. Marfa Ignatyevna, the wife of old Grigory, who had been knocked senseless near the fence, was sleeping soundly in her bed, and might well have slept till morning after the draught she had taken. But all of a sudden she waked up, no doubt roused by a fearful epileptic scream from Smerdyakov, who was lying in the next room unconscious. That scream always preceded his fits, and always terrified and upset Marfa Ignatyevna. She could never get accustomed to it. She jumped up and ran half awake to Smerdyakov's room, but it was dark there, and she could only hear the invalid beginning to gasp and struggle. Then Marfa Ignatyevna herself screamed out, and was going to call her husband, but suddenly realized that when she had got up, he was not beside her in bed. She ran back to the bedstead and began groping with her hands, but the bed was really empty. Then he must have gone out. Where? She ran to the steps and timidly called him. She got no answer, of course, but she caught the sound of groans far away in the garden in the darkness. She listened. The groans were repeated, and it was evident they came from the garden. Good Lord! Just as it was with Lizaveta Smerdyastchaya. she thought distractedly. She went timidly down the steps and saw that the gate into the garden was open. "He must be out there, poor dear," she thought. She went up to the gate, and all at once she distinctly heard Grigory calling her by name, "Marfa, Marfa," in a weak, moaning, dreadful voice. "Lord preserve us from harm!" Marfa Ignatyevna murmured, and ran towards the voice, and that was how she found Grigory. But she found him not by the fence where he had been knocked down, but about 20 paces off. It appeared later that he had crawled away on coming to himself, and probably had been a long time getting so far, losing consciousness several times. She noticed at once that he was covered with blood, and screamed at the top of her voice. Grigory was muttering incoherently. "He has murdered, his father murdered. Why scream, silly? Run, fetch some one." But Marfa continued screaming, and seeing that her master's window was open, and that there was a candle alight in the window, she ran there and began calling Fyodor Pavlovitch. But, peeping in at the window, she saw a fearful sight. Her master was lying on his back, motionless on the floor. His light-coloured dressing gown and white shirt were soaked with blood. The candle on the table brightly lighted up the blood and the motionless, dead face of Fyodor Pavlovitch. Terror-stricken, Marfa rushed away from the window, ran out of the garden, drew the bolt of the big gate, and ran headlong by the back way to the neighbour, Marya Kondratyevna. Both mother and daughter were asleep, but they waked up at Marfa's desperate and persistent screaming and knocking at the shutter. Marfa, shrieking and screaming incoherently, managed to tell them the main fact and to beg for assistance. It happened that Foma had come back from his wanderings and was staying the night with them. They got him up immediately, and all three ran to the scene of the crime. On the way, Marya Kondratyevna remembered that at about 8 o'clock she heard a dreadful scream from their garden, and this was no doubt Grigory's scream, "Parricide," uttered when he caught hold of Mitya's leg. "Some one screamed out and then was silent," Marya Kondratyevna explained as she ran. Running to the place where Grigory lay, the two women, with the help of Foma, carried him to the lodge. They lighted a candle and saw that Smerdyakov was no better, that he was writhing in convulsions, his eyes fixed in a squint, and that foam was flowing from his lips. They moistened Grigory's forehead with water mixed with vinegar, and the water revived him at once. He asked immediately, "Is the master murdered?" Then Foma and both the women ran to the house, and saw this time that not only the window, but also the door into the garden was wide open, though Fyodor Pavlovitch had for the last week locked himself in every night, and did not allow even Grigory to come in on any pretext. Seeing that door open, they were afraid to go in to Fyodor Pavlovitch, for fear anything should happen afterwards. And when they returned to Grigory, the old man told them to go straight to the police captain. Marya Kondratyevna ran there and gave the alarm to the whole party at the police captain's. She arrived only 5 minutes before Pyotr Ilyitch, so that his story came not as his own surmise and theory, but as the direct confirmation by a witness of the theory held by all as to the identity of the criminal, a theory he had in the bottom of his heart refused to believe till that moment. It was resolved to act with energy. The deputy police inspector of the town was commissioned to take 4 witnesses, to enter Fyodor Pavlovitch's house, and there to open an inquiry on the spot, according to the regular forms, which I will not go into here. The district doctor, a zealous man, new to his work, almost insisted on accompanying the police captain, the prosecutor, and the investigating lawyer. I will note, briefly, that Fyodor Pavlovitch was found to be quite dead, with his skull battered in. But with what? Most likely with the same weapon with which Grigory had been attacked. And immediately that weapon was found. Grigory, to whom all possible medical assistance was at once given, described in a weak and breaking voice how he had been knocked down. They began looking with a lantern by the fence, and found the brass pestle dropped in a most conspicuous place on the garden path. There were no signs of disturbance in the room where Fyodor Pavlovitch was lying, but by the bed, behind the screen, they picked up from the floor a big and thick envelope with the inscription, "A present of 3,000 roubles for my angel Grushenka, if she is willing to come." And below had been added by Fyodor Pavlovitch, "For my little chicken." There were 3 seals of red sealing wax on the envelope, but it had been torn open and was empty. The money had been removed. They found also on the floor a piece of narrow pink ribbon with which the envelope had been tied up. One piece of Pyotr Ilyitch's evidence made a great impression on the prosecutor and the investigating magistrate, namely, his idea that Dmitri Fyodorovitch would shoot himself before daybreak, that he had resolved to do so, had spoken of it to Ilyitch, had taken the pistols, loaded them before him, written a letter, put it in his pocket, etc. When Pyotr Ilyitch, though still unwilling to believe it, threatened to tell someone so as to prevent the suicide, Mitya had answered, grinning, "You'll be too late." So they must make haste to Mokroe to find the criminal before he really did shoot himself. "That's clear, that's clear," repeated the prosecutor in great excitement. "That's just the way with mad fellows like that. I shall kill myself tomorrow, so I'll make merry till I die." The story of how he had bought the wine and provisions excited the prosecutor more than ever. "Do you remember the fellow that murdered a merchant called Olsufyev, gentlemen? He stole 1,500, went at once to have his hair curled, and then, without even hiding the money, carrying it almost in his hand in the same way, he went off to the girls." All were delayed, however, by the inquiry, the search, and the formalities, etc., in the house of Fyodor Pavlovitch. It all took time, and so, 2 hours before starting, they sent on ahead to Mokroe the officer of the rural police, Mavriky Mavrikyevitch Mertsov, who had arrived in the town the morning before to get his pay. He was instructed to avoid raising the alarm when he reached Mokroe, but to keep constant watch over the criminal till the arrival of the proper authorities, to procure also witnesses for the arrest, police constables, and so on. Mavriky Mavrikyevitch did as he was told, preserving his incognito and giving no one but his old acquaintance Trifon Borisovitch the slightest hint of his secret business. He had spoken to him just before Mitya met the landlord in the balcony, looking for him in the dark, and noticed at once a change in Trifon Borisovitch's face and voice. So neither Mitya nor anyone else knew that he was being watched. The box with the pistols had been carried off by Trifon Borisovitch and put in a suitable place. Only after 4 o'clock, almost at sunrise, all the officials, the police captain, the prosecutor, the investigating lawyer, drove up in 2 carriages, each drawn by 3 horses. The doctor remained at Fyodor Pavlovitch's to make a post-mortem next day on the body. But he was particularly interested in the condition of the servant, Smerdyakov. Such violent and protracted epileptic fits, recurring continually for 24 hours, are rarely to be met with, and are of interest to science, he declared enthusiastically to his companions, and as they left, they laughingly congratulated him on his find. The prosecutor and the investigating lawyer distinctly remembered the doctor's saying that Smerdyakov could not outlive the night. After these long, but I think necessary explanations, we will return to that moment of our tale at which we broke off. End of section 55. Section 56 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 9, Chapter 3. The sufferings of a soul, the first ordeal. And so Mitya sat looking wildly at the people round him, not understanding what was said to him. Suddenly he got up, flung up his hands, and shouted aloud, "I'm not guilty! I'm not guilty of that blood! I'm not guilty of my father's blood! I meant to kill him, but I'm not guilty, not I!" But he had hardly said this before Grushenka rushed from behind the curtain and flung herself at the police captain's feet. "It was my fault, mine, my wickedness!" she cried in a heartrending voice, bathed in tears, stretching out her clasped hands towards them. "He did it through me. I tortured him and drove him to it. I tortured that poor old man that's dead, too, in my wickedness, and brought him to this. It's my fault, mine first, mine most, my fault." "Yes, it's your fault. You're the chief criminal, you fury, you harlot. You're the most to blame," shouted the police captain, threatening her with his hand. But he was quickly and resolutely suppressed. The prosecutor positively seized hold of him. "This is absolutely irregular, Mihail Makarovitch," he cried. "You are positively hindering the inquiry. You're ruining the case," he almost gasped. "Follow the regular course, follow the regular course," cried Nikolai Parfenovitch, fearfully excited too. "Otherwise it's absolutely impossible." "Judge us together," Grushenka cried frantically, still kneeling. "Punish us together. I will go with him now, if it's to death." "Grusha, my life, my blood, my holy one!" Mitya fell on his knees beside her and held her tight in his arms. "Don't believe her," he cried. "She's not guilty of anything, of any blood, of anything." He remembered afterwards that he was forcibly dragged away from her by several men, and that she was led out, and that when he recovered himself he was sitting at the table. Beside him and behind him stood the men with metal plates. Facing him on the other side of the table sat Nikolai Parfenovitch, the investigating lawyer. He kept persuading him to drink a little water out of a glass that stood on the table. "That will refresh you, that will calm you. Be calm, don't be frightened," he added, extremely politely. Mitya, he remembered it afterwards, became suddenly intensely interested in his big rings, one with an amethyst, and another with a transparent bright yellow stone of great brilliance. And long afterwards he remembered, with wonder, how those rings had riveted his attention through all those terrible hours of interrogation, so that he was utterly unable to tear himself away from them and dismiss them as things that had nothing to do with his position. On Mitya's left side, in the place where Maximov had been sitting at the beginning of the evening, the prosecutor was now seated. And on Mitya's right hand, where Grushenka had been, was a rosy-cheeked young man in a sort of shabby hunting jacket, with ink and paper before him. This was the secretary of the investigating lawyer, who had brought him with him. The police captain was now standing by the window at the other end of the room, beside Kalganov, who was sitting there. "Drink some water," said the investigating lawyer softly, for the 10th time. "I have drunk it, gentlemen, I have, but come, gentlemen, crush me, punish me, decide my fate," cried Mitya, staring with terribly fixed, wide-open eyes at the investigating lawyer. "So you positively declare that you are not guilty of the death of your father, Fyodor Pavlovitch?" asked the investigating lawyer, softly but insistently. "I am not guilty. I am guilty of the blood of another old man, but not of my father's, and I weep for it. I killed the old man and knocked him down. But it's hard to have to answer for that murder with another, a terrible murder of which I am not guilty. It's a terrible accusation, gentlemen, a knock-down blow. But who has killed my father? Who has killed him? Who can have killed him if I didn't? It's marvelous, extraordinary, impossible." "Yes, who can have killed him?" the investigating lawyer was beginning, but Ippolit Kirillovitch, the prosecutor, glancing at him, addressed Mitya. You need not worry yourself about the old servant, Grigory Vassilyevitch. He is alive, he has recovered, and in spite of the terrible blows inflicted, according to his own and your evidence, by you, there seems no doubt that he will live. So the doctor says, at least." "Alive? He's alive?" cried Mitya, flinging up his hands. His face beamed. "Lord, I thank thee for the miracle thou hast wrought for me, a sinner and evildoer. That's an answer to my prayer. I've been praying all night." And he crossed himself 3 times. He was almost breathless. "So from this Grigory we have received such important evidence concerning you that—" the prosecutor would have continued, but Mitya suddenly jumped up from his chair. "1 minute, gentlemen, for God's sake, 1 minute. I will run to her." "Excuse me, at this moment it's quite impossible," Nikolai Parfenovitch almost shrieked. He too leapt to his feet. Mitya was seized by the men with the metal plates, but he sat down of his own accord. "Gentlemen, what a pity! I wanted to see her for 1 minute only. I wanted to tell her that it has been washed away, it has gone, that blood that was weighing on my heart all night, and that I am not a murderer now. Gentlemen, she is my betrothed," he said ecstatically and reverently, looking round at them all. "Oh, thank you, gentlemen. Oh, in 1 minute you have given me new life, new heart. That old man used to carry me in his arms, gentlemen. He used to wash me in the tub when I was a baby 3 years old, abandoned by everyone. He was like a father to me." "And so you—" the investigating lawyer began. "Allow me, gentlemen, allow me 1 minute more," interposed Mitya, putting his elbows on the table and covering his face with his hands. "Let me have a moment to think. Let me breathe, gentlemen. All this is horribly upsetting, horribly. A man is not a drum, gentlemen." "Drink a little more water," murmured Nikolai Parfenovitch. Mitya took his hands from his face and laughed. His eyes were confident. He seemed completely transformed in a moment. His whole bearing was changed. He was once more the equal of these men, with all of whom he was acquainted, as though they had all met the day before, when nothing had happened, at some social gathering. We may note in passing that on his first arrival Mitya had been made very welcome at the police captain's, but later, during the last month especially, Mitya had hardly called at all, and when the police captain met him, in the street for instance, Mitya noticed that he frowned and only bowed out of politeness. His acquaintance with the prosecutor was less intimate, though he sometimes paid his wife, a nervous and fanciful lady, visits of politeness, without quite knowing why, and she always received him graciously, and had, for some reason, taken an interest in him up to the last. He had not had time to get to know the investigating lawyer, though he had met him and talked to him twice, each time about the fair sex. "You're a most skilful lawyer, I see, Nikolai Parfenovitch," cried Mitya, laughing gaily. "But I can help you now. Oh, gentlemen, I feel like a new man, and don't be offended at my addressing you so simply and directly. I'm rather drunk, too, I'll tell you that frankly. I believe I've had the honor and pleasure of meeting you, Nikolai Parfenovitch, at my kinsman Musov's. Gentlemen, I don't pretend to be on equal terms with you. I understand, of course, in what character I am sitting before you. Oh, of course, there's a horrible suspicion hanging over me. If Grigory has given evidence, a horrible suspicion. It's awful, awful, I understand that. But to business, gentlemen. I am ready, and we will make an end of it in 1 moment. For listen, gentlemen, since I know I'm innocent, we can put an end to it in a minute, can't we? Can't we?" Mitya spoke much, and quickly, nervously, and effusively, as though he positively took his listeners to be his best friends. "So, for the present, we will write that you absolutely deny the charge brought against you," said Nikolai Parfenovitch impressively, and bending down to the secretary, he dictated to him in an undertone what to write. "Write it down? You want to write that down? Well, Write it. I consent. I give my full consent, gentlemen. Only, do you see, stay. Write this. Of disorderly conduct, I am guilty. Of violence on a poor old man, I am guilty. And there is something else at the bottom of my heart of which I am guilty too. But that you need not write down. He turned suddenly to the secretary. That's my personal life, gentlemen. That doesn't concern you. The bottom of my heart, that's to say. But of the murder of my old father, I'm not guilty. That's a wild idea. It's quite a wild idea. I will prove you that, and you'll be convinced directly. You will laugh, gentlemen. You'll laugh yourselves at your suspicion. Be calm, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, said the investigating lawyer, evidently trying to allay Mitya's excitement by his own composure. Before we go on with our inquiry, I should like, if you will consent to answer, to hear you confirm the statement that you disliked your father, Fyodor Pavlovitch, that you were involved in continual disputes with him. Here, at least, a quarter of an hour ago, you exclaimed that you wanted to kill him. I didn't kill him, you said, but I wanted to kill him. Did I exclaim that? Ah, that may be so, gentlemen. Yes, unhappily, I did want to kill him. Many times I wanted to. Unhappily. You wanted to. Would you consent to explain what motives precisely led you to such a sentiment of hatred for your parent? What is there to explain, gentlemen? Mitya shrugged his shoulders sullenly, looking down. I have never concealed my feelings. All the town knows about it. Everyone knows in the tavern. Only lately I declared them in Father Zosima's cell. And the very same day, in the evening, I beat my father. I nearly killed him, and I swore I'd come again and kill him, before witnesses. Oh, 1,000 witnesses. I've been shouting it aloud for the last month. Anyone can tell you that. The fact stares you in the face. It speaks for itself. It cries aloud. But feelings, gentlemen, feelings are another matter. You see, gentlemen, Mitya frowned, it seems to me that about feelings you've no right to question me. I know that you are bound by your office. I quite understand that. But that's my affair, my private, intimate affair. Yet, since I haven't concealed my feelings in the past, in the tavern, for instance, I've talked to everyone, so I won't make a secret of it now. You see, I understand, gentlemen, that there are terrible facts against me in this business. I told everyone that I'd kill him, and now all of a sudden he's been killed. So it must have been me. I can make allowances for you, gentlemen. I can quite make allowances. I'm struck all of a heap myself, for who can have murdered him, if not I? That's what it comes to, isn't it? If not I, who can it be? Who? Gentlemen, I want to know. I insist on knowing, he exclaimed suddenly. Where was he murdered? How was he murdered? How and with what? Tell me, he asked quickly, looking at the two lawyers. We found him in his study, lying on his back on the floor, with his head battered in, said the prosecutor. That's horrible. Mitya shuddered, and, putting his elbows on the table, hid his face in his right hand. We will continue, interposed Nikolai Parfenovitch. So what was it that impelled you to this sentiment of hatred? You have asserted in public, I believe, that it was based upon jealousy? Well, yes, jealousy. And not only jealousy. Disputes about money? Yes, about money, too. There was a dispute about 3,000 roubles, I think, which you claimed as part of your inheritance. 3,000? More, cried Mitya hotly. More than 6,000, more than 10, perhaps. I told everyone so, shouted it at them. But I made up my mind to let it go at 3,000. I was desperately in need of that 3,000. So the bundle of notes for 3,000 that I knew he kept under his pillow, ready for Grushenka, I considered as simply stolen from me. Yes, gentlemen, I looked upon it as mine, as my own property. The prosecutor looked significantly at the investigating lawyer, and had time to wink at him on the sly. "We will return to that subject later," said the lawyer promptly. "You will allow us to note that point and write it down, that you looked upon that money as your own property." "Write it down, by all means. I know that's another fact that tells against me. But I'm not afraid of facts, and I tell them against myself. Do you hear? Do you know, gentlemen, you take me for a different sort of man from what I am," he added, suddenly gloomy and dejected. "You have to deal with a man of honor, a man of the highest honor. Above all, don't lose sight of it, a man who's done a lot of nasty things, but has always been, and still is, honorable at bottom in his inner being. I don't know how to express it. That's just what's made me wretched all my life, that I yearned to be honorable, that I was, so to say, a martyr to a sense of honor, seeking for it with a lantern, with the lantern of Diogenes, and yet all my life I've been doing filthy things, like all of us, gentlemen. That is, like me alone. That was a mistake. Like me alone. Me alone. Gentlemen, my head aches." His brows contracted with pain. "You see, gentlemen, I couldn't bear the look of him. There was something in him ignoble, impudent, trampling on everything sacred, something sneering and irreverent, loathsome, loathsome. But now that he's dead, I feel differently." "How do you mean?" "I don't feel differently, but I wish I hadn't hated him so." "You feel penitent?" "No, not penitent. Don't write that. I'm not much good myself. I'm not very beautiful, so I had no right to consider him repulsive. That's what I mean. Write that down if you like." Saying this, Mitya became very mournful. He had grown more and more gloomy as the inquiry continued. At that moment another unexpected scene followed. Though Grushenka had been removed, she had not been taken far away, only into the room next but one from the blue room in which the examination was proceeding. It was a little room with one window, next beyond the large room in which they had danced and feasted so lavishly. She was sitting there with no one by her but Maximov, who was terribly depressed, terribly scared, and clung to her side as though for security. At their door stood one of the peasants with a metal plate on his breast. Grushenka was crying, and suddenly her grief was too much for her. She jumped up, flung up her arms, and with a loud wail of sorrow rushed out of the room to him, to her Mitya, and so unexpectedly that they had not time to stop her. Mitya, hearing her cry, trembled, jumped up, and with a yell rushed impetuously to meet her, not knowing what he was doing. But they were not allowed to come together, though they saw one another. He was seized by the arms. He struggled and tried to tear himself away. It took 3 or 4 men to hold him. She was seized too, and he saw her stretching out her arms to him, crying aloud as they carried her away. When the scene was over, he came to himself again, sitting in the same place as before, opposite the investigating lawyer, and crying out to them, "What do you want with her? Why do you torment her? She's done nothing, nothing." The lawyers tried to soothe him. About 10 minutes passed like this. At last Mihail Makarovitch, who had been absent, came hurriedly into the room, and said in a loud and excited voice to the prosecutor, "She's been removed. She's downstairs. Will you allow me to say one word to this unhappy man, gentlemen? In your presence, gentlemen, in your presence." "By all means, Mihail Makarovitch," answered the investigating lawyer. "In the present case we have nothing against it." "Listen, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, my dear fellow," began the police captain, and there was a look of warm, almost fatherly feeling for the luckless prisoner on his excited face. "I took your Agrafena Alexandrovna downstairs myself, and confided her to the care of the landlord's daughters, and that old fellow Maximov is with her all the time. And I soothed her, do you hear? I soothed and calmed her. I impressed on her that you have to clear yourself, so she mustn't hinder you, must not depress you, or you may lose your head and say the wrong thing in your evidence. In fact, I talked to her, and she understood. She's a sensible girl, my boy, a good-hearted girl. She would have kissed my old hands, begging help for you. She sent me herself to tell you not to worry about her. And I must go, my dear fellow, I must go and tell her that you are calm and comforted about her. And so you must be calm. Do you understand? I was unfair to her. She is a Christian soul, gentlemen. Yes, I tell you she's a gentle soul, and not to blame for anything. So what am I to tell her, Dmitri Fyodorovitch? Will you sit quiet or not?" The good-natured police captain said a great deal that was irregular, but Grushenka's suffering, a fellow creature's suffering, touched his good-natured heart, and tears stood in his eyes. Mitya jumped up and rushed towards him. "Forgive me, gentlemen. Oh, allow me," he cried. "You've the heart of an angel, Mihail Makarovitch. I thank you for her. I will be calm, cheerful, in fact. Tell her, in the kindness of your heart, that I am cheerful, quite cheerful, that I shall be laughing in a minute, knowing that she has a guardian angel like you. I shall have done with all this directly, and as soon as I'm free, I'll be with her. She'll see, let her wait. Gentlemen," he said, turning to the two lawyers, "now I'll open my whole soul to you. I'll pour out everything. We'll finish this off directly, finish it off gaily. We shall laugh at it in the end, shan't we? But, gentlemen, that woman is the queen of my heart. Oh, let me tell you that. That one thing I'll tell you now. I see I'm with honorable men. She is my light, she is my holy one, and if only you knew. Did you hear her cry, 'I'll go to death with you'? And what have I, a penniless beggar, done for her? Why such love for me? How can a clumsy, ugly brute like me, with my ugly face, deserve such love? That she is ready to go to exile with me, and how she fell down at your feet for my sake just now, and yet she's proud and has done nothing. How can I help adoring her? How can I help crying out and rushing to her, as I did just now? Gentlemen, forgive me. But now I am comforted." And he sank back in his chair, and covering his face with his hands, burst into tears, but they were happy tears. He recovered himself instantly. The old police captain seemed much pleased, and the lawyers also. They felt that the examination was passing into a new phase. When the police captain went out, Mitya was positively gay. "Now, gentlemen, I am at your disposal, entirely at your disposal. And if it were not for all these trivial details, we should understand one another in a minute. I'm at those details again. I'm at your disposal, gentlemen. But I declare that we must have mutual confidence, you in me and I in you, or there'll be no end to it. I speak in your interests. To business, gentlemen, to business, and don't rummage in my soul. Don't tease me with trifles, but only ask me about facts and what matters, and I will satisfy you at once. And damn the details." So spoke Mitya. The interrogation began again. End of section 56. Section 57 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 9, Chapter 4, The Second Ordeal. "You don't know how you encourage us, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, by your readiness to answer," said Nikolai Parfenovitch, with an animated air, and obvious satisfaction beaming in his very prominent, short-sighted, light grey eyes, from which he had removed his spectacles a moment before. And you have made a very just remark about the mutual confidence without which it is sometimes positively impossible to get on in cases of such importance, if the suspected party really hopes and desires to defend himself and is in a position to do so. We, on our side, will do everything in our power, and you can see for yourself how we are conducting the case. You approve Ippolit Kirillovitch?" He turned to the prosecutor. "Oh, undoubtedly," replied the prosecutor. His tone was somewhat cold compared with Nikolai Parfenovitch's impulsiveness. "I will note, once for all, that Nikolai Parfenovitch, who had but lately arrived among us, had from the first felt marked respect for Ippolit Kirillovitch, our prosecutor, and had become almost his bosom friend. He was almost the only person who put implicit faith in Ippolit Kirillovitch's extraordinary talents as a psychologist and orator, and in the justice of his grievance. He had heard of him in Petersburg. On the other hand, young Nikolai Parfenovitch was the only person in the whole world whom our unappreciated prosecutor genuinely liked. On their way to Mokroe they had time to come to an understanding about the present case. And now, as they sat at the table, the sharp-witted junior caught and interpreted every indication on his senior colleague's face, half a word, a glance, or a wink. "Gentlemen, only let me tell my own story, and don't interrupt me with trivial questions, and I'll tell you everything in a moment," said Mitya excitedly. "Excellent, thank you. But before we proceed to listen to your communication, will you allow me to inquire as to another little fact of great interest to us? I mean the 10 roubles you borrowed yesterday at about 5 o'clock on the security of your pistols from your friend Pyotr Ilyitch Perhotin." "I pledged them, gentlemen. I pledged them for 10 roubles. What more? That's all about it. As soon as I got back to town, I pledged them." "You got back to town? Then you had been out of town." "Yes, I went on a journey of 40 versts into the country. Didn't you know?" The prosecutor and Nikolai Parfenovitch exchanged glances. "Well, how would it be if you began your story with a systematic description of all you did yesterday, from the morning onwards? Allow us, for instance, to inquire why you were absent from the town, and just when you left, and when you came back, all those facts." "You should have asked me like that from the beginning," cried Mitya, laughing aloud. "And if you like, we won't begin from yesterday, but from the morning of the day before. Then you'll understand how, why, and where I went. I went the day before yesterday, gentlemen, to a merchant of the town called Samsonov to borrow 3,000 roubles from him on safe security. It was a pressing matter, gentlemen. It was a sudden necessity." "Allow me to interrupt you," the prosecutor put in politely. "Why were you in such pressing need for just that sum, 3,000?" "Oh, gentlemen, you needn't go into details how, when, and why just so much money, and not so much, and all that rigmarole. Why, it'll run to 3 volumes, and then you'll want an epilogue." Mitya said all this with the good-natured but impatient familiarity of a man who is anxious to tell the whole truth, and is full of the best intentions. "Gentlemen," he corrected himself hurriedly, "don't be vexed with me for my restiveness, I beg you again. Believe me, once more, I feel the greatest respect for you, and understand the true position of affairs. Don't think I'm drunk, I'm quite sober now. And besides, being drunk would be no hindrance. It's with me, you know, like the saying, 'When he is sober he is a fool, when he is drunk he is a wise man.' But I see, gentlemen, it's not the proper thing to make jokes to you, till we've had our explanation, I mean. And I've my own dignity to keep up too. I quite understand the difference for the moment. I am, after all, in the position of a criminal, and so far from being on equal terms with you. And it's your business to watch me. I can't expect you to pat me on the head for what I did to Grigory, for one can't break old men's heads with impunity. I suppose you'll put me away for him for 6 months, or a year perhaps, in a house of correction. I don't know what the punishment is, but it will be without loss of the rights of my rank, won't it? So you see, gentlemen, I understand the distinction between us, but you must see that you could puzzle God himself with such questions. How did you step? Where did you step? When did you step? And on what did you step? I shall get mixed up if you go on like this, and you will put it all down against me. And what will that lead to? To nothing. And even if it's nonsense I'm talking now, let me finish, and you gentlemen, being men of honour and refinement, will forgive me. I'll finish by asking you, gentlemen, to drop that conventional method of questioning. I mean, beginning from some miserable trifle, how I got up, what I had for breakfast, how I spat, and where I spat, and so distracting the attention of the criminal, suddenly stun him with an overwhelming question: whom did you murder? Whom did you rob? That's your regulation method. That's where all your cunning comes in. You can put peasants off their guard like that, but not me. I know the tricks. I've been in the service, too. You're not angry, gentlemen? You forgive my impertinence? He cried, looking at them with a good nature that was almost surprising. It's only Mitya Karamazov, you know, so you can overlook it. It would be inexcusable in a sensible man, but you can forgive it in Mitya. Nikolai Parfenovitch listened and laughed too. Though the prosecutor did not laugh, he kept his eyes fixed keenly on Mitya, as though anxious not to miss the least syllable, the slightest movement, the smallest twitch of any feature of his face. "That's how we have treated you from the beginning," said Nikolai Parfenovitch, still laughing. "We haven't tried to put you out by asking how you got up in the morning and what you had for breakfast. We began, indeed, with questions of the greatest importance." "I understand. I saw it and appreciated it, and I appreciate still more your present kindness to me, an unprecedented kindness, worthy of your noble hearts. We three here are gentlemen, and let everything be on the footing of mutual confidence between educated, well-bred people, who have the common bond of noble birth and honour. In any case, allow me to look upon you as my best friends at this moment of my life, at this moment when my honour is assailed. That's no offence to you, gentlemen, is it?" "On the contrary, you've expressed all that so well, Dmitri Fyodorovitch," Nikolai Parfenovitch answered with dignified approbation. "And enough of those trivial questions, gentlemen, all those tricky questions," cried Mitya enthusiastically, "or there's simply no knowing where we shall get to, is there?" "I will follow your sensible advice entirely," the prosecutor interposed, addressing Mitya. "I don't withdraw my question, however. It is now vitally important for us to know exactly why you needed that sum. I mean precisely 3,000. "Why I needed it? Oh, for one thing and another. Well, it was to pay a debt." "A debt to whom?" "That I absolutely refuse to answer, gentlemen. Not because I couldn't, or because I shouldn't dare, or because it would be damaging, for it's all a paltry matter, and absolutely trifling, but I won't because it's a matter of principle. That's my private life, and I won't allow any intrusion into my private life. That's my principle. Your question has no bearing on the case, and whatever has nothing to do with the case is my private affair. I wanted to pay a debt. I wanted to pay a debt of honour, but to whom I won't say." "Allow me to make a note of that," said the prosecutor. "By all means. Write down that I won't say that I won't. Write that I should think it dishonourable to say. You can write it. You've nothing else to do with your time." "Allow me to caution you, sir, and to remind you once more, if you are unaware of it," the prosecutor began with a peculiar and stern impressiveness, "that you have a perfect right not to answer the questions put to you now, and we on our side have no right to extort an answer from you, if you decline to give it for one reason or another. That is entirely a matter for your personal decision. But it is our duty, on the other hand, in such cases as the present, to explain and set before you the degree of injury you will be doing yourself by refusing to give this or that piece of evidence. After which I will beg you to continue." "Gentlemen, I'm not angry. Mitya muttered in a rather disconcerted tone. Well, gentlemen, you see that Samsonov to whom I went then. We will, of course, not reproduce his account of what is known to the reader already. Mitya was impatiently anxious not to omit the slightest detail. At the same time, he was in a hurry to get it over. But as he gave his evidence, it was written down, and therefore they had continually to pull him up. Mitya disliked this, but submitted, got angry, though still good-humouredly. He did, it is true, exclaim from time to time, "Gentlemen, that's enough to make an angel out of Patience," or, "Gentlemen, it's no good your irritating me." But even though he exclaimed, he still preserved for a time his genially expansive mood. So he told them how Samsonov had made a fool of him 2 days before. He had completely realized by now that he had been fooled. The sale of his watch for 6 roubles to obtain money for the journey was something new to the lawyers. They were at once greatly interested, and even, to Mitya's intense indignation, thought it necessary to write the fact down, as a secondary confirmation of the circumstance that he had hardly a farthing in his pocket at the time. Little by little, Mitya began to grow surly. Then, after describing his journey to see Lyagavy, the night spent in the stifling hut, and so on, he came to his return to the town. Here he began, without being particularly urged, to give a minute account of the agonies of jealousy he endured on Grushenka's account. He was heard with silent attention. They inquired particularly into the circumstance of his having a place of ambush in Maria Kondratyevna's house at the back of Fyodor Pavlovitch's garden to keep watch on Grushenka, and of Smerdyakov's bringing him information. They laid particular stress on this, and noted it down. Of his jealousy he spoke warmly and at length, and though inwardly ashamed at exposing his most intimate feelings to public ignominy, so to speak, he evidently overcame his shame in order to tell the truth. The frigid severity with which the investigating lawyer, and still more the prosecutor, stared intently at him as he told his story, disconcerted him at last considerably. "That boy, Nikolai Parfenovitch, to whom I was talking nonsense about women only a few days ago, and that sickly prosecutor are not worth my telling this to," he reflected mournfully. "It's ignominious. Be patient, humble, hold thy peace." He wound up his reflections with that line. But he pulled himself together to go on again. When he came to telling of his visit to Madame Holdikoff, he regained his spirits, and even wished to tell a little anecdote of that lady, which had nothing to do with the case. But the investigating lawyer stopped him, and civilly suggested that he should pass on to more essential matters. At last, when he described his despair, and told them how, when he left Madame Holdikoff's, he thought that he'd get 3,000 if he had to murder some one to do it, they stopped him again, and noted down that he had meant to murder some one. Mitya let them write it without protest. At last he reached the point in his story when he learned that Grushenka had deceived him and had returned from Samsonov's as soon as he left her there, though she had said that she would stay there till midnight. "If I didn't kill Fenya then, gentlemen, it was only because I hadn't time," broke from him suddenly at that point in his story. That, too, was carefully written down. Mitya waited gloomily, and was beginning to tell how he ran into his father's garden, when the investigating lawyer suddenly stopped him, and opening the big portfolio that lay on the sofa beside him, he brought out the brass pestle. "Do you recognize this object?" he asked, showing it to Mitya. "Oh, yes," he laughed gloomily. "Of course I recognize it. Let me have a look at it. Damn it, never mind." "You have forgotten to mention it," observed the investigating lawyer. "Hang it all, I shouldn't have concealed it from you. Do you suppose I could have managed without it? It simply escaped my memory." "Be so good as to tell us precisely how you came to arm yourself with it." "Certainly I will be so good, gentlemen." And Mitya described how he took the pestle and ran. But what object had you in view in arming yourself with such a weapon?" "What object? No object. I just picked it up and ran off." "What for, if you had no object?" Mitch's wrath flared up. He looked intently at "the boy," and smiled gloomily and malignantly. He was feeling more and more ashamed at having told such people the story of his jealousy so sincerely and spontaneously. "Bother the pestle!" broke from him suddenly. "But still—" "Oh, to keep off dogs. Oh, because it was dark, in case anything turned up." "But have you ever on previous occasions taken a weapon with you when you went out, since you're afraid of the dark?" "Ugh, damn it all, gentlemen, there's positively no talking to you!" cried Mitya, exasperated beyond endurance, and turning to the secretary, crimson with anger, he said quickly, with a note of fury in his voice, "Write down at once, that I snatched up the pestle to go and kill my father, Fyodor Pavlovitch, by hitting him on the head with it. Well, now, are you satisfied, gentlemen? Are your minds relieved?" he said, glaring defiantly at the lawyers. "We quite understand that you made that statement just now through exasperation with us and the questions we put to you, which you consider trivial, though they are in fact essential," the prosecutor remarked dryly in reply. "Well, upon my word, gentlemen, yes, I took the pestle. What does one pick things up for at such moments? I don't know what for. I snatched it up and ran, that's all. For to me, gentlemen, passons, or I declare I won't tell you any more." He sat with his elbows on the table and his head in his hand. He sat sideways to them and gazed at the wall, struggling against a feeling of nausea. He had, in fact, an awful inclination to get up and declare that he wouldn't say another word, not if you hang me for it. "You see, gentlemen," he said at last, with difficulty controlling himself, "you see, I listen to you, and am haunted by a dream. It's a dream I have sometimes, you know. I often dream it. It's always the same. That someone is hunting me, someone I'm awfully afraid of, that he's hunting me in the dark, in the night, tracking me, and I hide somewhere from him, behind a door or cupboard, hide in a degrading way. And the worst of it is, he always knows where I am, but he pretends not to know where I am on purpose to prolong my agony, to enjoy my terror. That's just what you're doing now. It's just like that." "Is that the sort of thing you dream about?" inquired the prosecutor. "Yes, it is. Don't you want to write it down?" said Mitya, with a distorted smile. "No, no need to write it down. But still you do have curious dreams." "It's not a question of dreams now, gentlemen. This is realism, this is real life. I'm a wolf, and you're the hunters. Well, hunt him down." "You are wrong to make such comparisons," began Nikolai Parfenovitch with extraordinary softness. "No, I'm not wrong, not at all." Mitya flared up again, though his outburst of wrath had obviously relieved his heart. He grew more good-humoured at every word. "You may not trust a criminal or a man on trial tortured by your questions, but an honourable man, the honourable impulses of the heart, I say that boldly, no, that you must believe you have no right indeed. But be silent, heart, be patient, humble, hold thy peace. Well, shall I go on?" he broke off gloomily. "If you'll be so kind," answered Nikolai Parfenovitch. End of section 57. Section 58 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 9, Chapter 5. The Third Ordeal. Though Mitya spoke sullenly, it was evident that he was trying more than ever not to forget or miss a single detail of his story. He told them how he had leapt over the fence into his father's garden, how he had gone up to the window, told them all that had passed under the window. Clearly, precisely, distinctly, he described the feelings that troubled him during those moments in the garden when he longed so terribly to know whether Grushenka was with his father or not. But, strange to say, both the lawyers listened now with a sort of awful reserve, looked coldly at him, asked few questions. Mitya could gather nothing from their faces. "They're angry and offended," he thought. "Well, bother them." When he described how he made up his mind at last to make the signal to his father that Grushenka had come, so that he should open the window, the lawyers paid no attention to the word signal, as though they entirely failed to grasp the meaning of the word in this connection, so much so that Mitya noticed it. Coming at last to the moment when, seeing his father peering out of the window, his hatred flared up and he pulled the pestle out of his pocket, he suddenly, as though of design, stopped short. He sat gazing at the wall, and was aware that their eyes were fixed upon him. "Well," said the investigating lawyer, "you pulled out the weapon, and what happened then?" "Then? Why, then I murdered him, hit him on the head, and cracked his skull. I suppose that's your story. That's it." His eyes suddenly flashed. All his smothered wrath suddenly flamed up with extraordinary violence in his soul. "Our story?" repeated Nikolai Parfenovitch. "Well, and yours?" Mitya dropped his eyes and was a long time silent. "My story, gentlemen. Well, it was like this," he began softly. "Whether it was someone's tears, or my mother prayed to God, or a good angel kissed me at that instant, I don't know. But the devil was conquered. I rushed from the window and ran to the fence. My father was alarmed, and, for the first time, he saw me then, cried out, and sprang back from the window. I remember that very well. I ran across the garden to the fence, and there Grigory caught me when I was sitting on the fence." At that point he raised his eyes at last and looked at his listeners. They seemed to be staring at him with perfectly unruffled attention. A sort of paroxysm of indignation seized on Mitya's soul. "Why, you're laughing at me at this moment, gentlemen," he broke off suddenly. "What makes you think that?" observed Nikolai Parfenovitch. "You don't believe one word, that's why. I understand, of course, that I have come to the vital point. The old man's lying there now with his skull broken, while I, after dramatically describing how I wanted to kill him, and how I snatched up the pestle, I suddenly ran away from the window. A romance, poetry, as though one could believe a fellow on his word. You are scoffers, gentlemen." And he swung round on his chair so that it creaked. "And did you notice," asked the prosecutor suddenly, as though not observing Mitya's excitement, "did you notice when you ran away from the window whether the door into the garden was open?" "No, it was not open." "It was not?" "It was shut. And who could open it?" "Bah! The door. Wait a bit." He seemed suddenly to bethink himself, and almost with a start. "Why, did you find the door open?" "Yes, it was open." "Why, who could have opened it if you did not open it yourselves?" cried Mitya, greatly astonished. "The door stood open, and your father's murderer undoubtedly went in at that door, and having accomplished the crime, went out again by the same door," the prosecutor pronounced deliberately, as though chiseling out each word separately. "That is perfectly clear. The murder was committed in the room, and not through the window. That is absolutely certain from the examination that has been made, from the position of the body and everything. There can be no doubt of that circumstance." Mitya was absolutely dumbfounded. "But that's utterly impossible!" he cried, completely at a loss. I didn't go in. I tell you positively, definitely, the door was shut the whole time I was in the garden, and when I ran out of the garden. I only stood at the window and saw him through the window. That's all, that's all. I remember to the last minute. And if I didn't remember, it would be just the same. I know it, for no one knew the signals except Smerdyakov and me and the dead man, and he wouldn't have opened the door to anyone in the world without the signals." "Signals? What signals?" asked the prosecutor, with greedy, almost hysterical curiosity. He instantly lost all trace of his reserve and dignity. He asked the question with a sort of cringing timidity. He scented an important fact of which he had known nothing, and was already filled with dread that Mitya might be unwilling to disclose it. "So you didn't know?" Mitya winked at him with a malicious and mocking smile. "What if I won't tell you? From whom could you find out? No one knew about the signals except my father, Smerdyakov, and me. That was all. Heaven knew, too, but it won't tell you. But it's an interesting fact. There's no knowing what you might build on it. Ha ha! Take comfort, gentlemen, I'll reveal it. You've some foolish idea in your hearts. You don't know the man you have to deal with. You have to do with a prisoner who gives evidence against himself, to his own damage. Yes, for I'm a man of honor, and you are not." The prosecutor swallowed this without a murmur. He was trembling with impatience to hear the new fact. Minutely and diffusely Mitya told them everything about the signals invented by Fyodor Pavlovitch for Smerdyakov. He told them exactly what every tap on the window meant, tapped the signals on the table, and when Nikolai Parfenovitch said that he supposed he, Mitya, had tapped the signal "Grushenka has come," when he tapped to his father, he answered precisely that he had tapped that signal, that Grushenka had come. "So now you can build up your tower," Mitya broke off, and again turned away from them contemptuously. "So no one knew of the signals but your dead father, you, and the valet Smerdyakov, and no one else?" Nikolai Parfenovitch inquired once more. "Yes, the valet Smerdyakov, and heaven. Write down about heaven, that may be of use. Besides, you will need God yourselves." And they had already, of course, begun writing it down. But while they wrote, the prosecutor said suddenly, as though pitching on a new idea, "But if Smerdyakov also knew of these signals, and you absolutely deny all responsibility for the death of your father, was it not he, perhaps, who knocked the signal agreed upon, induced your father to open to him, and then committed the crime?" Mitya turned upon him with a look of profound irony and intense hatred. His silent stare lasted so long that it made the prosecutor blink. "You've caught the fox again," commented Mitya at last. "You've got the beast by the tail. Ha, ha! I see through you, Mr. Prosecutor. You thought, of course, that I should jump at that, catch at your prompting, and shout with all my might, 'Aye, it's Smerdyakov, he's the murderer!' Confess, that's what you thought. Confess, and I'll go on." But the prosecutor did not confess. He held his tongue and waited. "You're mistaken. I'm not going to shout it's Smerdyakov," said Mitya. "And you don't even suspect him?" "Why, do you suspect him?" "He is suspected, too." Mitya fixed his eyes on the floor. "Joking apart," he brought out gloomily, "listen. From the very beginning, almost from the moment when I ran out to you from behind the curtain, I've had the thought of Smerdyakov in my mind. I've been sitting here, shouting that I'm innocent, and thinking all the time, Smerdyakov. I can't get Smerdyakov out of my head. In fact, I too thought of Smerdyakov just now, but only for a second. Almost at once I thought, no, it's not Smerdyakov. It's not his doing, gentlemen." "In that case, is there anybody else you suspect?" Nikolai Parfenovitch inquired cautiously. "I don't know anyone it could be, whether it's in the hand of heaven or Satan, but not Smerdyakov," Mitya jerked out with decision. "But what makes you affirm so confidently and emphatically that it's not he?" "From my conviction, my impression. Because Smerdyakov is a man of the most abject character, and a coward. He's not a coward, he's the epitome of all the cowardice in the world, walking on two legs. He has the heart of a chicken. When he talked to me, he was always trembling for fear I should kill him, though I never raised my hand against him. He fell at my feet and blubbered. He has kissed these very boots, literally, beseeching me not to frighten him. Do you hear? Not to frighten him. What a thing to say! Why, I offered him money. He's a puling chicken, sickly, epileptic, weak-minded. A child of 8 could thrash him. He has no character worth talking about. It's not Smerdyakov, gentlemen. He doesn't care for money. He wouldn't take my presents. Besides, what motive had he for murdering the old man? Why, he's very likely his son, you know, his natural son. Do you know that? We have heard that legend. But you are your father's son too, you know, yet you yourself told everyone you meant to murder him. That's a thrust, and a nasty mean one too. I'm not afraid. Oh, gentlemen, isn't it too base of you to say that to my face? It's base because I told you that myself. I not only wanted to murder him, but I might have done it. And what's more, I went out of my way to tell you of my own accord that I nearly murdered him. But you see, I didn't murder him. You see, my guardian angel saved me. That's what you've not taken into account. And that's why it's so base of you. For I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him. Do you hear? I did not kill him. He was almost choking. He had not been so moved before during the whole interrogation. And what has he told you, gentlemen? Smerdyakov, I mean, he added suddenly, after a pause. May I ask that question? You may ask any question, the prosecutor replied with frigid severity, any question relating to the facts of the case, and we are, I repeat, bound to answer every inquiry you make. We found the servant Smerdyakov, concerning whom you inquire, lying unconscious in his bed, in an epileptic fit of extreme severity that had recurred possibly 10 times. The doctor who was with us told us, after seeing him, that he may possibly not outlive the night. Well, if that's so, the devil must have killed him, broke suddenly from Mitya, as though until that moment he had been asking himself, was it Smerdyakov or not? We will come back to this later, Nikolai Parfenovitch decided. Now, wouldn't you like to continue your statement? Mitya asked for a rest. His request was courteously granted. After resting, he went on with his story, but he was evidently depressed. He was exhausted, mortified, and morally shaken. To make things worse, the prosecutor exasperated him, as though intentionally, by vexatious interruptions about trifling points. Scarcely had Mitya described how, sitting on the wall, he had struck Grigory on the head with the pestle, while the old man had hold of his left leg, and how he had then jumped down to look at him, when the prosecutor stopped him to ask him to describe exactly how he was sitting on the wall. Mitya was surprised. Oh, I was sitting like this, astride, one leg on one side of the wall and one on the other. And the pestle? The pestle was in my hand. Not in your pocket? Do you remember that precisely? Was it a violent blow you gave him? It must have been a violent one. But why do you ask? Would you mind sitting on the chair just as you sat on the wall then, and showing us just how you moved your arm, and in what direction? You're making fun of me, aren't you? Asked Mitya, looking haughtily at the speaker. But the latter did not flinch. Mitya turned abruptly, sat astride on his chair, and swung his arm. This was how I struck him. That's how I knocked him down. What more do you want? Thank you. May I trouble you now to explain why you jumped down, with what object, and what you had in view? Oh, hang it, I jumped down to look at the man I'd hurt. I don't know what for. Though you were so excited and were running away. Yes, though I was excited and running away. You wanted to help him? Help? Yes, perhaps I did want to help him. I don't remember. You don't remember? Then you didn't quite know what you were doing. Not at all. I remember everything, every detail. I jumped down to look at him and wiped his face with my handkerchief. We have seen your handkerchief. Did you hope to restore him to consciousness? I don't know whether I hoped it. I simply wanted to make sure whether he was alive or not. Ah, you wanted to be sure. Well, what then? I'm not a doctor. I couldn't decide. I ran away thinking I'd killed him, and now he's recovered." "Excellent," commented the prosecutor. "Thank you. That's all I wanted. Kindly proceed." Alas, it never entered Mitch's head to tell them, though he remembered it, that he had jumped back from pity, and standing over the prostrate figure had even uttered some words of regret. "You've come to grief, old man, there's no help for it. Well, there you must lie." The prosecutor could only draw one conclusion, that the man had jumped back at such a moment and in such excitement simply with the object of ascertaining whether the only witness of his crime were dead; that he must therefore have been a man of great strength, coolness, decision, and foresight even at such a moment, and so on. The prosecutor was satisfied. I've provoked the nervous fellow by trifles, and he has said more than he meant to. With painful effort Mitya went on, but this time he was pulled up immediately by Nikolai Parfenovitch. "How came you to run to the servant Fedosia Markovna with your hands so covered with blood, and, as it appears, your face too?" "Why, I didn't notice the blood at all at the time," answered Mitya. "That's quite likely. It does happen sometimes." The prosecutor exchanged glances with Nikolai Parfenovitch. "I simply didn't notice. You're quite right there, prosecutor," Mitya assented suddenly. Next came the account of Mitya's sudden determination to step aside and make way for their happiness. But he could not make up his mind to open his heart to them as before and tell them about the queen of his soul. He disliked speaking of her before these chilly persons who were fastening on him like bugs. And so, in response to their reiterated questions, he answered briefly and abruptly. "Well, I made up my mind to kill myself. What had I left to live for? That question stared me in the face. Her first rightful lover had come back, the man who wronged her, but who'd hurried back to offer his love after 5 years, and atone for the wrong with marriage. So I knew it was all over for me. And behind me disgrace, and that blood. Grigories! What had I to live for? So I went to redeem the pistols I had pledged, to load them and put a bullet in my brain to-morrow." "And a grand feast the night before?" "Yes, a grand feast the night before. Damn it all, gentlemen, do make haste and finish it. I meant to shoot myself not far from here, beyond the village, and I'd planned to do it at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I had a note in my pocket already. I wrote it at Perhotin's when I loaded my pistols. Here's the letter. Read it. It's not for you I tell it," he added contemptuously. He took it from his waistcoat pocket and flung it on the table. The lawyers read it with curiosity, and, as is usual, added it to the papers connected with the case. "And you didn't even think of washing your hands at Perhotin's? You were not afraid, then, of arousing suspicion?" "What suspicion? Suspicion or not, I should have galloped here just the same, and shot myself at 5 o'clock, and you wouldn't have been in time to do anything. If it hadn't been for what's happened to my father, you would have known nothing about it, and wouldn't have come here. Oh, it's the devil's doing. It was the devil murdered father. It was through the devil that you found it out so soon. How did you manage to get here so quick? It's marvelous. A dream." "Mr. Perhotin informed us that when you came to him you held in your hands, your blood-stained hands, your money, a lot of money, a bundle of 100-rouble notes, and that his servant boy saw it too." "That's true, gentlemen. I remember it was so." "Now, there's one little point presents itself. Can you inform us," Nikolai Parfenovitch began with extreme gentleness, "where did you get so much money all of a sudden, when it appears from the facts, from the reckoning of time, that you had not been home?" The prosecutor's brows contracted at the question being asked so plainly, but he did not interrupt Nikolai Parfenovitch. "No, I didn't go home," answered Mitya, apparently perfectly composed, but looking at the floor. "Allow me then to repeat my question," Nikolai Parfenovitch went on, as though creeping up to the subject. "Where were you able to procure such a sum all at once, when by your own confession, at 5 o'clock the same day, you I was in want of 10 roubles, and pledged my pistols with Perhotin, and then went to Madame Hollakoff to borrow 3,000, which she wouldn't give me, and so on, and all the rest of it," Mitya interrupted sharply. "Yes, gentlemen, I was in want of it, and suddenly thousands turned up, eh? Do you know, gentlemen, you're both afraid now. What if he won't tell us where he got it? That's just how it is. I'm not going to tell you, gentlemen. You've guessed right. You'll never know," said Mitya, chipping out each word with extraordinary determination. The lawyers were silent for a moment. "You must understand, Mr. Karamazov, that it is of vital importance for us to know," said Nikolai Parfenovitch, softly and suavely. "I understand, but still I won't tell you." The prosecutor, too, intervened, and again reminded the prisoner that he was at liberty to refuse to answer questions if he thought it to his interest, and so on. But in view of the damage he might do himself by his silence, especially in a case of such importance as "And so on, gentlemen, and so on. Enough! I've heard that rigmarole before," Mitya interrupted again. "I can see for myself how important it is, and that this is the vital point, and still I won't say." "What is it to us? It's not our business, but yours. You are doing yourself harm," observed Nikolai Parfenovitch nervously. "You see, gentlemen, joking apart," Mitya lifted his eyes and looked firmly at them both, "I had an inkling from the first that we should come to loggerheads at this point. But at first, when I began to give my evidence, it was all still far away and misty, it was all floating, and I was so simple that I began with the supposition of mutual confidence existing between us. Now I can see for myself that such confidence is out of the question, for in any case we were bound to come to this cursed stumbling block. And now we've come to it. It's impossible, and there's an end of it. But I don't blame you. You can't believe it all simply on my word. I understand that, of course." He relapsed into gloomy silence. "Couldn't you, without abandoning your resolution to be silent about the chief point, could you not, at the same time, give us some slight hint as to the nature of the motives which are strong enough to induce you to refuse to answer at a crisis so full of danger to you?" Mitya smiled mournfully, almost dreamily. "I'm much more good-natured than you think, gentlemen. I'll tell you the reason why, and give you that hint, though you don't deserve it. I won't speak of that, gentlemen, because it would be a stain on my honor. The answer to the question where I got the money would expose me to far greater disgrace than the murder and robbing of my father, if I had murdered and robbed him. That's why I can't tell you. I can't for fear of disgrace. What, gentlemen, are you going to write that down?" "Yes, we'll write it down," lisped Nikolai Parfenovitch. "You ought not to write that down about disgrace. I only told you that in the goodness of my heart. I needn't have told you. I made you a present of it, so to speak, and you pounce upon it at once. Oh, well, write what you like," he concluded with scornful disgust. "I'm not afraid of you, and I can still hold up my head before you." "And can't you tell us the nature of that disgrace?" Nikolai Parfenovitch hazarded. The prosecutor frowned darkly. No, c'est fini. Don't trouble yourselves. It's not worth while soiling one's hands. I have soiled myself enough through you as it is. You're not worth it. No one is. Enough, gentlemen. I'm not going on." This was said too peremptorily. Nikolai Parfenovitch did not insist further, but from Ippolit Kirillovitch's eyes he saw that he had not given up hope. "Can you not at least tell us what sum you had in your hands when you went into Mr. Perhotin's? How many roubles exactly?" "I can't tell you that." "You spoke to Mr. Perhotin, I believe, of having received 3,000 from Madame Hollakoff?" "Perhaps I did. Enough, gentlemen. I won't say how much I had." "Will you be so good then as to tell us how you came here, and what you have done since you arrived?" Oh, you might ask the people here about that, but I'll tell you if you like. He proceeded to do so, but we won't repeat his story. He told it dryly and curtly. Of the raptures of his love he said nothing, but told them that he abandoned his determination to shoot himself owing to new factors in the case. He told the story without going into motives or details, and this time the lawyers did not worry him much. It was obvious that there was no essential point of interest to them here. We shall verify all that. We will come back to it during the examination of the witnesses, which will, of course, take place in your presence, said Nikolai Parfenovitch in conclusion. And now allow me to request you to lay on the table everything in your possession, especially all the money you still have about you. My money, gentlemen? Certainly. I understand that that is necessary. I'm surprised indeed that you haven't inquired about it before. It's true I couldn't get away anywhere. I'm sitting here where I can be seen. But here's my money. Count it. Take it. That's all, I think. He turned it all out of his pockets, even the small change, 2 pieces of 20 kopecks, he pulled out of his waistcoat pocket. They counted the money, which amounted to 836 roubles and 40 kopecks. And is that all? Asked the investigating lawyer. Yes. You stated just now in your evidence that you spent 300 roubles at Plotnikov's. You gave Perhotin 10, your driver 20. Here you lost 200. Then Nikolai Parfenovitch reckoned it all up. Mitya helped him readily. They recollected every farthing and included it in the reckoning. Nikolai Parfenovitch hurriedly added up the total. With this 800, you must have had about 1,500 at first? I suppose so, snapped Mitya. How is it they all assert there was much more? Let them assert it. But you asserted it yourself. Yes, I did, too. We will compare all this with the evidence of other persons not yet examined. Don't be anxious about your money. It will be properly taken care of and be at your disposal at the conclusion of what is beginning, if it appears, or, so to speak, is proved that you have undisputed right to it. Well, and now Nikolai Parfenovitch suddenly got up and informed Mitya firmly that it was his duty and obligation to conduct a minute and thorough search of your clothes and everything else. By all means, gentlemen, I'll turn out all my pockets if you like. And he did, in fact, begin turning out his pockets. It will be necessary to take off your clothes, too. What, undress? Ugh, damn it. Won't you search me as I am, can't you? It's utterly impossible, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. You must take off your clothes. As you like, Mitya submitted gloomily. Only, please, not here, but behind the curtains. Who will search them? Behind the curtains, of course. Nikolai Parfenovitch bent his head in assent. His small face wore an expression of peculiar solemnity. End of section 58. Section 59 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 9, Chapter 6. The Prosecutor Catches Mitya. Something utterly unexpected and amazing to Mitya followed. He could never, even a minute before, have conceived that anyone could behave like that to him, Mitya Karamazov. What was worst of all, there was something humiliating in it, and on their side something supercilious and scornful. It was nothing to take off his coat, but he was asked to undress further, or rather not asked, but commanded. He quite understood that. From pride and contempt he submitted without a word. Several peasants accompanied the lawyers and remained on the same side of the curtain. To be ready if force is required, thought Mitya, and perhaps for some other reason too. Well, must I take off my shirt too? He asked sharply, but Nikolai Parfenovitch did not answer. He was busily engaged with the prosecutor in examining the coat, the trousers, the waistcoat, and the cap, and it was evident that they were both much interested in the scrutiny. "They make no bones about it," thought Mitya. "They don't keep up the most elementary politeness." "I ask you for the second time, need I take off my shirt or not?" he said, still more sharply and irritably. "Don't trouble yourself. We will tell you what to do," Nikolai Parfenovitch said, and his voice was positively peremptory, or so it seemed to Mitya. Meantime, a consultation was going on in undertones between the lawyers. There turned out to be on the coat, especially on the left side at the back, a huge patch of blood, dry and still stiff. There were bloodstains on the trousers, too. Nikolai Parfenovitch, moreover, in the presence of the peasant witnesses, passed his fingers along the collar, the cuffs, and all the seams of the coat and trousers, obviously looking for something, money, of course. He didn't even hide from Mitya his suspicion that he was capable of sewing money up in his clothes. "He treats me not as an officer, but as a thief," Mitya muttered to himself. They communicated their ideas to one another with amazing frankness. The secretary, for instance, who was also behind the curtain, fussing about and listening, called Nikolai Parfenovitch's attention to the cap, which they were also fingering. "You remember Grigyenko, the copying clerk," observed the secretary. "Last summer he received the wages of the whole office and pretended to have lost the money when he was drunk. And where was it found? Why, in just such pipings in his cap. The 100-ruble notes were screwed up in little rolls and sewed in the piping." Both the lawyers remembered Grigyenko's case perfectly, and so laid aside Mitya's cap and decided that all his clothes must be more thoroughly examined later. "Excuse me," cried Nikolai Parfenovitch suddenly, noticing that the right cuff of Mitya's shirt was turned in and covered with blood. "Excuse me, what's that? Blood?" "Yes," Mitya jerked out. "That is, what blood, and why is the cuff turned in?" Mitya told him how he had got the sleeve stained with blood looking after Grigory, and had turned it inside when he was washing his hands at Perhotin's. "You must take off your shirt, too. That's very important as material evidence." Mitya flushed red and flew into a rage. "What, am I to stay naked?" he shouted. "Don't disturb yourself. We will arrange something. And meanwhile take off your socks." "You're not joking? Is that really necessary?" Mitya's eyes flashed. "We are in no mood for joking," answered Nikolai Parfenovitch sternly. "Well, if I must," muttered Mitya, and sitting down on the bed, he took off his socks. He felt unbearably awkward. All were clothed, while he was naked, and, strange to say, when he was undressed, he felt somehow guilty in their presence, and was almost ready to believe himself that he was inferior to them, and that now they had a perfect right to despise him. When all are undressed, one is somehow not ashamed, but when one's the only one undressed and everybody is looking, it's degrading, he kept repeating to himself again and again. It's like a dream. I've sometimes dreamed of being in such degrading positions. It was a misery to him to take off his socks. They were very dirty, and so were his underclothes, and now everyone could see it. And what was worse, he disliked his feet. All his life he had thought both his big toes hideous. He particularly loathed the coarse, flat, crooked nail on the right one, and now they would all see it. Feeling intolerably ashamed made him, at once and intentionally, rougher. He pulled off his shirt himself. "Would you like to look anywhere else, if you're not ashamed to?" "No, there's no need to at present." "Well, am I to stay naked like this?" he added savagely. "Yes, that can't be helped for the time. Kindly sit down here for a while. You can wrap yourself in a quilt from the bed, and I'll see to all this." All the things were shown to the witnesses. The report of the search was drawn up, and at last Nikolai Parfenovitch went out, and the clothes were carried out after him. Hippolyte Kirillovitch went out too. Mitya was left alone with the peasants, who stood in silence, never taking their eyes off him. Mitya wrapped himself up in the quilt. He felt cold, his bare feet stuck out, and he couldn't pull the quilt over so as to cover them. Nikolai Parfenovitch seemed to be gone a long time, an insufferable time. "He thinks of me as a puppy," thought Mitya, gnashing his teeth. "That rotten prosecutor has gone too, contemptuous, no doubt. It disgusts him to see me naked." Mitya imagined, however, that his clothes would be examined and returned to him. But what was his indignation when Nikolai Parfenovitch came back with quite different clothes, brought in behind him by a peasant. "Here are clothes for you," he observed airily, seeming well satisfied with the success of his mission. "Mr. Kalganov has kindly provided these for this unusual emergency, as well as a clean shirt. Luckily he had them all in his trunk. You can keep your own socks and underclothes." Mitya flew into a passion. "I won't have other people's clothes," he shouted menacingly. "Give me my own." "It's impossible." "Give me my own. Damn Kalganov and his clothes too." It was a long time before they could persuade him, but they succeeded somehow in quieting him down. They impressed upon him that his clothes, being stained with blood, must be included with the other material evidence, and that they had not even the right to let him have them now, taking into consideration the possible outcome of the case. Mitya at last understood this. He subsided into gloomy silence and hurriedly dressed himself. He merely observed, as he put them on, that the clothes were much better than his old ones, and that he disliked gaining by the change. The coat was, besides, ridiculously tight. "Am I to be dressed up like a fool for your amusement?" They urged upon him again that he was exaggerating, that Kalganov was only a little taller, so that only the trousers might be a little too long. But the coat turned out to be really tight in the shoulders. "Damn it all, I can hardly button it," Mitya grumbled. "Be so good as to tell Mr. Kalganov, from me, that I didn't ask for his clothes, and it's not my doing that they've dressed me up like a clown." "He understands that, and is sorry. I mean, not sorry to lend you his clothes, but sorry about all this business," mumbled Nikolai Parfenovitch. "Confound his sorrow! Well, where now? Am I to go on sitting here?" He was asked to go back to the other room. Mitya went in, scowling with anger, and trying to avoid looking at anyone. Dressed in another man's clothes, he felt himself disgraced, even in the eyes of the peasants, and of Trifon Borissovitch, whose face appeared, for some reason, in the doorway, and vanished immediately. "He's come to look at me dressed up," thought Mitya. He sat down on the same chair as before. He had an absurd, nightmarish feeling, as though he were out of his mind. "Well, what now? Are you going to flog me? That's all that's left for you," he said, clenching his teeth and addressing the prosecutor. He would not turn to Nikolai Parfenovitch, as though he disdained to speak to him. "He looked too closely at my socks, and turned them inside out on purpose to show everyone how dirty they were, the scoundrel." "Well, now we must proceed to the examination of witnesses," observed Nikolai Parfenovitch, as though in reply to Mitya's question. "Yes," said the prosecutor thoughtfully, as though reflecting on something. "We've done what we could in your interest, Dmitri Fyodorovitch," Nikolai Parfenovitch went on, "but having received from you such an uncompromising refusal to explain to us the source from which you obtained the money found upon you, we are, at the present moment—" "What is the stone in your ring?" Mitya interrupted suddenly, as though awakening from a reverie. He pointed to one of the 3 large rings adorning Nikolai Parfenovitch's right hand. "Ring?" repeated Nikolai Parfenovitch with surprise. Yes, that one, on your middle finger, with the little veins in it. What stone is that?" Mitya persisted, like a peevish child. "That's a smoky topaz," said Nikolai Parfenovitch, smiling. "Would you like to look at it? I'll take it off." "No, don't take it off!" cried Mitya furiously, suddenly waking up and angry with himself. "Don't take it off. There's no need. Damn it! Gentlemen, you've sullied my heart. Can you suppose that I would conceal it from you if I had really killed my father, that I would shuffle, lie, and hide myself? No, that's not like Dmitri Karamazov. That he couldn't do. And if I were guilty, I swear I shouldn't have waited for your coming or for the sunrise, as I meant at first, but should have killed myself before this, without waiting for the dawn. I know that about myself now. I couldn't have learnt so much in 20 years as I found out in this accursed night. And should I have been like this on this night, and at this moment sitting with you? Could I have talked like this? Could I have moved like this? Could I have looked at you and at the world like this, if I had really been the murderer of my father? When the very thought of having accidentally killed Grigory gave me no peace all night. Not from fear, oh, not simply from fear of your punishment. The disgrace of it. And you expect me to be open with such scoffers as you, who see nothing and believe in nothing, blind moles and scoffers, and to tell you another nasty thing I've done, another disgrace, even if that would save me from your accusation? No. Better Siberia. The man who opened the door to my father and went in at that door, he killed him. He robbed him. Who was he? I'm racking my brains and can't think who. But I can tell you it was not Dmitri Karamazov, and that's all I can tell you, and that's enough, enough. Leave me alone. Exile me, punish me, but don't bother me any more. I'll say no more. Call your witnesses." Mitya uttered his sudden monologue as though he were determined to be absolutely silent for the future. The prosecutor watched him the whole time, and only when he had ceased speaking, observed, as though it were the most ordinary thing, with the most frigid and composed air: "Oh, about the open door of which you spoke just now, we may as well inform you, by the way, now, of a very interesting piece of evidence of the greatest importance, both to you and to us, that has been given us by Grigory, the old man you wounded. On his recovery, he clearly and emphatically stated, in reply to our questions, that when, on coming out to the steps, and hearing a noise in the garden, he made up his mind to go into it through the little gate which stood open, before he noticed you running, as you have told us already, in the dark from the open window where you saw your father, he, Grigory, glanced to the left, and while noticing the open window, observed at the same time, much nearer to him, the door standing wide open, that door which you have stated to have been shut the whole time you were in the garden. I will not conceal from you that Grigory himself confidently affirms and bears witness that you must have run from that door, though of course he did not see you do so with his own eyes, since he only noticed you first some distance away in the garden running towards the fence." Mitya had leapt up from his chair halfway through this speech. "Nonsense!" he yelled in a sudden frenzy. "It's a barefaced lie. He couldn't have seen the door open because it was shut. He's lying." "I consider it my duty to repeat that he is firm in his statement. He does not waver. He adheres to it. We've cross-examined him several times." "Precisely. I have cross-examined him several times," Nikolai Parfenovitch confirmed warmly. "It's false, false! It's either an attempt to slander me, or the hallucination of a madman," Mitya still shouted. "He's simply raving, from loss of blood from the wound. He must have fancied it when he came to. He's raving." "Yes, but he noticed the open door not when he came to after his injuries, but before that, as soon as he went into the garden from the lodge." "But it's false! It's false! It can't be so. He's slandering me from spite. He couldn't have seen it. I didn't come from the door," gasped Mitya. The prosecutor turned to Nikolai Parfenovitch and said to him impressively, "Confront him with it. Do you recognize this object?" Nikolai Parfenovitch laid upon the table a large and thick official envelope, on which 3 seals still remained intact. The envelope was empty and slit open at one end. Mitya stared at it with open eyes. It must be that envelope of my father's, the envelope that contained the 3,000 roubles. And if there's inscribed on it, allow me, 'For my little chicken,' yes, 3,000," he shouted. "Do you see? 3,000. Do you see?" "Of course we see, but we didn't find the money in it. It was empty, and lying on the floor by the bed, behind the screen." For some seconds Mitya stood as though thunderstruck. "Gentlemen, it's Smerdyakov!" he shouted suddenly at the top of his voice. "It's he who's murdered him. He's robbed him. No one else knew where the old man hid the envelope. It's Smerdyakov. That's clear now." "But you, too, knew of the envelope and that it was under the pillow." "I never knew it. I've never seen it. This is the first time I've looked at it. I'd only heard of it from Smerdyakov. He was the only one who knew where the old man kept it hidden. I didn't know." Mitya was completely breathless. "But you told us yourself that the envelope was under your deceased father's pillow. You especially stated that it was under the pillow. So you must have known it." "We've got it written down," confirmed Nikolai Parfenovitch. "Nonsense! It's absurd. I'd no idea it was under the pillow, and perhaps it wasn't under the pillow at all. It was just a chance guess that it was under the pillow. What does Smerdyakov say? Have you asked him where it was? What does Smerdyakov say? That's the chief point. And I went out of my way to tell lies against myself. I told you without thinking that it was under the pillow, and now you know how one says the wrong thing without meaning it. No one knew but Smerdyakov, only Smerdyakov, and no one else. He didn't even tell me where it was. But it's his doing, his doing. There's no doubt about it. He murdered him. That's as clear as daylight now." Mitya exclaimed more and more frantically, repeating himself incoherently, and growing more and more exasperated and excited. "You must understand that, and arrest him at once. He must have killed him while I was running away, and while Grigory was unconscious. That's clear now. He gave the signal, and father opened to him, for no one but he knew the signal, and without the signal father would never have opened the door." "But you're again forgetting the circumstance," the prosecutor observed, still speaking with the same restraint, though with a note of triumph, "that there was no need to give the signal, if the door already stood open when you were there, while you were in the garden." "The door," muttered Mitya, and he stared speechless at the prosecutor. He sank back helpless in his chair. All were silent. "Yes, the door. It's a nightmare. God is against me," he exclaimed, staring before him in complete stupefaction. "Come, you see," the prosecutor went on with dignity, "and you can judge for yourself, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. On the one hand, we have the evidence of the open door from which you ran out, a fact which overwhelms you and us. On the other side, your incomprehensible, persistent, and, so to speak, obdurate silence with regard to the source from which you obtained the money which was so suddenly seen in your hands, when only 3 hours earlier, on your own showing, you pledged your pistols for the sake of 10 roubles. In view of all these facts, judge for yourself. What are we to believe, and what can we depend upon? And don't accuse us of being frigid, cynical, scoffing people who are incapable of believing in the generous impulses of your heart. Try to enter into our position." Mitya was indescribably agitated. He turned pale. "Very well," he exclaimed suddenly.
I will tell you my secret. I'll tell you where I got the money. I'll reveal my shame, that I may not have to blame myself or you hereafter." "And believe me, Dmitri Fyodorovitch," put in Nikolai Parfenovitch, in a voice of almost pathetic delight, "that every sincere and complete confession on your part at this moment may, later on, have an immense influence in your favor, and may, indeed, moreover—" But the prosecutor gave him a slight shove under the table, and he checked himself in time. Mitya, it is true, had not heard him. End of section 59.
Section 60 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 9, Chapter 8. Mitya's Great Secret, received with hisses. "Gentlemen," he began, still in the same agitation, "I want to make a full confession. That money was my own." The lawyers' faces lengthened. That was not at all what they expected. "How do you mean?" faltered Nikolai Parfenovitch. "When at 5 o'clock on the same day, from your own confession—" "Damn 5 o'clock on the same day and my own confession. That's nothing to do with it now. That money was my own, that is, stolen by me. Not mine, I mean, but stolen by me. And it was 1,500 roubles, and I had it on me all the time, all the time." "But where did you get it?" "I took it off my neck, gentlemen, off this very neck. It was here, round my neck, sewn up in a rag, and I'd had it round my neck a long time. It's a month since I put it round my neck, to my shame and disgrace." "And from whom did you appropriate it?" "You mean steal it? Speak out plainly now. Yes, I consider that I practically stole it, but if you prefer, I appropriated it. I consider I stole it. And last night I stole it finally." "Last night? But you said that it's a month since you obtained it." "Yes, but not from my father, not from my father, don't be uneasy. I didn't steal it from my father, but from her. Let me tell you, without interrupting. It's hard to do, you know. You see, a month ago I was sent for by Katerina Ivanovna, formerly my betrothed. Do you know her?" "Yes, of course." "I know you know her. She's a noble creature, noblest of the noble, but she has hated me ever so long. Oh, ever so long, and hated me with good reason, good reason." "Katerina Ivanovna!" Nikolai Parfenovitch exclaimed with wonder. The prosecutor, too, stared. "Oh, don't take her name in vain. I'm a scoundrel to bring her into it. Yes, I've seen that she hated me a long while, from the very first, even that evening at my lodging. But enough, enough. You're unworthy even to know of that. No need of that at all. I need only tell you that she sent for me a month ago, gave me 3,000 roubles to send off to her sister and another relation in Moscow, as though she couldn't have sent it off herself, and it was just at that fatal moment in my life when well, in fact, when I'd just come to love another, her, she's sitting down below now, Grushenka. I carried her off, here to Mokroe then, and wasted here, in 2 days, half that damned 3,000, but the other half I kept on me. Well, I've kept that other half, that 1,500, like a locket round my neck, but yesterday I undid it, and spent it. What's left of it, 800 roubles, is in your hands now, Nikolai Parfenovitch. That's the change out of the 1,500 I had yesterday." "Excuse me, how's that? Why, when you were here a month ago, you spent 3,000, not 1,500. Everybody knows that." "Who knows it? Who counted the money? Did I let anyone count it?" "Why, you told every one yourself that you'd spent exactly 3,000. "It's true, I did. I told the whole town so, and the whole town said so. And here at Mokroe, too, every one reckoned it was 3,000. Yet I didn't spend 3,000. but 1,500, and the other 1,500 I sewed into a little bag. That's how it was, gentlemen. That's where I got that money yesterday." "This is almost miraculous," murmured Nikolai Parfenovitch. "Allow me to inquire," observed the prosecutor at last. "Have you informed any one whatever of this circumstance before? I mean, that you had 1,500 left about you a month ago?" "I told no one." "That's strange. Do you mean absolutely no one?" "Absolutely no one. No one and nobody." "What was your reason for this reticence? What was your motive for making such a secret of it? To be more precise, you have told us at last your secret, in your words so disgraceful, though in reality, that is, of course, comparatively speaking, this action, that is, the appropriation of 3,000 roubles belonging to someone else, and, of course, only for a time, is, in my view at least, only an act of the greatest recklessness, and not so disgraceful, when one takes into consideration your character. Even admitting that it was an action in the highest degree discreditable, still discreditable is not disgraceful. Many people have already guessed during this last month about the 3,000 of Katerina Ivanovna's that you have spent, and I heard the legend myself, apart from your confession. Mihail Makarovitch, for instance, had heard it too, so that indeed it was scarcely a legend, but the gossip of the whole town. There are indications too, if I am not mistaken, that you confessed this yourself to someone. I mean that the money was Katerina Ivanovna's. And so it's extremely surprising to me that hitherto, that is, up to the present moment, you have made such an extraordinary secret of the 1,500 you say you put by, apparently connecting a feeling of positive horror with that secret. It's not easy to believe that it could cost you such distress to confess such a secret. You cried out just now that Siberia would be better than confessing it." The prosecutor ceased speaking. He was provoked. He did not conceal his vexation, which was almost anger, and gave vent to all his accumulated spleen, disconnectedly and incoherently, without choosing words. "It's not the 1,500 that's the disgrace, but that I put it apart from the rest of the 3,000," said Mitya firmly. "Why?" smiled the prosecutor irritably. "What is there disgraceful, to your thinking, in your having set aside half of the 3,000 you had discreditably, if you prefer disgracefully, appropriated? Your taking the 3,000 is more important than what you did with it. And by the way, why did you do that? Why did you set apart that half? For what purpose? For what object did you do it? Can you explain that to us?" "Oh, gentlemen, the purpose is the whole point," cried Mitya. "I put it aside because I was vile, that is, because I was calculating, and to be calculating in such a case is vile, and that vileness has been going on a whole month." "It's incomprehensible." "I wonder at you. But I'll make it clearer. Perhaps it really is incomprehensible. You see, attend to what I say. I appropriate 3,000 entrusted to my honor. I spend it on a spree. Say I spend it all. And next morning I go to her and say, 'Katya, I've done wrong. I've squandered your 3,000. Well, is that right? No, it's not right. It's dishonest and cowardly. I'm a beast, with no more self-control than a beast. That's so, isn't it? But still, I'm not a thief. Not a downright thief, you'll admit. I squandered it, but I didn't steal it. Now, a second, rather more favorable alternative. Follow me carefully, or I may get confused again. My head's going round. And so, for the second alternative, I spend here only 1,500 out of the 3,000. That is, only half. Next day I go and take that half to her. 'Katya, take this 1,500 from me. I'm a low beast and an untrustworthy scoundrel, for I've wasted half the money, and I shall waste this too, so keep me from temptation.' Well, What of that alternative? I should be a beast and a scoundrel and whatever you like, but not a thief, not altogether a thief, or I should not have brought back what was left, but have kept that too. She would see at once that since I brought back half, I should pay back what I'd spent, that I should never give up trying to, that I should work to get it and pay it back. So in that case I should be a scoundrel, but not a thief. You may say what you like, not a thief. I admit that there is a certain distinction, said the prosecutor with a cold smile, but it's strange that you see such a vital difference. Yes, I see a vital difference. Every man may be a scoundrel, and perhaps every man is a scoundrel, but not every one can be a thief. It takes an arch scoundrel to be that. Oh, of course, I don't know how to make these fine distinctions, but a thief is lower than a scoundrel. That's my conviction. Listen, I carry the money about me a whole month. I may make up my mind to give it back tomorrow, and I'm a scoundrel no longer. But I cannot make up my mind, you see, though I'm making up my mind every day, and every day spurring myself on to do it, and yet for a whole month I can't bring myself to it, you see. Is that right to your thinking? Is that right? Certainly it's not right. That I can quite understand, and that I don't dispute, answered the prosecutor with reserve. And let us give up all discussion of these subtleties and distinctions, and if you will be so kind, get back to the point. And the point is that you have still not told us, although we've asked you, why, in the first place, you halved the money, squandering one half and hiding the other. For what purpose exactly did you hide it? What did you mean to do with that 1,500? I insist upon that question, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. Yes, of course, cried Mitya, striking himself on the forehead. Forgive me, I'm worrying you, and am not explaining the chief point, or you'd understand in a minute, for it's just the motive of it that's the disgrace. You see, it was all to do with the old man, my dead father. He was always pestering Agrafena Alexandrovna, and I was jealous. I thought then that she was hesitating between me and him. So I kept thinking every day, suppose she were to make up her mind all of a sudden, suppose she were to leave off tormenting me, and were suddenly to say to me, I love you, not him. Take me to the other end of the world. And I'd only 40 kopecks. How could I take her away? What could I do? Why, I'd be lost. You see, I didn't know her then. I didn't understand her. I thought she wanted money, and that she wouldn't forgive my poverty. And so I fiendishly counted out the half of that 3,000, sewed it up, calculating on it, sewed it up before I was drunk, and after I had sewn it up, I went off to get drunk on the rest. Yes, that was base. Do you understand now? Both the lawyers laughed aloud. I should have called it sensible and moral on your part not to have squandered it all, chuckled Nikolai Parfenovitch, for after all, what does it amount to? Why, that I stole it. That's what it amounts to. Oh, God, you horrify me by not understanding. Every day that I had that 1,500 sewn up round my neck, every day and every hour, I said to myself, you're a thief, you're a thief. Yes, that's why I've been so savage all this month. That's why I fought in the tavern. That's why I attacked my father. It was because I felt I was a thief. I couldn't make up my mind. I didn't dare even to tell Alyosha, my brother, about that 1,500. I felt I was such a scoundrel and such a pickpocket. But do you know, while I carried it, I said to myself at the same time, every hour, no, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, you may yet not be a thief. Why? Because I might go next day and pay back that 1,500 to Katya. And only yesterday I made up my mind to tear my amulet off my neck on my way from Fenya's to Perhotin. I hadn't been able till that moment to bring myself to it, and it was only when I tore it off that I became a downright thief, and a dishonest man for the rest of my life. Why? Because with that I destroyed, too, my dream of going to Katya and saying, I'm a scoundrel, but not a thief. Do you understand now? Do you understand? "What was it made you decide to do it yesterday?" Nikolai Parfenovitch interrupted. "Why? It's absurd to ask. Because I had condemned myself to die at 5 o'clock this morning, here at dawn. I thought it made no difference whether I died a thief or a man of honor. But I see it's not so. It turns out that it does make a difference. Believe me, gentlemen, what has tortured me most during this night has not been the thought that I'd killed the old servant, and that I was in danger of Siberia just when my love was being rewarded, and heaven was open to me again. Oh, that did torture me, but not in the same way. Not so much as the damned consciousness that I had torn that damned money off my breast at last and spent it, and had become a downright thief. Oh, gentlemen, I tell you again, with a bleeding heart, I have learnt a great deal this night. I have learnt that it's not only impossible to live a scoundrel, but impossible to die a scoundrel. No, gentlemen, one must die honest." Mitchell was pale. His face had a haggard and exhausted look, in spite of his being intensely excited. "I am beginning to understand you, Dmitri Fyodorovitch," the prosecutor said slowly, in a soft and almost compassionate tone. "But all this, if you'll excuse my saying so, is a matter of nerves, in my opinion. Your overwrought nerves, that's what it is. And why, for instance, should you not have saved yourself such misery for almost a month by going and returning that 1,500 to the lady who had entrusted it to you? And why could you not have explained things to her, and in view of your position, which you describe as being so awful, why could you not have had recourse to the plan which would so naturally have occurred to one's mind, that is, after honourably confessing your errors to her, why could you not have asked her to lend you the sum needed for your expenses, which, with her generous heart, she would certainly not have refused you in your distress, especially if it had been with some guarantee, or even on the security you offered to the merchant Samsonov and to Madame Hohlakoff? I suppose you still regard that security as of value?" Mitya suddenly crimsoned. "Surely you don't think me such an out-and-out scoundrel as that? You can't be speaking in earnest," he said with indignation, looking the prosecutor straight in the face, and seeming unable to believe his ears. "I assure you I'm in earnest. Why do you imagine I'm not serious?" It was the prosecutor's turn to be surprised. "Oh, how base that would have been! Gentlemen, do you know, you are torturing me. Let me tell you everything, so be it. I'll confess all my infernal wickedness, but to put you to shame, and you'll be surprised yourselves at the depth of ignominy to which a medley of human passions can sink. You must know that I already had that plan myself, that plan you spoke of just now, prosecutor. Yes, gentlemen, I too have had that thought in my mind all this current month, so that I was on the point of deciding to go to Katya. I was mean enough for that. But to go to her, to tell her of my treachery, and for that very treachery, to carry it out, for the expenses of that treachery, to beg for money from her, Katya, to beg, do you hear, to beg, and go straight from her to run away with the other, the rival, who hated and insulted her? To think of it! You must be mad, prosecutor." "Mad I am not, but I did speak in haste without thinking of that feminine jealousy, if there could be jealousy in this case, as you assert. Yes, perhaps there is something of the kind," said the prosecutor, smiling. "But that would have been so infamous!" Mitya brought his fist down on the table fiercely. "That would have been filthy beyond everything. Yes, do you know that she might have given me that money? Yes, and she would have given it too. She'd have been certain to give it, to be revenged on me. She'd have given it to satisfy her vengeance, to show her contempt for me, for hers is an infernal nature too, and she's a woman of great wrath. I'd have taken the money too. Oh, I should have taken it, I should have taken it, and then, for the rest of my life, oh God! Forgive me, gentlemen. I'm making such an outcry because I've had that thought in my mind so lately, only the day before yesterday, that night when I was having all that bother with Liagovy, and afterwards, yesterday, all day yesterday, I remember, till that happened." "Till what happened?" put in Nikolai Parfenovitch inquisitively, but Mitya did not hear it. "I've made you an awful confession," Mitya said gloomily in conclusion. "You must appreciate it, and what's more, you must respect it. For if not, if that leaves your souls untouched, then you've simply no respect for me, gentlemen, I tell you that, and I shall die of shame at having confessed it to men like you. Oh, I shall shoot myself. Yes, I see already that you don't believe me. What, you want to write that down, too?" he cried in dismay. "Yes, what you said just now," said Nikolai Parfenovitch, looking at him in surprise. "That is, that up to the last hour you were still contemplating going to Katerina Ivanovna to beg that sum from her. I assure you that's a very important piece of evidence for us, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. I mean, for the whole case, and particularly for you, particularly important for you." "Have mercy, gentlemen!" Mitya flung up his hands. "Don't write that, anyway. Have some shame. Here I've torn my heart asunder before you, and you seize the opportunity and are fingering the wounds in both halves. Oh, my God!" In despair he hid his face in his hands. "Don't worry yourself so, Dmitri Fyodorovitch," observed the prosecutor. "Everything that is written down will be read over to you afterwards, and what you don't agree to we'll alter as you like. But now I'll ask you one little question for the second time. Has no one, absolutely no one, heard from you of that money you sewed up? That, I must tell you, is almost impossible to believe." "No one, no one. I told you so before, or you've not understood anything. Leave me alone." "Very well, this matter is bound to be explained, and there's plenty of time for it, but meantime consider. We have, perhaps, a dozen witnesses that you yourself spread it abroad, and even shouted almost everywhere about the 3,000 you'd spent here. 3,000, not 1,500. And now, too, when you got hold of the money you had yesterday, you gave many people to understand that you had brought 3,000 with you. You've got not dozens, but hundreds of witnesses. 200 witnesses. 200 have heard it. Thousands have heard it," cried Mitya. "Well, you see, all bear witness to it, and the word 'all' means something." "It means nothing. I talked rot, and every one began repeating it." "But what need had you to talk rot, as you call it?" "The devil knows. From bravado, perhaps, at having wasted so much money. To try and forget that money I had sewn up, perhaps. Yes, that was why. Damn it! How often will you ask me that question? Well, I told a fib, and that was the end of it. Once I'd said it, I didn't care to correct it. What does a man tell lies for, sometimes?" "That's very difficult to decide, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, what makes a man tell lies," observed the prosecutor impressively. "Tell me, though, was that amulet, as you call it, on your neck, a big thing?" "No, not big." "How big, for instance?" "If you fold 100-rouble note in half, that would be the size." "You'd better show us the remains of it. You must have them somewhere." "Damnation, what nonsense! I don't know where they are." "But, excuse me, where and when did you take it off your neck? According to your own evidence, you didn't go home." "When I was going from Fenya's to Berhoten's, on the way I tore it off my neck and took out the money." "In the dark?" "What should I want a light for? I did it with my fingers in 1 minute." "Without scissors? In the street?" "In the market-place, I think it was. Why scissors? It was an old rag. It was torn in a minute." "Where did you put it afterwards?" "I dropped it there." "Where was it exactly?" "In the market-place, in the market-place. The devil knows whereabouts. What do you want to know for?" "That's extremely important, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. It would be material evidence in your favor." How is it you don't understand that? Who helped you to sew it up a month ago? No one helped me. I did it myself. Can you sew? A soldier has to know how to sew. No knowledge was needed to do that. Where did you get the material, that is, the rag in which you sewed the money? Are you laughing at me? Not at all, and we are in no mood for laughing, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. I don't know where I got the rag from. Somewhere, I suppose. I should have thought you couldn't have forgotten it. Upon my word, I don't remember. I may have torn a bit off my linen. That's very interesting. We may find in your lodgings tomorrow the shirt, or whatever it is, from which you tore the rag. What sort of rag was it? Cloth or linen? Goodness only knows what it was. Wait a bit. I believe I didn't tear it off anything. It was a bit of calico. I believe I sewed it up in a cap of my landlady's. In your landlady's cap? Yes, I took it from her. How did you get it? You see, I remember once taking a cap for a rag, perhaps to wipe my pen on. I took it without asking, because it was a worthless rag. I tore it up, and I took the notes and sewed them up in it. I believe it was in that very rag I sewed them, an old piece of calico, washed 1,000 times. And you remember that for certain now? I don't know whether for certain. I think it was in the cap. But hang it, what does it matter? In that case, your landlady will remember that the thing was lost. No, she won't. She didn't miss it. It was an old rag, I tell you. An old rag not worth a farthing. And where did you get the needle and thread? I'll stop now. I won't say any more. Enough of it, said Mitya, losing his temper at last. It's strange that you should have so completely forgotten where you threw the pieces in the marketplace. Give orders for the marketplace to be swept tomorrow, and perhaps you will find it, said Mitya, sneering. Enough, gentlemen, enough, he decided, in an exhausted voice. I see you don't believe me, not for a moment. It's my fault, not yours. I ought not to have been so ready. Why did I degrade myself by confessing my secret to you? It's a joke to you, I see that from your eyes. You led me on to it, prosecutor? Sing a hymn of triumph if you can. Damn you, you torturers. He bent his head and hid his face in his hands. The lawyers were silent. A minute later he raised his head and looked at them almost vacantly. His face now expressed complete, hopeless despair, and he sat mute and passive as though hardly conscious of what was happening. In the meantime they had to finish what they were about. They had immediately to begin examining the witnesses. It was by now 8 o'clock in the morning. The lights had been extinguished long ago. Mihail Makarovitch and Kalganov, who had been continually in and out of the room all the while the interrogation had been going on, had now both gone out again. The lawyers, too, looked very tired. It was a wretched morning. The whole sky was overcast, and the rain streamed down in bucketfuls. Mitya gazed blankly out of the window. "May I look out of the window?" he asked Nikolai Parfenovitch suddenly. "Oh, as much as you like," the latter replied. Mitya got up and went to the window. The rain lashed against its little greenish panes. He could see the muddy road just below the house, and farther away, in the rain and mist, a row of poor, black, dismal huts, looking even blacker and poorer in the rain. Mitya thought of Phoebus the golden-haired, and how he had meant to shoot himself at his first ray. Perhaps it would be even better on a morning like this, he thought with a smile, and suddenly, flinging his hand downwards, he turned to his torturers. "Gentlemen," he cried, "I see that I am lost. But she? Tell me about her, I beseech you. Surely she need not be ruined with me. She's innocent, you know. She was out of her mind when she cried last night, 'It's all my fault.' She's done nothing, nothing. I've been grieving over her all night as I sat with you. Won't you tell me what you are going to do with her now?" "You can set your mind quite at rest on that score, Dmitri Fyodorovitch," the prosecutor answered at once, with evident alacrity. "We have, so far, no grounds for interfering with the lady in whom you are so interested. I trust that it may be the same in the later development of the case. On the contrary, we'll do everything that lies in our power in that matter. Set your mind completely at rest." "Gentlemen, I thank you. I knew that you were honest, straightforward people, in spite of everything. You've taken a load off my heart. Well, what are we to do now? I'm ready." "Well, we ought to make haste. We must pass to examining the witnesses without delay. That must be done in your presence, and therefore—" "Shouldn't we have some tea first?" interposed Nikolai Parfenovitch. "I think we've deserved it." They decided that if tea were ready downstairs, Mihail Makarovitch had no doubt gone down to get some, they would have a glass, and then go on, putting off their proper breakfast until a more favourable opportunity. Tea really was ready below, and was soon brought up. Mitya at first refused the glass that Nikolai Parfenovitch politely offered him, but afterwards he asked for it himself, and drank it greedily. He looked surprisingly exhausted. It might have been supposed from his Herculean strength that one night of carousing, even accompanied by the most violent emotions, could have had little effect on him. But he felt that he could hardly hold his head up, and from time to time all the objects about him seemed heaving and dancing before his eyes. "A little more and I shall begin raving," he said to himself. End of section 60. Section 61 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 9, Chapter 8. The Evidence of the Witnesses. The Babe. The examination of the witnesses began, but we will not continue our story in such detail as before, and so we will not dwell on how Nikolai Parfenovitch impressed on every witness called that he must give his evidence in accordance with truth and conscience, and that he would afterwards have to repeat his evidence on oath, how every witness was called upon to sign the protocol of his evidence, and so on. We will only note that the point principally insisted upon in the examination was the question of the 3,000 roubles, that is, was the sum spent here at Macro by Mitya on the first occasion, a month before, 3,000 or 1,500? And again, had he spent 3,000 or 1,500 yesterday? Alas, all the evidence given by everyone turned out to be against Mitya. There was not one in his favor, and some witnesses introduced new, almost crushing facts in contradiction of Mitya's story. The first witness examined was Trifon Borissovitch. He was not in the least abashed as he stood before the lawyers. He had, on the contrary, an air of stern and severe indignation with the accused, which gave him an appearance of truthfulness and personal dignity. He spoke little, and with reserve, waited to be questioned, answered precisely and deliberately. Firmly and unhesitatingly he bore witness that the sum spent a month before could not have been less than 3,000, that all the peasants about here would testify that they had heard the sum of 3,000 mentioned by Dmitri Fyodorovitch himself. What a lot of money he flung away on the gypsy girls alone! He wasted 1,000, I dare say, on them alone. "I don't believe I gave them 500, was Mitya's gloomy comment on this. "It's a pity I didn't count the money at the time, but I was drunk." Mitya was sitting sideways with his back to the curtains. He listened gloomily, with a melancholy and exhausted air, as though he would say, "Oh, say what you like, it makes no difference now." "More than 1,000 went on them, Dmitri Fyodorovitch," retorted Trifon Borissovitch firmly. "You flung it about at random, and they picked it up. They were a rascally, thievish lot, horse stealers. They'd been driven away from here, or maybe they'd bear witness themselves how much they got from you. I saw the sum in my hands myself. Count it, I didn't. You didn't let me, that's true enough. But by the look of it, I should say it was far more than 1,500. 1,500, indeed. We've seen money, too. We can judge of amounts. As for the sum spent yesterday, he asserted that Dmitri Fyodorovitch had told him, as soon as he arrived, that he had brought 3,000 with him. "Come now, is that so, Trifon Borissovitch?" replied Mitya. "Surely I didn't declare so positively that I'd brought 3,000. "You did say so, Dmitri Fyodorovitch. You said it before Andrei. Andrei himself is still here. Send for him. And in the hall, when you were treating the chorus, you shouted straight out that you would leave your 6,000 here. That is, with what you spent before, we must understand. Stepan and Semyon heard it, and Pyotr Fomitch Kalganov, too, was standing beside you at the time. Maybe he'd remember it." The evidence as to the 6,000 made an extraordinary impression on the two lawyers. They were delighted with this new mode of reckoning. 3 and 3 made 6. 3,000 then, and 3 now, made 6. That was clear. They questioned all the peasants suggested by Trifon Borissovitch, Stepan and Semyon, the driver Andrei, and Kalganov. The peasants and the driver unhesitatingly confirmed Trifon Borissovitch's evidence. They noted down, with particular care, Andrei's account of the conversation he had had with Mitya on the road. "Where," says he, "am I, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, going? To heaven or to hell? And shall I be forgiven in the next world or not?" The psychological Ippolit Kirillovitch heard this with a subtle smile, and ended by recommending that these remarks as to where Dmitri Fyodorovitch would go should be included in the case. Kalganov, when called, came in reluctantly, frowning and ill-humoured, and he spoke to the lawyers as though he had never met them before in his life, though they were acquaintances whom he had been meeting every day for a long time past. He began by saying that he knew nothing about it and didn't want to. But it appeared that he had heard of the 6,000, and he admitted that he had been standing close by at the moment. As far as he could see, he didn't know how much money Mitya had in his hands. He affirmed that the Poles had cheated at cards. In reply to reiterated questions, he stated that, after the Poles had been turned out, Mitya's position with Agrafena Alexandrovna had certainly improved, and that she had said that she loved him. He spoke of Agrafena Alexandrovna with reserve and respect, as though she had been a lady of the best society, and did not once allow himself to call her Grushenka. In spite of the young man's obvious repugnance at giving evidence, Ippolit Kirillovitch examined him at great length, and only from him learnt all the details of what made up Mitya's romance, so to say, on that night. Mitya did not once pull Kalganov up. At last they let the young man go, and he left the room with unconcealed indignation. The Poles, too, were examined. Though they had gone to bed in their room, they had not slept all night, and on the arrival of the police officers they hastily dressed and got ready, realizing that they would certainly be sent for. They gave their evidence with dignity, though not without some uneasiness. The little Pole turned out to be a retired official of the 12th class, who had served in Siberia as a veterinary surgeon. His name was Musyalovitch. Pan Wrublewsky turned out to be an uncertificated dentist. Although Nikolai Parfenovitch asked them questions, on entering the room they both addressed their answers to Mihail Makarovitch, who was standing on one side, taking him in their ignorance for the most important person and in command, and addressed him at every word as Pan Colonel. Only after several reproofs from Mihail Makarovitch himself, they grasped that they had to address their answers to Nikolai Parfenovitch only. It turned out that they could speak Russian quite correctly, except for their accent in some words. Of his relations with Grushenka, past and present, Pan Musyalovich spoke proudly and warmly, so that Mitya was roused at once, and declared that he would not allow the scoundrel to speak like that in his presence. Pan Musyalovich at once called attention to the word scoundrel, and begged that it should be put down in the protocol. Mitya fumed with rage. "He's a scoundrel, a scoundrel! You can put that down. And put down, too, that in spite of the protocol I still declare that he's a scoundrel," he cried. Though Nikolai Parfenovitch did insert this in the protocol, he showed the most praiseworthy tact and management. After sternly reprimanding Mitya, he cut short all further inquiry into the romantic aspect of the case, and hastened to pass to what was essential. One piece of evidence given by the Poles roused special interest in the lawyers. That was how, in that very room, Mitya had tried to buy off Pan Musyalovich, and had offered him 3,000 roubles to resign his claims, 700 roubles down, and the remaining 2,300 to be paid next day in the town. He had sworn at the time that he had not the whole sum with him at Mokroe, but that his money was in the town. Mitya observed hotly that he had not said that he would be sure to pay him the remainder next day in the town, but Pan Wróblewski confirmed the statement, and Mitya, after thinking for a moment, admitted, frowning, that it must have been as the Pole stated, that he had been excited at the time, and might indeed have said so. The prosecutor positively pounced on this piece of evidence. It seemed to establish for the prosecution, and they did in fact base this deduction on it, that half or a part of the 3,000 that had come into Mitya's hands might really have been left somewhere, hidden in the town, or even perhaps somewhere here in Mokroe. This would explain the circumstance, so baffling for the prosecution, that only 800 roubles were to be found in Mitya's hands. This circumstance had been the one piece of evidence which, insignificant as it was, had hitherto told to some extent in Mitya's favor. Now this one piece of evidence in his favor had broken down. In answer to the prosecutor's inquiry where he would have got the remaining 2,300 roubles, since he himself had denied having more than 1,500, Mitya confidently replied that he had meant to offer the little chap not money, but a formal deed of conveyance of his rights to the village of Tchermashnya, those rights which he had already offered to Samsonov and Madame Holikov. The prosecutor positively smiled at the innocence of this subterfuge. "And you imagine he would have accepted such a deed as a substitute for 2,300 roubles in cash?" "He certainly would have accepted it," Mitya declared warmly. "Why, look here, he might have grabbed not 2,000 but 4 or 6 for it. He would have put his lawyers, Poles and Jews, onto the job, and might have got not 3,000 but the whole property out of the old man." The evidence of Pan Musyalovich was, of course, entered in the protocol in the fullest detail. Then they let the Poles go. The incident of the cheating at cards was hardly touched upon. Nikolai Parfenovitch was too well pleased with them as it was, and did not want to worry them with trifles. Moreover, it was nothing but a foolish drunken quarrel over cards. There had been drinking and disorder enough that night, so the 200 roubles remained in the pockets of the Poles. Then old Maximov was summoned. He came in timidly, approached with little steps, looking very disheveled and depressed. He had all this time taken refuge below with Grushenka, sitting dumbly beside her, and now and then he'd begin blubbering over her and wiping his eyes with a blue check handkerchief, as Mihail Makarovitch described afterwards, so that she herself began trying to pacify and comfort him. The old man at once confessed that he had done wrong, that he had borrowed 10 roubles in my poverty from Dmitri Fyodorovitch, and that he was ready to pay it back. To Nikolai Parfenovitch's direct question, Had he noticed how much money Dmitri Fyodorovitch held in his hand, as he must have been able to see the sum better than any one when he took the note from him, Maximov, in the most positive manner, declared that there was 20,000. "Have you ever seen so much as 20,000 before, then?" inquired Nikolai Parfenovitch with a smile. "To be sure I have. Not 20, but 7, when my wife mortgaged my little property. She'd only let me look at it from a distance, boasting of it to me. It was a very thick bundle, all rainbow-coloured notes, and Dmitri Fyodorovitch's were all rainbow-coloured." He was not kept long. At last it was Grushenka's turn. Nikolai Parfenovitch was obviously apprehensive of the effect her appearance might have on Mitya, and he muttered a few words of admonition to him, but Mitya bowed his head in silence, giving him to understand that he would not make a scene. Mihail Makarovitch himself led Grushenka in. She entered with a stern and gloomy face that looked almost composed, and sat down quietly on the chair offered her by Nikolai Parfenovitch. She was very pale, she seemed to be cold, and wrapped herself closely in her magnificent black shawl. She was suffering from a slight feverish chill, the first symptom of the long illness which followed that night. Her grave air, her direct, earnest look, and quiet manner made a very favourable impression on every one. Nikolai Parfenovitch was even a little bit fascinated. He admitted himself, when talking about it afterwards, that only then had he seen how handsome the woman was, for though he had seen her several times before, he had always looked upon her as something of a provincial hetera. "She has the manners of the best society," he said enthusiastically, gossiping about her in a circle of ladies. But this was received with positive indignation by the ladies, who immediately called him a naughty man, to his great satisfaction. As she entered the room, Grushenka only glanced for an instant at Mitya, who looked at her uneasily, but her face reassured him at once. After the first inevitable inquiries and warnings, Nikolai Parfenovitch asked her, hesitating a little, but preserving the most courteous manner, on what terms she was with the retired lieutenant, Dmitri Fyodorovitch Karamazov. To this Grushenka firmly and quietly replied: "He was an acquaintance. He came to see me as an acquaintance during the last month." To further inquisitive questions she answered plainly and with complete frankness that though at times she had thought him attractive, she had not loved him, but had won his heart as well as his old father's in my nasty spite; that she had seen that Mitya was very jealous of Fyodor Pavlovitch and every one else, but that had only amused her. She had never meant to go to Fyodor Pavlovitch, she had simply been laughing at him. I had no thoughts for either of them all this last month. I was expecting another man who had wronged me. But I think," she said in conclusion, "that there's no need for you to inquire about that, nor for me to answer you, for that's my own affair." Nikolai Parfenovitch immediately acted upon this hint. He again dismissed the romantic aspect of the case, and passed to the serious one, that is, to the question of most importance, concerning the 3,000 roubles. Grushenka confirmed the statement that 3,000 roubles had certainly been spent on the first carousal at Mokroe, and though she had not counted the money herself, she had heard that it was 3,000 from Dmitri Fyodorovitch's own lips. "Did he tell you that alone, or before someone else, or did you only hear him speak of it to others in your presence?" the prosecutor inquired immediately. To which Grushenka replied that she had heard him say so before other people, and had heard him say so when they were alone. "Did he say it to you alone once, or several times?" inquired the prosecutor, and learned that he had told Grushenka so several times. Hippolyte Kirillovitch was very well satisfied with this piece of evidence. Further examination elicited that Grushenka knew too where that money had come from, and that Dmitri Fyodorovitch had got it from Katerina Ivanovna. "And did you never once hear that the money spent a month ago was not 3,000, but less, and that Dmitri Fyodorovitch had saved half that sum for his own use?" "No, I never heard that," answered Grushenka. It was explained further that Mitya had, on the contrary, often told her that he hadn't a farthing. "He was always expecting to get some from his father," said Grushenka in conclusion. "Did he never say before you, casually or in a moment of irritation," Nikolai Parfenovitch put in suddenly, "that he intended to make an attempt on his father's life?" "Ah, he did say so," sighed Grushenka. "Once or several times?" "He mentioned it several times, always in anger." "And did you believe he would do it?" "No, I never believed it," she answered firmly. "I had faith in his noble heart." "Gentlemen, allow me," cried Mitya suddenly. "Allow me to say one word to Agrafena Alexandrovna in your presence." "You can speak," Nikolai Parfenovitch assented. "Agrafena Alexandrovna," Mitya got up from his chair, "have faith in God and in me. I am not guilty of my father's murder." Having uttered these words, Mitya sat down again on his chair. Grushenka stood up and crossed herself devoutly before the icon. "Thanks be to thee, O Lord," she said, in a voice thrilled with emotion, and, still standing, she turned to Nikolai Parfenovitch and added, "As he has spoken now, believe it. I know him. He'll say anything as a joke or from obstinacy, but he'll never deceive you against his conscience. He's telling the whole truth. You may believe it." "Thanks, Agrafena Alexandrovna. You've given me fresh courage," Mitya responded in a quivering voice. As to the money spent the previous day, she declared that she did not know what sum it was, but had heard him tell several people that he had 3,000 with him. And to the question where he got the money, she said that he had told her that he had stolen it from Katerina Ivanovna, and that she had replied to that he hadn't stolen it, and that he must pay the money back next day. On the prosecutor's asking her emphatically whether the money he said he had stolen from Katerina Ivanovna was what he had spent yesterday, or what he had squandered here a month ago, she declared that he meant the money spent a month ago, and that that was how she understood him. Grushenka was at last released, and Nikolai Parfenovitch informed her impulsively that she might at once return to the town, and that if he could be of any assistance to her, with horses, for example, or if she would care for an escort, he would be— "I thank you sincerely," said Grushenka, bowing to him. "I'm going with this old gentleman. I am driving him back to town with me, and meanwhile, if you'll allow me, I'll wait below to hear what you decide about Dmitri Fyodorovitch." She went out. Mitya was calm, and even looked more cheerful, but only for a moment. He felt more and more oppressed by a strange physical weakness. His eyes were closing with fatigue. The examination of the witnesses was at last over. They proceeded to a final revision of the protocol. Mitya got up, moved from his chair to the corner by the curtain, lay down on a large chest covered with a rug, and instantly fell asleep. He had a strange dream, utterly out of keeping with the place and the time. He was driving somewhere in the steppes where he had been stationed long ago, and a peasant was driving him in a cart with a pair of horses through snow and sleet. He was cold, it was early in November, and the snow was falling in big wet flakes, melting as soon as it touched the earth. And the peasant drove him smartly. He had a fair long beard. He was not an old man, somewhere about 50, and he had on a grey peasant's smock. Not far off was a village. He could see the black huts, and half the huts were burnt down. There were only the charred beams sticking up. And as they drove in, there were peasant women drawn up along the road, a lot of women, a whole row, all thin and wan, with their faces a sort of brownish colour, especially one at the edge, a tall, bony woman, who looked 40, but might have been only 20, with a long, thin face, and in her arms was a little baby crying, and her breasts seemed so dried up that there was not a drop of milk in them. And the child cried and held out its little bare arms, with its little fists blue from cold. "Why are they crying? Why are they crying?" Mitya asked, as they dashed gaily by. "It's the babe," answered the driver, "the babe weeping." And Mitya was struck by his saying, in his peasant way, "the babe," and he liked the peasants calling it a babe. There seemed more pity in it. "But why is it weeping?" Mitya persisted stupidly. "Why are its little arms bare? Why don't they wrap it up?" "The babe's cold. Its little clothes are frozen and don't warm it." "But why is it? Why?" Foolish Mitya still persisted. "Why, they're poor people, burnt out. They've no bread. They're begging because they've been burnt out." "No, no," Mitya, as it were, still did not understand. "Tell me, why is it those poor mothers stand there? Why are people poor? Why is the babe poor? Why is the steppe barren? Why don't they hug each other and kiss? Why don't they sing songs of joy? Why are they so dark from black misery? Why don't they feed the babe?" And he felt that, though his questions were unreasonable and senseless, yet he wanted to ask just that, and he had to ask it just in that way. And he felt that a passion of pity, such as he had never known before, was rising in his heart, that he wanted to cry, that he wanted to do something for them all, so that the babe should weep no more, so that the dark-faced, dried-up mother should not weep, that no one should shed tears again from that moment, and he wanted to do it at once, regardless of all obstacles, with all the recklessness of the Karamazovs. "And I'm coming with you. I won't leave you now for the rest of my life. I'm coming with you." He heard, close beside him, Grushenka's tender voice, thrilling with emotion, and his heart glowed, and he struggled forward towards the light, and he longed to live, to go on, towards the new beckoning light, and to hasten now, at once. "What? Where?" he exclaimed, opening his eyes, and sitting up on the chest, as though he had revived from a swoon, smiling brightly. Nikolai Parfenovitch was standing over him, suggesting that he should hear the protocol read aloud and sign it. Mitya guessed that he had been asleep an hour or more, but he did not hear Nikolai Parfenovitch. He was suddenly struck by the fact that there was a pillow under his head, which hadn't been there when he had leant back, exhausted, on the chest. "Who put that pillow under my head? Who was so kind?" he cried, with a sort of ecstatic gratitude, and tears in his voice, as though some great kindness had been shown him. He never found out who this kind man was. Perhaps one of the peasant witnesses, or Nikolai Parfenovitch's little secretary, had compassionately thought to put a pillow under his head. But his whole soul was quivering with tears. He went to the table and said that he would sign whatever they liked. "I've had a good dream, gentlemen," he said in a strange voice, with a new light, as of joy, in his face. End of section 61. Section 62 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 9, Chapter 9, They Carry Mitya Away. When the protocol had been signed, Nikolai Parfenovitch turned solemnly to the prisoner and read him the committal, setting forth that in such a year, on such a day, in such a place, the investigating lawyer of such and such a district court, having examined so and so, to wit, Mitya, accused of this and of that, all the charges were carefully written out, and having considered that the accused, not pleading guilty to the charges made against him, had brought forward nothing in his defense, while the witnesses, so and so and so and so, and the circumstances, such and such, testify against him, acting in accordance with such and such articles of the statute book, and so on, has ruled that in order to preclude so and so, Mitya, from all means of evading pursuit and judgment, he be detained in such and such a prison, which he hereby notifies to the accused and communicates a copy of this same committal to the deputy prosecutor, and so on and so on. In brief, Mitya was informed that he was, from that moment, a prisoner, and that he would be driven at once to the town and there shut up in a very unpleasant place. Mitya listened attentively and only shrugged his shoulders. "Well, gentlemen, I don't blame you. I'm ready. I understand that there's nothing else for you to do." Nikolai Parfenovitch informed him gently that he would be escorted at once by the rural police officer, Mavriky Mavrikyevitch, who happened to be on the spot. "Stay!" Mitya interrupted suddenly, and, impelled by uncontrollable feeling, he pronounced, addressing all in the room, "Gentlemen, we're all cruel, we're all monsters, we all make men weep, and mothers, and babes at the breast, but of all, let it be settled here now, of all, I am the lowest reptile. I've sworn to amend, and every day I've done the same filthy things. I understand now that such men as I need a blow of destiny to catch them as with a noose, and bind them by a force from without. Never, never should I have risen of myself, but the thunderbolt has fallen. I accept the torture of accusation and my public shame. I want to suffer, and by suffering I shall be purified. Perhaps I shall be purified, gentlemen? But listen. For the last time, I am not guilty of my father's blood. I accept my punishment, not because I killed him, but because I meant to kill him, and perhaps I really might have killed him. Still, I mean to fight it out with you. I warn you of that. I'll fight it out with you to the end, and then God will decide. Goodbye, gentlemen. Don't be vexed with me for having shouted at you during the examination. Oh, I was still such a fool then. In another minute I shall be a prisoner, but now, for the last time, as a free man, Dmitri Karamazov offers you his hand. Saying goodbye to you, I say it to all men." His voice quivered, and he stretched out his hand, but Nikolai Parfenovitch, who happened to stand nearest to him, with a sudden, almost nervous movement, hid his hands behind his back. Mitya instantly noticed this, and started. He let his outstretched hand fall at once. "The preliminary inquiry is not yet over," Nikolai Parfenovitch faltered, somewhat embarrassed. "We will continue it in the town. And I, for my part, of course, am ready to wish you all success in your defense. As a matter of fact, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, I've always been disposed to regard you as, so to speak, more unfortunate than guilty. All of us here, if I may make bold to speak for all, we are all ready to recognize that you are at bottom a young man of honor, but, alas, one who has been carried away by certain passions to a somewhat excessive degree." Nikolai Parfenovitch's little figure was positively majestic by the time he had finished speaking. It struck Mitya that in another minute this boy would take his arm, lead him to another corner, and renew their conversation about girls. But many quite irrelevant and inappropriate thoughts sometimes occur even to a prisoner when he is being led out to execution. "Gentlemen, you are good, you are humane. "May I see her to say good bye for the last time?" asked Mitya. "Certainly, but considering, in fact, now it's impossible except in the presence of—" "Oh, well, if it must be so, it must." Grushenka was brought in, but the farewell was brief and of few words, and did not at all satisfy Nikolai Parfenovitch. Grushenka made a deep bow to Mitya. "I have told you I am yours, and I will be yours. I will follow you for ever, wherever they may send you. Farewell. You are guiltless, though you've been your own undoing." Her lips quivered, tears flowed from her eyes. "Forgive me, Grusha, for my love, for ruining you, too, with my love." Mitya would have said something more, but he broke off and went out. He was at once surrounded by men who kept a constant watch on him. At the bottom of the steps, to which he had driven up with such a dash the day before with Andrei's 3 horses, 2 carts stood in readiness. Mavriky Mavrikyevich, a sturdy, thick-set man with a wrinkled face, was annoyed about something, some sudden irregularity. He was shouting angrily. He asked Mitya to get into the cart with somewhat excessive surliness. "When I stood him drinks in the tavern, the man had quite a different face," thought Mitya as he got in. At the gates there was a crowd of people, peasants, women, and drivers. Trifon Borissovitch came down the steps too. All stared at Mitya. "Forgive me at parting, good people," Mitya shouted suddenly from the cart. "Forgive us too," he heard 2 or 3 voices. "Good bye to you too, Trifon Borissovitch." But Trifon Borissovitch did not even turn round. He was, perhaps, too busy. He too was shouting and fussing about something. It appeared that everything was not yet ready in the second cart, in which 2 constables were to accompany Mavriky Mavrikyevich. The peasant who had been ordered to drive the second cart was pulling on his smock, stoutly maintaining that it was not his turn to go, but Akim's. But Akim was not to be seen. They ran to look for him. The peasant persisted and besought them to wait. "You see what our peasants are, Mavriky Mavrikyevich. They've no shame," exclaimed Trifon Borissovitch. "Akim gave you 25 kopecks the day before yesterday. You've drunk it all, and now you cry out. I'm simply surprised at your good nature with our low peasants, Mavriky Mavrikyevich. That's all I can say." "But what do we want a second cart for?" Mitya put in. "Let's start with the one, Mavriky Mavrikyevich. I won't be unruly, I won't run away from you, old fellow. What do we want an escort for?" "I'll trouble you, sir, to learn how to speak to me if you've never been taught. I'm not old fellow to you, and you can keep your advice for another time," Mavriky Mavrikyevich snapped out savagely, as though glad to vent his wrath. Mitya was reduced to silence. He flushed all over. A moment later he felt suddenly very cold. The rain had ceased, but the dull sky was still overcast with clouds, and a keen wind was blowing straight in his face. "I've taken a chill," thought Mitya, twitching his shoulders. At last Mavriky Mavrikyevich too got into the cart, sat down heavily, and, as though without noticing it, squeezed Mitya into the corner. It is true that he was out of humour, and greatly disliked the task that had been laid upon him. "Good bye, Trifon Borissovitch," Mitya shouted again, and felt himself that he had not called out this time from good nature, but involuntarily, from resentment. But Trifon Borissovitch stood proudly, with both hands behind his back, and staring straight at Mitya with a stern and angry face, he made no reply. "Good bye, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, good bye," he heard all at once the voice of Kalganov, who had suddenly darted out. Running up to the cart, he held out his hand to Mitya. He had no cap on. Mitya had time to seize and press his hand. "Good bye, dear fellow, I shan't forget your generosity," he cried warmly. But the cart moved and their hands parted. The bell began ringing, and Mitya was driven off. Kalganov ran back, sat down in a corner, bent his head, hid his face in his hands, and burst out crying. For a long while he sat like that, crying as though he were a little boy instead of a young man of 20. Oh, he believed, almost without doubt, in Mitch's guilt. "What are these people? What can men be after this?" he exclaimed incoherently, in bitter despondency, almost despair. At that moment he had no desire to live. "Is it worth it? Is it worth it?" exclaimed the boy in his grief. End of section 62. Section 63 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 10. The Boys. Chapter 1. Kolya Krasotkin. It was the beginning of November. There had been a hard frost, 11 degrees Réaumur, without snow, but a little dry snow had fallen on the frozen ground during the night, and a keen dry wind was lifting and blowing it along the dreary streets of our town, especially about the market-place. It was a dull morning, but the snow had ceased. Not far from the market-place, close to Plotnikov's shop, there stood a small house, very clean both without and within. It belonged to Madame Krasotkin, the widow of a former provincial secretary, who had been dead for 14 years. His widow, still a nice-looking woman of 32, was living in her neat little house on her private means. She lived in respectable seclusion. She was of a soft but fairly cheerful disposition. She was about 18 at the time of her husband's death. She had been married only a year, and had just borne him a son. From the day of his death she had devoted herself heart and soul to the bringing up of her precious treasure, her boy, Kolya. Though she had loved him passionately those 14 years, he had caused her far more suffering than happiness. She had been trembling and fainting with terror almost every day, afraid he would fall ill, would catch cold, do something naughty, climb on a chair and fall off it, and so on and so on. When Kolya began going to school, the mother devoted herself to studying all the sciences with him so as to help him, and go through his lessons with him. She hastened to make the acquaintance of the teachers and their wives, even made up to Kolya's schoolfellows, and fawned upon them in the hope of thus saving Kolya from being teased, laughed at, or beaten by them. She went so far that the boys actually began to mock at him on her account and taunt him with being a mother's darling. But the boy could take his own part. He was a resolute boy, tremendously strong, as was rumored in his class, and soon proved to be the fact. He was agile, strong-willed, and of an audacious and enterprising temper. He was good at lessons, and there was a rumor in the school that he could beat the teacher, Dardanelov, at arithmetic and universal history. Though he looked down upon everyone, he was a good comrade and not supercilious. He accepted his schoolfellows' respect as his due, but was friendly with them. Above all, he knew where to draw the line. He could restrain himself on occasion, and in his relations with the teachers he never overstepped that last mystic limit beyond which a prank becomes an unpardonable breach of discipline. But he was as fond of mischief on every possible occasion as the smallest boy in the school, and not so much for the sake of mischief as for creating a sensation, inventing something effective and conspicuous. He was extremely vain. He knew how to make even his mother give way to him. He was almost despotic in his control of her. She gave way to him. Oh, she had given way to him for years. The one thought unendurable to her was that her boy had no great love for her. She was always fancying that Kolya was unfeeling to her, and at times, dissolving into hysterical tears, she used to reproach him with his coldness. The boy disliked this, and the more demonstrations of feeling were demanded of him, the more he seemed intentionally to avoid them. Yet it was not intentional on his part, but instinctive. It was his character. His mother was mistaken. He was very fond of her. He only disliked sheepish sentimentality, as he expressed it in his schoolboy language. There was a bookcase in the house containing a few books that had been his father's. Kolya was fond of reading, and had read several of them by himself. His mother did not mind that, and only wondered sometimes at seeing the boy stand for hours by the bookcase, poring over a book, instead of going to play. And in that way Kolya read some things unsuitable for his age. Though the boy, as a rule, knew where to draw the line in his mischief, he had of late begun to play pranks that caused his mother serious alarm. It is true, there was nothing vicious in what he did, but a wild, mad recklessness. It happened that July, during the summer holidays, that the mother and son went to another district, 45 miles away, to spend a week with a distant relation, whose husband was an official at the railway station, the very station, the nearest one to our town, from which a month later Ivan Fyodorovitch Karamazov set off for Moscow. There Kolya began by carefully investigating every detail connected with the railways, knowing that he could impress his schoolfellows when he got home with his newly acquired knowledge. But there happened to be some other boys in the place with whom he soon made friends. Some of them were living at the station, others in the neighborhood. There were 6 or 7 of them, all between 12 and 15, and 2 of them came from our town. The boys played together, and on the 4th or 5th day of Kolya's stay at the station, a mad bet was made by the foolish boys. Kolya, who was almost the youngest of the party, and rather looked down upon by the others in consequence, was moved by vanity or by reckless bravado to bet them 2 roubles that he would lie down between the rails at night when the 11 o'clock train was due, and would lie there without moving while the train rolled over him at full speed. It is true they made a preliminary investigation, from which it appeared that it was possible to lie so flat between the rails that the train could pass over without touching, but to lie there was no joke. Kolya maintained stoutly that he would. At first they laughed at him, called him a little liar, a braggart, but that only egged him on. What piqued him most was that these boys of 15 turned up their noses at him too superciliously, and were at first disposed to treat him as a small boy, not fit to associate with them, and that was an unendurable insult. And so it was resolved to go in the evening, half a mile from the station, so that the train might have time to get up full speed after leaving the station. The boys assembled. It was a pitch-dark night without a moon. At the time fixed, Kolya lay down between the rails. The 5 others who had taken the bet waited among the bushes below the embankment, their hearts beating with suspense, which was followed by alarm and remorse. At last they heard in the distance the rumble of the train leaving the station. 2 red lights gleamed out of the darkness. The monster roared as it approached. "Run, run away from the rails!" the boys cried to Kolya from the bushes, breathless with terror. But it was too late. The train darted up and flew past. The boys rushed to Kolya. He lay without moving. They began pulling at him, lifting him up. He suddenly got up and walked away without a word. Then he explained that he had lain there as though he were insensible, to frighten them. But the fact was that he really had lost consciousness, as he confessed long after to his mother. In this way his reputation as a desperate character was established for ever. He returned home to the station as white as a sheet. Next day he had a slight attack of nervous fever, but he was in high spirits and well pleased with himself. The incident did not become known at once, but when they came back to the town it penetrated to the school and even reached the ears of the masters. But then Kolya's mother hastened to entreat the masters on her boy's behalf, and in the end Dardanelov, a respected and influential teacher, exerted himself in his favor, and the affair was ignored. Dardanelov was a middle-aged bachelor who had been passionately in love with Madame Krasotkin for many years past, and had once already, about a year previously, ventured, trembling with fear and the delicacy of his sentiments, to offer her most respectfully his hand in marriage, but she refused him resolutely, feeling that to accept him would be an act of treachery to her son, though Dardanelov had, to judge from certain mysterious symptoms, reason for believing that he was not an object of aversion to the charming but too chaste and tender-hearted widow. Kolya's mad prank seemed to have broken the ice, and Dardanelov was rewarded for his intercession by a suggestion of hope. The suggestion, it is true, was a faint one, but then Dardanelov was such a paragon of purity and delicacy that it was enough, for the time being, to make him perfectly happy. He was fond of the boy, though he would have felt it beneath him to try and win him over, and was severe and strict with him in class. Kolya, too, kept him at a respectful distance. He learned his lessons perfectly. He was second in his class, was reserved with Dardanelov, and the whole class firmly believed that Kolya was so good at universal history that he could beat even Dardanelov. Kolya did, indeed, ask him the question, "Who founded Troy?" to which Dardanelov had made a very vague reply, referring to the movements and migrations of races, to the remoteness of the period, to the mythical legends. But the question, who had founded Troy, that is, what individuals, he could not answer, and even for some reason regarded the question as idle and frivolous. But the boys remained convinced that Dardanelov did not know who founded Troy. Kolya had read of the founders of Troy in Smaragdov, whose history was among the books in his father's bookcase. In the end, all the boys became interested in the question who it was that had founded Troy, but Krasotkin would not tell his secret, and his reputation for knowledge remained unshaken. After the incident on the railway, a certain change came over Kolya's attitude to his mother. When Anna Fyodorovna, Madame Krasotkin, heard of her son's exploit, she almost went out of her mind with horror. She had such terrible attacks of hysterics, lasting with intervals for several days, that Kolya, seriously alarmed at last, promised on his honor that such pranks should never be repeated. He swore on his knees before the holy image, and swore by the memory of his father, at Madame Krasotkin's instance, and the manly Kolya burst into tears like a boy of 6. And all that day the mother and son were constantly rushing into each other's arms, sobbing. Next day Kolya woke up as unfeeling as before, but he had become more silent, more modest, sterner, and more thoughtful. 6 weeks later, it is true, he got into another scrape, which even brought his name to the ears of our justice of the peace, but it was a scrape of quite another kind, amusing, foolish, and he did not, as it turned out, take the leading part in it, but was only implicated in it. But of this later. His mother still fretted and trembled, but the more uneasy she became, the greater were the hopes of Dardanelov. It must be noted that Kolya understood and divined what was in Dardanelov's heart, and, of course, despised him profoundly for his feelings. He had in the past been so tactless as to show this contempt before his mother, hinting vaguely that he knew what Dardanelov was after. But from the time of the railway incident, his behavior in this respect also was changed. He did not allow himself the remotest allusion to the subject, and began to speak more respectfully of Dardanelov before his mother, which the sensitive woman at once appreciated with boundless gratitude. But at the slightest mention of Dardanelov by a visitor in Kolya's presence, she would flush as pink as a rose. At such moments Kolya would either stare out of the window scowling, or would investigate the state of his boots, or would shout angrily for Peresvan, the big, shaggy, mangy dog which he had picked up a month before, brought home, and kept for some reason secretly indoors, not showing him to any of his schoolfellows. He bullied him frightfully, teaching him all sorts of tricks, so that the poor dog howled for him whenever he was absent at school, and when he came in, whined with delight, rushed about as if he were crazy, begged, lay down on the ground, pretending to be dead, and so on. In fact, showed all the tricks he had taught him, not at the word of command, but simply from the zeal of his excited and grateful heart. I have forgotten, by the way, to mention that Kolya Krasotkin was the boy stabbed with a penknife by the boy already known to the reader as the son of Captain Snegiryov. Ilyusha had been defending his father when the schoolboys jeered at him, shouting the nickname Wisp of Tow. End of section 63. Section 64 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 10, Chapter 2. Children. And so, on that frosty, snowy, and windy day in November, Kolya Krasotkin was sitting at home. It was Sunday, and there was no school. It had just struck 11, and he particularly wanted to go out on very urgent business, but he was left alone in charge of the house, for it so happened that all its elder inmates were absent owing to a sudden and singular event. Madame Krasotkin had let 2 little rooms, separated from the rest of the house by a passage, to a doctor's wife with her 2 small children. This lady was the same age as Anna Fyodorovna, and a great friend of hers. Her husband, the doctor, had taken his departure 12 months before, going first to Orenburg and then to Tashkent, and for the last 6 months she had not heard a word from him. Had it not been for her friendship with Madame Krasotkin, which was some consolation to the forsaken lady, she would certainly have completely dissolved away in tears. And now, to add to her misfortunes, Katerina, her only servant, was suddenly moved the evening before to announce, to her mistress's amazement, that she proposed to bring a child into the world before morning. It seemed almost miraculous to everyone that no one had noticed the probability of it before. The astounded doctor's wife decided to move Katerina, while there was still time, to an establishment in the town kept by a midwife for such emergencies. As she set great store by her servant, she promptly carried out this plan and remained there looking after her. By the morning all Madame Krasotkin's friendly sympathy and energy were called upon to render assistance, and appeal to someone for help in the case. So both the ladies were absent from home. The Krasotkins' servant, Agafya, had gone out to the market, and Kolya was thus left for a time to protect and look after the kids, that is, the son and daughter of the doctor's wife, who were left alone. Kolya was not afraid of taking care of the house; besides, he had Peresvan, who had been told to lie flat without moving under the bench in the hall. Every time Kolya, walking to and fro through the rooms, came into the hall, the dog shook his head and gave 2 loud and insinuating taps on the floor with his tail, but alas, the whistle did not sound to release him. Kolya looked sternly at the luckless dog, who relapsed again into obedient rigidity. The one thing that troubled Kolya was the kids. He looked, of course, with the utmost scorn on Katerina's unexpected adventure, but he was very fond of the bereaved kiddies, and had already taken them a picture book. Nastya, the elder, a girl of 8, could read, and Kostya, the boy aged 7, was very fond of being read to by her. Krasotkin could, of course, have provided more diverting entertainment for them. He could have made them stand side by side and played soldiers with them, or sent them hiding all over the house. He had done so more than once before, and was not above doing it. So much so, that a report once spread at school that Krasotkin played horses with the little lodgers at home, prancing with his head on one side like a trace horse. But Krasotkin haughtily parried this thrust, pointing out that to play horses with boys of one's own age, boys of 13, would certainly be disgraceful at this date, but that he did it for the sake of the kids, because he liked them, and no one had a right to call him to account for his feelings. The two kids adored him. But on this occasion he was in no mood for games. He had very important business of his own before him, something almost mysterious. Meanwhile, time was passing, and Agafya, with whom he could have left the children, would not come back from market. He had several times already crossed the passage, opened the door of the lodger's room, and looked anxiously at the kids, who were sitting over the book, as he had bidden them. Every time he opened the door, they grinned at him, hoping he would come in and would do something delightful and amusing. But Kolya was bothered, and did not go in. At last it struck 11, and he made up his mind, once for all, that if that damned Agafya did not come back within 10 minutes, he should go out without waiting for her, making the kids promise, of course, to be brave while he was away, not to be naughty, not to cry from fright. With this idea, he put on his wadded winter overcoat with its catskin fur collar, slung his satchel round his shoulder, and, regardless of his mother's constantly reiterated entreaties that he would always put on goloshes in such cold weather, he looked at them contemptuously as he crossed the hall and went out with only his boots on. Peresvan, seeing him in his outdoor clothes, began tapping nervously yet vigorously on the floor with his tail. Twitching all over, he even uttered a plaintive whine. But Kolya, seeing his dog's passionate excitement, decided that it was a breach of discipline, kept him for another minute under the bench, and only when he had opened the door into the passage whistled for him. The dog leapt up like a mad creature, and rushed bounding before him rapturously. Kolya opened the door to peep at the kids. They were both sitting, as before, at the table, not reading, but warmly disputing about something. The children often argued together about various exciting problems of life, and Nastya, being the elder, always got the best of it. If Kostya did not agree with her, he almost always appealed to Kolya Krasotkin, and his verdict was regarded as infallible by both of them. This time the kids' discussion rather interested Krasotkin, and he stood still in the passage to listen. The children saw he was listening, and that made them dispute with even greater energy. "I shall never, never believe," Nastya prattled, "that the old women find babies among the cabbages in the kitchen garden. It's winter now, and there are no cabbages, and so the old woman couldn't have taken Katerina a daughter." Kolya whistled to himself. "Or perhaps they do bring babies from somewhere, but only to those who are married." Kostya stared at Nastya and listened, pondering profoundly. "Nastya, how silly you are!" he said at last, firmly and calmly. "How can Katerina have a baby when she isn't married?" Nastya was exasperated. "You know nothing about it," she snapped irritably. "Perhaps she has a husband, only he is in prison, so now she's got a baby." "But is her husband in prison?" the matter-of-fact Kostya inquired gravely. "Or I tell you what," Nastya interrupted impulsively, completely rejecting and forgetting her first hypothesis. "She hasn't a husband, you are right there, but she wants to be married, and so she's been thinking of getting married, and thinking of it, till now she's got it. That is, not a husband, but a baby." "Well, perhaps so," Kostya agreed, entirely vanquished. "But you didn't say so before, so how could I tell?" "Come, kiddies," said Kolya, stepping into the room. "You're terrible people, I see." "And Peresvan with you!" grinned Kostya, and began snapping his fingers and calling Parasvon. "I am in a difficulty, kids," Krassotkin began solemnly, "and you must help me. Agafya must have broken her leg, since she has not turned up till now, that's certain. I must go out. Will you let me go?" The children looked anxiously at one another. Their smiling faces showed signs of uneasiness, but they did not yet fully grasp what was expected of them. "You won't be naughty while I am gone? You won't climb on the cupboard and break your legs? You won't be frightened alone and cry?" A look of profound despondency came into the children's faces. "And I could show you something as a reward, a little copper cannon, which can be fired with real gunpowder." The children's faces instantly brightened. "Show us the cannon," said Kostya, beaming all over. Krassotkin put his hand in his satchel, and pulling out a little bronze cannon, stood it on the table. "Ah, you are bound to ask that. Look, it's on wheels." He rolled the toy on along the table. "And it can be fired off, too. It can be loaded with shot and fired off." "And it could kill anyone?" "It can kill anyone. You've only got to aim at anybody." And Krassotkin explained where the powder had to be put, where the shot could be rolled in, showing a tiny hole like a touch hole, and told them that it kicked when it was fired. The children listened with intense interest. What particularly struck their imagination was that the cannon kicked. "And have you got any powder?" Nastya inquired. "Yes." "Show us the powder, too," she drawled, with a smile of entreaty. Krassotkin dived again into his satchel and pulled out a small flask containing a little real gunpowder. He had some shot, too, in a screw of paper. He even uncorked the flask and shook a little powder into the palm of his hand. "One has to be careful there's no fire about, or it would blow up and kill us all," Krassotkin warned them sensationally. The children gazed at the powder with an awe-stricken alarm that only intensified their enjoyment. But Kostya liked the shot better. "And does the shot burn?" he inquired. "No, it doesn't." "Give me a little shot?" he asked in an imploring voice. "I'll give you a little shot. Here, take it, but don't show it to your mother till I come back, or she'll be sure to think it's gunpowder, and will die of fright and give you a thrashing." "Mother never does whip us," Nastya observed at once. "I know, I only said it to finish the sentence. And don't you ever deceive your mother except just this once, until I come back. And so, kiddies, can I go out? You won't be frightened and cry when I'm gone?" "We shall cry," drawled Kostya, on the verge of tears already. "We shall cry, we shall be sure to cry," Nastya chimed in with timid haste. "Oh, children, children, how fraught with peril are your years! There's no help for it, chickens. I shall have to stay with you I don't know how long. And time is passing, time is passing. Oh!" "Tell Parasvon to pretend to be dead," Kostya begged. "There's no help for it. We must have recourse to Parasvon. Ici, Parasvon." And Kolya began giving orders to the dog, who performed all his tricks. He was a rough-haired dog, of medium size, with a coat of a sort of lilac-grey colour. He was blind in his right eye, and his left ear was torn. He whined and jumped, stood and walked on his hind legs, lay on his back with his paws in the air, rigid as though he were dead. While this last performance was going on, the door opened, and Agafya, Madame Krassotkin's servant, a stout woman of 40, marked with smallpox, appeared in the doorway. She had come back from market, and had a bag full of provisions in her hand. Holding up the bag of provisions in her left hand, she stood still to watch the dog. Though Kolya had been so anxious for her return, he did not cut short the performance, and after keeping Parasvon dead for the usual time, at last he whistled to him. The dog jumped up and began bounding about in his joy at having done his duty. "Only think, a dog! Agafya observed sententiously. "Why are you late, female?" asked Krassotkin sternly. "Female, indeed! Go on with you, you brat!" "Brat?" "Yes, a brat. What is it to you if I'm late? If I'm late, you may be sure I have good reason," muttered Agafya, busying herself about the stove, without a trace of anger or displeasure in her voice. She seemed quite pleased, in fact, to enjoy a skirmish with her merry young master. "Listen, you frivolous young woman," Krassotkin began, getting up from the sofa. "Can you swear by all you hold sacred in the world, and something else besides, that you will watch vigilantly over the kids in my absence? I am going out." "And what am I going to swear for?" laughed Agafya. "I shall look after them without that." "No, you must swear, on your eternal salvation, else I shan't go." "Well, don't then. What does it matter to me? It's cold out. Stay at home." "Kids," Kolya turned to the children, "this woman will stay with you till I come back, or till your mother comes, for she ought to have been back long ago. She will give you some lunch, too. You'll give them something, Agafya, won't you?" "That I can do." "Good-bye, chickens. I go with my heart at rest. And you, Granny," he added gravely in an undertone as he passed Agafya, "I hope you'll spare their tender years, and not tell them any of your old woman's nonsense about Katerina. Ici, Peresvan." "Get along with you," retorted Agafya, really angry this time. "Ridiculous boy! You want a whipping for saying such things, that's what you want." End of section 64. Section 65 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 10, Chapter 3. The Schoolboy. But Kolya did not hear her. At last he could go out. As he went out at the gate, he looked round him, shrugged up his shoulders, and saying, "It is freezing," went straight along the street and turned off to the right towards the market-place. When he reached the last house but one before the market-place, he stopped at the gate, pulled a whistle out of his pocket, and whistled with all his might, as though giving a signal. He had not to wait more than a minute before a rosy-cheeked boy of about 11, wearing a warm, neat, and even stylish coat, darted out to meet him. This was Smurov, a boy in the preparatory class, 2 classes below Kolya Krassotkin, son of a well-to-do official. Apparently he was forbidden by his parents to associate with Krassotkin, who was well known to be a desperately naughty boy. So Smurov was obviously slipping out on the sly. He was, if the reader has not forgotten, one of the group of boys who 2 months before had thrown stones at Ilyusha. He was the one who told Alyosha Karamazov about Ilyusha. "I've been waiting for you for the last hour, Krassotkin," said Smurov stolidly, and the boys strode towards the market-place. "I am late," answered Krassotkin. "I was detained by circumstances. You won't be thrashed for coming with me?" "Come, I say, I'm never thrashed. And you've got Peresvan with you?" "Yes." "You're taking him too?" "Yes." "Ah, if it were only Zhutchka!" "That's impossible. Zhutchka's non-existent. Zhutchka is lost in the mists of obscurity." "Ah, couldn't we do this?" Smurov suddenly stood still. "You see, Ilyusha says that Zhutchka was a shaggy, greyish, smoky-looking dog, like Peresvan. Couldn't you tell him this is Zhutchka, and he might believe you?" "Boy, shun a lie. That's one thing. Even with a good object, that's another. Above all, I hope you've not told them anything about my coming." "Heaven forbid! I know what I am about. But you won't comfort him with Peresvan," said Smurov with a sigh. "You know, his father, the captain, the wisp of tow, told us that he was going to bring him a real mastiff pup with a black nose today. He thinks that would comfort Ilyusha, but I doubt it." And how is Ilusha? Ah, he is bad, very bad. I believe he's in consumption. He's quite conscious, but his breathing's gone wrong. The other day he asked to have his boots on to be led round the room. He tried to walk, but he couldn't stand. Ah, I told you before, father, he said, that those boots were no good. I could never walk properly in them. He fancied it was his boots that made him stagger, but it was simply weakness, really. He won't live another week. Herzenstube is looking after him. Now they are rich again. They've got heaps of money. They are rogues. Who are rogues? Doctors, and the whole crew of quacks collectively, and also, of course, individually. I don't believe in medicine. It's a useless institution. I mean to go into all that. But what's that sentimentality you've got up there? The whole class seems to be there every day. Not the whole class. It's only 10 of our fellows who go to see him every day. There's nothing in that. What I don't understand in all this is the part that Alexei Karamazov is taking in it. His brother's going to be tried tomorrow or next day for such a crime, and yet he has so much time to spend on sentimentality with boys. There's no sentimentality about it. You are going yourself now to make it up with Ilusha. Make it up with him? What an absurd expression! But I allow no one to analyze my actions. And how pleased Ilusha will be to see you. He has no idea that you are coming. Why was it you wouldn't come all this time? Smurov cried with sudden warmth. My dear boy, that's my business, not yours. I am going of myself because I choose to. But you've all been hauled there by Alexei Karamazov. There's a difference, you know. And how do you know? I may not be going to make it up at all. It's a stupid expression. It's not Karamazov at all. It's not his doing. Our fellows began going there of themselves. Of course they went with Karamazov at first, and there's been nothing of that sort, no silliness. First one went and then another. His father was awfully pleased to see us. You know, he will simply go out of his mind if Ilusha dies. He sees that Ilusha's dying, and he seems so glad we've made it up with Ilusha. Ilusha asked after you, that was all. He just asks and says no more. His father will go out of his mind or hang himself. He behaved like a madman before. You know, he is a very decent man. We made a mistake then. It's all the fault of that murderer who beat him then. Karamazov's a riddle to me all the same. I might have made his acquaintance long ago, but I like to have a proper pride in some cases. Besides, I have a theory about him, which I must work out and verify. Kolya subsided into dignified silence. Smurov, too, was silent. Smurov, of course, worshipped Krasotkin and never dreamed of putting himself on a level with him. Now he was tremendously interested at Kolya's saying that he was going of himself to see Ilusha. He felt that there must be some mystery in Kolya's suddenly taking it into his head to go to him that day. They crossed the market-place, in which at that hour were many loaded wagons from the country and a great number of live fowls. The market women were selling rolls, cottons, and threads, etc., in their booths. These Sunday markets were naively called fairs in the town, and there were many such fairs in the year. Peresvan ran about in the wildest spirits, sniffing about first one side, then the other. When he met other dogs, they zealously smelt each other over according to the rules of canine etiquette. "I like to watch such realistic scenes, Smurov," said Kolya suddenly. "Have you noticed how dogs sniff at one another when they meet? It seems to be a law of their nature." "Yes, it's a funny habit." "No, it's not funny. You are wrong there. There's nothing funny in nature, however funny it may seem to man, with his prejudices. If dogs could reason and criticize us, they'd be sure to find just as much that would be funny to them, if not far more, in the social relations of men, their masters. Far more, indeed. I repeat that, because I am convinced that there is far more foolishness among us. That's Rakitin's idea, a remarkable idea. I am a socialist, Smurov. And what is a socialist? Asked Smurov. That's when all are equal and all have property in common, there are no marriages, and everyone has any religion and laws he likes best, and all the rest of it. You are not old enough to understand that yet. It's cold, though. Yes, 12 degrees of frost. Father looked at the thermometer just now. Have you noticed, Smurov, that in the middle of winter we don't feel so cold, even when there are 15 or 18 degrees of frost, as we do now in the beginning of winter, when there is a sudden frost of 12 degrees, especially when there is not much snow? It's because people are not used to it. Everything is habit with men, everything even in their social and political relations. Habit is the great motive power. What a funny-looking peasant! Kolya pointed to a tall peasant with a good-natured countenance in a long sheepskin coat, who was standing by his wagon, clapping together his hands in their shapeless leather gloves to warm them. His long fair beard was all white with frost. "That peasant's beard's frozen," Kolya cried in a loud, provocative voice as he passed him. "Lots of people's beards are frozen," the peasant replied, calmly and sententiously. "Don't provoke him," observed Smurov. "It's all right, you won't be cross. He's a nice fellow. Good-bye, Matvei." "Good-bye. Is your name Matvei?" "Yes, didn't you know?" "No, I didn't. It was a guess." "You don't say so. You are a schoolboy, I suppose?" "Yes." "You get whipped, I expect?" "Nothing to speak of. Sometimes." "Does it hurt?" "Well, yes, it does." "Ech, what a life!" The peasant heaved a sigh from the bottom of his heart. "Good-bye, Matvei." "Good-bye. You are a nice chap, that you are." The boys went on. "That was a nice peasant," Kolya observed to Smurov. "I like talking to the peasants, and am always glad to do them justice." "Why did you tell a lie, pretending we are thrashed?" asked Smurov. "I had to say that to please him." "How do you mean?" "You know, Smurov, I don't like being asked the same thing twice. I like people to understand at the first word. Some things can't be explained. According to a peasant's notions, schoolboys are whipped, and must be whipped. What would a schoolboy be if he were not whipped? And if I were to tell him we are not, he'd be disappointed. But you don't understand that. One has to know how to talk to the peasants." "Only don't tease them, please, or you'll get into another scrape, as you did about that goose." "So you're afraid?" "Don't laugh, Kolya. Of course I'm afraid. My father would be awfully cross. I am strictly forbidden to go out with you." "Don't be uneasy. Nothing will happen this time. Hallo, Natasha!" he shouted to a market woman in one of the booths. "Call me Natasha. What next? My name is Marya," the middle-aged market woman shouted at him. "I am so glad it's Marya. Good-bye." "Ah, you young rascal, a brat like you to carry on so." "I'm in a hurry. I can't stay now. You shall tell me next Sunday." Kolya waved his hand at her, as though she had attacked him, and not he her. "I've nothing to tell you next Sunday. You set upon me, you impudent young monkey. I didn't say anything," bawled Marya. "You want a whipping, that's what you want, you saucy jackanapes." There was a roar of laughter among the other market women round her. Suddenly a man in a violent rage darted out from the arcade of shops close by. He was a young man, not a native of the town, with dark curly hair and a long pale face, marked with smallpox. He wore a long blue coat and a peaked cap, and looked like a merchant's clerk. He was in a state of stupid excitement, and brandished his fist at Kolya. "I know you!" he cried angrily. "I know you!" Kolya stared at him. He could not recall when he could have had a row with the man, but he had been in so many rows in the street that he could hardly remember them all. "Do you?" he asked sarcastically. I know you, I know you, the man repeated idiotically. So much the better for you. Well, it's time I was going. Good-bye. You are at your saucy pranks again? Cried the man. You are at your saucy pranks again? I know, you are at it again. It's not your business, brother, if I am at my saucy pranks again, said Kolya, standing still and scanning him. Not my business? No, it's not your business. Whose then? Whose then? Whose then? It's Trifon Nikititch's business, not yours. What Trifon Nikititch? Asked the youth, staring with loutish amazement at Kolya, but still as angry as ever. Kolya scanned him gravely. Have you been to the Church of the Ascension? He suddenly asked him, with stern emphasis. What Church of Ascension? What for? No, I haven't, said the young man, somewhat taken aback. Do you know Sabaneyev? Kolya went on, even more emphatically and even more severely. What's Sabaneyev? No, I don't know him. Well, then, you can go to the devil, said Kolya, cutting short the conversation, and turning sharply to the right, he strode quickly on his way, as though he disdained further conversation with a dolt who did not even know Sabaneyev. Stop, hey! What Sabaneyev? The young man recovered from his momentary stupefaction, and was as excited as before. What did he say? He turned to the market women with a silly stare. The women laughed. You can never tell what he's after, said one of them. What Sabaneyev is it he's talking about? The young man repeated, still furious and brandishing his right arm. It must be a Sabaneyev who worked for the Kuzmichovs. That's who it must be, one of the women suggested. The young man stared at her wildly. For the Kuzmichovs, repeated another woman. But his name wasn't Trifon. His name's Kuzma, not Trifon. But the boy said Trifon Nikititch, so it can't be the same. His name is not Trifon and not Sabaneyev. It's Tchitchov, put in suddenly a third woman, who had hitherto been silent, listening gravely. Alexey Ivanitch is his name. Tchitchov, Alexey Ivanitch. No doubt about it, it's Tchitchov. A fourth woman emphatically confirmed the statement. The bewildered youth gazed from one to another. But what did he ask for? What did he ask for, good people? He cried almost in desperation. Do you know Sabaneyev? Says he. And who the devil's to know who is Sabaneyev? You're a senseless fellow. I tell you it's not Sabaneyev, but Tchitchov, Alexey Ivanitch Tchitchov. That's who it is. One of the women shouted at him impressively. What Tchitchov? Who is he? Tell me if you know. That tall, snivelling fellow who used to sit in the market in the summer. And what's your Tchitchov to do with me, good people, eh? How can I tell what he's to do with you? Put in another. You ought to know yourself what you want with him, if you make such a clamour about him. He spoke to you, he did not speak to us, you stupid. Don't you really know him? Know whom? Tchitchov. The devil take Tchitchov and you with him. I'll give him a hiding, that I will. He was laughing at me. We'll give Tchitchov a hiding? More likely he will give you one. You are a fool, that's what you are. Not Tchitchov, you spiteful, mischievous woman. I'll give the boy a hiding. Catch him. He was laughing at me. The woman guffawed. But Kolya was by now a long way off, marching along with a triumphant air. Smurov walked beside him, looking round at the shouting group far behind. He too was in high spirits, though he was still afraid of getting into some scrape in Kolya's company. What Sabaneyev did you mean? He asked Kolya, foreseeing what his answer would be. How do I know? Now there'll be a hubbub among them all day. I like to stir up fools in every class of society. There's another blockhead, that peasant there. You know, they say there's no one stupider than a stupid Frenchman, but a stupid Russian shows it in his face just as much. Can't you see it all over his face, that he is a fool, that peasant, eh? Let him alone, Kolya. Let's go on. Nothing could stop me now I am once off. Hey, good morning, peasant. A sturdy-looking peasant, with a round, simple face and grizzled beard, who was walking by, raised his head and looked at the boy. He seemed not quite sober. "Good morning, if you are not laughing at me," he said deliberately in reply. "And if I am?" laughed Kolya. "Well, a joke's a joke. Laugh away. I don't mind. There's no harm in a joke." "I beg your pardon, brother, it was a joke." "Well, God forgive you." "Do you forgive me too?" "I quite forgive you. Go along." "I say, you seem a clever peasant." "Cleverer than you," the peasant answered unexpectedly, with the same gravity. "I doubt it," said Kolya, somewhat taken aback. "It's true, though." "Perhaps it is." "It is, brother." "Good bye, peasant." "Good bye." "There are all sorts of peasants," Kolya observed to Smurov after a brief silence. "How could I tell I had hit on a clever one? I am always ready to recognize intelligence in the peasantry." In the distance the cathedral clock struck 11:30. The boys made haste, and they walked as far as Captain Snegiryov's lodging, a considerable distance, quickly and almost in silence. 20 paces from the house Kolya stopped and told Smurov to go on ahead and ask Karamazov to come out to him. "One must sniff round a bit first," he observed to Smurov. "Why ask him to come out?" Smurov protested. "You go in, they will be awfully glad to see you. What's the sense of making friends in the frost, out here?" "I know why I want to see him out here in the frost," Kolya cut him short, in the despotic tone he was fond of adopting with small boys. And Smurov ran to do his bidding. End of section 65. Section 66 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 10, Chapter 4. The Lost Dog. Kolya leaned against the fence with an air of dignity, waiting for Alyosha to appear. Yes, he had long wanted to meet him. He had heard a great deal about him from the boys, but hitherto he had always maintained an appearance of disdainful indifference when he was mentioned, and he had even criticized what he heard about Alyosha. But secretly he had a great longing to make his acquaintance. There was something sympathetic and attractive in all he was told about Alyosha. So the present moment was important. To begin with, he had to show himself at his best, to show his independence, or he'll think of me as 13 and take me for a boy like the rest of them. And what are these boys to him? I shall ask him when I get to know him. It's a pity I am so short, though. Tuzikov is younger than I am, yet he is half a head taller. But I have a clever face. I'm not good-looking, I know I'm hideous, but I've a clever face. I mustn't talk too freely. If I fall into his arms all at once, he may think, "Pfui, how horrible if he should think!" Such were the thoughts that excited Kolya while he was doing his utmost to assume the most independent air. What distressed him most was his being so short. He did not mind so much his hideous face as being so short. On the wall in a corner at home he had the year before made a pencil mark to show his height, and every 2 months since he anxiously measured himself against it to see how much he had gained. But alas, he grew very slowly, and this sometimes reduced him almost to despair. His face in reality was by no means hideous. On the contrary, it was rather attractive, with a fair, pale skin, freckled. His small, lively grey eyes had a fearless look, and often glowed with feeling. He had rather high cheekbones, small, very red but not very thick lips. His nose was small and unmistakably turned up. I've a regular pug nose, a regular pug nose, Kolya used to mutter to himself when he looked in the looking glass, and he always left it with indignation. But perhaps I haven't got a clever face, he sometimes thought, doubtful even of that. But it must not be supposed that his mind was preoccupied with his face and his height. On the contrary, however bitter the moments before the looking glass were to him, he quickly forgot them, and forgot them for a long time, abandoning himself entirely to ideas and to real life, as he formulated it to himself. Alyosha came out quickly and hastened up to Kolya. Before he reached him, Kolya could see that he looked delighted. "Can he be so glad to see me?" Kolya wondered, feeling pleased. We may note here, in passing, that Alyosha's appearance had undergone a complete change since we saw him last. He had abandoned his cassock, and was wearing now a well-cut coat, a soft round hat, and his hair had been cropped short. All this was very becoming to him, and he looked quite handsome. His charming face always had a good-humoured expression, but there was a gentleness and serenity in his good humour. To Kolya's surprise, Alyosha came out to him just as he was, without an overcoat. He had evidently come in haste. He held out his hand to Kolya at once. "Here you are at last. How anxious we've been to see you!" "There were reasons which you shall know directly. Anyway, I am glad to make your acquaintance. I've long been hoping for an opportunity, and have heard a great deal about you," Kolya muttered, a little breathless. "We should have met anyway. I've heard a great deal about you, too. But you've been a long time coming here." "Tell me, how are things going?" "Ilyusha is very ill. He is certainly dying." "How awful! You must admit that medicine is a fraud, Karamazov," cried Kolya warmly. "Ilyusha has mentioned you often, very often, even in his sleep, in delirium, you know. One can see that you used to be very, very dear to him, before the incident with the knife. Then there's another reason. Tell me, is that your dog?" "Yes, Peresvan." "Not Zhutchka." Alyosha looked at Kolya with eyes full of pity. "Is she lost for ever?" "I know you would all like it to be Zhutchka. I've heard all about it." Kolya smiled mysteriously. "Listen, Karamazov, I'll tell you all about it. That's what I came for. That's what I asked you to come out here for, to explain the whole episode to you before we go in." He began with animation. "You see, Karamazov, Ilyusha came into the preparatory class last spring. Well, you know what our preparatory class is, a lot of small boys. They began teasing Ilyusha at once. I am 2 classes higher up, and of course I only look on at them from a distance. I saw the boy was weak and small, but he wouldn't give in to them. He fought with them. I saw he was proud, and his eyes were full of fire. I like children like that. And they teased him all the more. The worst of it was, he was horribly dressed at the time. His breeches were too small for him, and there were holes in his boots. They worried him about it. They jeered at him. That I can't stand. I stood up for him at once, and gave it to them hot. I beat them, but they adore me, do you know, Karamazov?" Kolya boasted impulsively. "But I am always fond of children. I've 2 chickens in my hands at home now. That's what detained me today. So they left off beating Ilyusha, and I took him under my protection. I saw the boy was proud. I tell you that, the boy was proud. But in the end he became slavishly devoted to me. He did my slightest bidding, obeyed me as though I were God, tried to copy me. In the intervals between the classes he used to run to me at once, and I'd go about with him. On Sundays, too. They always laugh when an older boy makes friends with a younger one like that. But that's a prejudice. If it's my fancy, that's enough. I am teaching him, developing him. Why shouldn't I develop him if I like him? Here, you, Karamazov, have taken up with all these nestlings. I see you want to influence the younger generation, to develop them, to be of use to them, and I assure you this trait in your character, which I knew by hearsay, attracted me more than anything. Let us get to the point, though. I noticed that there was a sort of softness and sentimentality coming over the boy, and you know I have a positive hatred of this sheepish sentimentality, and I have had it from a baby. There were contradictions in him, too. He was proud, but he was slavishly devoted to me. And yet all at once his eyes would flash, and he'd refuse to agree with me. He'd argue, fly into a rage. I used sometimes to propound certain ideas. I could see that it was not so much that he disagreed with the ideas, but that he was simply rebelling against me, because I was cool in responding to his endearments. And so, in order to train him properly, the tenderer he was, the colder I became. I did it on purpose. That was my idea. My object was to form his character, to lick him into shape, to make a man of him. And besides, no doubt you understand me at a word. Suddenly, I noticed for 3 days in succession he was downcast and dejected, not because of my coldness, but for something else, something more important. I wondered what the tragedy was. I have pumped him, and found out that he had somehow got to know Smerdyakov, who was footman to your late father. It was before his death, of course, and he taught the little fool a silly trick, that is, a brutal, nasty trick. He told him to take a piece of bread, to stick a pin in it, and throw it to one of those hungry dogs who snap up anything without biting it, and then to watch and see what would happen. So they prepared a piece of bread like that, and threw it to Zhutchka, that shaggy dog there's been such a fuss about. The people of the house it belonged to never fed it at all, though it barked all day. Do you like that stupid barking, Karamazov? I can't stand it. So it rushed at the bread, swallowed it, and began to squeal. It turned round and ran away, squealing as it ran out of sight. That was Ilyusha's own account of it. He confessed it to me and cried bitterly. He hugged me, shaking all over. He kept on repeating, "He ran away squealing." The sight of that haunted him. He was tormented by remorse. I could see that. I took it seriously. I determined to give him a lesson for other things as well. So I must confess I wasn't quite straightforward, and pretended to be more indignant perhaps than I was. "You've done a nasty thing," I said. "You are a scoundrel. I won't tell of it, of course, but I shall have nothing more to do with you for a time. I'll think it over and let you know through Smurov. That's the boy who's just come with me. He's always ready to do anything for me. Whether I will have anything to do with you in the future, or whether I give you up for good as a scoundrel." He was tremendously upset. I must own I felt I'd gone too far as I spoke, but there was no help for it. I did what I thought best at the time. A day or two after, I sent Smurov to tell him that I would not speak to him again. That's what we call it when two schoolfellows refuse to have anything more to do with one another. Secretly, I only meant to send him to Coventry for a few days, and then, if I saw signs of repentance, to hold out my hand to him again. That was my intention. But what do you think happened? He heard Smurov's message, his eyes flashed. "Tell Krassotkin from me," he cried, "that I will throw bread with pins to all the dogs, all of them. So he's going in for a little temper. We must smoke it out of him." And I began to treat him with contempt. Whenever I met him, I turned away or smiled sarcastically. And just then that affair with his father happened. You remember? You must realize that he was fearfully worked up by what had happened already. The boys, seeing I'd given him up, set on him and taunted him, shouting, wisp of toe, and he had soon regular skirmishes with them, which I am very sorry for. They seem to have given him one very bad beating. One day he flew at them all as they were coming out of school. I stood a few yards off, looking on.
And I swear I don't remember that I laughed. It was quite the other way. I felt awfully sorry for him. In another minute I would have run up to take his part. But he suddenly met my eyes. I don't know what he fancied, but he pulled out a penknife, rushed at me, and struck at my thigh, here in my right leg. I didn't move. I don't mind owning I am plucky sometimes, Karamazov. I simply looked at him contemptuously, as though to say, 'This is how you repay all my kindness. Do it again if you like. I'm at your service.' But he didn't stab me again. He broke down. He was frightened at what he had done. He threw away the knife, burst out crying, and ran away. I did not sneak on him, of course, and I made them all keep quiet, so it shouldn't come to the ears of the masters. I didn't even tell my mother till it had healed up, and the wound was a mere scratch. And then I heard that the same day he'd been throwing stones and had bitten your finger, but you understand now what a state he was in. Well, it can't be helped. It was stupid of me not to come and forgive him, that is, to make it up with him, when he was taken ill. I am sorry for it now. But I had a special reason. So now I've told you all about it, but I'm afraid it was stupid of me." "Oh, what a pity!" exclaimed Alyosha, with feeling, "that I didn't know before what terms you were on with him, or I'd have come to you long ago to beg you to go to him with me. Would you believe it? When he was feverish, he talked about you in delirium. I didn't know how much you were to him. And you've really not succeeded in finding that dog? His father and the boys have been hunting all over the town for it. Would you believe it? Since he's been ill, I've 3 times heard him repeat, with tears, 'It's because I killed Zhutchka, father, that I am ill now. God is punishing me for it.' He can't get that idea out of his head. And if the dog were found and proved to be alive, one might almost fancy the joy would cure him. We have all rested our hopes on you." "Tell me, what made you hope that I should be the one to find him?" Kolya asked, with great curiosity. "Why did you reckon on me rather than any one else?" "There was a report that you were looking for the dog, and that you would bring it when you'd found it. Smurov said something of the sort. We've all been trying to persuade Ilyusha that the dog is alive, that it's been seen. The boys brought him a live hare. He just looked at it with a faint smile and asked them to set it free in the fields, and so we did. His father has just this moment come back, bringing him a mastiff pup, hoping to comfort him with that, but I think it only makes it worse." "Tell me, Karamazov, what sort of man is the father? I know him, but what do you make of him? A mountebank? A buffoon?" "Oh, no. There are people of deep feeling who have been somehow crushed. Buffoonery in them is a form of resentful irony against those to whom they daren't speak the truth, from having been for years humiliated and intimidated by them. Believe me, Krassotkin, that sort of buffoonery is sometimes tragic in the extreme. His whole life now is centered in Ilyusha, and if Ilyusha dies, he will either go mad with grief or kill himself. I feel almost certain of that when I look at him now." "I understand you, Karamazov. I see you understand human nature," Kolya added, with feeling. "And as soon as I saw you with a dog, I thought it was Zhutchka you were bringing." "Wait a bit, Karamazov. Perhaps we shall find it yet. But this is Perezvon. I'll let him go in now, and perhaps it will amuse Ilyusha more than the mastiff pup. Wait a bit, Karamazov. You will know something in a minute. But I say, I am keeping you here," Kolya cried suddenly. "You've no overcoat on in this bitter cold. You see what an egoist I am. Oh, we are all egoists, Karamazov. Don't trouble. It is cold, but I don't often catch cold. Let us go in, though. And, by the way, what is your name? I know you are called Kolya, but what else?" Nikolai Ivanovitch Krassotkin, or as they say in official documents, Krassotkin's son." Kolya laughed for some reason, but added suddenly, "Of course I hate my name Nikolai."
Why so? It's so trivial, so ordinary. You are 13? asked Alyosha. No, 14. That is, I shall be 14 very soon, in a fortnight. I'll confess one weakness of mine, Karamazov, just to you, since it's our first meeting, so that you may understand my character at once. I hate being asked my age. More than that, and, in fact, there's a libelous story going about me that last week I played robbers with the preparatory boys. It's a fact that I did play with them, but it's a perfect libel to say I did it for my own amusement. I have reasons for believing that you've heard the story. But I wasn't playing for my own amusement. It was for the sake of the children, because they couldn't think of anything to do by themselves. But they've always got some silly tale. This is an awful town for gossip, I can tell you. But what if you had been playing for your own amusement? What's the harm? Come, I say, for my own amusement, you don't play horses, do you? But you must look at it like this, said Alyosha, smiling. Grown-up people go to the theatre, and there the adventures of all sorts of heroes are represented. Sometimes there are robbers and battles, too, and isn't that just the same thing, in a different form, of course? And young people's games of soldiers or robbers, in their playtime, are also art in its first stage. You know, they spring from the growing artistic instincts of the young. And sometimes these games are much better than performances in the theatre. The only difference is that people go there to look at the actors, while in these games the young people are the actors themselves. But that's only natural. You think so? Is that your idea? Kolya looked at him intently. Oh, you know, that's rather an interesting view. When I go home I'll think it over. I'll admit, I thought I might learn something from you. I've come to learn of you, Karamazov, Kolya concluded, in a voice full of spontaneous feeling. And I of you, said Alyosha, smiling and pressing his hand. Kolya was much pleased with Alyosha. What struck him most was that he treated him exactly like an equal, and that he talked to him just as if he were quite grown up. I'll show you something directly, Karamazov. It's a theatrical performance, too, he said, laughing nervously. That's why I've come. Let us go first to the people of the house on the left. All the boys leave their coats in there because the room is small and hot. Oh, I'm only coming in for a minute. I'll keep on my overcoat. Peresvan will stay here in the passage and be dead. You see, Peresvan, lie down and be dead. You see how he's dead? I'll go in first and explore. Then I'll whistle to him when I think fit, and you'll see he'll dash in like mad. Only Smurov must not forget to open the door at the moment. I'll arrange it all, and you'll see something. End of section 66. Section 67 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 10, Chapter 5. By Ilyusha's bedside. The room inhabited by the family of the retired Captain Snegiryov is already familiar to the reader. It was close and crowded at that moment with a number of visitors. Several boys were sitting with Ilusha, and though all of them, like Smurov, were prepared to deny that it was Alyosha who had brought them and reconciled them with Ilusha, it was really the fact. All the art he had used had been to take them one by one to Ilusha, without sheepish sentimentality, appearing to do so casually and without design. It was a great consolation to Ilusha in his suffering. He was greatly touched by seeing the almost tender affection and sympathy shown him by these boys, who had been his enemies. Kresotkin was the only one missing, and his absence was a heavy load on Ilusha's heart. Perhaps the bitterest of all his bitter memories was his stabbing Kresotkin, who had been his one friend and protector. Clever little Smurov, who was the first to make it up with Ilusha, thought it was so. But when Smurov hinted to Krassotkin that Alyosha wanted to come and see him about something, the latter cut him short, bidding Smurov tell Karamazov at once that he knew best what to do, that he wanted no one's advice, and that, if he went to see Ilusha, he would choose his own time, for he had his own reasons. That was a fortnight before this Sunday. That was why Alyosha had not been to see him as he had meant to. But though he waited, he sent Smurov to him twice again. Both times Krassotkin met him with a curt, impatient refusal, sending Alyosha a message not to bother him any more, that if he came himself, he, Krassotkin, would not go to Ilusha at all. Up to the very last day, Smurov did not know that Kolya meant to go to Ilusha that morning, and only the evening before, as he parted from Smurov, Kolya abruptly told him to wait at home for him next morning, for he would go with him to the Snegiryovs, but warned him on no account to say he was coming, as he wanted to drop in casually. Smurov obeyed. Smurov's fancy that Kolya would bring back the lost dog was based on the words Kolya had dropped, that they must be asses not to find the dog if it was alive. When Smurov, waiting for an opportunity, timidly hinted at his guess about the dog, Krassotkin flew into a violent rage. "I'm not such an ass as to go hunting about the town for other people's dogs, when I've got a dog of my own. And how can you imagine a dog could be alive after swallowing a pin? Sheepish sentimentality, that's what it is." For the last fortnight Ilusha had not left his little bed under the icons in the corner. He had not been to school since the day he met Alyosha and bit his finger. He was taken ill the same day, though for a month afterwards he was sometimes able to get up and walk about the room and passage. But latterly he had become so weak that he could not move without help from his father. His father was terribly concerned about him. He even gave up drinking, and was almost crazy with terror that his boy would die. And often, especially after leading him round the room on his arm and putting him back to bed, he would run to a dark corner in the passage, and leaning his head against the wall, he would break into paroxysms of violent weeping, stifling his sobs that they might not be heard by Ilusha. Returning to the room, he would usually begin doing something to amuse and comfort his precious boy. He would tell him stories, funny anecdotes, or would mimic comic people he had happened to meet, even imitate the howls and cries of animals. But Ilusha could not bear to see his father fooling and playing the buffoon. Though the boy tried not to show how he disliked it, he saw with an aching heart that his father was an object of contempt, and he was continually haunted by the memory of the wisp of tow and that terrible day. Nina, Ilusha's gentle, crippled sister, did not like her father's buffoonery either. Varvara had been gone for some time past to Petersburg to study at the university. But the half-imbecile mother was greatly diverted and laughed heartily when her husband began capering about or performing something. It was the only way she could be amused. All the rest of the time she was grumbling and complaining that now every one had forgotten her, that no one treated her with respect, that she was slighted, and so on. But during the last few days she had completely changed. She began looking constantly at Ilusha's bed in the corner, and seemed lost in thought. She was more silent, quieter, and if she cried quietly, so as not to be heard. The captain noticed the change in her with mournful perplexity. The boys' visits at first only angered her, but later on their merry shouts and stories began to divert her, and at last she liked them so much that if the boys had given up coming, she would have felt dreary without them. When the children told some story or played a game, she laughed and clapped her hands. She called some of them to her and kissed them. She was particularly fond of Smurov. As for the captain, The presence in his room of the children, who came to cheer up Ilyusha, filled his heart from the first with ecstatic joy. He even hoped that Ilyusha would now get over his depression, and that would hasten his recovery. In spite of his alarm about Ilyusha, he had not, till lately, felt 1 minute's doubt of his boy's ultimate recovery. He met his little visitors with homage, waited upon them hand and foot. He was ready to be their horse, and even began letting them ride on his back. But Ilyusha did not like the game, and it was given up. He began buying little things for them, gingerbread and nuts, gave them tea and cut them sandwiches. It must be noted that all this time he had plenty of money. He had taken the 200 roubles from Katerina Ivanovna, just as Alyosha had predicted he would. And afterwards Katerina Ivanovna, learning more about their circumstances and Ilyusha's illness, visited them herself, made the acquaintance of the family, and succeeded in fascinating the half-imbecile mother. Since then she had been lavish in helping them, and the captain, terror-stricken at the thought that his boy might be dying, forgot his pride and humbly accepted her assistance. All this time Dr. Herzenstube, who was called in by Katerina Ivanovna, came punctually every other day, but little was gained by his visits, and he dosed the invalid mercilessly. But on that Sunday morning a new doctor was expected, who had come from Moscow, where he had a great reputation. Katerina Ivanovna had sent for him from Moscow at great expense, not expressly for Ilyusha, but for another object, of which more will be said in its place hereafter. But as he had come, she had asked him to see Ilyusha as well, and the captain had been told to expect him. He hadn't the slightest idea that Kolya Krasotkin was coming, though he had long wished for a visit from the boy for whom Ilyusha was fretting. At the moment when Krasotkin opened the door and came into the room, the captain and all the boys were round Ilyusha's bed, looking at a tiny mastiff pup, which had only been born the day before, though the captain had bespoken it a week ago to comfort and amuse Ilyusha, who was still fretting over the lost and probably dead Zhutchka. Ilyusha, who had heard 3 days before that he was to be presented with a puppy, not an ordinary puppy, but a pedigree mastiff, a very important point, of course, tried, from delicacy of feeling, to pretend that he was pleased, but his father and the boys could not help seeing that the puppy only served to recall to his little heart the thought of the unhappy dog he had killed. The puppy lay beside him, feebly moving, and he, smiling sadly, stroked it with his thin, pale, wasted hand. Clearly he liked the puppy, but it wasn't Zhutchka. If he could have had Zhutchka and the puppy too, then he would have been completely happy. "Krasotkin!" cried one of the boys suddenly. He was the first to see him come in. Krasotkin's entrance made a general sensation. The boys moved away and stood on each side of the bed, so that he could get a full view of Ilyusha. The captain ran eagerly to meet Kolya. "Please come in, you are welcome," he said hurriedly. "Ilyusha, Mr. Krasotkin has come to see you." But Krasotkin, shaking hands with him hurriedly, instantly showed his complete knowledge of the manners of good society. He turned first to the captain's wife, sitting in her armchair, who was very ill-humoured at the moment, and was grumbling that the boys stood between her and Ilyusha's bed and did not let her see the new puppy. With the greatest courtesy he made her a bow, scraping his foot, and, turning to Nina, he made her, as the only other lady present, a similar bow. This polite behaviour made an extremely favourable impression on the deranged lady. "There, you can see at once he is a young man that has been well brought up," she commented aloud, throwing up her hands. "But as for our other visitors, they come in one on the top of another." "How do you mean, mamma, one on the top of another? How is that?" muttered the captain affectionately, though a little anxious on her account. "That's how they ride in. They get on each other's shoulders in the passage, and prance in, like that, on a respectable family. Strange sort of visitors." But who's come in like that, mamma?" "Why, that boy came in riding on that one's back, and this one on that one's." Kolya was already by Ilusha's bedside. The sick boy turned visibly paler. He raised himself in the bed and looked intently at Kolya. Kolya had not seen his little friend for 2 months, and he was overwhelmed at the sight of him. He had never imagined that he would see such a wasted yellow face, such enormous, feverishly glowing eyes, and such thin little hands. He saw, with grieved surprise, Ilusha's rapid, hard breathing and dry lips. He stepped close to him, held out his hand, and, almost overwhelmed, he said, "Well, old man, how are you?" But his voice failed him. He couldn't achieve an appearance of ease. His face suddenly twitched, and the corners of his mouth quivered. Ilusha smiled a pitiful little smile, still unable to utter a word. Something moved Kolya to raise his hand and pass it over Ilusha's hair. "Never mind," he murmured softly to him, to cheer him up, or perhaps not knowing why he said it. For a minute they were silent again. "Hallo, so you've got a new puppy!" Kolya said suddenly, in a most callous voice. "Yes," answered Ilusha, in a long whisper, gasping for breath. "A black nose, that means he'll be fierce, a good house dog," Kolya observed gravely and stolidly, as if the only thing he cared about was the puppy and its black nose. But in reality he still had to do his utmost to control his feelings, not to burst out crying like a child, and do what he could not control it. "When it grows up, you'll have to keep it on the chain, I'm sure." "He'll be a huge dog," cried one of the boys. "Of course he will. A mastiff, large, like this, as big as a calf," shouted several voices. "As big as a calf, as a real calf," chimed in the captain. "I got one like that on purpose, one of the fiercest breed, and his parents are huge and very fierce. They stand as high as this from the floor. Sit down here on Ilusha's bed, or here on the bench. You are welcome. We've been hoping to see you a long time. You were so kind as to come with Alexey Fyodorovitch?" Krassotkin sat on the edge of the bed at Ilusha's feet. Though he had perhaps prepared a free and easy opening for the conversation on his way, now he completely lost the thread of it. "No, I came with Peresvon. I've got a dog now called Peresvon, a Slavonic name. He's out there. If I whistle, he'll run in. I've brought a dog too," he said, addressing Ilusha all at once. "Do you remember Zhutchka, old man?" He suddenly fired the question at him. Ilusha's little face quivered. He looked with an agonized expression at Kolya. Alyosha, standing at the door, frowned and signed to Kolya not to speak of Zhutchka, but he did not or would not notice. "Where is Zhutchka?" Ilusha asked in a broken voice. "Oh, well, my boy, your Zhutchka's lost and done for." Ilusha did not speak, but he fixed an intent gaze once more on Kolya. Alyosha, catching Kolya's eye, signed to him vigorously again, but he turned away his eyes, pretending not to have noticed. "It must have run away and died somewhere. It must have died after a meal like that," Kolya pronounced pitilessly, though he seemed a little breathless. "But I've got a dog, Peresvon, a Slavonic name. I've brought him to show you." "I don't want him," said Ilusha suddenly. "No, no, you really must see him. It will amuse you. I brought him on purpose. He's the same sort of shaggy dog. You allow me to call in my dog, madam?" He suddenly addressed Madame Snegirioff, with inexplicable excitement in his manner. "I don't want him, I don't want him!" cried Ilusha, with a mournful break in his voice. There was a reproachful light in his eyes. "You'd better—" The captain started up from the chest by the wall on which he had just sat down. "You'd better another time," he muttered, but Kolya could not be restrained. He hurriedly shouted to Smurov, "Open the door!" and as soon as it was open he blew his whistle. Peresvan dashed headlong into the room. "Jump, Peresvan! Beg, beg!" shouted Kolya, jumping up, and the dog stood erect on its hind legs by Ilyusha's bedside. What followed was a surprise to everyone. Ilyusha started, lurched violently forward, bent over Peresvan, and gazed at him, faint with suspense. "It's Zhutchka!" he cried suddenly, in a voice breaking with joy and suffering. "And who did you think it was?" Krassotkin shouted with all his might, in a ringing, happy voice, and bending down he seized the dog and lifted him up to Ilyusha. "Look, old man, you see, blind of one eye, and the left ear is torn, just the marks you described to me. It was by that I found him. I found him directly. He did not belong to any one," he explained, looking quickly to the captain, to his wife, to Alyosha, and then again to Ilyusha. "He used to live in the Fedotovs' backyard. Though he made his home there, they did not feed him. He was a stray dog that had run away from the village. I found him. You see, old man, he couldn't have swallowed what you gave him. If he had, he must have died, he must have. So he must have spat it out, since he is alive. You did not see him do it, but the pin pricked his tongue. That is why he squealed. He ran away squealing, and you thought he'd swallowed it. He might well squeal, because the skin of dogs' mouths is so tender, tenderer than in men, much tenderer," Kolya cried impetuously, his face glowing and radiant with delight. Ilyusha could not speak. White as a sheet, he gazed open-mouthed at Kolya, with his great eyes almost starting out of his head. And if Krassotkin, who had no suspicion of it, had known what a disastrous and fatal effect such a moment might have on the sick child's health, nothing would have induced him to play such a trick on him. But Alyosha was perhaps the only person in the room who realized it. As for the captain, he behaved like a small child. "Zhutchka! It's Zhutchka!" he cried in a blissful voice. "Ilyusha, this is Zhutchka, your Zhutchka! Mamma, this is Zhutchka!" He was almost weeping. "And I never guessed!" cried Smurov regretfully. "Bravo, Krassotkin! I said he'd find the dog, and here he's found him." "Here he's found him!" another boy repeated gleefully. "Krassotkin's a brick!" cried a third voice. "He's a brick! He's a brick!" cried the other boys, and they began clapping. "Wait, wait!" Krassotkin did his utmost to shout above them all. "I'll tell you how it happened, that's the whole point. I found him, I took him home and hid him at once. I kept him locked up at home and did not show him to anyone till today. Only Smurov has known for the last fortnight, but I assured him this dog was called Peresvan, and he did not guess. And meanwhile I taught the dog all sorts of tricks. You should only see all the things he can do. I trained him so as to bring you a well-trained dog, in good condition, old man, so as to be able to say to you, 'See, old man, what a fine dog your Zhutchka is now.' Haven't you a bit of meat? He'll show you a trick that will make you die with laughing. A piece of meat. Haven't you got any?" The captain ran across the passage to the landlady, where their cooking was done. Not to lose precious time, Kolya, in desperate haste, shouted to Peresvan, "Dead!" and the dog immediately turned round and lay on his back with its 4 paws in the air. The boys laughed. Ilyusha looked on with the same suffering smile, but the person most delighted with the dog's performance was mamma. She laughed at the dog and began snapping her fingers and calling it, "Peresvan, Peresvan." "Nothing will make him get up, nothing," Kolya cried triumphantly, proud of his success. "He won't move for all the shouting in the world, but if I call to him, he'll jump up in a minute. Ici, Peresvan!" The dog leapt up and bounded about, whining with delight. The captain ran back with a piece of cooked beef. "Is it hot?" Kolya inquired hurriedly, with a business-like air, taking the meat. "Dogs don't like hot things. No, it's all right. Look, everybody, look, Ilyusha, look, old man. Why aren't you looking? He does not look at him, now I've brought him." The new trick consisted in making the dog stand motionless with his nose out and putting a tempting morsel of meat just on his nose. The luckless dog had to stand without moving, with the meat on his nose, as long as his master chose to keep him, without a movement, perhaps for half an hour. But he kept Parizvon only for a brief moment. "Paid for!" cried Kolya, and the meat passed in a flash from the dog's nose to his mouth. The audience, of course, expressed enthusiasm and surprise. "Can you really have put off coming all this time simply to train the dog?" exclaimed Alyosha, with an involuntary note of reproach in his voice. "Simply for that," answered Kolya, with perfect simplicity. "I wanted to show him in all his glory." "Parizvon, Parizvon!" called Ilyusha suddenly, snapping his thin fingers and beckoning to the dog. "What is it? Let him jump up on the bed. Ici, Parizvon!" Kolya slapped the bed, and Parizvon darted up by Ilyusha. The boy threw both arms round his head, and Parizvon instantly licked his cheek. Ilyusha crept close to him, stretched himself out in bed, and hid his face in the dog's shaggy coat. "Dear, dear!" kept exclaiming the captain. Kolya sat down again on the edge of the bed. "Ilyusha, I can show you another trick. I've brought you a little cannon. You remember I told you about it before, and you said how much you'd like to see it. Well, here, I've brought it to you." And Kolya hurriedly pulled out of his satchel the little bronze cannon. He hurried because he was happy himself. Another time he would have waited till the sensation made by Parizvon had passed off. Now he hurried on regardless of all consideration. You are all happy now, he felt, so here's something to make you happier. He was perfectly enchanted himself. "I've been coveting this thing for a long while. It's for you, old man, it's for you. It belonged to Morozov. It was no use to him. He had it from his brother. I swapped a book from father's bookcase for it, A Kinsman of Mahomet, or Salutary Folly, a scandalous book published in Moscow 100 years ago, before they had any censorship. And Morozov has a taste for such things. He was grateful to me, too." Kolya held the cannon in his hand so that all could see and admire it. Ilyusha raised himself, and, with his right arm still round the dog, he gazed enchanted at the toy. The sensation was even greater when Kolya announced that he had gunpowder too, and that it could be fired off at once, if it won't alarm the ladies. Mamma immediately asked to look at the toy closer, and her request was granted. She was much pleased with the little bronze cannon on wheels, and began rolling it to and fro on her lap. She readily gave permission for the cannon to be fired, without any idea of what she had been asked. Kolya showed the powder and the shot. The captain, as a military man, undertook to load it, putting in a minute quantity of powder. He asked that the shot might be put off till another time. The cannon was put on the floor, aiming towards an empty part of the room. 3 grains of powder were thrust into the touch hole, and a match was put to it. A magnificent explosion followed. Mamma was startled, but at once laughed with delight. The boys gazed in speechless triumph. But the captain, looking at Ilyusha, was more enchanted than any of them. Kolya picked up the cannon and immediately presented it to Ilyusha, together with the powder and the shot. "I got it for you, for you. I've been keeping it for you a long time," he repeated once more in his delight. "Oh, give it to me! No, give me the cannon!" Mamma began begging like a little child. Her face showed a piteous fear that she would not get it. Kolya was disconcerted. The captain fidgeted uneasily. "Mamma, mamma," he ran to her, "the cannon's yours, of course, but let Ilyusha have it, because it's a present to him. But it's just as good as yours. Ilyusha will always let you play with it. It shall belong to both of you, both of you." "No, I don't want it to belong to both of us. I want it to be mine altogether, not Ilyusha's," persisted mamma, on the point of tears. "Take it, mother. Here, keep it," Ilyusha cried. "Krasotkin, may I give it to my mother?" He turned to Krasotkin with an imploring face, as though he were afraid he might be offended at his giving his present to some one else. "Of course you may," Krasotkin assented heartily, and, taking the cannon from Alusha, he handed it himself to mamma with a polite bow. She was so touched that she cried. "Ilusha, darling, he's the one who loves his mamma," she said tenderly, and at once began wheeling the cannon to and fro on her lap again. "Mamma, let me kiss your hand." The captain darted up to her at once and did so. "And I never saw such a charming fellow as this nice boy," said the grateful lady, pointing to Krasotkin. "And I'll bring you as much powder as you like, Ilusha. We make the powder ourselves now. Borovikov found out how it's made. 24 parts of saltpetre, 10 of sulphur, and 6 of birchwood charcoal. It's all pounded together, mixed into a paste with water, and rubbed through a tammy sieve. That's how it's done." "Smurov told me about your powder, only father says it's not real gunpowder," responded Ilusha. "Not real?" Kolya flushed. "It burns. I don't know, of course." "No, I didn't mean that," put in the captain with a guilty face. "I only said that real powder is not made like that. But that's nothing. It can be made so." "I don't know. You know best. We lighted some in a pomatum pot. It burned splendidly. It all burnt away, leaving only a tiny ash. But that was only the paste, and if you rub it through. But of course you know best. I don't know. And Bulkin's father thrashed him on account of our powder. Did you hear?" He turned to Ilusha. "Yes," answered Ilusha. He listened to Kolya with immense interest and enjoyment. "We had prepared a whole bottle of it, and he used to keep it under his bed. His father saw it. He said it might explode, and thrashed him on the spot. He was going to make a complaint against me to the masters. He's not allowed to go about with me now. No one is allowed to go about with me now. Smurov is not allowed to either. I've got a bad name with everyone. They say I'm a desperate character." Kolya smiled scornfully. "It all began from what happened on the railway." "Ah, we've heard of that exploit of yours, too," cried the captain. "How could you lie still on the line? Is it possible you weren't the least afraid, lying there under the train? Weren't you frightened?" The captain was abject in his flattery of Kolya. "Not particularly," answered Kolya carelessly. "What's blasted my reputation more than anything here was that cursed goose," he said, turning again to Alusha. But though he assumed an unconcerned air as he talked, he still could not control himself, and was continually missing the note he tried to keep up. "Ah, I heard about the goose," Ilusha laughed, beaming all over. "They told me, but I didn't understand. Did they really take you to the court?" "The most stupid, trivial affair. They made a mountain of a molehill, as they always do," Kolya began carelessly. "I was walking through the marketplace here one day, just when they'd driven in the geese. I stopped and looked at them. All at once a fellow, who was an errand boy at Plotnikov's now, looked at me and said, 'What are you looking at the geese for?' I looked at him. He was a stupid, moon-faced fellow of 20. I am always on the side of the peasantry, you know. I like talking to the peasants. We've dropped behind the peasants. That's an axiom. I believe you are laughing, Karamazov?" "No, heaven forbid, I am listening," said Alyosha, with a most good-natured air, and the sensitive Kolya was immediately reassured. "My theory, Karamazov, is clear and simple," he hurried on again, looking pleased. "I believe in the people, and am always glad to give them their due, but I am not for spoiling them. That is a sine qua non. But I was telling you about the goose. So I turned to the fool and answered, 'I am wondering what the goose thinks about.' He looked at me quite stupidly. 'And what does the goose think about?' he asked. 'Do you see that cart full of oats?' I said. 'The oats are dropping out of the sack, and the goose has put its neck right under the wheel to gobble them up. Do you see?' 'I see that quite well,' he said. 'Well,' said I, 'if that cart were to move on a little, would it break the goose's neck or not?' It'd be sure to break it, and he grinned all over his face, highly delighted. "Come on, then," said I, "let's try." "Let's," he said. And it did not take us long to arrange. He stood at the bridle without being noticed, and I stood on one side to direct the goose. And the owner wasn't looking, he was talking to someone, so I had nothing to do. The goose thrust its head in after the oats of itself, under the cart, just under the wheel. I winked at the lad, he tugged at the bridle, and crack! The goose's neck was broken in half. And as luck would have it, all the peasants saw us at that moment, and they kicked up a shindy at once. "You did that on purpose." "No, not on purpose." "Yes, you did, on purpose." Well, they shouted, "Take him to the justice of the peace." They took me too. "You were there too," they said. "You helped. You're known all over the market." And for some reason I really am known all over the market, Kolya added conceitedly. We all went off to the justice's. They brought the goose too. The fellow was crying in a great funk, simply blubbering like a woman, and the farmer kept shouting that you could kill any number of geese like that. Well, of course, there were witnesses. The justice of the peace settled it in a minute that the farmer was to be paid a rouble for the goose, and the fellow to have the goose. And he was warned not to play such pranks again, and the fellow kept blubbering like a woman. "It wasn't me," he said, "it was he egged me on," and he pointed to me. I answered with the utmost composure that I hadn't egged him on, that I simply stated the general proposition, had spoken hypothetically. The justice of the peace smiled, and was vexed with himself at once for having smiled. "I'll complain to your masters of you, so that for the future you mayn't waste your time on such general propositions, instead of sitting at your books and learning your lessons." He didn't complain to the masters, that was a joke, but the matter was noised abroad, and came to the ears of the masters. Their ears are long, you know. The classical master, Kolbasnikov, was particularly shocked about it, but Dardanelov got me off again. But Kolbasnikov is savage with everyone now, like a green ass. Did you know, Ilusha, he is just married, got a dowry of 1,000 roubles, and his bride's a regular fright of the first rank and the last degree. The third-class fellows wrote an epigram on it. Astounding news has reached the class. Kolbasnikov has been an ass, and so on. Awfully funny. I'll bring it to you later on. I say nothing against Dardanelov. He is a learned man, there's no doubt about it. I respect men like that, and it's not because he stood up for me. "But you took him down about the founders of Troy," Smurov put in suddenly, unmistakably proud of Krassotkin at such a moment. He was particularly pleased with the story of the goose. "Did you really take him down?" the captain inquired, in a flattering way. "On the question who founded Troy? We heard of it. Ilusha told me about it at the time." "He knows everything, father. He knows more than any of us," put in Ilusha. "He only pretends to be like that, but really he is top in every subject." Ilusha looked at Kolya with infinite happiness. "Oh, that's all nonsense about Troy, a trivial matter. I consider this an unimportant question," said Kolya, with haughty humility. He had by now completely recovered his dignity, though he was still a little uneasy. He felt that he was greatly excited, and that he had talked about the goose, for instance, with too little reserve, while Alyosha had looked serious and had not said a word all the time. And the vain boy began by degrees to have a rankling fear that Alyosha was silent because he despised him, and thought he was showing off before him. If he dared to think anything like that, Kolya would... "I regard the question as quite a trivial one," he rapped out again, proudly. "And I know who founded Troy," a boy who had not spoken before said suddenly, to the surprise of everyone. He was silent and seemed to be shy. He was a pretty boy of about 11, called Kartashov. He was sitting near the door. Kolya looked at him with dignified amazement. The fact was that the identity of the founders of Troy had become a secret for the whole school, a secret which could only be discovered by reading Smaragdov, and no one had Smaragdov but Kolya. One day, when Kolya's back was turned, Kartashov hastily opened Smaragdov, which lay among Kolya's books, and immediately lighted on the passage relating to the foundation of Troy. This was a good time ago, but he felt uneasy and could not bring himself to announce publicly that he too knew who had founded Troy, afraid of what might happen and of Krassotkin's somehow putting him to shame over it. But now he couldn't resist saying it. For weeks he had been longing to. "Well, who did found it?" asked Kolya, turning to him with haughty superciliousness. He saw from his face that he really did know, and at once made up his mind how to take it. There was, so to speak, a discordant note in the general harmony. "Troy was founded by Teucer, Dardanus, Ilius, and Tros," the boy rapped out at once, and in the same instant he blushed so that it was painful to look at him. But the boys stared at him for a whole minute, and then all the staring eyes turned at once and were fastened upon Kolya, who was still scanning the audacious boy with disdainful composure. "In what sense did they found it?" he deigned to comment at last. "And what is meant by founding a city or a state? What do they do? Did they go and each lay a brick, do you suppose?" There was laughter. The offending boy turned from pink to crimson. He was silent, and on the point of tears. Kolya held him so for a minute. "Before you talk of a historical event like the foundation of a nationality, you must first understand what you mean by it," he admonished him in stern, incisive tones. "But I attach no consequence to these old wise tales, and I don't think much of universal history in general," he added carelessly, addressing the company generally. "Universal history?" the captain inquired, looking almost scared. "Yes, universal history. It's the study of the successive follies of mankind, and nothing more. The only subjects I respect are mathematics and natural science," said Kolya. He was showing off, and he stole a glance at Alyosha. His was the only opinion he was afraid of there. But Alyosha was still silent and still serious as before. If Alyosha had said a word, it would have stopped him, but Alyosha was silent, and it might be the silence of contempt, and that finally irritated Kolya. "The classical languages, too, they are simply madness, nothing more. You seem to disagree with me again, Karamazov?" "I don't agree," said Alyosha, with a faint smile. "The study of the classics, if you ask my opinion, is simply a police measure. That's simply why it has been introduced into our schools." By degrees Kolya began to get breathless again. Latin and Greek were introduced because they are a bore, and because they stupefy the intellect. It was dull before, so what could they do to make things duller? It was senseless enough before, so what could they do to make it more senseless? So they thought of Greek and Latin. That's my opinion. I hope I shall never change it." Kolya finished abruptly. His cheeks were flushed. "That's true," assented Smurov suddenly, in a ringing tone of conviction. He had listened attentively. "And yet he is first in Latin himself," cried one of the group of boys suddenly. "Yes, father, he says that, and yet he is first in Latin," echoed Ilusha. "What of it?" Kolya thought fit to defend himself, though the praise was very sweet to him. "I am fagging away at Latin because I have to, because I promised my mother to pass my examination, and I think that whatever you do, it's worth doing it well. But in my soul I have a profound contempt for the classics and all that fraud. You don't agree, Karamazov?" "Why fraud?" Alyosha smiled again. "Well, All the classical authors have been translated into all languages, so it was not for the sake of studying the classics they introduced Latin, but solely as a police measure, to stupefy the intelligence. So what can one call it but a fraud?" "Why, who taught you all this?" cried Alyosha, surprised at last. "In the first place, I am capable of thinking for myself without being taught. Besides what I said just now about the classics being translated, our teacher, Kolbasnikov, has said to the whole of the third class." "The doctor has come," cried Nina, who had been silent till then. A carriage belonging to Madame Houlakoff drove up to the gate. The captain, who had been expecting the doctor all the morning, rushed headlong out to meet him. Mamma pulled herself together and assumed a dignified air. Alyosha went up to Ilusha and began setting his pillows straight. Nina, from her invalid chair, anxiously watched him putting the bed tidy. The boys hurriedly took leave. Some of them promised to come again in the evening. Kolya called Parasvan, and the dog jumped off the bed. "I won't go away, I won't go away," Kolya said hastily to Ilusha. "I'll wait in the passage and come back when the doctor's gone. I'll come back with Parasvan." But by now the doctor had entered, an important-looking person with long dark whiskers and a shiny shaven chin, wearing a bearskin coat. As he crossed the threshold he stopped, taken aback. He probably fancied he had come to the wrong place. "How is this? Where am I?" he muttered, not removing his coat nor his peaked sealskin cap. The crowd, the poverty of the room, the washing hanging on a line in the corner, puzzled him. The captain, bent double, was bowing low before him. "It's here, sir," he muttered cringingly. "It's here, you've come right, you were coming to us." "Snegiryov?" the doctor said loudly and pompously. "Mr. Snegiryov, is that you?" "That's me, sir." "Ah!" The doctor looked round the room with a squeamish air once more, and threw off his coat, displaying to all eyes the grand decoration at his neck. The captain caught the fur coat in the air, and the doctor took off his cap. "Where is the patient?" he asked emphatically. End of section 67. Section 68 of the Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 10, Chapter 6. Precocity. "What do you think the doctor will say to him?" Kolya asked quickly. "What a repulsive mug, though, hasn't he? I can't endure medicine." "Ilusha is dying, I think that's certain," answered Alyosha mournfully. "They are rogues. Medicine's a fraud. I'm glad to have made your acquaintance, though, Karamazov. I wanted to know you for a long time. I'm only sorry we meet in such sad circumstances." Kolya had a great inclination to say something even warmer and more demonstrative, but he felt ill at ease. Alyosha noticed this, smiled, and pressed his hand. "I've long learned to respect you as a rare person," Kolya muttered again, faltering and uncertain. "I have heard you are a mystic, and have been in the monastery. I know you are a mystic, but that hasn't put me off. Contact with real life will cure you. It's always so with characters like yours." "What do you mean by mystic? Cure me of what?" Alyosha was rather astonished. "Oh, God, and all the rest of it." "What, don't you believe in God?" "Oh, I've nothing against God. Of course, God is only a hypothesis, but I admit that he is needed for the order of the universe and all that, and that if there were no God he would have to be invented," added Kolya, beginning to blush. He suddenly fancied that Alyosha might think he was trying to show off his knowledge, and to prove that he was grown up. I haven't the slightest desire to show off my knowledge to him, Kolya thought indignantly, and all of a sudden he felt horribly annoyed. "I must confess I can't endure entering on such discussions," he said with a final air. "It's possible for one who doesn't believe in God to love mankind. Don't you think so? Voltaire didn't believe in God and loved mankind. I am at it again," he thought to himself. "Voltaire believed in God, though not very much, I think, and I don't think he loved mankind very much either," said Alyosha quietly, gently, and quite naturally, as though he were talking to someone of his own age or even older. Kolya was particularly struck by Alyosha's apparent diffidence about his opinion of Voltaire. He seemed to be leaving the question for him, little Kolya, to settle. "Have you read Voltaire?" Alyosha finished. "No, not to say read, but I've read Candide in the Russian translation, in an absurd, grotesque old translation. At it again, again." "And did you understand it?" "Oh yes, everything. That is, why do you suppose I shouldn't understand it? There's a lot of nastiness in it, of course. Of course, I can understand that it's a philosophical novel and written to advocate an idea." Kolya was getting mixed by now. "I am a socialist, Karamazov. I am an incurable socialist," he announced suddenly, apropos of nothing. "A socialist!" laughed Alyosha. "But when have you had time to become one? Why, I thought you were only 13." Kolya winced. "In the first place, I am not 13, but 14. 14 in a fortnight." He flushed angrily. "And in the second place, I am at a complete loss to understand what my age has to do with it. The question is, what are my convictions, not what is my age, isn't it?" "When you are older, you'll understand for yourself the influence of age on convictions. I fancied, too, that you were not expressing your own ideas," Alyosha answered serenely and modestly, but Kolya interrupted him hotly. "Come, you want obedience and mysticism. You must admit that the Christian religion, for instance, has only been of use to the rich and the powerful to keep the lower classes in slavery. That's so, isn't it?" "Ah, I know where you read that, and I am certain someone told you so," cried Alyosha. "I say, what makes you think I read it? And certainly no one told me so. I can think for myself. I am not opposed to Christ, if you like. He was a most humane person, and if he were alive today, he would be found in the ranks of the revolutionists, and would perhaps play a conspicuous part. There's no doubt about that." "Oh, where did you get that from? What fool have you made friends with?" exclaimed Alyosha. "Come, the truth will out. It has so chanced that I have often talked to Mr. Rakitin, of course, but old Bielinsky said that too, so they say." "Bielinsky? I don't remember. He hasn't written that anywhere." "If he didn't write it, they say he said it. I heard that from a... but never mind." "And have you read Bielinsky?" "Well, no, I haven't read all of him, but I read the passage about Tatiana, why she didn't go off with Onyegin." "Didn't go off with Onyegin? Surely you don't understand that already?" "Why, you seem to take me for little Smurov," said Kolya, with a grin of irritation. "But please don't suppose I am such a revolutionist. I often disagree with Mr. Rakitin. Though I mention Tatiana, I am not at all for the emancipation of women. I acknowledge that women are a subject race, and must obey. Les femmes tricotent, as Napoleon said." Kolya for some reason smiled. "And on that question, at least, I am quite of one mind with that pseudo-great man. I think, too, that to leave one's own country and fly to America is mean, worse than mean, silly. Why go to America when one may be of great service to humanity here? Now, especially. There's a perfect mass of fruitful activity open to us. That's what I answered." "What do you mean? Answered whom? Has someone suggested your going to America already?" "I must own they've been at me to go, but I declined. That's between ourselves, of course, Karamazov. Do you hear? Not a word to anyone. I say this only to you. I am not at all anxious to fall into the clutches of the secret police and take lessons at the Chain Bridge. Long will you remember the house at the Chain Bridge. Do you remember? It's splendid. Why are you laughing? You don't suppose I am fibbing, do you? What if he should find out that I've only that one number of the Bell in father's bookcase, and haven't read any more of it?" Kolya thought with a shudder. "Oh no, I am not laughing, and don't suppose for a moment that you are lying. No, indeed, I can't suppose so, for all this, alas, is perfectly true. But tell me, have you read Pushkin, Onegin, for instance? You spoke just now of Tatiana." "No, I haven't read it yet, but I want to read it. I have no prejudices, Karamazov. I want to hear both sides. What makes you ask?" "Oh, nothing." "Tell me, Karamazov, have you an awful contempt for me?" Kolya rapped out suddenly and drew himself up before Alyosha, as though he were on drill. "Be so kind as to tell me, without beating about the bush." "I have a contempt for you?" Alyosha looked at him wondering. "What for? I am only sad that a charming nature such as yours should be perverted by all this crude nonsense before you have begun life." "Don't be anxious about my nature," Kolya interrupted, not without complacency. "But it's true that I am stupidly sensitive, crudely sensitive. You smiled just now, and I fancied you seemed to—" "Oh, my smile meant something quite different. I'll tell you why I smiled. Not long ago I read the criticism made by a German who had lived in Russia on our students and schoolboys of today. 'Show a Russian schoolboy,' he writes, 'a map of the stars which he knows nothing about, and he will give you back the map next day with corrections on it. No knowledge and unbounded conceit.' That's what the German meant to say about the Russian schoolboy." "Yes, that's perfectly right." Kolya laughed suddenly. "Exactly so. Bravo, the German. But he did not see the good side, what do you think? Conceit may be, that comes from youth, that will be corrected if need be. But, on the other hand, there is an independent spirit, almost from childhood, boldness of thought and conviction, and not the spirit of these sausage makers grovelling before authority. But the German was right, all the same. Bravo, the German. But Germans want strangling, all the same. Though they are so good at science and learning, they must be strangled." "Strangled? What for?" smiled Alyosha. "Well, perhaps I am talking nonsense, I agree. I am awfully childish sometimes, and when I am pleased about anything I can't restrain myself and am ready to talk any stuff. But, I say, we are chattering away here about nothing, and that doctor has been a long time in there. But perhaps he's examining the mamma and that poor crippled Nina. I liked that Nina, you know. She whispered to me suddenly as I was coming away, 'Why didn't you come before?' And in such a voice, so reproachfully. I think she is awfully nice and pathetic." "Yes, yes. Well, you'll be coming often, you will see what she is like. It would do you a great deal of good to know people like that, to learn to value a great deal which you will find out from knowing these people," Alyosha observed warmly. "That would have more effect on you than anything." "Oh, how I regret and blame myself for not having come sooner!" Kolya exclaimed, with bitter feeling. "Yes, it's a great pity. You saw for yourself how delighted the poor child was to see you, and how he fretted for you to come." "Don't tell me, you make it worse, but it serves me right. What kept me from coming was my conceit, my egoistic vanity, and the beastly wilfulness which I never can get rid of, though I've been struggling with it all my life. I see that now. I am a beast in lots of ways, Karamazov. No, you have a charming nature, though it's been distorted, and I quite understand why you have had such an influence on this generous, morbidly sensitive boy," Alyosha answered warmly. "And you say that to me!" cried Kolya. "And would you believe it, I've thought several times since I've been here that you despised me. If only you knew how I prize your opinion!" "But are you really so sensitive at your age? Would you believe it, just now, when you were telling your story, I thought, as I watched you, that you must be very sensitive." "You thought so? What an eye you've got, I say! I bet that was when I was talking about the goose. That was just when I was fancying you had a great contempt for me for being in such a hurry to show off, and for a moment I quite hated you for it, and began talking like a fool. Then I fancied, just now, here, when I said that if there were no God he would have to be invented, that I was in too great a hurry to display my knowledge, especially as I got that phrase out of a book. But I swear I wasn't showing off out of vanity, though I really don't know why. Because I was so pleased? Yes, I believe it was because I was so pleased, though it's perfectly disgraceful for anyone to be gushing directly they are pleased. I know that. But I am convinced now that you don't despise me. It was all my imagination. Oh, Karamazov, I am profoundly unhappy. I sometimes fancy all sorts of things, that everyone is laughing at me, the whole world, and then I feel ready to overturn the whole order of things." "And you worry everyone about you," smiled Alyosha. "Yes, I worry everyone about me, especially my mother. Karamazov, tell me, am I very ridiculous now?" "Don't think about that, don't think of it at all," cried Alyosha. "And what does ridiculous mean? Isn't everyone constantly being or seeming ridiculous? Besides, nearly all clever people now are fearfully afraid of being ridiculous, and that makes them unhappy. All I am surprised at is that you should be feeling that so early, though I've observed it for some time past, and not only in you. Nowadays, the very children have begun to suffer from it. It's almost a sort of insanity. The devil has taken the form of that vanity and entered into the whole generation. It's simply the devil," added Alyosha, without a trace of the smile that Kolya, staring at him, expected to see. "You are like every one else," said Alyosha in conclusion. "That is, like very many others. Only you must not be like everybody else, that's all." "Even if every one is like that?" "Yes, even if every one is like that. You be the only one not like it. You really are not like every one else. Here you are not ashamed to confess to something bad and even ridiculous. And who will admit so much in these days? No one. And people have even ceased to feel the impulse to self-criticism. Don't be like every one else, even if you are the only one." "Splendid! I was not mistaken in you. You know how to console one. Oh, how I have longed to know you, Karamazov! I've long been eager for this meeting. Can you really have thought about me too? You said just now that you thought of me too?" "Yes, I'd heard of you, and had thought of you too. And if it's partly vanity that makes you ask, it doesn't matter." "Do you know, Karamazov, our talk has been like a declaration of love," said Kolya, in a bashful and melting voice. "That's not ridiculous, is it?" "Not at all ridiculous. And if it were, it wouldn't matter, because it's been a good thing." Alyosha smiled brightly. "But do you know, Karamazov, you must admit that you are a little ashamed yourself now. I see it by your eyes." Kolya smiled with a sort of sly happiness. "Why ashamed?" "Well, why are you blushing?" "It was you made me blush," laughed Alyosha, and he really did blush. "Oh, well, I am a little, goodness knows why. I don't know," he muttered, almost embarrassed. "Oh, how I love you and admire you at this moment, just because you are rather ashamed, because you are just like me!" cried Kolya, in positive ecstasy. His cheeks glowed, his eyes beamed. "You know, Kolya, you will be very unhappy in your life," something made Alyosha say suddenly. I know. How you know it all beforehand!" Kolya agreed at once. "But you will bless life on the whole, all the same." "Just so, hurrah! You are a prophet. Oh, we shall get on together, Karamazov. Do you know, what delights me most is that you treat me quite like an equal. But we are not equals. No, we are not. You are better. But we shall get on. Do you know, all this last month I've been saying to myself, either we shall be friends at once, forever, or we shall part enemies to the grave." "And saying that, of course, you loved me." Alyosha laughed gaily. "I did. I loved you awfully. I've been loving and dreaming of you. And how do you know it all beforehand? Ah, here's the doctor. Goodness, what will he tell us? Look at his face." End of section 68. Section 69 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 10, Chapter 7, Ilyusha. The doctor came out of the room again, muffled in his fur coat and with his cap on his head. His face looked almost angry and disgusted, as though he were afraid of getting dirty. He cast a cursory glance round the passage, looking sternly at Alyosha and Kolya as he did so. Alyosha waved from the door to the coachman, and the carriage that had brought the doctor drove up. The captain darted out after the doctor, and, bowing apologetically, stopped him to get the last word. The poor fellow looked utterly crushed. There was a scared look in his eyes. Your Excellency, is it possible?" he began, but could not go on, and clasped his hands in despair. Yet he still gazed imploringly at the doctor, as though a word from him might still change the poor boy's fate. "I can't help it, I am not God," the doctor answered offhand, though with the customary impressiveness. "Doctor, Your Excellency, and will it be soon, soon?" "You must be prepared for anything," said the doctor in emphatic and incisive tones, and, dropping his eyes, he was about to step out to the coach. "Your Excellency, for Christ's sake!" The terror-stricken captain stopped him again. "Your Excellency, but can nothing, absolutely nothing, save him now?" "It's not in my hands now," said the doctor impatiently. "But he stopped suddenly. "If you could, for instance, send your patient at once, without delay." The words "at once, without delay" the doctor uttered with an almost wrathful sternness that made the captain start. "To Syracuse, the change to the new beneficial climatic conditions might possibly affect—" "To Syracuse!" cried the captain, unable to grasp what was said. "Syracuse is in Sicily," Kolya jerked out suddenly in explanation. The doctor looked at him. "Sicily, Your Excellency," faltered the captain, "but you've seen—" He spread out his hands, indicating his surroundings. "Mamma and my family?" "No. Sicily is not the place for the family. The family should go to Caucasus in the early spring. Your daughter must go to the Caucasus, and your wife, after a course of the waters in the Caucasus for her rheumatism, must be sent straight to Paris, to the mental specialist Le Pelletier. I could give you a note to him, and then there might be a change." "Doctor, doctor, but you see—" The captain flung wide his hands again despairingly, indicating the bare wooden walls of the passage. "Well, that's not my business," grinned the doctor. "I have only told you the answer of medical science to your question as to possible treatment. As for the rest, to my regret." "Don't be afraid, apothecary. My dog won't bite you." Kolya rapped out loudly, noticing the doctor's rather uneasy glance at Parizvon, who was standing in the doorway. There was a wrathful note in Kolya's voice. He used the word apothecary instead of doctor on purpose, and, as he explained afterwards, used it to insult him. "What's that?" The doctor flung up his head, staring with surprise at Kolya. "Who's this?" He addressed Alyosha as though asking him to explain. "It's Parizvon's master. Don't worry about me," Kolya said incisively again. "Parizvon?" repeated the doctor, perplexed. "He hears the bell, but where it is he cannot tell. Good-bye, we shall meet in Syracuse." "Who's this? Who's this?" The doctor flew into a terrible rage. "He is a schoolboy, doctor. He is a mischievous boy. Take no notice of him," said Alyosha, frowning and speaking quickly. "Kolya, hold your tongue," he cried to Krassotkin. "Take no notice of him, doctor," he repeated, rather impatiently. "He wants a thrashing, a good thrashing." The doctor stamped in a perfect fury. "And you know, apothecary, my Parizvon might bite," said Kolya, turning pale, with quivering voice and flashing eyes. "Ici, Parizvon." "Kolya, if you say another word, I'll have nothing more to do with you," Alyosha cried peremptorily. "There is only one man in the world who can command Nikolai Krassotkin. This is the man." Kolya pointed to Alyosha. "I obey him. Good-bye." He stepped forward, opened the door, and quickly went into the inner room. Parizvon flew after him. The doctor stood still for 5 seconds in amazement, looking at Alyosha. Then, with a curse, he went out quickly to the carriage, repeating aloud, This is, I don't know what it is." The captain darted forward to help him into the carriage. Alyosha followed Kolya into the room. He was already by Ilyusha's bedside. The sick boy was holding his hand and calling for his father. A minute later the captain too came back. "Father, father, come, we—" Ilyusha faltered in violent excitement, but apparently unable to go on, he flung his wasted arms round his father and Kolya, uniting them in one embrace, and hugging them as tightly as he could. The captain suddenly began to shake with dumb sobs, and Kolya's lips and chin twitched. "Father, father, how sorry I am for you," Ilyusha moaned bitterly. "Ilyusha, darling, the doctor said you would be all right. We shall be happy. The doctor—" the captain began. "Ah, father, I know what the new doctor said to you about me. I saw," cried Ilyusha, and again he hugged them both with all his strength, hiding his face on his father's shoulder. "Father, don't cry. And when I die, get a good boy, another one. Choose one of them all, a good one. Call him Ilyusha, and love him instead of me." "Hush, old man, you'll get well," Krassotkin cried suddenly, in a voice that sounded angry. "But don't ever forget me, father," Ilyusha went on. "Come to my grave. And, father, bury me by our big stone where we used to go for our walk, and come to me there with Krassotkin in the evening, and Parizvon. I shall expect you. Father, father." His voice broke. They were all three silent, still embracing. Nina was crying quietly in her chair, and at last, seeing them all crying, mamma too burst into tears. "Ilyusha, Ilyusha!" she exclaimed. Krassotkin suddenly released himself from Ilyusha's embrace. "Good-bye, old man. Mother expects me back to dinner," he said quickly. "What a pity I did not tell her. She will be dreadfully anxious. But after dinner I'll come back to you for the whole day, for the whole evening, and I'll tell you all sorts of things, and I'll bring Peresvan. But now I will take him with me, because he will begin to howl when I am away, and bother you. Good-bye." And he ran out into the passage. He didn't want to cry, but in the passage he burst into tears. Alyosha found him crying. "Kolya, you must be sure to keep your word and come, or he will be terribly disappointed," Alyosha said emphatically. "I will. Oh, how I curse myself for not having come before," muttered Kolya, crying, and no longer ashamed of it. At that moment the captain flew out of the room, and at once closed the door behind him. His face looked frenzied, his lips were trembling. He stood before the two and flung up his arms. "I don't want a good boy. I don't want another boy," he muttered in a wild whisper, clenching his teeth. "If I forget thee, Jerusalem, may my tongue—" He broke off with a sob, and sank on his knees before the wooden bench. Pressing his fists against his head, he began sobbing with absurd whimpering cries, doing his utmost that his cries should not be heard in the room. Kolya ran out into the street. "Good-bye, Karamazov. Will you come yourself?" he cried sharply and angrily to Alyosha. "I will certainly come in the evening." What was that he said about Jerusalem? What did he mean by that? "It's from the Bible. If I forget thee, Jerusalem, that is, if I forget all that is most precious to me, if I let anything take its place, then may—" "I understand. That's enough. Mind you come. Ici, Peresvan," he cried with positive ferocity to the dog, and with rapid strides he went home. End of section 69. Section 70 of the Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 11. Ivan. Chapter 1. At Grushenka's. Alyosha went towards the cathedral square to the widow Morozov's house to see Grushenka, who had sent Fenya to him early in the morning with an urgent message begging him to come. Questioning Fenya, Alyosha learned that her mistress had been particularly distressed since the previous day. During the 2 months that had passed since Mitya's arrest, Alyosha had called frequently at the widow Morozov's house, both from his own inclination and to take messages for Mitya. 3 days after Mitya's arrest, Grushenka was taken very ill, and was ill for nearly 5 weeks. For 1 whole week she was unconscious. She was very much changed, thinner and a little sallow, though she had for the past fortnight been well enough to go out. But to Alyosha her face was even more attractive than before, and he liked to meet her eyes when he went into her. A look of firmness and intelligent purpose had developed in her face. There were signs of a spiritual transformation in her, and a steadfast, fine, and humble determination that nothing could shake could be discerned in her. There was a small vertical line between her brows which gave her charming face a look of concentrated thought, almost austere at the first glance. There was scarcely a trace of her former frivolity. It seemed strange to Alyosha, too, that, in spite of the calamity that had overtaken the poor girl, betrothed to a man who had been arrested for a terrible crime, almost at the instant of their betrothal, in spite of her illness and the almost inevitable sentence hanging over Mitya, Grushenka had not yet lost her youthful cheerfulness. There was a soft light in the once proud eyes, though at times they gleamed with the old vindictive fire when she was visited by one disturbing thought stronger than ever in her heart. The object of that uneasiness was the same as ever, Katerina Ivanovna, of whom Grushenka had even raved when she lay in delirium. Alyosha knew that she was fearfully jealous of her. Yet Katerina Ivanovna had not once visited Mitya in his prison, though she might have done it whenever she liked. All this made a difficult problem for Alyosha, for he was the only person to whom Grushenka opened her heart, and from whom she was continually asking advice. Sometimes he was unable to say anything. Full of anxiety, he entered her lodging. She was at home. She had returned from seeing Mitya half an hour before, and from the rapid movement with which she leapt up from her chair to meet him, he saw that she had been expecting him with great impatience. A pack of cards dealt for a game of fools lay on the table. A bed had been made up on the leather sofa on the other side, and Maximov lay, half reclining, on it. He wore a dressing gown and a cotton nightcap, and was evidently ill and weak, though he was smiling blissfully. When the homeless old man returned with Grushenka from Mokroe 2 months before, he had simply stayed on, and was still staying with her. He arrived with her in rain and sleet, sat down on the sofa, drenched and scared, and gazed mutely at her with a timid, appealing smile. Grushenka, who was in terrible grief and in the first stage of fever, almost forgot his existence in all she had to do the first half hour after her arrival. Suddenly she chanced to look at him intently. He laughed a pitiful, helpless little laugh. She called Fenya and told her to give him something to eat. All that day he sat in the same place, almost without stirring. When it got dark and the shutters were closed, Fenya asked her mistress, "Is the gentleman going to stay the night, mistress?" "Yes, make him a bed on the sofa," answered Grushenka. Questioning him in more detail, Grushenka learned from him that he had literally nowhere to go, and that Mr. Kalganov, my benefactor, told me straight that he wouldn't receive me again, and gave me 5 roubles. "Well, God bless you, you'd better stay then," Grushenka decided in her grief, smiling compassionately at him. Her smile wrung the old man's heart, and his lips twitched with grateful tears. And so the destitute wanderer had stayed with her ever since. He did not leave the house even when she was ill. Fenya and her grandmother, the cook, did not turn him out, but went on serving him meals and making up his bed on the sofa. Grushenka had grown used to him, and coming back from seeing Mitya, whom she had begun to visit in prison before she was really well, she would sit down and begin talking to Maximushka about trifling matters to keep her from thinking of her sorrow. The old man turned out to be a good story-teller on occasions, so that at last he became necessary to her. Grushenka saw scarcely anyone else beside Alyosha, who did not come every day and never stayed long. Her old merchant lay seriously ill at this time, at his last gasp, as they said in the town, and he did, in fact, die a week after Mitya's trial. 3 weeks before his death, feeling the end approaching, he made his sons, their wives and children, come upstairs to him at last, and bade them not leave him again. From that moment he gave strict orders to his servants not to admit Grushenka, and to tell her, if she came, "The master wishes you long life and happiness, and tells you to forget him." But Grushenka sent almost every day to inquire after him. "You've come at last!" she cried, flinging down the cards and joyfully greeting Alyosha. "And Maximushka's been scaring me that perhaps you wouldn't come. Ah, how I need you! Sit down to the table. What will you have?" Coffee?" "Yes, please," said Alyosha, sitting down at the table. "I am very hungry." "That's right. Fenya, Fenya, coffee!" cried Grushenka. "It's been made a long time ready for you. And bring in some little pies, and mind they are hot. Do you know, we've had a storm over those pies today. I took them to the prison for him, and would you believe it, he threw them back to me. He would not eat them. He flung one of them on the floor and stamped on it. So I said to him, 'I shall leave them with the warder. If you don't eat them before evening, it will be that your venomous spite is enough for you.' With that I went away. We quarreled again. Would you believe it? Whenever I go, we quarrel." Grushenka said all this in one breath in her agitation. Maximov, feeling nervous, at once smiled and looked on the floor. "What did you quarrel about this time?" asked Alyosha. "I didn't expect it in the least. Only fancy, he is jealous of the Pole. 'Why are you keeping him?' he said. 'So you've begun keeping him.' He is jealous, jealous of me all the time, jealous eating and sleeping. He even took it into his head to be jealous of Kuzma last week." "But he knew about the Pole before." "Yes, but there it is. He has known about him from the very beginning, but today he suddenly got up and began scolding about him. I am ashamed to repeat what he said. Silly fellow! Rakitin went in as I came out. Perhaps Rakitin is egging him on. What do you think?" she added carelessly. "He loves you, that's what it is. He loves you so much. And now he is particularly worried." "I should think he might be, with the trial tomorrow. And I went to him to say something about tomorrow, for I dread to think what's going to happen then. You say that he is worried, but how worried I am! And he talks about the Pole. He's too silly. He's not jealous of Maximushka yet, anyway." "My wife was dreadfully jealous over me too," Maximov put in his word. "Jealous of you?" Grushenka laughed in spite of herself. "Of whom could she have been jealous?" "Of the servant girls." "Hold your tongue, Maximushka. I am in no laughing mood now. I feel angry. Don't ogle the pies. I shan't give you any, they're not good for you. And I won't give you any vodka either. I have to look after him too, just as though I kept an almshouse," she laughed. "I don't deserve your kindness. I am a worthless creature," said Maximov, with tears in his voice. "You would do better to spend your kindness on people of more use than me." "Ech, every one is of use, Maximushka, and how can we tell who's of most use? If only that Pole didn't exist, Alyosha! He's taken it into his head to fall ill too today. I've been to see him also, and I shall send him some pies too, on purpose. I hadn't sent him any, but Mitya accused me of it, so now I shall send some. Ah, here's Fenya with a letter. Yes, it's from the Poles, begging again." Pan Musyalovich had indeed sent an extremely long and characteristically eloquent letter, in which he begged her to lend him 3 roubles. In the letter was enclosed a receipt for the sum, with a promise to repay it within 3 months, signed by Pan Vrublevsky as well. Grushenka had received many such letters, accompanied by such receipts, from her former lover during the fortnight of her convalescence. But she knew that the 2 Poles had been to ask after her health during her illness. The first letter Grushenka got from them was a long one, written on large note paper and with a big family crest on the seal. It was so obscure and rhetorical that Grushenka put it down before she had read half, unable to make head or tail of it. She could not attend to letters then. The first letter was followed next day by another, in which Pan Musilovich begged her for a loan of 2,000 roubles for a very short period. Grushenka left that letter too unanswered. A whole series of letters had followed, one every day, all as pompous and rhetorical, but the loan asked for, gradually diminishing, dropped to 100 roubles, then to 25, to 10, and finally Grushenka received a letter in which both the Poles begged her for only 1 rouble, and included a receipt signed by both. Then Grushenka suddenly felt sorry for them, and at dusk she went round herself to their lodging. She found the two Poles in great poverty, almost destitution, without food or fuel, without cigarettes, in debt to their landlady. The 200 roubles they had carried off from Mitya at Mokroe had soon disappeared. But Grushenka was surprised at their meeting her with arrogant dignity and self-assertion, with the greatest punctilio and pompous speeches. Grushenka simply laughed, and gave her former admirer 10 roubles. Then, laughing, she told Mitya of it, and he was not in the least jealous. But ever since, the Poles had attached themselves to Grushenka, and bombarded her daily with requests for money, and she had always sent them small sums. And now, that day, Mitya had taken it into his head to be fearfully jealous. "Like a fool, I went round to him just for a minute, on the way to see Mitya, for he is ill too, my Pole," Grushenka began again with nervous haste. "I was laughing, telling Mitya about it. 'Fancy,' I said, 'my Pole had the happy thought to sing his old songs to me, to the guitar. He thought I would be touched and marry him.' Mitya leapt up, swearing. So there, I'll send them the pies. Fenya, is it that little girl they've sent? Here, give her 3 roubles, and pack a dozen pies up in a paper, and tell her to take them. And you, Alyosha, be sure to tell Mitya that I did send them the pies." "I wouldn't tell him for anything," said Alyosha, smiling. "You think he is unhappy about it. Why, he's jealous on purpose. He doesn't care," said Grushenka bitterly. "On purpose?" queried Alyosha. "I tell you, you are silly, Alyosha. You know nothing about it, with all your cleverness. I am not offended that he is jealous of a girl like me. I would be offended if he were not jealous. I am like that. I am not offended at jealousy. I have a fierce heart too. I can be jealous myself. Only what offends me is that he doesn't love me at all. I tell you, he is jealous now on purpose. Am I blind? Don't I see? He began talking to me just now of that woman, of Katerina, saying she was this and that, how she had ordered a doctor from Moscow for him to try and save him, how she had ordered the best counsel, the most learned one too. So he loves her. If he'll praise her to my face, more shame to him. He's treated me badly himself, so he attacked me to make out I am in fault first, and to throw it all on me. You were with your Pole before me, so I can't be blamed for Katerina. That's what it amounts to. He wants to throw the whole blame on me. He attacked me on purpose, I tell you. But I'll—" Grushenka could not finish saying what she would do. She hid her eyes in her handkerchief and sobbed violently. "He doesn't love Katerina Ivanovna," said Alyosha firmly. "Well, whether he loves her or not, I'll soon find out for myself," said Grushenka, with a menacing note in her voice, taking the handkerchief from her eyes. Her face was distorted. Alyosha saw sorrowfully that from being mild and serene it had become sullen and spiteful. "Enough of this foolishness," she said suddenly. "It's not for that I sent for you. Alyosha, darling, tomorrow, what will happen tomorrow? That's what worries me. And it's only me it worries. I look at everyone and no one is thinking of it. No one cares about it. Are you thinking about it even? Tomorrow he'll be tried, you know. Tell me, how will he be tried? You know it's the valet. The valet killed him. Good heavens, can they condemn him in place of the valet, and will no one stand up for him? They haven't troubled the valet at all, have they?" "He's been severely cross-examined," observed Alyosha thoughtfully, "but everyone came to the conclusion it was not he. Now he is lying very ill. He has been ill ever since that attack. Really ill," added Alyosha. "Oh dear! Couldn't you go to that counsel yourself and tell him the whole thing by yourself? He's been brought from Petersburg for 3,000 roubles, they say." We gave these 3,000 together, Ivan, Katerina Ivanovna, and I, but she paid 2,000 for the doctor from Moscow herself. The Council Fechikovitch would have charged more, but the case has become known all over Russia. It's talked of in all the papers and journals. Fechikovitch agreed to come more for the glory of the thing, because the case has become so notorious. I saw him yesterday. Well, did you talk to him? Grushenka put in eagerly. He listened and said nothing. He told me that he had already formed his opinion, but he promised to give my words consideration. Consideration? Ah, they are swindlers. They will ruin him. And why did she send for the doctor? As an expert. They want to prove that Mitch is mad and committed the murder when he didn't know what he was doing. Alyosha smiled gently. But Mitya won't agree to that. Yes, but that would be the truth if he had killed him, cried Grushenka. He was mad then, perfectly mad, and that was my fault, wretch that I am. But of course he didn't do it. He didn't do it. And they are all against him, the whole town. Even Fenya's evidence went to prove he had done it. And the people at the shop, and that official, and at the tavern, too, before, people had heard him say so. They are all against him, all crying out against him. Yes, there's a fearful accumulation of evidence, Alyosha observed grimly. And Grigory Vassilyevitch, sticks to his story that the door was open, persists that he saw it. There's no shaking him. I went and talked to him myself. He's rude about it, too. Yes, that's perhaps the strongest evidence against him, said Alyosha. And as for Mitya's being mad, he certainly seems like it now, Grushenka began with a peculiarly anxious and mysterious air. Do you know, Alyosha, I've been wanting to talk to you about it for a long time. I go to him every day and simply wonder at him. Tell me, now, what do you suppose he's always talking about? He talks, and I can make nothing of it. I fancied he was talking of something intellectual that I couldn't understand in my foolishness. Only he suddenly began talking to me about a babe, that is, about some child. Why is the babe poor, he said. It's for that babe I am going to Siberia now. I am not a murderer, but I must go to Siberia. What that meant, what babe, I couldn't tell for the life of me. Only I cried when he said it, because he said it so nicely. He cried himself, and I cried too. He suddenly kissed me and made the sign of the cross over me. What did it mean, Alyosha? Tell me, what is this babe? It must be Rakitin, who's been going to see him lately, smiled Alyosha, though that's not Rakitin's doing. I didn't see Mitya yesterday. I'll see him today. No, it's not Rakitin. It's his brother, Ivan Fyodorovitch, upsetting him. It's his going to see him, that's what it is. Grushenka began, and suddenly broke off. Alyosha gazed at her in amazement. Ivan's going? Has he been to see him? Mitya told me himself that Ivan hasn't been once. There, what a girl I am, blurting things out, exclaimed Grushenka, confused and suddenly blushing. Stay, Alyosha, hush. Since I've said so much, I'll tell the whole truth. He's been to see him twice. The first directly he arrived. He galloped here from Moscow at once, of course, before I was taken ill, and the second time was a week ago. He told Mitya not to tell you about it under any circumstances, and not to tell anyone, in fact. He came secretly. Alyosha sat plunged in thought, considering something. The news evidently impressed him. Ivan doesn't talk to me of Mitya's case, he said slowly. He said very little to me these last 2 months, and whenever I go to see him he seems vexed at my coming, so I've not been to him for the last 3 weeks. If he was there a week ago, there certainly has been a change in Mitya this week. There has been a change, Grushenka assented quickly. They have a secret. Mitya told me himself there was a secret, and such a secret that Mitya can't rest. Before then he was cheerful, and indeed he is cheerful now, but when he shakes his head like that, you know, and strides about the room, and keeps pulling at the hair on his right temple with his right hand, I know there is something on his mind worrying him. I know. He was cheerful before, though. Indeed, he is cheerful today. But you said he was worried. Yes, he is worried and yet cheerful. He keeps on being irritable for a minute, and then cheerful, and then irritable again. And you know, Alyosha, I am constantly wondering at him. With this awful thing hanging over him, he sometimes laughs at such trifles as though he were a baby himself. And did he really tell you not to tell me about Ivan? Did he say, don't tell him? Yes, he told me don't tell him. It's you that Mitya's most afraid of, because it's a secret. He said himself it was a secret. Alyosha, darling, go to him and find out what their secret is, and come and tell me. Grushenka besought him with sudden eagerness. Set my mind at rest, that I may know the worst that's in store for me. That's why I sent for you. You think it's something to do with you? If it were, he wouldn't have told you there was a secret. I don't know. Perhaps he wants to tell me, but doesn't dare to. He warns me. There is a secret, he tells me, but he won't tell me what it is. What do you think yourself? What do I think? It's the end for me, that's what I think. They all three have been plotting my end, for Katerina's in it. It's all Katerina, it all comes from her. She is this and that means that I am not. He tells me that beforehand, warns me. He is planning to throw me over, that's the whole secret. They've planned it together, the three of them, Mitya, Katerina, and Ivan Fyodorovitch. Alyosha, I've been wanting to ask you a long time. A week ago he suddenly told me that Ivan was in love with Katerina because he often goes to see her. Did he tell me the truth or not? Tell me, on your conscience. Tell me the worst. I won't tell you a lie. Ivan is not in love with Katerina Ivanovna, I think. Oh, that's what I thought. He is lying to me. Shameless deceiver, that's what it is. And he was jealous of me just now, so as to put the blame on me afterwards. He is stupid. He can't disguise what he is doing. He is so open, you know. But I'll give it to him. I'll give it to him. You believe I did it, he said. He said that to me. To me. He reproached me with that. God forgive him. You wait. I'll make it hot for Katerina at the trial. I'll just say a word then. I'll tell everything then. And again she cried bitterly. This I can tell you for certain, Grushenka, Alyosha said, getting up. First, that he loves you more than anyone in the world, and you only. Believe me, I know, I do know. The second thing is that I don't want to worm his secret out of him, but if he'll tell me of himself today, I shall tell him straight out that I have promised to tell you. Then I'll come to you today and tell you. Only, I fancy Katerina Ivanovna has nothing to do with it, and that the secret is about something else. That's certain. It isn't likely it's about Katerina Ivanovna, it seems to me. Goodbye for now. Alyosha shook hands with her. Grushenka was still crying. He saw that she put little faith in his consolation, but she was better for having had her sorrow out, for having spoken of it. He was sorry to leave her in such a state of mind, but he was in haste. He had a great many things to do still. End of section 70. Section 71 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 11, Chapter 2. The Injured Foot. The first of these things was at the house of Madame Hollakoff, and he hurried there to get it over as quickly as possible, and not be too late for Mitya. Madame Hollakoff had been slightly ailing for the last 3 weeks. Her foot had for some reason swollen up, and though she was not in bed, she lay all day half reclining on the couch in her boudoir, in a fascinating but decorous déshabillé. Alyosha had once noted, with innocent amusement, that, in spite of her illness, Madame Hollakoff had begun to be rather dressy. Top-knots, ribbons, loose wrappers had made their appearance, and he had an inkling of the reason, though he dismissed such ideas from his mind as frivolous. During the last 2 months, the young official Perhotin had become a regular visitor at the house. Alyosha had not called for 4 days, and he was in haste to go straight to Lise, as it was with her he had to speak, for Lise had sent a maid to him the previous day, specially asking him to come to her about something very important, a request which, for certain reasons, had interest for Alyosha. But while the maid went to take his name into Lise, Madame Hollakoff heard of his arrival from someone, and immediately sent to beg him to come to her, just for 1 minute. Alyosha reflected that it was better to accede to the mamma's request, or else she would be sending down to Lise's room every minute that he was there. Madame Hollakoff was lying on a couch. She was particularly smartly dressed, and was evidently in a state of extreme nervous excitement. She greeted Alyosha with cries of rapture. "It's ages, perfect ages since I've seen you. It's a whole week. Only think of it. Ah, but you were here only 4 days ago, on Wednesday. You have come to see Lise. I'm sure you meant to slip into her room on tiptoe without my hearing you. My dear, dear Alexey Fyodorovitch, if you only knew how worried I am about her. But of that later. Though that's the most important thing, of that later. Dear Alexey Fyodorovitch, I trust you implicitly with my Lise. Since the death of Father Zossima, God rest his soul," she crossed herself, "I look upon you as a monk, though you look charming in your new suit. Where did you find such a tailor in these parts? No, that's not the chief thing. Of that later. Forgive me for sometimes calling you Alyosha. An old woman like me may take liberties," she smiled coquettishly, "but that will do later too. The important thing is that I shouldn't forget what is important. Please remind me of it yourself. As soon as my tongue runs away with me, you just say, 'The important thing'? Ugh, how do I know now what is of most importance? Ever since Lise took back her promise, her childish promise, Alexey Fyodorovitch, to marry you, you've realized, of course, that it was only the playful fancy of a sick child, who had been so long confined to her chair. Thank God, she can walk now. That new doctor Katya sent for from Moscow for your unhappy brother, who will tomorrow. But why speak of tomorrow? I am ready to die at the very thought of tomorrow. Ready to die of curiosity. The doctor was with us yesterday and saw Lise. I paid him 50 roubles for the visit. But that's not the point again. You see, I'm mixing everything up. I am in such a hurry. Why am I in a hurry? I don't understand. It's awful how I seem growing unable to understand anything. Everything seems mixed up in a sort of tangle. I am afraid you are so bored you will jump up and run away, and that will be all I shall see of you. Goodness, why are we sitting here and no coffee? Yulia, Glafira, coffee." Alyosha made haste to thank her, and said that he had only just had coffee. "Where?" "At Agrafena Alexandrovna's." At that woman's. Ah, it's she has brought ruin on everyone. I know nothing about it, though. They say she has become a saint, though it's rather late in the day. She had better have done it before. What use is it now? Hush, hush, Alexey Fyodorovitch, for I have so much to say to you that I am afraid I shall tell you nothing. This awful trial. I shall certainly go. I am making arrangements. I shall be carried there in my chair. Besides, I can sit up. I shall have people with me. And, you know, I am a witness. How shall I speak? How shall I speak? I don't know what I shall say. One has to take an oath, hasn't one?" "Yes, but I don't think you will be able to go." "I can sit up. Ah, you put me out. Ah, this trial, this savage act, and then they are all going to Siberia, some are getting married, and all this so quickly, so quickly. Everything's changing, and at last nothing. All grow old and have death to look forward to. Well, so be it. I am weary. This Katia, cette charmante personne, has disappointed all my hopes. Now she is going to follow one of your brothers to Siberia, and your other brother is going to follow her, and will live in the nearest town, and they will all torment one another. It drives me out of my mind. Worst of all, the publicity. The story has been told 1,000,000 times over in all the papers in Moscow and Petersburg. Ah, yes, would you believe it? There's a paragraph that I was a dear friend of your brother's. I can't repeat the horrid word. Just fancy, just fancy." "Impossible. Where was the paragraph? What did it say?" "I'll show you directly. I got the paper and read it yesterday. Here in the Petersburg paper Gossip. The paper began coming out this year. I am awfully fond of gossip, and I take it in, and now it pays me out. This is what gossip comes to. Here it is, here, this passage. Read it." And she handed Alyosha a sheet of newspaper which had been under her pillow. It was not exactly that she was upset. She seemed overwhelmed, and perhaps everything really was mixed up in a tangle in her head. The paragraph was very typical, and must have been a great shock to her, but fortunately, perhaps, she was unable to keep her mind fixed on any one subject at that moment, and so might race off in a minute to something else and quite forget the newspaper. Alyosha was well aware that the story of the terrible case had spread all over Russia. And, good heavens, what wild rumours about his brother, about the Karamazovs, and about himself he had read in the course of those 2 months, among other equally credible items. One paper had even stated that he had gone into a monastery and become a monk in horror at his brother's crime. Another contradicted this, and stated that he and his elder, Father Zossima, had broken into the monastery chest and made tracks from the monastery. The present paragraph in the paper Gossip was under the heading, "The Karamazov Case at Skotoprigonyevsk." That, alas, was the name of our little town. I had hitherto kept it concealed. It was brief, and Madame Houlakoff was not directly mentioned in it. No names appeared, in fact. It was merely stated that the criminal whose approaching trial was making such a sensation, retired army captain, an idle swaggerer and reactionary bully, was continually involved in amorous intrigues, and particularly popular with certain ladies who were pining in solitude. One such lady, a pining widow, who tried to seem young though she had a grown-up daughter, was so fascinated by him that only 2 hours before the crime she offered him 3,000 roubles on condition that he would elope with her to the gold mines. But the criminal, counting on escaping punishment, had preferred to murder his father to get the 3,000 rather than go off to Siberia with the middle-aged charms of this pining lady. This playful paragraph finished, of course, with an outburst of generous indignation at the wickedness of parricide and at the lately abolished institution of serfdom. Reading it with curiosity, Alyosha folded up the paper and handed it back to Madame Houlakoff. "Well, that must be me," she hurried on again. "Of course I am meant. Scarcely more than an hour before, I suggested gold mines to him, and here they talk of middle-aged charms, as though that were my motive. He writes that out of spite. God Almighty forgive him for the middle-aged charms, as I forgive him. You know do you know who it is? It's your friend Rakitin." "Perhaps," said Alyosha, "though I've heard nothing about it." It's he. No perhaps about it. You know I turned him out of the house. You know all that story, don't you?" "I know that you asked him not to visit you for the future, but why it was I haven't heard from you, at least." "Ah, Then you've heard it from him. He abuses me, I suppose, abuses me dreadfully?" "Yes, he does, but then he abuses everyone. But why you've given him up I haven't heard from him either. I meet him very seldom now, indeed. We are not friends." "Well, then I'll tell you all about it. There's no help for it, I'll confess, for there is one point in which I was perhaps to blame. Only a little point, so little that perhaps it doesn't count. You see, my dear boy," Madame Holohkoff suddenly looked arch, and a charming, though enigmatic smile played about her lips. "You see, I suspect you must forgive me, Alyosha, I am like a mother to you. No, no, quite the contrary. I speak to you now as though you were my father. Mother's quite out of place. Well, it's as though I were confessing to Father Zossima. That's just it. I called you a monk just now. Well, that poor young man, your friend Rakitin, mercy on us, I can't be angry with him. I feel cross, but not very. That frivolous young man, would you believe it, seems to have taken it into his head to fall in love with me. I only noticed it later. At first, a month ago, he only began to come oftener to see me, almost every day, though of course we were acquainted before. I knew nothing about it, and suddenly it dawned upon me, and I began to notice things with surprise. You know, 2 months ago, that modest, charming, excellent young man, Pyotr Ilyitch Perhotin, who's in the service here, began to be a regular visitor at the house. You met him here ever so many times yourself, and he is an excellent, earnest young man, isn't he? He comes once every 3 days, not every day, though I should be glad to see him every day, and always so well dressed. Altogether, I love young people, Alyosha, talented, modest, like you, and he has almost the mind of a statesman. He talks so charmingly, and I shall certainly try and get promotion for him. He is a future diplomat. On that awful day he almost saved me from death by coming in the night. And your friend Rakitin comes in such boots, and always stretches them out on the carpet. He began hinting at his feelings, in fact, and one day, as he was going, he squeezed my hand terribly hard. My foot began to swell directly after he pressed my hand like that. He had met Pyotr Ilyitch here before, and would you believe it? He is always gibing at him, growling at him for some reason. I simply looked at the way they went on together and laughed inwardly. So I was sitting here alone. No, I was laid up then. Well, I was lying here alone, and suddenly Rakitin comes in and, only fancy, brought me some verses of his own composition, a short poem on my bad foot. That is, he described my foot in a poem. Wait a minute, how did it go? A captivating little foot. It began somehow like that. I can never remember poetry. I've got it here. I'll show it to you later. But it's a charming thing, charming. And, you know, it's not only about the foot. It had a good moral, too, a charming idea, only I've forgotten it. In fact, it was just the thing for an album. So, of course, I thanked him, and he was evidently flattered. I'd hardly had time to thank him when in comes Pyotr Ilyitch, and Rakitin suddenly looked as black as night. I could see that Pyotr Ilyitch was in the way, for Rakitin certainly wanted to say something after giving me the verses. I had a presentiment of it. But Pyotr Ilyitch came in. I showed Pyotr Ilyitch the verses, and didn't say who was the author. But I am convinced that he guessed, though he won't own it to this day, and declares he had no idea. But he says that on purpose. Pyotr Ilyitch began to laugh at once, and fell to criticizing it. Wretched doggerel, he said they were. Some divinity student must have written them, and with such vehemence, such vehemence. Then, instead of laughing, your friend flew into a rage. Good gracious, I thought, they'll fly at each other. It was I who wrote them, said he. I wrote them as a joke, he said, for I think it degrading to write verses, but they are good poetry. They want to put a monument to your Pushkin for writing about women's feet, while I wrote with a moral purpose, and you, said he, are an advocate of serfdom. "You've no humane ideas," said he. "You have no modern enlightened feelings. You are uninfluenced by progress. You are a mere official," he said, "and you take bribes." Then I began screaming and imploring them. And you know Pyotr Ilyitch is anything but a coward. He at once took up the most gentlemanly tone, looked at him sarcastically, listened, and apologized. "I'd no idea," said he. "I shouldn't have said it if I had known. I should have praised it. Poets are all so irritable," he said. In short, he laughed at him under cover of the most gentlemanly tone. He explained to me afterwards that it was all sarcastic. I thought he was in earnest. Only as I lay there, just as before you now, I thought, would it or would it not be the proper thing for me to turn Rakitin out for shouting so rudely at a visitor in my house? And, would you believe it, I lay here, shut my eyes, and wondered, would it be the proper thing or not? I kept worrying, and my heart began to beat, and I couldn't make up my mind whether to make an outcry or not. One voice seemed to be telling me, "Speak," and the other, "No, don't speak." And no sooner had the second voice said that than I cried out and fainted. Of course there was a fuss. I got up suddenly and said to Rakitin, "It's painful for me to say it, but I don't wish to see you in my house again." So I turned him out. Ah, Alexey Fyodorovitch, I know myself I did wrong. I was putting it on. I wasn't angry with him at all, really, but I suddenly fancied, that was what did it, that it would be such a fine scene. And yet, believe me, it was quite natural, for I really shed tears and cried for several days afterwards, and then suddenly, one afternoon, I forgot all about it. So it's a fortnight since he's been here, and I kept wondering whether he would come again. I wondered even yesterday, and then suddenly, last night, came this gossip. I read it and gasped. Who could have written it? He must have written it. He went home, sat down, wrote it on the spot, sent it, and they put it in. It was a fortnight ago, you see. But, Alyosha, it's awful how I keep talking and don't say what I want to say. The words come of themselves. "It's very important for me to be in time to see my brother today," Alyosha faltered. To be sure, to be sure. You bring it all back to me. Listen, what is an aberration?" "What aberration?" asked Alyosha, wondering. "In the legal sense. An aberration in which everything is pardonable. Whatever you do, you will be acquitted at once." "What do you mean?" "I'll tell you. This Katya, she is a charming, charming creature, only I never can make out who it is she is in love with. She was with me some time ago, and I couldn't get anything out of her, especially as she won't talk to me except on the surface now. She is always talking about my health and nothing else, and she takes up such a tone with me, too. I simply said to myself, well, so be it, I don't care. Oh, yes, I was talking of aberration. This doctor has come. You know a doctor has come? Of course you know it. The one who discovers madmen. You wrote for him. No, it wasn't you, but Katya. It's all Katya's doing. Well, you see, a man may be sitting perfectly sane and suddenly have an aberration. He may be conscious and know what he is doing, and yet be in a state of aberration. And there's no doubt that Dmitri Fyodorovitch was suffering from aberration. They found out about aberration as soon as the law courts were reformed. It's all the good effect of the reformed law courts. The doctor has been here and questioned me about that evening, about the gold mines. How did he seem then, he asked me. He must have been in a state of aberration. He came in shouting, 'Money, money, 3,000, give me 3,000, and then went away and immediately did the murder. 'I don't want to murder him,' he said, and he suddenly went and murdered him. That's why they'll acquit him, because he struggled against it, and yet he murdered him.' But he didn't murder him," Alyosha interrupted rather sharply. He felt more and more sick with anxiety and impatience. "Yes, I know, it was that old man Grigory murdered him." "Grigory?" cried Alyosha. Yes, yes, it was Grigory. He lay as Dmitri Fyodorovitch struck him down, and then got up, saw the door open, went in, and killed Fyodor Pavlovitch. But why? Why? Suffering from aberration. When he recovered from the blow Dmitri Fyodorovitch gave him on the head, he was suffering from aberration. He went and committed the murder. As for his saying he didn't, he very likely doesn't remember. Only, you know, it'll be better, ever so much better, if Dmitri Fyodorovitch murdered him. And that's how it must have been, though I say it was Grigory. It certainly was Dmitri Fyodorovitch, and that's better, ever so much better. Oh, not better that a son should have killed his father, I don't defend that. Children ought to honor their parents, and yet it would be better if it were he, as you'd have nothing to cry over then, for he did it when he was unconscious, or rather when he was conscious, but did not know what he was doing. Let them acquit him. That's so humane, and would show what a blessing reformed law courts are. I knew nothing about it, but they say they have been so a long time. And when I heard it yesterday, I was so struck by it that I wanted to send for you at once. And if he is acquitted, make him come straight from the law courts to dinner with me, and I'll have a party of friends, and we'll drink to the reformed law courts. I don't believe he'd be dangerous. Besides, I'll invite a great many friends, so that he could always be let out if he did anything. And then he might be made a justice of the peace or something in another town, for those who have been in trouble themselves make the best judges. And besides, who isn't suffering from aberration nowadays? You, I, all of us are in a state of aberration, and there are ever so many examples of it. A man sits singing a song. Suddenly something annoys him. He takes a pistol and shoots the first person he comes across, and no one blames him for it. I read that lately, and all the doctors confirm it. The doctors are always confirming. They confirm anything. Why, my Lise is in a state of aberration. She made me cry again yesterday, and the day before, too, and today I suddenly realized that it's all due to aberration. Oh, Lise grieves me so. I believe she's quite mad. Why did she send for you? Did she send for you, or did you come of yourself? Yes, she sent for me, and I am just going to her. Alyosha got up resolutely. Oh, my dear, dear Alexey Fyodorovitch, perhaps that's what's most important, Madame Holikov cried, suddenly bursting into tears. God knows I trust Lise to you with all my heart, and it's no matter her sending for you on the sly, without telling her mother, but forgive me, I can't trust my daughter so easily to your brother, Ivan Fyodorovitch, though I still consider him the most chivalrous young man. But only fancy, he's been to see Lise, and I knew nothing about it. How? What? When? Alyosha was exceedingly surprised. He had not sat down again and listened standing. I will tell you. That's perhaps why I asked you to come, for I don't know now why I did ask you to come. Well, Ivan Fyodorovitch has been to see me twice since he came back from Moscow. First time he came as a friend to call on me, and the second time Katya was here, and he came because he heard she was here. I didn't, of course, expect him to come often, knowing what a lot he has to do as it is. Vous comprenez cette affaire et la mort terrible de votre papa. But I suddenly heard he'd been here again, not to see me, but to see Lise. That's 6 days ago now. He came, stayed 5 minutes, and went away. And I didn't hear of it till 3 days afterwards from Glafira, so it was a great shock to me. I sent for Lise directly. She laughed. He thought you were asleep, she said, and came in to me to ask after your health. Of course, that's how it happened. But Lise, mercy on us, how she distresses me. Would you believe it? One night, 4 days ago, just after you saw her last time, and had gone away, she suddenly had a fit, screaming, shrieking, hysterics. Why is it I never have hysterics? Then, next day, another fit, and the same thing on the third, and yesterday too, and then yesterday that aberration. She suddenly screamed out,
I hate Ivan Fyodorovitch. I insist on your never letting him come to the house again." I was struck dumb at these amazing words, and answered, "On what grounds could I refuse to see such an excellent young man, a young man of such learning too, and so unfortunate? For all this business is a misfortune, isn't it?" She suddenly burst out laughing at my words, and so rudely, you know. Well, I was pleased. I thought I had amused her, and the fits would pass off, especially as I wanted to refuse to see Ivan Fyodorovitch anyway, on account of his strange visits without my knowledge, and meant to ask him for an explanation. But early this morning Lise waked up and flew into a passion with Julia, and would you believe it, slapped her in the face. That's monstrous. I am always polite to my servants. And an hour later she was hugging Julia's feet and kissing them. She sent a message to me that she wasn't coming to me at all, and would never come and see me again, and when I dragged myself down to her, she rushed to kiss me, crying, and as she kissed me, she pushed me out of the room without saying a word, so I couldn't find out what was the matter. Now, dear Alexey Fyodorovitch, I rest all my hopes on you, and of course my whole life is in your hands. I simply beg you to go to Lise and find out everything from her, as you alone can, and come back and tell me, her mother, for you understand it will be the death of me, simply the death of me, if this goes on, or else I shall run away. I can stand no more. I have patience, but I may lose patience, and then something awful will happen. Ah, dear me!" "At last, Pyotr Ilyitch!" cried Madame Holdikoff, beaming all over as she saw Perhotin enter the room. "You are late, you are late. Well, sit down, speak, put us out of suspense. What does the council say? Where are you off to, Alexey Fyodorovitch?" "To Lise." "Oh, yes. You won't forget what I asked you? It's a question of life and death." "Of course I won't forget, if I can, but I am so late," muttered Alyosha, beating a hasty retreat. "No, be sure to come in. Don't say 'if you can.' I shall die if you don't," Madame Holdikoff called after him, but Alyosha had already left the room. End of section 71. Section 72 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 11, Chapter 3. A Little Demon. Going into Lise, he found her half reclining in the invalid chair in which she had been wheeled when she was unable to walk. She did not move to meet him, but her sharp, keen eyes were simply riveted on his face. There was a feverish look in her eyes. Her face was pale and yellow. Alyosha was amazed at the change that had taken place in her in 3 days. She was positively thinner. She did not hold out her hand to him. He touched the thin, long fingers which lay motionless on her dress. Then he sat down facing her, without a word. "I know you are in a hurry to get to the prison," Lise said curtly, "and mamma's kept you there for hours. She's just been telling you about me and Julia." "How do you know?" asked Alyosha. "I've been listening. Why do you stare at me? I want to listen, and I do listen. There's no harm in that. I don't apologize." "You are upset about something?" "On the contrary, I am very happy. I've only just been reflecting for the 30th time what a good thing it is I refused you, and shall not be your wife. You are not fit to be a husband. If I were to marry you and give you a note to take to the man I loved after you, you'd take it, and be sure to give it to him, and bring an answer back too. If you were 40, you would still go on taking my love letters for me." She suddenly laughed. "There is something spiteful and yet open-hearted about you." Alyosha smiled to her. "The open-heartedness consists in my not being ashamed of myself with you. What's more, I don't want to feel ashamed with you, just with you. Alyosha, why is it I don't respect you? I'm very fond of you, but I don't respect you.
If I respected you, I shouldn't talk to you without shame, should I? No. But do you believe that I am not ashamed with you? No, I don't believe it. Lise laughed nervously again. She spoke rapidly. I sent your brother, Dmitri Fyodorovitch, some sweets in prison. Alyosha, you know, you are quite pretty. I shall love you awfully for having so quickly allowed me not to love you. Why did you send for me today, Lise? I wanted to tell you of a longing I have. I should like someone to torture me, marry me and then torture me, deceive me and go away. I don't want to be happy. You are in love with disorder? Yes, I want disorder. I keep wanting to set fire to the house. I keep imagining how I'll creep up and set fire to the house on the sly. It must be on the sly. They'll try to put it out, but it'll go on burning, and I shall know and say nothing. Ah, what silliness! And how bored I am!" She waved her hand with a look of repulsion. "It's your luxurious life," said Alyosha softly. "Is it better, then, to be poor?" "Yes, it is better." "That's what your monk taught you. That's not true. Let me be rich and all the rest poor. I'll eat sweets and drink cream and not give any to anyone else. Ah, don't speak, don't say anything." She shook her hand at him, though Alyosha had not opened his mouth. "You've told me all that before. I know it all by heart. It bores me. If I am ever poor, I shall murder somebody. And even if I am rich, I may murder someone, perhaps. Why do nothing? But do you know, I should like to reap, cut the rye. I'll marry you, and you shall become a peasant, a real peasant. We'll keep a colt, shall we? Do you know Kalganov?" "Yes." "He is always wandering about, dreaming. He says, 'Why live in real life? It's better to dream. One can dream the most delightful things, but real life is a bore.' But he'll be married soon for all that. He's been making love to me already. Can you spin tops?" "Yes." "Well, he's just like a top. He wants to be wound up and set spinning, and then to be lashed with a whip. If I marry him, I'll keep him spinning all his life. You are not ashamed to be with me?" "No." "You are awfully cross because I don't talk about holy things. I don't want to be holy. What will they do to one in the next world for the greatest sin? You must know all about that." "God will censure you." Alyosha was watching her steadily. "That's just what I should like. I would go up and they would censure me, and I would burst out laughing in their faces. I should dreadfully like to set fire to the house, Alyosha, to our house. You still don't believe me?" "Why? There are children of 12 years old who have a longing to set fire to something, and they do set things on fire too. It's a sort of disease." "That's not true, that's not true. There may be children, but that's not what I mean." "You take evil for good. It's a passing crisis. It's the result of your illness, perhaps." "You do despise me, though. It's simply that I don't want to do good. I want to do evil, and it has nothing to do with illness." "Why do evil?" "So that everything might be destroyed. Ah, how nice it would be if everything were destroyed! You know, Alyosha, I sometimes think of doing a fearful lot of harm and everything bad, and I should do it for a long while on the sly, and suddenly everyone would find it out. Everyone will stand round and point their fingers at me, and I would look at them all. That would be awfully nice. Why would it be so nice, Alyosha?" "I don't know. It's a craving to destroy something good, or, as you say, to set fire to something. It happens sometimes." "I not only say it, I shall do it." "I believe you." "Ah, how I love you for saying you believe me. And you are not lying one little bit. But perhaps you think that I am saying all this on purpose to annoy you." "No, I don't think that, though perhaps there is a little desire to do that in it, too." "There is a little. I never can tell lies to you," she declared, with a strange fire in her eyes. What struck Alyosha above everything was her earnestness. There was not a trace of humor or jesting in her face now, though in old days fun and gaiety never deserted her, even at her most earnest moments. "There are moments when people love crime," said Alyosha thoughtfully. "Yes, yes, you have uttered my thought. They love crime. Everyone loves crime. They love it always, not at some moments. You know, it's as though people have made an agreement to lie about it, and have lied about it ever since. They all declare that they hate evil, but secretly they all love it." "And are you still reading nasty books?" "Yes, I am. Mamma reads them and hides them under her pillow, and I steal them." "Aren't you ashamed to destroy yourself?" "I want to destroy myself. There's a boy here who lay down between the railway lines when the train was passing. Lucky fellow. Listen, your brother is being tried now for murdering his father, and everyone loves his having killed his father." "Loves his having killed his father?" "Yes, loves it. Everyone loves it. Everybody says it's so awful, but secretly they simply love it. I, for one, love it." "There is some truth in what you say about everyone," said Alyosha softly. "Oh, what ideas you have!" Lise shrieked in delight. "And you a monk, too! You wouldn't believe how I respect you, Alyosha, for never telling lies. Oh, I must tell you a funny dream of mine. I sometimes dream of devils. It's night. I am in my room with a candle, and suddenly there are devils all over the place, in all the corners, under the table, and they open the doors. There's a crowd of them behind the doors, and they want to come and seize me. And they are just coming, just seizing me, but I suddenly cross myself, and they all draw back, though they don't go away altogether. They stand at the doors and in the corners, waiting. And suddenly I have a frightful longing to revile God aloud, and so I begin, and then they come crowding back to me, delighted, and seize me again, and I cross myself again, and they all draw back. It's awful fun. It takes one's breath away." "I've had the same dream too," said Alyosha suddenly. "Really?" cried Lise, surprised. "I say, Alyosha, don't laugh. That's awfully important. Could two different people have the same dream?" "It seems they can." "Alyosha, I tell you it's awfully important," Lise went on, with really excessive amazement. "It's not the dream that's important, but your having the same dream as me. You never lie to me, don't lie now. Is it true? You are not laughing?" "It's true." Lise seemed extraordinarily impressed, and for half a minute she was silent. "Alyosha, come and see me more often," she said suddenly in a supplicating voice. "I'll always come to see you, all my life," answered Alyosha firmly. "You are the only person I can talk to, you know," Lise began again. "I talk to no one but myself and you, only you in the whole world, and to you more readily than to myself. And I am not a bit ashamed with you, not a bit. Alyosha, why am I not ashamed with you, not a bit? Alyosha, is it true that at Easter the Jews steal a child and kill it?" "I don't know." "There's a book here in which I read about the trial of a Jew, who took a child of 4 years old and cut off the fingers from both hands, and then crucified him on the wall, hammered nails into him and crucified him, and afterwards, when he was tried, he said that the child died soon, within 4 hours. That was soon. He said the child moaned, kept on moaning, and he stood admiring it. That's nice." "Nice?" "Nice. I sometimes imagine that it was I who crucified him. He would hang there moaning, and I would sit opposite him eating pineapple compote. I am awfully fond of pineapple compote. Do you like it?" Alyosha looked at her in silence. Her pale, sallow face was suddenly contorted. Her eyes burned. "You know, when I read about that Jew, I shook with sobs all night. I kept fancying how the little thing cried and moaned. A child of 4 years old understands, you know, and all the while the thought of pineapple compote haunted me. In the morning I wrote a letter to a certain person, begging him particularly to come and see me. He came, and I suddenly told him all about the child and the pineapple compote. All about it, all, and said that it was nice. He laughed and said it really was nice. Then he got up and went away. He was only here 5 minutes. Did he despise me? Did he despise me? Tell me, Alyosha, did he despise me or not?" She sat up on the couch with flashing eyes. "Tell me," Alyosha asked anxiously, "did you send for that person?" "Yes, I did." "Did you send him a letter?" "Yes." "Simply to ask about that? About that child?" "No, not about that at all. But when he came, I asked him about that at once. He answered, laughed, got up, and went away." "That person behaved honorably," Alyosha murmured. "And did he despise me? Did he laugh at me?" "No, for perhaps he believes in the pineapple compote himself. He is very ill now, too, Lise." "Yes, he does believe in it," said Lise with flashing eyes. "He doesn't despise anyone," Alyosha went on, "only he does not believe anyone. If he doesn't believe in people, of course he does despise them." "Then he despises me? Me?" "You too." "Good." Lise seemed to grind her teeth. "When he went out laughing, I felt that it was nice to be despised. The child with fingers cut off is nice, and to be despised is nice." And she laughed in Alyosha's face, a feverish, malicious laugh. "Do you know, Alyosha, do you know, I should like Alyosha, save me!" She suddenly jumped from the couch, rushed to him, and seized him with both hands. "Save me!" she almost groaned. "Is there anyone in the world I could tell what I've told you? I've told you the truth, the truth. I shall kill myself because I loathe everything. I don't want to live because I loathe everything. I loathe everything, everything. Alyosha, why don't you love me in the least?" she finished in a frenzy. "But I do love you," answered Alyosha warmly. "And will you weep over me? Will you?" "Yes." "Not because I won't be your wife, but simply weep for me?" "Yes." "Thank you. It's only your tears I want. Everyone else may punish me and trample me underfoot. Everyone, not excepting anyone. For I don't love anyone. Do you hear? Not anyone. On the contrary, I hate him. Go, Alyosha. It's time you went to your brother." She tore herself away from him suddenly. "How can I leave you like this?" said Alyosha, almost in alarm. "Go to your brother. The prison will be shut. Go. Here's your hat. Give my love to Mitya. Go, go." And she almost forcibly pushed Alyosha out of the door. He looked at her with pained surprise, when he was suddenly aware of a letter in his right hand, a tiny letter folded up tight and sealed. He glanced at it and instantly read the address: "To Ivan Fyodorovitch Karamazov." He looked quickly at Lise. Her face had become almost menacing. "Give it to him. You must give it to him," she ordered him, trembling and beside herself. "Today, at once, or I'll poison myself. That's why I sent for you." And she slammed the door quickly. The bolt clicked. Alyosha put the note in his pocket and went straight downstairs, without going back to Madame Holdikoff, forgetting her, in fact. As soon as Alyosha had gone, Lise unbolted the door, opened it a little, put her finger in the crack, and slammed the door with all her might, pinching her finger. 10 seconds after, releasing her finger, she walked softly, slowly to her chair, sat up straight in it, and looked intently at her blackened finger and at the blood that oozed from under the nail. Her lips were quivering, and she kept whispering rapidly to herself, "I am a wretch, 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 wretch." End of section 72. Section 73 of the Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 11, Chapter 4. A Hymn and a Secret. It was quite late, days are short in November, when Alyosha rang at the prison gate. It was beginning to get dusk, but Alyosha knew that he would be admitted without difficulty. Things were managed in our little town as everywhere else. At first, of course, on the conclusion of the preliminary inquiry, relations and a few other persons could only obtain interviews with Mitya by going through certain inevitable formalities. But later, though the formalities were not relaxed, exceptions were made for some, at least, of Mitya's visitors. So much so that sometimes the interviews with the prisoner in the room set aside for the purpose were practically tete-a-tete. These exceptions, however, were few in number. Only Grushenka, Alyosha, and Rakitin were treated like this. But the captain of the police, Mihail Mihailovitch, was very favorably disposed to Grushenka. His abuse of her at Mokroe weighed on the old man's conscience, and when he learned the whole story, he completely changed his view of her. And strange to say, though he was firmly persuaded of his guilt, yet after Mitya was once in prison, the old man came to take a more and more lenient view of him. He was a man of good heart, perhaps, he thought, who had come to grief from drinking and dissipation. His first horror had been succeeded by pity. As for Alyosha, the police captain was very fond of him and had known him for a long time. Rakitin, who had of late taken to coming very often to see the prisoner, was one of the most intimate acquaintances of the police captain's young ladies, as he called them, and was always hanging about their house. He gave lessons in the house of the prison superintendent, too, who, though scrupulous in the performance of his duties, was a kind-hearted old man. Alyosha, again, had an intimate acquaintance of long standing with the superintendent, who was fond of talking to him, generally on sacred subjects. He respected Ivan Fyodorovitch, and stood in awe of his opinion, though he was a great philosopher himself, self-taught, of course. But Alyosha had an irresistible attraction for him. During the last year the old man had taken to studying the apocryphal Gospels, and constantly talked over his impressions with his young friend. He used to come and see him in the monastery, and discussed for hours together with him and with the monks. So even if Alyosha were late at the prison, he had only to go to the superintendent, and everything was made easy. Besides, everyone in the prison, down to the humblest warder, had grown used to Alyosha. The sentry, of course, did not trouble him so long as the authorities were satisfied. When Mitya was summoned from his cell, he always went downstairs to the place set aside for interviews. As Alyosha entered the room, he came upon Rakitin, who was just taking leave of Mitya. They were both talking loudly. Mitya was laughing heartily as he saw him out, while Rakitin seemed grumbling. Rakitin did not like meeting Alyosha, especially of late. He scarcely spoke to him, and bowed to him stiffly. Seeing Alyosha enter now, he frowned and looked away, as though he were entirely absorbed in buttoning his big, warm, fur-trimmed overcoat. Then he began looking at once for his umbrella. "I must mind not to forget my belongings," he muttered, simply to say something. "Mind you don't forget other people's belongings," said Mitya, as a joke, and laughed at once at his own wit. Rakitin fired up instantly. "You'd better give that advice to your own family, who've always been a slave-driving lot, and not to Rakitin," he cried, suddenly trembling with anger. "What's the matter? I was joking," cried Mitya. "Damn it all, they're all like that." He turned to Alyosha, nodding towards Rakitin's hurriedly retreating figure. "He was sitting here, laughing and cheerful, and all at once he boils up like that. He didn't even nod to you. Have you broken with him completely? Why are you so late? I've not been simply waiting, but thirsting for you the whole morning. But never mind, we'll make up for it now." "Why does he come here so often? Surely you are not such great friends?" asked Alyosha. He too nodded at the door through which Rakitin had disappeared. "Great friends with Rakitin? No, not as much as that. Is it likely? A pig like that! He considers I am a blackguard. They can't understand a joke either, that's the worst of such people. They never understand a joke, and their souls are dry, dry and flat. They remind me of prison walls when I was first brought here. But he is a clever fellow, very clever. Well, Alexey, it's all over with me now." He sat down on the bench and made Alyosha sit down beside him. "Yes, the trial's tomorrow. Are you so hopeless, brother?" Alyosha said with an apprehensive feeling. "What are you talking about?" said Mitya, looking at him rather uncertainly. "Oh, you mean the trial. Damn it all! Till now we've been talking of things that don't matter, about this trial, but I haven't said a word to you about the chief thing. Yes, the trial is tomorrow, but it wasn't the trial I meant when I said it was all over with me. Why do you look at me so critically?" "What do you mean, Mitya?" "Ideas, ideas, that's all. Ethics. What is ethics?" "Ethics?" asked Alyosha, wondering. "Yes. Is it a science?" "Yes, there is such a science, but I confess I can't explain to you what sort of science it is." "Rakitin knows. Rakitin knows a lot, damn him. He's not going to be a monk. He means to go to Petersburg. There he'll go in for criticism of an elevating tendency. Who knows, he may be of use and make his own career too. Ugh! They are first-rate, these people, at making a career. Damn ethics! I am done for, Alexey. I am, you man of God. I love you more than anyone. It makes my heart yearn to look at you. Who was Karl Bernard?" "Karl Bernard?" Alyosha was surprised again. "No, not Karl. Stay, I made a mistake. Claude Bernard. What was he? Chemist or what?" "He must be a savant," answered Alyosha, "but I confess I can't tell you much about him either. I've heard of him as a savant, but what sort I don't know." "Well, damn him then, I don't know either," swore Mitya. "A scoundrel of some sort, most likely. They are all scoundrels. And Rakitin will make his way. Rakitin will get on anywhere. He is another Bernard. Ugh, these Bernards! They are all over the place." "But what is the matter?" Alyosha asked insistently. "He wants to write an article about me, about my case, and so begin his literary career. That's what he comes for. He said so himself. He wants to prove some theory. He wants to say he couldn't help murdering his father, he was corrupted by his environment, and so on. He explained it all to me. He's going to put in a tinge of socialism, he says. But there, damn the fellow, he can put in a tinge if he likes, I don't care. He can't bear Ivan. He hates him. He's not fond of you either. But I don't turn him out, for he is a clever fellow. Awfully conceited, though. I said to him just now, the Karamazovs are not blackguards, but philosophers, for all true Russians are philosophers, and though you've studied, you are not a philosopher. You are a low fellow. He laughed so maliciously, and I said to him, De ideibus non est disputandum. Isn't that rather good? I can set up for being a classic, you see." Mitya laughed suddenly. "Why is it all over with you? You said so just now," Alyosha interposed. "Why is it all over with me? The fact of it is, if you take it as a whole, I am sorry to lose God. That's why it is." "What do you mean by sorry to lose God?" "Imagine, inside, in the nerves, in the head, that is, these nerves are there in the brain, damn them, there are sort of little tails, the little tails of those nerves, and as soon as they begin quivering, that is, you see, I look at something with my eyes, and then they begin quivering, those little tails, and when they quiver, then an image appears. It doesn't appear at once, but an instant, a second passes, and then something like a moment appears, that is, Not a moment, devil take the moment, but an image, that is, an object, or an action, damn it. That's why I see and then think. Because of those tales. Not at all because I've got a soul, and that I am some sort of image and likeness. All that is nonsense. Rakitin explained it all to me yesterday, brother, and it simply bowled me over. It's magnificent, Alyosha, this science. A new man's arising. That I understand. And yet I am sorry to lose God. Well, that's a good thing, anyway, said Alyosha. That I am sorry to lose God? It's chemistry, brother, chemistry. There's no help for it, your reverence. You must make way for chemistry. And Rakitin does dislike God. Doesn't he dislike him? That's the sore point with all of them. But they conceal it. They tell lies. They pretend. Will you preach this in your reviews? I asked him. Oh, well, if I did it openly, they won't let it through, he said. He laughed. But what will become of men, then, I asked him, without God and immortal life? All things are lawful, then. They can do what they like? Didn't you know, he said, laughing, a clever man can do what he likes, he said. A clever man knows his way about, but you've put your foot in it, committing a murder, and now you are rotting in prison. He says that to my face. A regular pig. I used to kick such people out, but now I listen to them. He talks a lot of sense, too. Writes well. He began reading me an article last week. I copied out 3 lines of it. Wait a minute. Here it is. Mitya hurriedly pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and read. In order to determine this question, it is above all essential to put one's personality in contradiction to one's reality. Do you understand that? No, I don't, said Alyosha. He looked at Mitya and listened to him with curiosity. I don't understand either. It's dark and obscure, but intellectual. Everyone writes like that now, he says. It's the effect of their environment. They are afraid of the environment. He writes poetry, too, the rascal. He's written in honor of Madame Holokoff's foot. I've heard about it, said Alyosha. Have you? And have you heard the poem? No. I've got it. Here it is. I'll read it to you. You don't know, I haven't told you. There's quite a story about it. He's a rascal. 3 weeks ago he began to tease me. You've got yourself into a mess like a fool for the sake of 3,000, but I'm going to call her 150,000. I am going to marry a widow and buy a house in Petersburg. And he told me he was courting Madame Holokoff. She hadn't much brains in her youth, and now at 40 she has lost what she had. But she's awfully sentimental, he says. That's how I shall get hold of her. When I marry her, I shall take her to Petersburg, and there I shall start a newspaper. And his mouth was simply watering, the beast, not for the widow, but for the 150,000. And he made me believe it. He came to see me every day. She is coming round, he declared. He was beaming with delight. And then, all of a sudden, he was turned out of the house. Perhotin's carrying everything before him. Bravo! I could kiss the silly old noodle for turning him out of the house. And he had written this doggerel. It's the first time I've soiled my hands with writing poetry, he said. It's to win her heart, so it's in a good cause. When I get hold of the silly woman's fortune, I can be of great social utility. They have this social justification for every nasty thing they do. Anyway, it's better than your Pushkin's poetry, he said, for I've managed to advocate enlightenment even in that. I understand what he means about Pushkin, I quite see that, if he really was a man of talent and only wrote about women's feet. But wasn't Rakitin stuck up about his doggerel? The vanity of these fellows. On the convalescence of the swollen foot of the object of my affections. He thought of that for a title. He's a waggish fellow. A captivating little foot, though swollen and red and tender. The doctors come and plasters put, but still they cannot mend her. Yet 'tis not for her foot I dread, a theme for Pushkin's muse more fit. It's not her foot, it is her head. I tremble for her loss of wit. For as her foot swells, strange to say, her intellect is on the wane. Oh, for some remedy, I pray, that may restore both foot and brain. He is a pig, a regular pig, but he's very arch, the rascal. And he really has put in a progressive idea. And wasn't he angry when she kicked him out? He was gnashing his teeth. "He's taken his revenge already," said Alyosha. "He's written a paragraph about Madame Holekoff." And Alyosha told him briefly about the paragraph in Gossip. "That's his doing, that's his doing," Mitya assented, frowning. "That's him. These paragraphs. I know. The insulting things that have been written about Grushenka, for instance, and about Katya, too. He walked across the room with a harassed air. "Brother, I cannot stay long," Alyosha said, after a pause. "To-morrow will be a great and awful day for you. The judgment of God will be accomplished. I am amazed at you. You walk about here talking of I don't know what." "No, don't be amazed at me," Mitya broke in warmly. "Am I to talk of that stinking dog, of the murderer? We've talked enough of him. I don't want to say more of the stinking son of stinking Lizaveta. God will kill him, you will see. Hush!" He went up to Alyosha excitedly and kissed him. His eyes glowed. "Rakitin wouldn't understand it," he began in a sort of exultation. "But you'll understand it all. That's why I was thirsting for you. You see, there's so much I've been wanting to tell you for ever so long, here within these peeling walls, but I haven't said a word about what matters most. The moment never seems to have come. Now I can wait no longer. I must pour out my heart to you. Brother, these last 2 months I've found in myself a new man. A new man has risen up in me. He was hidden in me, but would never have come to the surface if it hadn't been for this blow from heaven. I am afraid. And what do I care if I spend 20 years in the mines, breaking ore with a hammer? I am not a bit afraid of that. It's something else I am afraid of now, that new man may leave me. Even there, in the mines, underground, I may find a human heart in another convict and murderer by my side, and I may make friends with him, for even there one may live and love and suffer. One may thaw and revive a frozen heart in that convict, one may wait upon him for years, and at last bring up from the dark depths a lofty soul, a feeling, suffering creature. One may bring forth an angel, create a hero. There are so many of them, hundreds of them, and we are all to blame for them. Why was it I dreamed of that babe at such a moment? Why is the babe so poor? That was a sign to me at that moment. It's for the babe I'm going, because we are all responsible for all the babes, for there are big children as well as little children. All are babes. I go for all, because someone must go for all. I didn't kill father, but I've got to go. I accept it. It's all come to me here, within these peeling walls. There are numbers of them there, hundreds of them underground with hammers in their hands. Oh yes, we shall be in chains and there will be no freedom, but then, in our great sorrow, we shall rise again to joy, without which men cannot live, nor God exist, for God gives joy. It's his privilege, a grand one. Ah, man should be dissolved in prayer. What should I be underground there without God? Rakitin's laughing. If they drive God from the earth, we shall shelter him underground. One cannot exist in prison without God. It's even more impossible than out of prison. And then we men underground will sing from the bowels of the earth a glorious hymn to God, with whom is joy. Hail to God and his joy. I love him. Mitya was almost gasping for breath as he uttered his wild speech. He turned pale, his lips quivered, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Yes, life is full. There is life even underground," he began again. "You wouldn't believe, Alexey, how I want to live now, what a thirst for existence and consciousness has sprung up in me within these peeling walls. Rakitin doesn't understand that. All he cares about is building a house and letting flats. But I've been longing for you. And what is suffering? I'm not afraid of it, even if it were beyond reckoning. I am not afraid of it now. I was afraid of it before. Do you know, perhaps I won't answer at the trial at all. And I seem to have such strength in me now that I think I could stand anything, any suffering, only to be able to say and to repeat to myself at every moment, 'I exist.' In thousands of agonies, I exist. I'm tormented on the rack, but I exist. Though I sit alone on a pillar, I exist. I see the sun, and if I don't see the sun, I know it's there. And there's a whole life in that, in knowing that the sun is there. Alyosha, my angel, all these philosophies are the death of me. Damn them. Brother Ivan—" "What of Brother Ivan?" interrupted Alyosha, but Mitya did not hear. "You see, I never had any of these doubts before, but it was all hidden away in me. It was perhaps just because ideas I did not understand were surging up in me that I used to drink and fight and rage. It was to stifle them in myself, to still them, to smother them. Ivan is not Rakitin. There is an idea in him. Ivan is a sphinx, and is silent. He is always silent. It's God that's worrying me. That's the only thing that's worrying me. What if he doesn't exist? What if Rakitin's right, that it's an idea made up by men? Then if he doesn't exist, man is the chief of the earth, of the universe. Magnificent. Only how is he going to be good without God? That's the question. I always come back to that. For whom is man going to love then? To whom will he be thankful? To whom will he sing the hymn? Rakitin laughs. Rakitin says that one can love humanity without God. Well, only a sniveling idiot can maintain that. I can't understand it. Life's easy for Rakitin. You'd better think about the extension of civic rights, or even of keeping down the price of meat. You will show your love for humanity more simply and directly by that than by philosophy. I answered him, well, but you, without a God, are more likely to raise the price of meat if it suits you, and make a rouble on every kopeck. He lost his temper. But after all, what is goodness? Answer me that, Alexey. Goodness is one thing with me and another with a Chinaman, so it's a relative thing. Or isn't it? Is it not relative? A treacherous question. You won't laugh if I tell you it's kept me awake 2 nights. I only wonder now how people can live and think nothing about it. Vanity. Ivan has no God. He has an idea. It's beyond me. But he is silent. I believe he is a Freemason. I asked him, but he is silent. I wanted to drink from the springs of his soul. He was silent. But once he did drop a word. What did he say? Alyosha took it up quickly. I said to him, then everything is lawful, if it is so. He frowned. Fyodor Pavlovitch, our papa, he said, was a pig, but his ideas were right enough. That was what he dropped. That was all he said. That was going one better than Rakitin. Yes, Alyosha assented bitterly. When was he with you? Of that later. Now I must speak of something else. I have said nothing about Ivan to you before. I put it off to the last. When my business here is over and the verdict has been given, then I'll tell you something. I'll tell you everything. We've something tremendous on hand, and you shall be my judge in it. But don't begin about that now. Be silent. You talk of tomorrow, of the trial, but would you believe it, I know nothing about it. Have you talked to the council? What's the use of the council? I told him all about it. He's a soft, city-bred rogue, a Bernard. But he doesn't believe me, not a bit of it. Only imagine, he believes I did it. I see it. In that case, I asked him, why have you come to defend me? Hang them all. They've got a doctor down too, want to prove I'm mad. I won't have that. Katerina Ivanovna wants to do her duty to the end, whatever the strain. Mitya smiled bitterly. The cat, hard-hearted creature. She knows that I said of her at Mokrow that she was a woman of great wrath. They repeated it. Yes, the facts against me have grown numerous as the sands of the sea. Grigory sticks to his point. Grigory's honest, but a fool. Many people are honest because they are fools. That's Rakitin's idea. Grigory's my enemy. And there are some people who are better as foes than friends. I mean Katerina Ivanovna. I am afraid she will tell how she bowed to the ground after that 4,000. She'll pay it back to the last farthing. I don't want her sacrifice. They'll put me to shame at the trial. I wonder how I can stand it. Go to her, Alyosha. Ask her not to speak of that in the court, can't you? But damn it all, it doesn't matter. I shall get through somehow. I don't pity her. It's her own doing. She deserves what she gets. I shall have my own story to tell, Alexei. He smiled bitterly again. Only Grusha. Good Lord, why should she have such suffering to bear? He exclaimed suddenly, with tears. Grusha's killing me. The thought of her's killing me. She was with me just now. She told me she was very much grieved by you today. I know, confound my temper. It was jealousy. I was sorry. I kissed her as she was going. I didn't ask her forgiveness. Why didn't you? Exclaimed Alyosha. Suddenly Mitya laughed almost mirthfully. God preserve you, my dear boy, from ever asking forgiveness for a fault from a woman you love, from one you love especially, however greatly you may have been in fault. For a woman, devil only knows what to make of a woman. I know something about them, anyway. But try acknowledging you are in fault to a woman. Say, I am sorry, forgive me, and a shower of reproaches will follow. Nothing will make her forgive you simply and directly. She'll humble you to the dust, bring forward things that have never happened, recall everything, forget nothing, add something of her own, and only then forgive you. And even the best of them do it. She'll scrape up all the scrapings and load them on your head. They are ready to flay you alive, I tell you, every one of them, all these angels without whom we cannot live. I tell you plainly and openly, dear boy, every decent man ought to be under some woman's thumb. That's my conviction. Not conviction, but feeling. A man ought to be magnanimous, and it's no disgrace to a man. No disgrace to a hero, not even a Caesar. But don't ever beg her pardon all the same for anything. Remember that rule given you by your brother Mitya, who's come to ruin through women. No, I'd better make it up to Grusha somehow, without begging pardon. I worship her, Alexei, worship her, only she doesn't see it. No, she still thinks I don't love her enough, and she tortures me with her love. The past was nothing. In the past it was only those infernal curves of hers that tortured me. But now I've taken all her soul into my soul, and through her I've become a man myself. Will they marry us? If they don't, I shall die of jealousy. I imagine something every day. What did she say to you about me? Alyosha repeated all Grushenka had said to him that day. Mitya listened, made him repeat things, and seemed pleased. Then she is not angry at my being jealous? He exclaimed. She is a regular woman. I have a fierce heart myself. Ah, I love such fierce hearts, though I can't bear anyone's being jealous of me. I can't endure it. We shall fight, but I shall love her. I shall love her infinitely. Will they marry us? Do they let convicts marry? That's the question. And without her I can't exist. Mitya walked frowning across the room. It was almost dark. He suddenly seemed terribly worried. So there's a secret, she says. A secret? We have got up a plot against her, and Katya is mixed up in it, she thinks. No, my good Grushenka, that's not it. You are very wide of the mark in your foolish feminine way. Alyosha, darling, well, here goes. I'll tell you our secret. He looked round, went close up quickly to Alyosha, who was standing before him, and whispered to him with an air of mystery, though in reality no one could hear them. The old warder was dozing in the corner, and not a word could reach the ears of the soldiers on guard. I will tell you all our secret, Mitya whispered hurriedly. I meant to tell you later, for how could I decide on anything without you? You are everything to me. Though I say that Ivan is superior to us, you are my angel. It's your decision will decide it. Perhaps it's you that is superior and not Ivan. You see, it's a question of conscience, question of the higher conscience. The secret is so important that I can't settle it myself, and I've put it off till I could speak to you. But anyway, it's too early to decide now, for we must wait for the verdict. As soon as the verdict is given, you shall decide my fate. Don't decide it now. I'll tell you now. You listen, but don't decide. Stand and keep quiet. I won't tell you everything. I'll only tell you the idea without details, and you keep quiet. Not a question, not a movement. You agree? But goodness, what shall I do with your eyes? I'm afraid your eyes will tell me your decision, even if you don't speak. Oh, I'm afraid. Alyosha, listen. Ivan suggests my escaping. I won't tell you the details. It's all been thought out. It can all be arranged. Hush, don't decide. I should go to America with Grusha. You know I can't live without Grusha. What if they won't let her follow me to Siberia? Do they let convicts get married? Ivan thinks not. And without Grusha, what should I do there underground with a hammer? I should only smash my skull with the hammer. But on the other hand, my conscience. I should have run away from suffering. A sign has come, I reject the sign. I have a way of salvation, and I turn my back on it. Ivan says that in America, with the goodwill, I can be of more use than underground. But what becomes of our hymn from underground? What's America? America is vanity again. And there's a lot of swindling in America, too, I expect. I should have run away from crucifixion. I tell you, you know, Alexei, because you are the only person who can understand this. There's no one else. It's folly, madness to others, all I've told you of the hymn. They'll say I'm out of my mind or a fool. I am not out of my mind, and I am not a fool. Ivan understands about the hymn, too. He understands, only he doesn't answer. He doesn't speak. He doesn't believe in the hymn. Don't speak, don't speak. I see how you look. You have already decided. Don't decide. Spare me. I can't live without Grusha. Wait till after the trial. Mitya ended beside himself. He held Alyosha with both hands on his shoulders, and his yearning, feverish eyes were fixed on his brother's. They don't let convicts marry, do they? He repeated for the third time in a supplicating voice. Alyosha listened with extreme surprise, and was deeply moved. Tell me one thing, he said. Is Ivan very keen on it? And whose idea was it? His, and he is very keen on it. He didn't come to see me at first. Then he suddenly came a week ago, and he began about it straight away. He is awfully keen on it. He doesn't ask me, but orders me to escape. He doesn't doubt of my obeying him, though I showed him all my heart, as I have to you, and told him about the hymn, too. He told me he'd arrange it. He's found out about everything. But of that later. He's simply set on it. It's all a matter of money. He'll pay 10,000 for escape and give me 20,000 for America, and he says we can arrange a magnificent escape for 10,000. And he told you on no account to tell me? Alyosha asked again. To tell no one, and especially not you, on no account to tell you. He is afraid, no doubt, that you'll stand before me as my conscience. Don't tell him I told you. Don't tell him for anything." "You are right," Alyosha pronounced. "It's impossible to decide anything before the trial is over. After the trial, you'll decide of yourself. Then you'll find that new man in yourself, and he will decide." "A new man, or a Bernard who'll decide à la Bernard, for I believe I'm a contemptible Bernard myself," said Mitya with a bitter grin. "But, brother, have you no hope, then, of being acquitted?" Mitya shrugged his shoulders nervously and shook his head. "Alyosha, darling, it's time you were going," he said, with a sudden haste. "There's the superintendent shouting in the yard. He'll be here directly. We are late. It's irregular. Embrace me quickly. Kiss me. Sign me with the cross, darling, for the cross I have to bear tomorrow." They embraced and kissed. "Ivan," said Mitya suddenly, "suggests my escaping, but of course he believes I did it." A mournful smile came onto his lips. "Have you asked him whether he believes it?" asked Alyosha. "No, I haven't. I wanted to, but I couldn't. I hadn't the courage, but I saw it from his eyes. Well, good bye." Once more they kissed hurriedly, and Alyosha was just going out, when Mitya suddenly called him back. "Stand facing me. That's right." And again he seized Alyosha, putting both hands on his shoulders. His face became suddenly quite pale, so that it was dreadfully apparent, even through the gathering darkness. His lips twitched, his eyes fastened upon Alyosha. "Alyosha, tell me the whole truth, as you would before God. Do you believe I did it? Do you in yourself believe it? The whole truth. Don't lie," he cried desperately. Everything seemed heaving before Alyosha, and he felt something like a stab at his heart. "Hush! What do you mean?" he faltered helplessly. "The whole truth, the whole, don't lie," repeated Mitya. "I've never for one instant believed that you were the murderer," broke in a shaking voice from Alyosha's breast, and he raised his right hand in the air as though calling God to witness his words. Mitya's whole face was lighted up with bliss. "Thank you," he articulated slowly, as though letting a sigh escape him, after fainting. "Now you have given me new life. Would you believe it? Till this moment I've been afraid to ask you, even you. Well, go. You've given me strength for tomorrow. God bless you. Come, go along. Love, Ivan," was Mitya's last word. Alyosha went out in tears. Such distrustfulness in Mitya, such lack of confidence even to him, to Alyosha, all this suddenly opened before Alyosha an unsuspected depth of hopeless grief and despair in the soul of his unhappy brother. Intense, infinite compassion overwhelmed him instantly. There was a poignant ache in his torn heart. Love Ivan. He suddenly recalled Mitya's words. And he was going to Ivan. He badly wanted to see Ivan all day. He was as much worried about Ivan as about Mitya, and more than ever now. End of section 73. Section 74 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 11, Chapter 5. Not you, not you. On the way to Ivan he had to pass the house where Katerina Ivanovna was living. There was light in the windows. He suddenly stopped and resolved to go in. He had not seen Katerina Ivanovna for more than a week. But now it struck him that Ivan might be with her, especially on the eve of the terrible day. Ringing and mounting the staircase, which was dimly lighted by a Chinese lantern, he saw a man coming down, and as they met he recognized him as his brother. So he was just coming from Katerina Ivanovna. "Ah, it's only you," said Ivan dryly. "Well, good-bye. You are going to her?" "Yes." "I don't advise you to. She's upset, and you'll upset her more." A door was instantly flung open above, and a voice cried suddenly, "No, no, Alexey Fyodorovitch, have you come from him?" "Yes, I have been with him." "Has he sent me any message? Come up, Alyosha. And you, Ivan Fyodorovitch, you must come back, you must. Do you hear?" There was such a peremptory note in Catch's voice that Ivan, after a moment's hesitation, made up his mind to go back with Alyosha. "She was listening," he murmured angrily to himself, but Alyosha heard it. "Excuse my keeping my greatcoat on," said Ivan, going into the drawing-room. "I won't sit down. I won't stay more than a minute." "Sit down, Alexey Fyodorovitch," said Katerina Ivanovna, though she remained standing. She had changed very little during this time, but there was an ominous gleam in her dark eyes. Alyosha remembered afterwards that she had struck him as particularly handsome at that moment. "What did he ask you to tell me?" "Only one thing," said Alyosha, looking her straight in the face. "That you would spare yourself and say nothing at the trial of what," he was a little confused, "passed between you at the time of your first acquaintance in that town." "Ah, that I bowed down to the ground for that money." She broke into a bitter laugh. "Why, is he afraid for me or for himself? He asks me to spare whom? Him or myself? Tell me, Alexey Fyodorovitch." Alyosha watched her intently, trying to understand her. "Both yourself and him," he answered softly. "I am glad to hear it," she snapped out maliciously, and she suddenly blushed. "You don't know me yet, Alexey Fyodorovitch," she said menacingly, "and I don't know myself yet. Perhaps you'll want to trample me underfoot after my examination tomorrow." "You will give your evidence honorably," said Alyosha. "That's all that's wanted." "Women are often dishonorable," she snarled. "Only an hour ago I was thinking I felt afraid to touch that monster, as though he were a reptile. But no, he is still a human being to me. But did he do it? Is he the murderer?" she cried all of a sudden, hysterically, turning quickly to Ivan. Alyosha saw at once that she had asked Ivan that question before, perhaps only a moment before he came in, and not for the first time, but for the 100th, and that they had ended by quarreling. "I've been to see Smerdyakov. It was you who persuaded me that he murdered his father. It's only you I believed," she continued, still addressing Ivan. He gave her a sort of strained smile. Alyosha started at her tone. He had not suspected such familiar intimacy between them. "Well, that's enough, anyway," Ivan cut short the conversation. "I am going. I'll come tomorrow." And turning at once, he walked out of the room and went straight downstairs. With an imperious gesture, Katerina Ivanovna seized Alyosha by both hands. "Follow him, overtake him, don't leave him alone for a minute," she said in a hurried whisper. "He's mad. Don't you know that he's mad? He's in a fever, nervous fever. The doctor told me so. Go, run after him." Alyosha jumped up and ran after Ivan, who was not 50 paces ahead of him. "What do you want?" He turned quickly on Alyosha, seeing that he was running after him. "She told you to catch me up, because I'm mad. I know it all by heart," he added irritably. "She is mistaken, of course, but she is right that you are ill," said Alyosha. "I was looking at your face just now. You look very ill, Ivan." Ivan walked on without stopping. Alyosha followed him. "And do you know, Alexey Fyodorovitch, how people do go out of their mind?" Ivan asked in a voice suddenly quiet, without a trace of irritation, with a note of the simplest curiosity. "No, I don't. I suppose there are all kinds of insanity." "And can one observe that one's going mad oneself?" I imagine one can't see oneself clearly in such circumstances, Alyosha answered with surprise. Ivan paused for half a minute. If you want to talk to me, please change the subject, he said suddenly. Oh, while I think of it, I have a letter for you, said Alyosha timidly, and he took Lise's note from his pocket and held it out to Ivan. They were just under a lamp-post. Ivan recognized the handwriting at once. Ah, from that little demon, he laughed maliciously, and without opening the envelope, he tore it into bits and threw it in the air. The bits were scattered by the wind. She's not 16 yet, I believe, and already offering herself, he said contemptuously, striding along the street again. How do you mean, offering herself? Exclaimed Alyosha. As wanton women offer themselves, to be sure. How can you, Ivan? How can you? Alyosha cried warmly in a grieved voice. She is a child. You are insulting a child. She is ill. She is very ill, too. She is on the verge of insanity, too, perhaps. I had hoped to hear something from you that would save her. You'll hear nothing from me. If she is a child, I am not her nurse. Be quiet, Alexey. Don't go on about her. I'm not even thinking about it. They were silent again for a moment. She will be praying all night now to the Mother of God to show her how to act tomorrow at the trial, he said sharply and angrily again. You mean Katerina Ivanovna? Yes. Whether she's to save Mitya or ruin him, she'll pray for light from above. She can't make up her mind for herself, you see. She has not had time to decide yet. She takes me for her nurse, too. She wants me to sing lullabies to her. Katerina Ivanovna loves you, brother, said Alyosha sadly. Perhaps, but I am not very keen on her. She is suffering. Why do you sometimes say things to her that give her hope? Alyosha went on, with timid reproach. I know that you've given her hope. Forgive me for speaking to you like this, he added. I can't behave to her as I ought. Break off altogether and tell her so straight out, said Ivan irritably. I must wait till sentence is passed on the murderer. If I break off with her now, she will avenge herself on me by ruining that scoundrel tomorrow at the trial, for she hates him and knows she hates him. It's all a lie, lie upon lie. As long as I don't break off with her, she goes on hoping, and she won't ruin that monster, knowing how I want to get him out of trouble. If only that damned verdict would come. The words murderer and monster echoed painfully in Alyosha's heart. But how can she ruin Mitya? He asked, pondering on Ivan's words. What evidence can she give that would ruin Mitya? You don't know that yet. She's got a document in her hands in Mitya's own writing that proves conclusively that he did murder Fyodor Pavlovitch. That's impossible, cried Alyosha. Why is it impossible? I've read it myself. There can't be such a document, Alyosha repeated warmly. There can't be, because he's not the murderer. It's not he murdered father, not he. Ivan suddenly stopped. Who is the murderer, then, according to you? He asked, with apparent coldness. There was even a supercilious note in his voice. You know who, Alyosha pronounced in a low, penetrating voice. Who? You mean the myth about that crazy idiot, the epileptic Smerdyakov? Alyosha suddenly felt himself trembling all over. You know who, broke helplessly from him. He could scarcely breathe. Who? Who? Ivan cried almost fiercely. All his restraint suddenly vanished. I only know one thing, Alyosha went on, still almost in a whisper. It wasn't you killed father. Not you? What do you mean by not you? Ivan was thunderstruck. It was not you killed father. Not you, Alyosha repeated firmly. The silence lasted for half a minute. I know I didn't. Are you raving? said Ivan, with a pale, distorted smile. His eyes were riveted on Alyosha. They were standing again under a lamp post. "No, Ivan, you've told yourself several times that you are the murderer." "When did I say so? I was in Moscow. When have I said so?" Ivan faltered helplessly. "You've said so to yourself many times, when you've been alone during these 2 dreadful months," Alyosha went on softly and distinctly as before. Yet he was speaking now, as it were, not of himself, not of his own will, but obeying some irresistible command. "You have accused yourself and have confessed to yourself that you are the murderer and no one else. But you didn't do it. You are mistaken. You are not the murderer. Do you hear? It was not you. God has sent me to tell you so." They were both silent. The silence lasted a whole long minute. They were both standing still, gazing into each other's eyes. They were both pale. Suddenly Ivan began trembling all over, and clutched Alyosha's shoulder. "You've been in my room," he whispered hoarsely. "You've been there at night when he came. Confess. Have you seen him? Have you seen him?" "Whom do you mean? Mitya?" Alyosha asked, bewildered. "Not him, damn the monster!" Ivan shouted, in a frenzy. "Do you know that he visits me? How did you find out? Speak. Who is he? I don't know whom you are talking about," Alyosha faltered, beginning to be alarmed. "Yes, you do know, or how could you? It's impossible that you don't know." Suddenly he seemed to check himself. He stood still and seemed to reflect. A strange grin contorted his lips. "Brother," Alyosha began again, in a shaking voice, "I have said this to you because you'll believe my word, I know that. I tell you once and for all, it's not you. You hear, once for all. God has put it into my heart to say this to you, even though it may make you hate me from this hour." But by now Ivan had apparently regained his self-control. "Alexey Fyodorovitch," he said with a cold smile, "I can't endure prophets and epileptics, messengers from God especially, and you know that only too well. I break off all relations with you from this moment, and probably forever. I beg you to leave me at this turning. It's the way to your lodgings, too. You'd better be particularly careful not to come to me today. Do you hear?" He turned and walked on with a firm step, not looking back. "Brother," Alyosha called after him, "if anything happens to you today, turn to me before anyone." But Ivan made no reply. Alyosha stood under the lamp-post at the crossroads till Ivan had vanished into the darkness. Then he turned and walked slowly homewards. Both Alyosha and Ivan were living in lodgings. Neither of them was willing to live in Fyodor Pavlovitch's empty house. Alyosha had a furnished room in the house of some working people. Ivan lived some distance from him. He had taken a roomy and fairly comfortable lodge attached to a fine house that belonged to a well-to-do lady, the widow of an official. But his only attendant was a deaf and rheumatic old crone who went to bed at 6 o'clock every evening and got up at 6 in the morning. Ivan had become remarkably indifferent to his comforts of late, and very fond of being alone. He did everything for himself in the one room he lived in, and rarely entered any of the other rooms in his abode. He reached the gate of the house, and had his hand on the bell, when he suddenly stopped. He felt that he was trembling all over with anger. Suddenly he let go of the bell, turned back with a curse, and walked with rapid steps in the opposite direction. He walked 1.5 miles to a tiny, slanting wooden house, almost a hut, where Marya Kondratyevna, the neighbor who used to come to Fyodor Pavlovitch's kitchen for soup, and to whom Smerdyakov had once sung his songs and played on the guitar, was now lodging. She had sold their little house, and was now living here with her mother. Smerdyakov, who was ill, almost dying, had been with them ever since Fyodor Pavlovitch's death. It was to him Ivan was going now, drawn by a sudden and irresistible prompting. End of section 74. Section 75 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 11, Chapter 6. The First Interview with Smerdyakov. This was the third time that Ivan had been to see Smerdyakov since his return from Moscow. The first time he had seen him and talked to him was on the first day of his arrival. Then he had visited him once more a fortnight later. But his visits had ended with that second one, so that it was now over a month since he had seen him, and he had scarcely heard anything of him. Ivan had only returned 5 days after his father's death, so that he was not present at the funeral, which took place the day before he came back. The cause of his delay was that Alyosha, not knowing his Moscow address, had to apply to Katerina Ivanovna to telegraph to him, and she, not knowing his address either, telegraphed to her sister and aunt, reckoning on Ivan's going to see them as soon as he arrived in Moscow. But he did not go to them till 4 days after his arrival. When he got the telegram, he had, of course, set off post-haste to our town. The first to meet him was Alyosha, and Ivan was greatly surprised to find that, in opposition to the general opinion of the town, he refused to entertain a suspicion against Mitya, and spoke openly of Smerdyakov as the murderer. Later on, after seeing the police captain and the prosecutor, and hearing the details of the charge and the arrest, he was still more surprised at Alyosha, and ascribed his opinion only to his exaggerated brotherly feeling and sympathy with Mitya, of whom Alyosha, as Ivan knew, was very fond. By the way, let us say a word or two of Ivan's feeling to his brother Dmitri. He positively disliked him, at most felt sometimes a compassion for him, and even that was mixed with great contempt, almost repugnance. Mitya's whole personality, even his appearance, was extremely unattractive to him. Ivan looked with indignation on Katerina Ivanovna's love for his brother. Yet he went to see Mitya on the first day of his arrival, and that interview, far from shaking Ivan's belief in his guilt, positively strengthened it. He found his brother agitated, nervously excited. Mitya had been talkative, but very absent-minded and incoherent. He used violent language, accused Smerdyakov, and was fearfully muddled. He talked principally about the 3,000 roubles, which he said had been stolen from him by his father. "The money was mine, it was my money," Mitya kept repeating. "Even if I had stolen it, I should have had the right." He hardly contested the evidence against him, and if he tried to turn a fact to his advantage, it was in an absurd and incoherent way. He hardly seemed to wish to defend himself to Ivan or to anyone else. Quite the contrary, he was angry and proudly scornful of the charges against him. He was continually firing up and abusing everyone. He only laughed contemptuously at Grigory's evidence about the open door, and declared that it was the devil that opened it. But he could not bring forward any coherent explanation of the fact. He even succeeded in insulting Ivan during their first interview, telling him sharply that it was not for people who declared that everything was lawful to suspect and question him. Altogether he was anything but friendly with Ivan on that occasion. Immediately after that interview with Mitya, Ivan went for the first time to see Smerdyakov. In the railway train, on his way from Moscow, he kept thinking of Smerdyakov and of his last conversation with him on the evening before he went away. Many things seemed to him puzzling and suspicious, but when he gave his evidence to the investigating lawyer, Ivan said nothing, for the time, of that conversation. He put that off till he had seen Smerdyakov, who was at that time in the hospital. Dr. Herzenstube and Varvinsky, the doctor he met in the hospital, confidently asserted, in reply to Ivan's persistent questions, that Smerdyakov's epileptic attack was unmistakably genuine, and were surprised indeed at Ivan asking whether he might not have been shamming on the day of the catastrophe. They gave him to understand that the attack was an exceptional one, the fits persisting and recurring several times, so that the patient's life was positively in danger, and it was only now, after they had applied remedies, that they could assert with confidence that the patient would survive. Though it might well be, added Dr. Herzenstube, that his reason would be impaired for a considerable period, if not permanently. On Ivan's asking impatiently whether that meant that he was now mad, they told him that this was not yet the case, in the full sense of the word, but that certain abnormalities were perceptible. Ivan decided to find out for himself what those abnormalities were. At the hospital he was at once allowed to see the patient. Smerdyakov was lying on a truckle bed in a separate ward. There was only one other bed in the room, and in it lay a tradesman of the town, swollen with dropsy, who was obviously almost dying. He could be no hindrance to their conversation. Smerdyakov grinned uncertainly on seeing Ivan, and for the first instant seemed nervous. So at least Ivan fancied. But that was only momentary. For the rest of the time he was struck, on the contrary, by Smerdyakov's composure. From the first glance Ivan had no doubt that he was very ill. He was very weak. He spoke slowly, seeming to move his tongue with difficulty. He was much thinner and sallower. Throughout the interview, which lasted 20 minutes, he kept complaining of headache and of pain in all his limbs. His thin, emasculate face seemed to have become so tiny, his hair was ruffled, and his crest of curls in front stood up in a thin tuft. But in the left eye, which was screwed up and seemed to be insinuating something, Smerdyakov showed himself unchanged. It's always worth while speaking to a clever man. Ivan was reminded of that at once. He sat down on the stool at his feet. Smerdyakov, with painful effort, shifted his position in bed, but he was not the first to speak. He remained dumb, and did not even look much interested. "Can you talk to me?" asked Ivan. "I won't tire you much." "Certainly I can," mumbled Smerdyakov in a faint voice. "Has your honour been back long?" he added patronizingly, as though encouraging a nervous visitor. "I only arrived today, to see the mess you are in here." Smerdyakov sighed. "Why do you sigh? You knew of it all along," Ivan blurted out. Smerdyakov was stolidly silent for a while. "How could I help knowing? It was clear beforehand, but how could I tell it would turn out like that?" "What would turn out? Don't prevaricate. You've foretold you'd have a fit, on the way down to the cellar, you know. You mentioned the very spot." "Have you said so at the examination yet?" Smerdyakov queried with composure. Ivan felt suddenly angry. "No, I haven't yet, but I certainly shall. You must explain a great deal to me, my man, and let me tell you, I am not going to let you play with me." "Why should I play with you, when I put my whole trust in you, as in God Almighty?" said Smerdyakov, with the same composure, only for a moment closing his eyes. "In the first place," began Ivan, "I know that epileptic fits can't be told beforehand. I've inquired, don't try and take me in. You can't foretell the day and the hour. How was it you told me the day and the hour beforehand, and about the cellar too? How could you tell that you would fall down the cellar stairs in a fit, if you didn't sham a fit on purpose?' 'I had to go to the cellar anyway, several times a day, indeed,' Smerdyakov drawled deliberately. 'I fell from the garret just in the same way a year ago. It's quite true you can't tell the day and hour of a fit beforehand, but you can always have a presentiment of it.' 'But you did foretell the day and the hour.' 'In regard to my epilepsy, sir, you had much better inquire of the doctors here. You can ask them whether it was a real fit or a sham. It's no use my saying any more about it.' 'And the cellar? How could you know beforehand of the cellar?' 'You don't seem able to get over that cellar. As I was going down to the cellar, I was in terrible dread and doubt. What frightened me most was losing you, and being left without defence in all the world. So I went down into the cellar, thinking, here it'll come on directly, it'll strike me down directly. Shall I fall? And it was through this fear that I suddenly felt the spasm that always comes, and so I went flying. All that, and all my previous conversation with you at the gate the evening before, when I told you how frightened I was, and spoke of the cellar, I told all that to Dr. Herzenstube and Nikolai Parfenovitch, the investigating lawyer, and it's all been written down in the protocol. And the doctor here, Mr. Varvinsky, maintained to all of them that it was just the thought of it brought it on, the apprehension that I might fall. It was just then that the fit seized me. And so they've written it down, that it's just how it must have happened, simply from my fear.' As he finished, Smerdyakov drew a deep breath, as though exhausted. 'Then you have said all that in your evidence?' said Ivan, somewhat taken aback. He had meant to frighten him with the threat of repeating their conversation, and it appeared that Smerdyakov had already reported it all himself. 'What have I to be afraid of? Let them write down the whole truth,' Smerdyakov pronounced firmly. 'And have you told them every word of our conversation at the gate?' 'No, not to say every word.' 'And did you tell them that you can sham fits, as you boasted then?' 'No, I didn't tell them that either.' 'Tell me now, why did you send me then to Tchermashnia?' 'I was afraid you'd go away to Moscow. Tchermashnya is nearer, anyway.' 'You're lying. You suggested my going away yourself. You told me to get out of the way of trouble.' 'That was simply out of affection and my sincere devotion to you, foreseeing trouble in the house, to spare you. Only I wanted to spare myself even more. That's why I told you to get out of harm's way, that you might understand that there would be trouble in the house, and would remain at home to protect your father.' 'You might have said it more directly, you blockhead!' Ivan suddenly fired up. 'How could I have said it more directly then? It was simply my fear that made me speak, and you might have been angry too. I might well have been apprehensive that Dmitri Fyodorovitch would make a scene and carry away that money, for he considered it as good as his own. But who could tell that it would end in a murder like this? I thought that he would only carry off the 3,000 that lay under the master's mattress in the envelope, and you see, he's murdered him. How could you guess it either, sir?' 'But if you say yourself that it couldn't be guessed, how could I have guessed and stayed at home? You contradict yourself,' said Ivan, pondering. 'You might have guessed from my sending you to Tchermashnya and not to Moscow.' 'How could I guess it from that?' Smerdyakov seemed much exhausted, and again he was silent for a minute. 'You might have guessed, from the fact of my asking you not to go to Moscow but to Tchermashnya, that I wanted to have you nearer, for Moscow's a long way off, and Dmitri Fyodorovitch, knowing you are not far off,
would not be so bold. And if anything had happened, you might have come to protect me too, for I warned you of Grigory Vassilyevitch's illness, and that I was afraid of having a fit. And when I explained those knocks to you, by means of which one could go in to the deceased, and that Dmitri Fyodorovitch knew them all through me, I thought that you would guess yourself that he would be sure to do something, and so wouldn't go to Tchermashnya even, but would stay." "He talks very coherently," thought Ivan, "though he does mumble. What's the derangement of his faculties that Herzenstube talked of?" "You are cunning with me, damn you!" he exclaimed, getting angry. "But I thought at the time that you quite guessed," Smerdyakov parried, with the simplest air. "If I'd guessed, I should have stayed," cried Ivan. "Why, I thought that it was because you guessed that you went away in such a hurry, only to get out of trouble, only to run away and save yourself in your fright." "You think that everyone is as great a coward as yourself?" "Forgive me, I thought you were like me." "Of course I ought to have guessed," Ivan said in agitation, "and I did guess there was some mischief brewing on your part. Only you are lying, you're lying again," he cried, suddenly recollecting. "Do you remember how you went up to the carriage and said to me, 'It's always worth while speaking to a clever man'? So you were glad I went away, since you praised me?" Smerdyakov sighed, again and again. A trace of colour came into his face. "If I was pleased," he articulated rather breathlessly, "it was simply because you agreed not to go to Moscow, but to Tchermashnya, for it was nearer anyway. Only when I said these words to you, it was not by way of praise, but of reproach. You didn't understand it." "What reproach?" "Why, that, foreseeing such a calamity, you deserted your own father, and would not protect us, for I might have been taken up any time for stealing that 3,000. "Damn you!" Ivan swore again. "Stay, did you tell the prosecutor and the investigating lawyer about those knocks?" "I told them everything just as it was." Ivan wondered inwardly again. "If I thought of anything then," he began again, "it was solely of some wickedness on your part. Dmitri might kill him, but that he would steal, I did not believe that then. But I was prepared for any wickedness from you. You told me yourself you could sham a fit. What did you say that for?" "It was just through my simplicity, and I never have shammed a fit on purpose in my life. And I only said so then to boast to you. It was just foolishness. I liked you so much then, and was open-hearted with you." "My brother directly accuses you of the murder and theft." "What else is left for him to do?" said Smerdyakov with a bitter grin. "And who will believe him, with all the proofs against him? Grigory Vassilyevitch saw the door open. What can he say after that? But never mind him. He is trembling to save himself." He slowly ceased speaking. Then suddenly, as though on reflection, added, "And look here again. He wants to throw it on me and make out that it is the work of my hands. I've heard that already. But as to my being clever at shamming a fit, should I have told you beforehand that I could sham one, if I really had had such a design against your father? If I had been planning such a murder, could I have been such a fool as to give evidence against myself beforehand? And to his son, too? Upon my word, is that likely? As if that could be! Such a thing has never happened. No one hears this talk of ours now, except Providence itself, and if you were to tell of it to the prosecutor and Nikolai Parfenovitch, you might defend me completely by doing so, for who would be likely to be such a criminal if he is so open-hearted beforehand? Any one can see that."
Well," and Ivan got up to cut short the conversation, struck by Smerdyakov's last argument. "I don't suspect you at all, and I think it's absurd indeed to suspect you. On the contrary, I am grateful to you for setting my mind at rest. Now I am going, but I'll come again. Meanwhile, good bye. Get well. Is there anything you want?" "I am very thankful for everything. Marfa Ignatyevna does not forget me, and provides me anything I want, according to her kindness. Good people visit me every day." "Good bye. But I shan't say anything of your being able to sham a fit, and I don't advise you to either." Something made Ivan say suddenly, "I quite understand. And if you don't speak of that, I shall say nothing of that conversation of ours at the gate." Then it happened that Ivan went out, and only when he had gone a dozen steps along the corridor, he suddenly felt that there was an insulting significance in Smerdyakov's last words. He was almost on the point of turning back, but it was only a passing impulse, and, muttering "Nonsense," he went out of the hospital. His chief feeling was one of relief at the fact that it was not Smerdyakov but Mitya who had committed the murder, though he might have been expected to feel the opposite. He did not want to analyze the reason for this feeling, and even felt a positive repugnance at prying into his sensations. He felt as though he wanted to make haste to forget something. In the following days he became convinced of Mitya's guilt as he got to know all the weight of evidence against him. There was evidence of people of no importance, Fenya and her mother, for instance, but the effect of it was almost overpowering. As to Perhotin, the people at the tavern and at Plotnikov's shop, as well as the witnesses at Mokroe, their evidence seemed conclusive. It was the details that were so damning. The secret of the knocks impressed the lawyers almost as much as Grigory's evidence as to the open door. Grigory's wife, Marfa, in answer to Ivan's questions, declared that Smerdyakov had been lying all night the other side of the partition wall. He was not 3 paces from our bed, and that, although she was a sound sleeper, she waked several times and heard him moaning. He was moaning the whole time, moaning continually. Talking to Herzenstube, and giving it as his opinion that Smerdyakov was not mad, but only rather weak, Ivan only evoked from the old man a subtle smile. "Do you know how he spends his time now?" he asked. "Learning lists of French words by heart. He has an exercise book under his pillow with the French words written out in Russian letters for him by someone." Ivan ended by dismissing all doubts. He could not think of Dmitri without repulsion. Only one thing was strange, however. Alyosha persisted that Dmitri was not the murderer, and that in all probability Smerdyakov was. Ivan always felt that Alyosha's opinion meant a great deal to him, and so he was astonished at it now. Another thing that was strange was that Alyosha did not make any attempt to talk about Mitya with Ivan, that he never began on the subject, and only answered his questions. This, too, struck Ivan particularly. But he was very much preoccupied at that time with something quite apart from that. On his return from Moscow, he abandoned himself hopelessly to his mad and consuming passion for Katerina Ivanovna. This is not the time to begin to speak of this new passion of Ivan's, which left its mark on all the rest of his life. This would furnish the subject for another novel, which I may perhaps never write. But I cannot omit to mention here that when Ivan, on leaving Katerina Ivanovna with Alyosha, as I've related already, told him, "I am not keen on her," it was an absolute lie. He loved her madly, though at times he hated her so that he might have murdered her. Many causes helped to bring about this feeling. Shattered by what had happened with Mitya, she rushed on Ivan's return to meet him as her one salvation. She was hurt, insulted, and humiliated in her feelings. And here the man had come back to her, who had loved her so ardently before. Oh, she knew that very well, and whose heart and intellect she considered so superior to her own. But the sternly virtuous girl did not abandon herself altogether to the man she loved, in spite of the Karamazov violence of his passions and the great fascination he had for her. She was continually tormented at the same time by remorse for having deserted Mitya, and in moments of discord and violent anger, and they were numerous, she told Ivan so plainly. This was what he had called, to Alyosha, lies upon lies. There was, of course, much that was false in it, and that angered Ivan more than anything. But of all this later. He did, in fact, for a time, almost forget Smerdyakov's existence, and yet, a fortnight after his first visit to him, he began to be haunted by the same strange thoughts as before. It's enough to say that he was continually asking himself, why was it that on that last night in Fyodor Pavlovitch's house he had crept out onto the stairs like a thief and listened to hear what his father was doing below? Why had he recalled that afterwards with repulsion? Why, next morning, had he been suddenly so depressed on the journey? Why, as he reached Moscow, had he said to himself, "I am a scoundrel"? And now he almost fancied that these tormenting thoughts would make him even forget Katerina Ivanovna, so completely did they take possession of him again. It was just after fancying this that he met Alyosha in the street. He stopped him at once and put a question to him. "Do you remember when Dmitri burst in after dinner and beat father, and afterwards I told you in the yard that I reserved the right to desire? Tell me, did you think then that I desired father's death, or not?" "I did think so," answered Alyosha softly. "It was so, too. It was not a matter of guessing. But didn't you fancy then that what I wished was just that one reptile should devour another, that is, just that Dmitri should kill father, and as soon as possible, and that I myself was even prepared to help to bring that about?" Alyosha turned rather pale, and looked silently into his brother's face. "Speak!" cried Ivan. "I want above everything to know what you thought then. I want the truth, the truth." He drew a deep breath, looking angrily at Alyosha, before his answer came. "Forgive me. I did think that too, at the time," whispered Alyosha, and he did not add one softening phrase. "Thanks," snapped Ivan, and, leaving Alyosha, he went quickly on his way. From that time Alyosha noticed that Ivan began obviously to avoid him, and seemed even to have taken a dislike to him, so much so that Alyosha gave up going to see him. Immediately after that meeting with him, Ivan had not gone home, but went straight to Smerdyakov again. End of section 75. Section 76 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 11, Chapter 7. The Second Visit to Smerdyakov. By that time Smerdyakov had been discharged from the hospital. Ivan knew his new lodging, the dilapidated little wooden house, divided in two by a passage, on one side of which lived Marya Kondratyevna and her mother, and on the other Smerdyakov. No one knew on what terms he lived with them, whether as a friend or as a lodger. It was supposed afterwards that he had come to stay with them as Marya Kondratyevna's betrothed, and was living there for a time without paying for board or lodging. Both mother and daughter had the greatest respect for him, and looked upon him as greatly superior to themselves. Ivan knocked, and on the door being opened, went straight into the passage. By Marya Kondratyevna's directions he went straight to the better room on the left, occupied by Smerdyakov. There was a tiled stove in the room, and it was extremely hot. The walls were gay with blue paper, which was a good deal used, however, and in the cracks under it cockroaches swarmed in amazing numbers, so that there was a continual rustling from them. The furniture was very scanty, 2 benches against each wall, and 2 chairs by the table. The table of plain wood was covered with a cloth with pink patterns on it. There was a pot of geranium on each of the 2 little windows. In the corner there was a case of icons. On the table stood a little copper samovar with many dents in it, and a tray with 2 cups. But Smerdyakov had finished tea, and the samovar was out. He was sitting at the table on a bench. He was looking at an exercise book and slowly writing with a pen. There was a bottle of ink by him, and a flat iron candlestick, but with a composite candle. Ivan saw at once from Smerdyakov's face that he had completely recovered from his illness. His face was fresher, fuller, his hair stood up jauntily in front, and was plastered down at the sides. He was sitting in a parti-coloured, wadded dressing gown, rather dirty and frayed, however. He had spectacles on his nose, which Ivan had never seen him wearing before. This trifling circumstance suddenly redoubled Ivan's anger. A creature like that, and wearing spectacles! Smerdyakov slowly raised his head, and looked intently at his visitor through his spectacles. Then he slowly took them off, and rose from the bench, but by no means respectfully, almost lazily, doing the least possible required by common civility. All this struck Ivan instantly. He took it all in, and noted it at once. Most of all, the look in Smerdyakov's eyes, positively malicious, churlish, and haughty. "What do you want to intrude for?" it seemed to say. "We settled everything then. Why have you come again?" Ivan could scarcely control himself. "It's hot here," he said, still standing, and unbuttoned his overcoat. "Take off your coat," Smerdyakov conceded. Ivan took off his coat and threw it on a bench with trembling hands. He took a chair, moved it quickly to the table, and sat down. Smerdyakov managed to sit down on his bench before him. "To begin with, are we alone?" Ivan asked, sternly and impulsively. "Can they overhear us in there?" "No one can hear anything. You've seen for yourself. There's a passage." "Listen, my good fellow. What was that you babbled as I was leaving the hospital, that if I said nothing about your faculty of shamming fits, you wouldn't tell the investigating lawyer all our conversation at the gate? What do you mean by all? What could you mean by it? Were you threatening me? Have I entered into some sort of compact with you? Do you suppose I am afraid of you?" Ivan said this in a perfect fury, giving him to understand, with obvious intention, that he scorned any subterfuge or indirectness, and meant to show his cards. Smerdyakov's eyes gleamed resentfully, his left eye winked, and he at once gave his answer with his habitual composure and deliberation. "You want to have everything above board. Very well, you shall have it," he seemed to say. "This is what I meant then, and this is why I said that you, knowing beforehand of this murder of your own parent, left him to his fate, and that people mightn't after that conclude any evil about your feelings, and perhaps of something else too, that's what I promised not to tell the authorities." Though Smerdyakov spoke without haste, and obviously controlling himself, yet there was something in his voice determined and emphatic, resentful and insolently defiant. He stared impudently at Ivan. A mist passed before Ivan's eyes for the first moment. "How? What? Are you out of your mind?" "I'm perfectly in possession of all my faculties." "Do you suppose I knew of the murder?" Ivan cried at last, and he brought his fist violently on the table. "What do you mean by something else too? Speak, scoundrel!" Smerdyakov was silent, and still scanned Ivan with the same insolent stare. "Speak, you stinking rogue! What is that something else too?" "The something else I meant was that you, probably too, were very desirous of your parents' death." Ivan jumped up and struck him with all his might on the shoulder, so that he fell back against the wall. In an instant his face was bathed in tears, saying, "It's a shame, sir, to strike a sick man." He dried his eyes with a very dirty blue check handkerchief, and sank into quiet weeping. A minute passed. "That's enough. Leave off," Ivan said peremptorily, sitting down again. "Don't put me out of all patience." Smerdyakov took the rag from his eyes. Every line of his puckered face reflected the insult he had just received. "So you thought then, you scoundrel, that together with Dmitri I meant to kill my father?" "I didn't know what thoughts were in your mind then," said Smerdyakov resentfully, "and so I stopped you then at the gate to sound you on that very point." "To sound what? What?" "Why, that very circumstance, whether you wanted your father to be murdered or not." What infuriated Ivan more than anything was the aggressive, insolent tone to which Smerdyakov persistently adhered. "It was you murdered him?" he cried suddenly. Smerdyakov smiled contemptuously. "You know of yourself for a fact that it wasn't I murdered him, and I should have thought that there was no need for a sensible man to speak of it again." "But why? Why had you such a suspicion about me at the time?" "As you know already, it was simply from fear, for I was in such a position, shaking with fear, that I suspected every one. I resolved to sound you too, for I thought if you wanted the same as your brother, then the business was as good as settled, and I should be crushed like a fly too." "Look here, you didn't say that a fortnight ago." "I meant the same when I talked to you in the hospital, only I thought you'd understand without wasting words, and that being such a sensible man, you wouldn't care to talk of it openly." "What next? Come, answer, I insist. What was it? What could I have done to put such a degrading suspicion into your mean soul?" "As for the murder, you couldn't have done that and didn't want to; but as for wanting someone else to do it, that was just what you did want." "And how coolly he speaks! But why should I have wanted it? What grounds had I for wanting it?" "What grounds had you? What about the inheritance?" said Smerdyakov sarcastically, and, as it were, vindictively. "Why, after your parents' death, there was at least 40,000 to come to each of you, and very likely more. But if Fyodor Pavlovitch got married then to that lady, Agrafena Alexandrovna, she would have had all his capital made over to her directly after the wedding, for she's plenty of sense, so that your parent would not have left you 2 roubles between the 3 of you. And were they far from a wedding either? Not a hair's breadth. That lady had only to lift her little finger, and he would have run after her to church with his tongue out." Ivan restrained himself with painful effort. "Very good," he commented at last. "You see, I haven't jumped up, I haven't knocked you down, I haven't killed you. Speak on. So, according to you, I had fixed on Dmitri to do it. I was reckoning on him." "How could you help reckoning on him? If he killed him, then he would lose all the rights of a nobleman, his rank and property, and would go off to exile, so his share of the inheritance would come to you and your brother Alexey Fyodorovitch in equal parts, so that you'd each have not 40, but 60,000 each. There's not a doubt you did reckon on Dmitri Fyodorovitch." "What I put up with from you! Listen, scoundrel, if I had reckoned on any one then, it would have been on you, not on Dmitri, and I swear I did expect some wickedness from you at the time. I remember my impression." "I thought so, too, for a minute, at the time, that you were reckoning on me as well," said Smerdyakov with a sarcastic grin. "So that it was just by that, more than anything, you showed me what was in your mind. For if you had a foreboding about me, and yet went away, you as good as said to me, 'You can murder my parent. I won't hinder you.'" "You scoundrel! So that's how you understood it?" "It was all that going to Tchermashnya. Why, you were meaning to go to Moscow, and refused all your father's entreaties to go to Tchermashnya, and simply at a foolish word from me you consented at once. What reason had you to consent to Tchermashnya? Since you went to Tchermashnya with no reason, simply at my word, it shows that you must have expected something from me." "No, I swear I didn't," shouted Ivan, grinding his teeth. "You didn't? Then you ought, as your father's son, to have had me taken to the lock-up and thrashed at once for my words then, or at least to have given me a punch in the face on the spot. But you were not a bit angry, if you please, and at once, in a friendly way, acted on my foolish word, and went away, which was utterly absurd, for you ought to have stayed to save your parent's life. How could I help drawing my conclusions?" Ivan sat scowling, both his fists convulsively pressed on his knees. "Yes, I am sorry I didn't punch you in the face," he said with a bitter smile. "I couldn't have taken you to the lock-up just then. Who would have believed me, and what charge could I bring against you? But the punch in the face? Oh, I'm sorry I didn't think of it. Though blows are forbidden, I should have pounded your ugly face to a jelly." Smerdyakov looked at him almost with relish. "In the ordinary occasions of life," he said in the same complacent and sententious tone in which he had taunted Grigory and argued with him about religion at Fyodor Pavlovitch's table, "in the ordinary occasions of life, blows on the face are forbidden nowadays by law, and people have given them up. But in exceptional occasions of life people still fly to blows, not only among us, but all over the world, be it even the fullest republic of France, just as in the time of Adam and Eve, and they never will leave off. But you, even in an exceptional case, did not dare." "What are you learning French words for?" Ivan nodded towards the exercise book lying on the table. "Why shouldn't I learn them so as to improve my education, supposing that I may myself chance to go some day to those happy parts of Europe?" "Listen, monster!" Ivan's eyes flashed, and he trembled all over. "I am not afraid of your accusations. You can say what you like about me, and if I don't beat you to death, it's simply because I suspect you of that crime, and I'll drag you to justice. I'll unmask you." "To my thinking, you'd better keep quiet. For what can you accuse me of, considering my absolute innocence? And who would believe you? Only, if you begin, I shall tell everything too, for I must defend myself. Do you think I am afraid of you now? If the court doesn't believe all I've said to you just now, the public will, and you will be ashamed." "That's as much as to say it's always worthwhile speaking to a sensible man, eh?" snarled Ivan. "You hit the mark indeed, and you'd better be sensible." Ivan got up, Shaking all over with indignation, put on his coat, and without replying further to Smerdyakov, without even looking at him, walked quickly out of the cottage. The cool evening air refreshed him. There was a bright moon in the sky. A nightmare of ideas and sensations filled his soul. Shall I go at once and give information against Smerdyakov? But what information can I give? He's not guilty, anyway. On the contrary, he'll accuse me. And in fact, why did I set off for Tchermashnya then? What for? What for? Ivan asked himself. Yes, of course, I was expecting something, and he is right. And he remembered for the 100th time how, on the last night in his father's house, he had listened on the stairs. But he remembered it now with such anguish that he stood still on the spot as though he had been stabbed. Yes, I expected it then, that's true. I wanted the murder. I did want the murder. Did I want the murder? Did I want it? I must kill Smerdyakov. If I don't dare kill Smerdyakov now, life is not worth living. Ivan did not go home, but went straight to Katerina Ivanovna and alarmed her by his appearance. He was like a madman. He repeated all his conversation with Smerdyakov, every syllable of it. He couldn't be calmed, however much she tried to soothe him. He kept walking about the room, speaking strangely, disconnectedly. At last he sat down, put his elbows on the table, leaned his head on his hands, and pronounced this strange sentence: "If it's not Dmitri, but Smerdyakov who's the murderer, I share his guilt, for I put him up to it. Whether I did, I don't know yet, but if he is the murderer and not Dmitri, then of course I am the murderer too." When Katerina Ivanovna heard that, she got up from her seat without a word, went to her writing table, opened a box standing on it, took out a sheet of paper, and laid it before Ivan. This was the document of which Ivan spoke to Alyosha later on as a conclusive proof that Dmitri had killed his father. It was the letter written by Mitya to Katerina Ivanovna when he was drunk, on the very evening he met Alyosha at the crossroads on the way to the monastery, after the scene at Katerina Ivanovna's, when Grushenka had insulted her. Then, parting from Alyosha, Mitya had rushed to Grushenka. I don't know whether he saw her, but in the evening he was at the Metropolis, where he got thoroughly drunk. Then he asked for pen and paper and wrote a document of weighty consequences to himself. It was a wordy, disconnected, frantic letter, a drunken letter, in fact. It was like the talk of a drunken man, who, on his return home, begins with extraordinary heat telling his wife or one of his household how he has just been insulted, what a rascal had just insulted him, what a fine fellow he is, on the other hand, and how he will pay that scoundrel out, and all that at great length, with great excitement and incoherence, with drunken tears and blows on the table. The letter was written on a dirty piece of ordinary paper of the cheapest kind. It had been provided by the tavern, and there were figures scrawled on the back of it. There was evidently not space enough for his drunken verbosity, and Mitya not only filled the margins, but had written the last line right across the rest. The letter ran as follows: "Fatal Katya, tomorrow I will get the money and repay your 3,000, and farewell, woman of great wrath, but farewell too, my love. Let us make an end. Tomorrow I shall try and get it from everyone, and if I can't borrow it, I give you my word of honor I shall go to my father and break his skull and take the money from under the pillow, if only Ivan has gone. If I have to go to Siberia for it, I'll give you back your 3,000. And farewell. I bow down to the ground before you, for I've been a scoundrel to you. Forgive me. No, better not forgive me. You'll be happier, and so shall I. Better Siberia than your love, for I love another woman, and you got to know her too well today, so how can you forgive? I will murder the man who's robbed me. I'll leave you all and go to the East so as to see no one again. Not her either, for you are not my only tormentress. She is too. Farewell. P.S. I write my curse, but I adore you. I hear it in my heart. One string is left, and it vibrates. Better tear my heart in two. I shall kill myself, but first of all, that cur. I shall tear 3,000 from him and fling it to you. Though I've been a scoundrel to you, I am not a thief. You can expect 3,000. That cur keeps it under his mattress in pink ribbon. I am not a thief, but I'll murder my thief. Katya, don't look disdainful. Dmitri is not a thief, but a murderer. He has murdered his father and ruined himself to hold his ground rather than endure your pride. And he doesn't love you. P.P.S. I kiss your feet. Farewell. P.P.P.S. Katya, pray to God that someone will give me the money. Then I shall not be steeped in gore. And if no one does, I shall. Kill me. Your slave and enemy, D. Karamazov. When Ivan read this document, he was convinced. So then it was his brother, not Smerdyakov. And if not Smerdyakov, then not he, Ivan. This letter at once assumed, in his eyes, the aspect of a logical proof. There could be no longer the slightest doubt of Mitya's guilt. The suspicion never occurred to Ivan, by the way, that Mitya might have committed the murder in conjunction with Smerdyakov, and indeed such a theory did not fit in with the facts. Ivan was completely reassured. The next morning he only thought of Smerdyakov and his gibes with contempt. A few days later he positively wondered how he could have been so horribly distressed at his suspicions. He resolved to dismiss him with contempt and forget him. So passed a month. He made no further inquiry about Smerdyakov, but twice he happened to hear that he was very ill and out of his mind. "He'll end in madness," the young Dr. Varvinsky observed about him, and Ivan remembered this. During the last week of that month, Ivan himself began to feel very ill. He went to consult the Moscow doctor who had been sent for by Katerina Ivanovna just before the trial. And just at that time his relations with Katerina Ivanovna became acutely strained. They were like two enemies in love with one another. Katerina Ivanovna's returns to Mitya, that is, her brief but violent revulsions of feeling in his favor, drove Ivan to perfect frenzy. Strange to say, until that last scene described above, when Alyosha came from Mitya to Katerina Ivanovna, Ivan had never once, during that month, heard her express a doubt of Mitya's guilt, in spite of those returns that were so hateful to him. It is remarkable, too, that while he felt that he hated Mitya more and more every day, he realized that it was not on account of Katya's returns that he hated him, but just because he was the murderer of his father. He was conscious of this, and fully recognized it to himself. Nevertheless, he went to see Mitya 10 days before the trial, and proposed to him a plan of escape. A plan he had obviously thought over a long time. He was partly impelled to do this by a sore place still left in his heart from a phrase of Smerdyakov's, that it was to his, Ivan's, advantage that his brother should be convicted, as that would increase his inheritance and Alyosha's from 40 to 60,000 roubles. He determined to sacrifice 30,000 on arranging Mitya's escape. On his return from seeing him, he was very mournful and dispirited. He suddenly began to feel that he was anxious for Mitya's escape, not only to heal that sore place by sacrificing 30,000, but for another reason. "Is it because I am as much a murderer at heart?" he asked himself. Something very deep down seemed burning and rankling in his soul. His pride, above all, suffered cruelly all that month. But of that later. When, after his conversation with Alyosha, Ivan suddenly decided, with his hand on the bell of his lodging, to go to Smerdyakov, he obeyed a sudden and peculiar impulse of indignation. He suddenly remembered how Katerina Ivanovna had only just cried out to him in Alyosha's presence, "It was you persuaded me of his, that is Mitya's, guilt." Ivan was thunderstruck when he recalled it. He had never once tried to persuade her that Mitya was the murderer. On the contrary, he had suspected himself in her presence that time when he came back from Smerdyakov. It was she who had produced that document and proved his brother's guilt. And now she suddenly exclaimed, "I've been at Smerdyakov's myself." When had she been there? Ivan had known nothing of it. So she was not at all so sure of Mitya's guilt. And what could Smerdyakov have told her? What had he said to her? His heart burned with violent anger. He could not understand how he could, half an hour before, have let those words pass, and not have cried out at the moment. He let go of the bell, and rushed off to Smerdyakov. "I shall kill him, perhaps, this time," he thought on the way. End of section 76. Section 77 of The Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 11, Chapter 8. The third and last interview with Smerdyakov. When he was halfway there, the keen dry wind that had been blowing early that morning rose again, and a fine dry snow began falling thickly. It did not lie on the ground, but was whirled about by the wind, and soon there was a regular snowstorm. There were scarcely any lamp-posts in the part of the town where Smerdyakov lived. Ivan strode alone in the darkness, unconscious of the storm, instinctively picking out his way. His head ached, and there was a painful throbbing in his temples. He felt that his hands were twitching convulsively. Not far from Marya Kondratyevna's cottage, Ivan suddenly came upon a solitary, drunken little peasant. He was wearing a coarse and patched coat, and was walking in zigzags, grumbling and swearing to himself. Then suddenly he would begin singing in a husky, drunken voice. "Ach, Vanka's gone to Petersburg. I won't wait till he comes back." But he broke off every time at the second line, and began swearing again. Then he would begin the same song again. Ivan felt an intense hatred for him before he had thought about him at all. Suddenly he realized his presence, and felt an irresistible impulse to knock him down. At that moment they met, and the peasant, with a violent lurch, fell full tilt against Ivan, who pushed him back furiously. The peasant went flying backwards, and fell like a log on the frozen ground. He uttered one plaintive "Oh!" and then was silent. Ivan stepped up to him. He was lying on his back, without movement or consciousness. "He will be frozen," thought Ivan. And he went on his way to Smerdyakov's. In the passage, Marya Kondratyevna, who ran out to open the door with a candle in her hand, whispered that Smerdyakov was very ill. "It's not that he's laid up, but he seems not himself, and he even told us to take the tea away. He wouldn't have any." "Why, does he make a row?" asked Ivan coarsely. "Oh dear, no, quite the contrary. He's very quiet. Only please don't talk to him too long," Marya Kondratyevna begged him. Ivan opened the door and stepped into the room. It was overheated as before, but there were changes in the room. One of the benches at the side had been removed, and in its place had been put a large old mahogany leather sofa, on which a bed had been made up, with fairly clean white pillows. Smerdyakov was sitting on the sofa, wearing the same dressing gown. The table had been brought out in front of the sofa, so that there was hardly room to move. On the table lay a thick book in yellow cover, but Smerdyakov was not reading it. He seemed to be sitting doing nothing. He met Ivan with a slow, silent gaze, and was apparently not at all surprised at his coming. There was a great change in his face. He was much thinner and sallower. His eyes were sunken, and there were blue marks under them. "Why, you really are ill?" Ivan stopped short. "I won't keep you long. I won't even take off my coat. Where can one sit down?" He went to the other end of the table, moved up a chair, and sat down on it. "Why do you look at me without speaking? I've only come with one question, and I swear I won't go without an answer. Has the young lady, Katerina Ivanovna, been with you?" Smerdyakov still remained silent, looking quietly at Ivan as before. Suddenly, with a motion of his hand, he turned his face away. "What's the matter with you?" cried Ivan. "Nothing." "What do you mean by nothing?" "Yes, she has. It's no matter to you. Let me alone." "No, I won't let you alone. Tell me, when was she here?" "Why, I'd quite forgotten about her," said Smerdyakov, with a scornful smile, and turning his face to Ivan again, he stared at him with a look of frenzied hatred, the same look he had fixed on him at their last interview, a month before. "You seem very ill yourself. Your face is sunken. You don't look like yourself," he said to Ivan. "Never mind my health. Tell me what I ask you." "But why are your eyes so yellow? The whites are quite yellow. Are you so worried?" He smiled contemptuously, and suddenly laughed outright. "Listen, I've told you I won't go away without an answer," Ivan cried, intensely irritated. "Why do you keep pestering me? Why do you torment me?" said Smerdyakov, with a look of suffering. "Damn it, I've nothing to do with you. Just answer my question, and I'll go away." "I've no answer to give you," said Smerdyakov, looking down again. "You may be sure I'll make you answer." "Why are you so uneasy?" Smerdyakov stared at him, not simply with contempt, but almost with repulsion. "Is this because the trial begins tomorrow? Nothing will happen to you. Can't you believe that at last? Go home, go to bed, and sleep in peace. Don't be afraid of anything." "I don't understand you. What have I to be afraid of tomorrow?" Ivan articulated in astonishment, and suddenly a chill breath of fear did in fact pass over his soul. Smerdyakov measured him with his eyes. "You don't understand?" he drawled reproachfully. "It's a strange thing a sensible man should care to play such a farce." Ivan looked at him, speechless. The startling, incredibly supercilious tone of this man, who had once been his valet, was extraordinary in itself. He had not taken such a tone even at their last interview. "I tell you, you've nothing to be afraid of. I won't say anything about you. There's no proof against you. I say, how your hands are trembling! Why are your fingers moving like that? Go home. You did not murder him." Ivan started. He remembered Alyosha. "I know it was not I," he faltered. "Do you?" Smerdyakov caught him up again. Ivan jumped up and seized him by the shoulder. "Tell me everything, you viper! Tell me everything!" Smerdyakov was not in the least scared. He only riveted his eyes on Ivan with insane hatred. "Well, it was you who murdered him, if that's it," he whispered furiously. Ivan sank back on his chair, as though pondering something. He laughed malignantly. "You mean my going away? What you talked about last time?" "You stood before me last time and understood it all, and you understand it now." "All I understand is that you are mad." "Aren't you tired of it? Here we are face to face. What's the use of going on keeping up a farce to each other?
Are you still trying to throw it all on me, to my face? You murdered him. You are the real murderer. I was only your instrument, your faithful servant, and it was following your words I did it." "Did it? Why, did you murder him?" Ivan turned cold. Something seemed to give way in his brain, and he shuddered all over with a cold shiver. Then Smerdyakov himself looked at him wonderingly. Probably the genuineness of Ivan's horror struck him. "You don't mean to say you really did not know?" he faltered mistrustfully, looking with a forced smile into his eyes. Ivan still gazed at him and seemed unable to speak. "Ach, Vanka's gone to Petersburg. I won't wait till he comes back," suddenly echoed in his head. "Do you know, I am afraid that you are a dream, a phantom sitting before me," he muttered. "There's no phantom here, but only us two, and one other. No doubt he is here, that third between us." "Who is he? Who is here? What third person?" Ivan cried in alarm, looking about him, his eyes hastily searching in every corner. "That third is God himself, Providence. He is the third beside us now. Only don't look for him, you won't find him." "It's a lie that you killed him!" Ivan cried madly. "You are mad, or teasing me again." Smerdyakov, as before, watched him curiously, with no sign of fear. He could still scarcely get over his incredulity. He still fancied that Ivan knew everything, and was trying to throw it all on him to his face. "Wait a minute," he said at last in a weak voice, and suddenly bringing up his left leg from under the table, he began turning up his trouser leg. He was wearing long white stockings and slippers. Slowly he took off his garter and fumbled to the bottom of his stocking. Ivan gazed at him and suddenly shuddered in a paroxysm of terror. "He's mad!" he cried, and rapidly jumping up, he drew back, so that he knocked his back against the wall and stood up against it, stiff and straight. He looked with insane terror at Smerdyakov, who, entirely unaffected by his terror, continued fumbling in his stocking, as though he were making an effort to get hold of something with his fingers and pull it out. At last he got hold of it, and began pulling it out. Ivan saw that it was a piece of paper, or perhaps a roll of papers. Smerdyakov pulled it out and laid it on the table. "Here," he said quietly. "What is it?" asked Ivan, trembling. "Kindly look at it," Smerdyakov answered, still in the same low tone. Ivan stepped up to the table, took up the roll of paper, and began unfolding it, but suddenly he drew back his fingers as though from contact with a loathsome reptile. "Your hands keep twitching," observed Smerdyakov, and he deliberately unfolded the bundle himself. Under the wrapper were 3 packets of 100-rouble notes. "They're all here, all the 3,000 roubles. You need not count them. Take them," Smerdyakov suggested to Ivan, nodding at the notes. Ivan sank back in his chair. He was as white as a handkerchief. "You frightened me with your stocking," he said, with a strange grin. "Can you really not have known till now?" Smerdyakov asked once more. "No, I did not know. I kept thinking of Dmitri. Brother, brother! Ah!" He suddenly clutched his head in both hands. "Listen, did you kill him alone? With my brother's help, or without?" "It was only with you, with your help, I killed him, and Dmitri Fyodorovitch is quite innocent." All right. Talk about me later. Why do I keep on trembling? I can't speak properly." "You were bold enough then. You said everything was lawful. And how frightened you are now!" Smerdyakov muttered in surprise. "Won't you have some lemonade? I'll ask for some at once. It's very refreshing, only I must hide this first." And again he motioned at the notes. He was just going to get up and call at the door to Marya Kondratyevna to make some lemonade and bring it them,
But, looking for something to cover up the notes that she might not see them, he first took out his handkerchief, and, as it turned out to be very dirty, took up the big yellow book that Yvonne had noticed at first lying on the table, and put it over the notes. The book was The Sayings of the Holy Father Isaac the Syrian. Yvonne read it mechanically. "I won't have any lemonade," he said. "Talk of me later. Sit down and tell me how you did it. Tell me all about it." "You'd better take off your greatcoat, or you'll be too hot." Yvonne, as though he'd only just thought of it, took off his coat, and, without getting up from his chair, threw it on the bench. "Speak, please. Speak." He seemed calmer. He waited, feeling sure that Smerdyakov would tell him all about it. "How was it done?" sighed Smerdyakov. "It was done in a most natural way, following your very words." "Of my words later," Ivan broke in again, apparently with complete self-possession, firmly uttering his words, and not shouting as before. "Only tell me in detail how you did it. Everything as it happened. Don't forget anything. The details above everything. The details, I beg you." "You'd gone away. Then I fell into the cellar." "In a fit, or in a sham one?" "A sham one, naturally. I shammed it all. I went quietly down the steps to the very bottom, and lay down quietly, and as I lay down I gave a scream, and struggled, till they carried me out." "Stay, and were you shamming all along, afterwards, and in the hospital?" "No, not at all. Next day, in the morning, before they took me to the hospital, I had a real attack, and a more violent one than I've had for years. For 2 days I was quite unconscious." All right. Go on." "They laid me on the bed. I knew I'd be the other side of the partition, for whenever I was ill, Marfa Ignatyevna used to put me there, near them. She's always been very kind to me, from my birth up. At night I moaned, but quietly. I kept expecting Dmitri Fyodorovitch to come." "Expecting him to come to you?" "Not to me. I expected him to come into the house, for I'd no doubt that he'd come that night, for being without me, and getting no news, he'd be sure to come and climb over the fence, as he used to, and do something." "And if he hadn't come?" "Then nothing would have happened. I should never have brought myself to it without him." All right. Speak more intelligibly. Don't hurry. Above all, don't leave anything out." "I expected him to kill Fyodor Pavlovitch. I thought that was certain, for I had prepared him for it during the last few days. He knew about the knocks, that was the chief thing. With his suspiciousness, and the fury which had been growing in him all those days, he was bound to get into the house by means of those taps. That was inevitable. So I was expecting him." "Stay," Ivan interrupted. "If he had killed him, he would have taken the money and carried it away. You must have considered that. What could you have got by it afterwards? I don't see." "But he would never have found the money. That was only what I told him, that the money was under the mattress, but that wasn't true. It had been lying in a box, and afterwards I suggested to Fyodor Pavlovitch, as I was the only person he trusted, to hide the envelope with the notes in the corner behind the icons, for no one would have guessed that place, especially if they came in a hurry. So that's where the envelope lay, in the corner behind the icons. It would have been absurd to keep it under the mattress. The box, anyway, could be locked. But all believe it was under the mattress. A stupid thing to believe. So, if Dmitri Fyodorovitch had committed the murder, finding nothing, he would either have run away in a hurry, afraid of every sound, as always happens with murderers, or he would have been arrested. So I could always have clambered up to the icons and have taken away the money next morning, or even that night, and it would have all been put down to Dmitri Fyodorovitch. I could reckon upon that." "But what if he did not kill him, but only knocked him down?" "If he did not kill him, of course I would not have ventured to take the money, and nothing would have happened. but I calculated that he would beat him senseless, and I should have time to take it then, and then I'd make out to Fyodor Pavlovitch that it was no one but Dmitri Fyodorovitch who had taken the money after beating him. Stop, I'm getting mixed. Then it was Dmitri, after all, who killed him? You only took the money? No, he didn't kill him. Well, I might as well have told you now that he was the murderer, but I don't want to lie to you now, because if you really haven't understood till now, as I see for myself, and are not pretending, so as to throw your guilt on me to my very face, you are still responsible for it all, since you knew of the murder, and charged me to do it, and went away knowing all about it. And so I want to prove to your face this evening that you are the only real murderer in the whole affair, and I am not the real murderer, though I did kill him. You are the rightful murderer." Why am I a murderer? Oh, God!" Ivan cried, unable to restrain himself at last, and forgetting that he had put off discussing himself till the end of the conversation. "You still mean that Tchermashnya? Stay, tell me, why did you want my consent, if you really took Tchermashnya for consent? How will you explain that now?" "Assured of your consent, I should have known that you wouldn't have made an outcry over those 3,000 being lost, even if I'd been suspected instead of Dmitri Fyodorovitch, or as his accomplice. On the contrary, you would have protected me from others, and when you got your inheritance, you would have rewarded me when you were able, all the rest of your life. For you'd have received your inheritance through me, seeing that if he had married Agrafena Alexandrovna, you wouldn't have had a farthing." "Ah, then you intended to worry me all my life afterwards," snarled Ivan. "And what if I hadn't gone away then, but had informed against you?" "What could you have informed? That I persuaded you to go to Tchermashnya? That's all nonsense. Besides, after our conversation, you would either have gone away or have stayed. If you had stayed, nothing would have happened. I should have known that you didn't want it done, and should have attempted nothing. As you went away, it meant you assured me that you wouldn't dare to inform against me at the trial, and that you'd overlook my having the 3,000. And indeed, you couldn't have prosecuted me afterwards, because then I should have told it all in the court. That is, not that I had stolen the money or killed him, I shouldn't have said that, but that you'd put me up to the theft and the murder, though I didn't consent to it. That's why I needed your consent, so that you couldn't have cornered me afterwards. For what proof could you have had? I could always have cornered you, revealing your eagerness for your father's death, and I tell you the public would have believed it all, and you would have been ashamed for the rest of your life." "Was I, then, so eager? Was I?" Ivan snarled again. "To be sure you were, and by your consent you silently sanctioned my doing it." Smerdyakoff looked resolutely at Ivan. He was very weak, and spoke slowly and wearily, but some hidden inner force urged him on. He evidently had some design. Ivan felt that. "Go on," he said. "Tell me what happened that night." "What more is there to tell? I lay there, and I thought I heard the master shout. And before that, Grigory Vassilyevitch had suddenly got up and came out, and he suddenly gave a scream, and then all was silence and darkness. I lay there waiting, my heart beating. I couldn't bear it. I got up at last, went out. I saw the window open on the left into the garden, and I stepped to the left to listen whether he was sitting there alive, and I heard the master moving about, sighing, so I knew he was alive. Ach, I thought. I went to the window and shouted to the master, 'It's I!' And he shouted to me, 'He's run away.' He meant Dmitri Fyodorovitch had been. 'He's killed Grigory.' 'Where?' I whispered. 'There, in the corner,' he pointed. He was whispering too. "Wait a bit," I said. I went to the corner of the garden to look, and there I came upon Grigori Vassilyevitch lying by the wall, covered with blood, senseless. So it's true that Dmitri Fyodorovitch has been here, was the thought that came into my head, and I determined on the spot to make an end of it, as Grigori Vassilyevitch, even if he were alive, would see nothing of it as he lay there senseless. The only risk was that Marfa Ignatyevna might wake up. I felt that at the moment, but the longing to get it done came over me, till I could scarcely breathe. I went back to the window to the master and said, "She's here, she's come. Agrafena Alexandrovna has come, wants to be let in." And he started like a baby. "Where is she?" he fairly gasped, but couldn't believe it. "She's standing there," said I. "Open." He looked out of the window at me, half believing and half distrustful, but afraid to open. "Why, he is afraid of me now," I thought. And it was funny. I bethought me to knock on the window frame those taps we'd agreed upon as a signal that Grushenka had come, in his presence, before his eyes. He didn't seem to believe my word, but as soon as he heard the taps, he ran at once to open the door. He opened it. I would have gone in, but he stood in the way to prevent me passing. "Where is she? Where is she?" He looked at me, all of a tremble. Well, thought I, if he's so frightened of me as all that, it's a bad lookout. And my legs went weak with fright that he wouldn't let me in, or would call out, or Marfa Ignatyevna would run up, or something else might happen. I don't remember now, but I must have stood pale, facing him. I whispered to him, "Why, she's there, under the window. How is it you don't see her?" I said. "Bring her then, bring her." "She's afraid," said I. "She was frightened at the noise. She's hidden in the bushes. Go and call to her yourself from the study." He ran to the window, put the candle in the window. "Grushenka," he cried, "Grushenka, are you here?" Though he cried that, he didn't want to lean out of the window. He didn't want to move away from me, for he was panic-stricken. He was so frightened he didn't dare to turn his back on me. "Why, here she is," said I. I went up to the window and leaned right out of it. "Here she is. She's in the bush, laughing at you. Don't you see her?" He suddenly believed it. He was all of a shake. He was awfully crazy about her. And he leaned right out of the window. I snatched up that iron paperweight from his table. Do you remember? Weighing about 3 pounds. I swung it and hit him on the top of the skull with the corner of it. He didn't even cry out. He only sank down suddenly, and I hit him again, and a third time. And the third time I knew I'd broken his skull. He suddenly rolled on his back, face upwards, covered with blood. I looked round. There was no blood on me, not a spot. I wiped the paperweight, put it back, went up to the ikons, took the money out of the envelope, and flung the envelope on the floor and the pink ribbon beside it. I went out into the garden all of a tremble, straight to the apple tree with a hollow in it, you know that hollow. I'd marked it long before, and put a rag and a piece of paper ready in it. I wrapped all the notes in the rag, and stuffed it deep down in the hole. And there it stayed for over a fortnight. I took it out later when I came out of the hospital. I went back to my bed, lay down and thought, if Grigori Vassilyevitch has been killed outright, it may be a bad job for me, but if he is not killed and recovers, it will be first rate, for then he'll bear witness that Dmitri Fyodorovitch has been here, and so he must have killed him and taken the money. Then I began groaning with suspense and impatience, so as to wake Marfa Ignatyevna as soon as possible. At last she got up and she rushed to me, but when she saw Grigori Vassilyevitch was not there, she ran out, and I heard her scream in the garden, and that set it all going, and set my mind at rest." He stopped. Ivan had listened all the time in dead silence, without stirring or taking his eyes off him. As he told his story, Smerdyakov glanced at him from time to time, but for the most part kept his eyes averted. When he had finished, he was evidently agitated, and was breathing hard. The perspiration stood out on his face, but it was impossible to tell whether it was remorse he was feeling, or what. "Stay," cried Ivan, pondering. "What about the door? If he only opened the door to you, how could Grigory have seen it open before? For Grigory saw it before you went." It was remarkable that Ivan spoke quite amicably, in a different tone, not angry as before, so if any one had opened the door at that moment and peeped in at them, he would certainly have concluded that they were talking peaceably about some ordinary though interesting subject. "As for that door, and Grigory Vassilyevitch's having seen it open, that's only his fancy," said Smerdyakov with a wry smile. "He is not a man, I assure you, but an obstinate mule. He didn't see it, but fancied he had seen it, and there's no shaking him. It's just our luck he took that notion into his head, for they can't fail to convict Dmitri Fyodorovitch after that." "Listen," said Ivan, beginning to seem bewildered again, and making an effort to grasp something. "Listen, there are a lot of questions I want to ask you, but I forget them. I keep forgetting and getting mixed up. Yes, tell me this at least. Why did you open the envelope and leave it there on the floor? Why didn't you simply carry off the envelope? When you were telling me, I thought you spoke about it as though it were the right thing to do. But why? I can't understand." "I did that for a good reason. For if a man had known all about it, as I did, for instance, if he'd seen those notes before, and perhaps had put them in that envelope himself, and had seen that envelope sealed up and addressed with his own eyes, if such a man had done the murder, what should have made him tear open the envelope afterwards, especially in such desperate haste, since he'd know for certain the notes must be in the envelope? No, if the robber had been someone like me, he'd simply have put the envelope straight in his pocket and got away with it as fast as he could. But it'd be quite different with Dmitri Fyodorovitch. He only knew about the envelope by hearsay. He had never seen it, and if he'd found it, for instance, under the mattress, he'd have torn it open as quickly as possible to make sure the notes were in it, and he'd have thrown the envelope down without having time to think that it would be evidence against him. Because he was not an habitual thief, and had never directly stolen anything before, for he is a gentleman born, and if he did bring himself to steal, it would not be regular stealing, but simply taking what was his own, for he told the whole town he meant to before, and had even bragged aloud before every one that he'd go and take his property from Fyodor Pavlovitch. I didn't say that openly to the prosecutor when I was being examined, but quite the contrary, I brought him to it by a hint, as though I didn't see it myself, and as though he'd thought of it himself, and I hadn't prompted him, so that Mr. Prosecutor's mouth positively watered at my suggestion." "But can you possibly have thought of all that on the spot?" cried Ivan, overcome with astonishment. He looked at Smerdyakov again with alarm. "Mercy on us! Could any one think of it all in such a desperate hurry? It was all thought out beforehand." "Well, well, it was the devil helped you," Ivan cried again. "No, you are not a fool. You are far cleverer than I thought." He got up, obviously intending to walk across the room. He was in terrible distress. But as the table blocked his way, and there was hardly room to pass between the table and the wall, he only turned round where he stood and sat down again. Perhaps the impossibility of moving irritated him, as he suddenly cried out almost as furiously as before, "Listen, you miserable, contemptible creature! Don't you understand that if I haven't killed you, it's simply because I am keeping you to answer to-morrow at the trial? God sees—" Ivan raised his hand. "Perhaps I too was guilty. Perhaps I really had a secret desire for my father's death. But I swear I was not as guilty as you think, and perhaps I didn't urge you on at all. No, no, I didn't urge you on. But no matter. I will give evidence against myself tomorrow at the trial. I'm determined to. I shall tell everything, everything. But we'll make our appearance together, and whatever you may say against me at the trial, whatever evidence you give, I'll face it. I am not afraid of you. I'll confirm it all myself. But you must confess too. You must, you must. We'll go together. That's how it shall be." Yvonne said this solemnly and resolutely, and from his flashing eyes alone it could be seen that it would be so. "You are ill, I see. You are quite ill. Your eyes are yellow," Smerdyakoff commented without the least irony, with apparent sympathy, in fact. "We'll go together," Yvonne repeated, "and if you won't go, no matter. I'll go alone." Smerdyakoff paused, as though pondering. "There'll be nothing of the sort, and you won't go," he concluded at last, positively. "You don't understand me," Yvonne exclaimed reproachfully. "You'll be too much ashamed if you confess it all. And what's more, it will be no use at all, for I shall say straight out that I never said anything of the sort to you, and that you are either ill, and it looks like it too, or that you're so sorry for your brother that you are sacrificing yourself to save him, and have invented it all against me, for you've always thought no more of me than if I'd been a fly. And who will believe you? And what single proof have you got? Listen, you showed me those notes just now to convince me." Smerdyakoff lifted the book off the notes and laid it on one side. "Take that money away with you," Smerdyakoff sighed. "Of course I shall take it. But why do you give it to me, if you committed the murder for the sake of it?" Yvonne looked at him with great surprise. "I don't want it," Smerdyakoff articulated in a shaking voice, with a gesture of refusal. "I did have an idea of beginning a new life with that money in Moscow, or better still, abroad. I did dream of it, chiefly because all things are lawful. That was quite right what you taught me, for you talked a lot to me about that. For if there's no everlasting God, there's no such thing as virtue, and there's no need of it. You were right there. So that's how I looked at it." "Did you come to that of yourself?" asked Yvonne, with a wry smile. "With your guidance." "And now I suppose you believe in God, since you are giving back the money?" "No, I don't believe," whispered Smerdyakoff. "Then why are you giving it back?" "Leave off, that's enough." Smerdyakoff waved his hand again. "You used to say yourself that everything was lawful, so now why are you so upset too? You even want to go and give evidence against yourself. Only there'll be nothing of the sort. You won't go to give evidence," Smerdyakoff decided with conviction. "You'll see," said Yvonne. "It isn't possible. You are very clever. You are fond of money, I know that. You like to be respected, too, for you're very proud. You are far too fond of female charms, too, and you mind most of all about living in undisturbed comfort, without having to depend on anyone. That's what you care most about. You won't want to spoil your life forever by taking such a disgrace on yourself. You are like Fyodor Pavlovitch. You are more like him than any of his children. You've the same soul as he had." "You are not a fool," said Yvonne, seeming struck. The blood rushed to his face. "You are serious now," he observed, looking suddenly at Smerdyakoff with a different expression. "It was your pride made you think I was a fool. Take the money." Yvonne took the 3 rolls of notes and put them in his pocket without wrapping them in anything. "I shall show them at the court tomorrow," he said. "Nobody will believe you, as you've plenty of money of your own. You may simply have taken it out of your cash box and brought it to the court." Yvonne rose from his seat. "I repeat," he said, "the only reason I haven't killed you is that I need you for tomorrow. Remember that. Don't forget it."
Well, kill me now, Smerdyakoff said, all at once looking strangely at Ivan. You won't dare do that, even, he added with a bitter smile. You won't dare to do anything, you, who used to be so bold. Till tomorrow, cried Ivan, and moved to go out. Stay a moment. Show me those notes again. Ivan took out the notes and showed them to him. Smerdyakoff looked at them for 10 seconds. Well, you can go, he said, with a wave of his hand. Ivan Fyodorovitch, he called after him again. What do you want? Ivan turned without stopping. Goodbye. Till tomorrow, Ivan cried again, and he walked out of the cottage. The snowstorm was still raging. He walked the first few steps boldly, but suddenly began staggering. It's something physical, he thought with a grin. Something like joy was springing up in his heart. He was conscious of unbounded resolution. He would make an end of the wavering that had so tortured him of late. His determination was taken, and now it will not be changed, he thought with relief. At that moment he stumbled against something and almost fell down. Stopping short, he made out at his feet the peasant he had knocked down, still lying senseless and motionless. The snow had almost covered his face. Ivan seized him and lifted him in his arms. Seeing a light in the little house to the right, he went up, knocked at the shutters, and asked the man to whom the house belonged to help him carry the peasant to the police station, promising him 3 roubles. The man got ready and came out. I won't describe in detail how Ivan succeeded in his object, bringing the peasant to the police station and arranging for a doctor to see him at once, providing with a liberal hand for the expenses. I will only say that this business took a whole hour, but Ivan was well content with it. His mind wandered and worked incessantly. If I had not taken my decision so firmly for tomorrow, he reflected with satisfaction, I should not have stayed a whole hour to look after the peasant, but should have passed by, without caring about his being frozen. I am quite capable of watching myself, by the way, he thought at the same instant, with still greater satisfaction, although they have decided that I am going out of my mind. Just as he reached his own house, he stopped short, asking himself suddenly, hadn't he better go at once to the prosecutor and tell him everything? He decided the question by turning back to the house. Everything together tomorrow, he whispered to himself, and, strange to say, almost all his gladness and self-satisfaction passed in one instant. As he entered his own room, he felt something like a touch of ice on his heart, like a recollection, or, more exactly, a reminder of something agonizing and revolting that was in that room now, at that moment, and had been there before. He sank wearily on his sofa. The old woman brought him a samovar. He made tea, but did not touch it. He sat on the sofa and felt giddy. He felt that he was ill and helpless. He was beginning to drop asleep, but got up uneasily and walked across the room to shake off his drowsiness. At moments he fancied he was delirious, but it was not illness that he thought of most. Sitting down again, he began looking round, as though searching for something. This happened several times. At last his eyes were fastened intently on one point. Ivan smiled, but an angry flush suffused his face. He sat a long time in his place, his head propped on both arms, though he looked sideways at the same point, at the sofa that stood against the opposite wall. There was evidently something, some object that irritated him there, worried him and tormented him. End of section 77.
Section 78 of the Brothers Karamazov by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Book 11, Chapter 9. The Devil, Ivan's Nightmare. I am not a doctor, but yet I feel that the moment has come when I must inevitably give the reader some account of the nature of Ivan's illness. Anticipating events, I can say at least one thing. He was at that moment on the very eve of an attack of brain fever. Though his health had long been affected, it had offered a stubborn resistance to the fever, which in the end gained complete mastery over it. Though I know nothing of medicine, I venture to hazard the suggestion that he really had perhaps, by a terrible effort of will, succeeded in delaying the attack for a time, hoping, of course, to check it completely. He knew that he was unwell, but he loathed the thought of being ill at that fatal time, at the approaching crisis in his life, when he needed to have all his wits about him, to say what he had to say, boldly and resolutely, and to justify himself to himself. He had, however, consulted the new doctor, who had been brought from Moscow by a fantastic notion of Katerina Ivanovna's, to which I have referred already. After listening to him and examining him, the doctor came to the conclusion that he was actually suffering from some disorder of the brain, and was not at all surprised by an admission which Ivan had reluctantly made him. "Hallucinations are quite likely in your condition," the doctor opined, "though it would be better to verify them. You must take steps at once, without a moment's delay, or things will go badly with you." But Ivan did not follow this judicious advice, and did not take to his bed to be nursed. "I am walking about, so I am strong enough. If I drop, it'll be different then. Anyone may nurse me who likes," he decided, dismissing the subject. And so he was sitting, almost conscious himself of his delirium, and, as I have said already, looking persistently at some object on the sofa against the opposite wall. Someone appeared to be sitting there, though goodness knows how he had come in, for he had not been in the room when Ivan came into it, on his return from Smerdyakov. This was a person, or, more accurately speaking, a Russian gentleman of a particular kind, no longer young, qui faisait la cinquantaine, as the French say, with rather long, still thick, dark hair, slightly streaked with grey, and a small pointed beard. He was wearing a brownish reefer jacket, rather shabby, evidently made by a good tailor though, and of a fashion at least 3 years old, that had been discarded by smart and well-to-do people for the last 2 years. His linen and his long scarf-like necktie were all such as are worn by people who aim at being stylish, but on closer inspection his linen was not over clean, and his wide scarf was very threadbare. The visitor's check trousers were of excellent cut, but were too light in colour and too tight for the present fashion. His soft, fluffy white hat was out of keeping with the season. In brief, there was every appearance of gentility on straitened means. It looked as though the gentleman belonged to that class of idle landowners who used to flourish in the times of serfdom. He had unmistakably been at some time in good and fashionable society, had once had good connections, had possibly preserved them indeed, but after a gay youth becoming gradually impoverished on the abolition of serfdom, he had sunk into the position of a poor relation of the best class, wandering from one good old friend to another, and received by them for his companionable and accommodating disposition, and as being, after all, a gentleman who could be asked to sit down with any one, though, of course, not in a place of honour. Such gentlemen of accommodating temper and dependent position, who can tell a story, take a hand at cards, and who have a distinct aversion for any duties that may be forced upon them, are usually solitary creatures, either bachelors or widowers. Sometimes they have children, but if so, the children are always being brought up at a distance, at some aunt's, to whom these gentlemen never allude in good society, seeming ashamed of the relationship. They gradually lose sight of their children altogether, though at intervals they receive a birthday or Christmas letter from them, and sometimes even answer it. The countenance of the unexpected visitor was not so much good-natured as accommodating, and ready to assume any amiable expression as occasion might arise. He had no watch, but he had a tortoise-shell lorgnette on a black ribbon. On the middle finger of his right hand was a massive gold ring with a cheap opal stone in it. Yvonne was angrily silent, and would not begin the conversation. The visitor waited, and sat exactly like a poor relation who had come down from his room to keep his host company at tea, and was discreetly silent, seeing that his host was frowning and preoccupied. But he was ready for any affable conversation as soon as his host should begin it. All at once his face expressed a sudden solicitude. "I say," he began to Yvonne, "excuse me, I only mention it to remind you. You went to Smerdyakov's to find out about Katerina Ivanovna, but you came away without finding out anything about her. You probably forgot." "Ah, yes," broke from Yvonne, and his face grew gloomy with uneasiness. "Yes, I'd forgotten. But it doesn't matter now. Never mind, till tomorrow," he muttered to himself. "And you," he added, addressing his visitor, "I should have remembered that myself in a minute, for that was just what was tormenting me. Why do you interfere, as if I should believe that you prompted me, and that I didn't remember it of myself?" "Don't believe it, then," said the gentleman, smiling amicably. "What's the good of believing against your will? Besides, proofs are no help to believing, especially material proofs. Thomas believed, not because he saw Christ risen, but because he wanted to believe before he saw. Look at the spiritualists, for instance. I'm very fond of them. Only fancy, they imagine that they are serving the cause of religion because the devils show them their horns from the other world. That, they say, is a material proof, so to speak, of the existence of another world. The other world and material proofs! What next? And if you come to that, does proving there's a devil prove that there's a God? I want to join an idealist society. I'll lead the opposition in it. I'll say I am a realist, but not a materialist." "Listen." Yvonne suddenly got up from the table. "I seem to be delirious. I am delirious, in fact. Talk any nonsense you like, I don't care. You won't drive me to fury, as you did last time. But I feel somehow ashamed. I want to walk about the room. I sometimes don't see you, and don't even hear your voice, as I did last time. But I always guess what you are prating, for it's I myself speaking, not you. Only I don't know whether I was dreaming last time, or whether I really saw you. I'll wet a towel and put it on my head, and perhaps you'll vanish into air." Yvonne went into the corner, took a towel, and did as he said, and with a wet towel on his head began walking up and down the room. "I am so glad you treat me so familiarly," the visitor began. "Fool!" laughed Yvonne. "Do you suppose I should stand on ceremony with you? I'm in good spirits now, though I've a pain in my forehead, and in the top of my head. Only please don't talk philosophy as you did last time. If you can't take yourself off, talk of something amusing. Talk gossip. You are a poor relation. You ought to talk gossip. What a nightmare to have! But I am not afraid of you. I'll get the better of you. I won't be taken to a madhouse." "C'est charmant! Poor relation. Yes, I am in my natural shape. For what am I on earth but a poor relation? By the way, I am listening to you, and am rather surprised to find that you are actually beginning to take me for something real, not simply your fancy, as you persisted in declaring last time." "Never for 1 minute have I taken you for reality," Yvonne cried with a sort of fury. You are a lie. You are my illness. You are a phantom. It's only that I don't know how to destroy you, and I see I must suffer for a time. You are my hallucination. You are the incarnation of myself, but only of one side of me, of my thoughts and feelings, but only the nastiest and stupidest of them. From that point of view, you might be of interest to me, if only I had time to waste on you. Excuse me, I'll catch you. When you flew out at Alyosha under the lamp-post this evening, and shouted to him, "You learnt it from him. How do you know that he visits me?" You were thinking of me then. So, for one brief moment, you did believe that I really exist. The gentleman laughed blandly. Yes, that was a moment of weakness, but I couldn't believe in you. I don't know whether I was asleep or awake last time. Perhaps I was only dreaming then, and didn't see you really at all. And why were you so surly with Alyosha just now? He is a dear. I've treated him badly over Father Zossima. Don't talk of Alyosha. How dare you, you flunkey? Ivan laughed again. You scold me, but you laugh. That's a good sign. But you are ever so much more polite than you were last time, and I know why. That great resolution of yours. Don't speak of my resolution, cried Ivan savagely. I understand. C'est noble, c'est charmant. You are going to defend your brother and to sacrifice yourself. C'est chevaleresque. Hold your tongue, I'll kick you. I shan't be altogether sorry, for then my object will be attained. If you kick me, you must believe in my reality, for people don't kick ghosts. Joking apart, it doesn't matter to me. Scold if you like, though it's better to be a trifle more polite, even to me. Fool? Flunkey? What words! Scolding you, I scold myself. Ivan laughed again. You are myself, only with a different face. You just say what I am thinking, and are incapable of saying anything new. If I am like you in my way of thinking, it's all to my credit, the gentleman declared with delicacy and dignity. You choose out only my worst thoughts, and what's more, the stupid ones. You are stupid and vulgar. You're awfully stupid. No, I can't put up with you. What am I to do? What am I to do? Ivan said through his clenched teeth. My dear friend, above all things, I want to behave like a gentleman, and to be recognized as such, the visitor began, in an excess of deprecating and simple-hearted pride, typical of a poor relation. I am poor, but I won't say very honest, but it's an axiom generally accepted in society that I am a fallen angel. I certainly can't conceive how I can ever have been an angel. If I ever was, it must have been so long ago that there's no harm in forgetting it. Now I only prize the reputation of being a gentlemanly person, and live as I can, trying to make myself agreeable. I love men genuinely. I've been greatly calumniated. Here, when I stay with you from time to time, my life gains a kind of reality, and that's what I like most of all. You see, like you, I suffer from the fantastic, and so I love the realism of earth. Here, with you, everything is circumscribed. Here all is formulated and geometrical, while we have nothing but indeterminate equations. I wander about here dreaming. I like dreaming. Besides, on earth I become superstitious. Please don't laugh. That's just what I like, to become superstitious. I adopt all your habits here. I've grown fond of going to the public baths, would you believe it? And I go and steam myself with merchants and priests. What I dream of is becoming incarnate once for all and irrevocably in the form of some merchant's wife weighing 18 stone, and of believing all she believes. My ideal is to go to church and offer a candle in simple-hearted faith. Upon my word it is. Then there would be an end to my sufferings. I like being doctored, too. In the spring there was an outbreak of smallpox, and I went and was vaccinated in a foundling hospital. If only you knew how I enjoyed myself that day. I subscribed 10 roubles in the cause of the Slavs. But you are not listening. Do you know, you are not at all well this evening. I know you went yesterday to that doctor. Well, what about your health? What did the doctor say? Fool! Ivan snapped out. But you are clever, anyway. You are scolding again? I didn't ask out of sympathy. You needn't answer. Now, rheumatism has come in again. Fool! Repeated Ivan. You keep saying the same thing, but I had such an attack of rheumatism last year that I remember it to this day. The devil have rheumatism? Why not, if I sometimes put on fleshly form? I put on fleshly form, and I take the consequences. Satan sum, et nihil humanum a me alienum puto. What? What? Satan sum, et nihil humanum? That's not bad for the devil. I am glad I've pleased you at last. But you didn't get that from me. Ivan stopped suddenly, seeming struck. That never entered my head. That's strange. C'est de nouveau, n'est-ce pas? This time I'll act honestly and explain to you. Listen, in dreams, and especially in nightmares, from indigestion or anything, a man sees sometimes such artistic visions, such complex and real actuality, such events, even a whole world of events, woven into such a plot, with such unexpected details, from the most exalted matters to the last button on a cuff, as I swear Leo Tolstoy has never invented. Yet such dreams are sometimes seen, not by writers, but by the most ordinary people, officials, journalists, priests. The subject is a complete enigma. A statesman confessed to me, indeed, that all his best ideas came to him when he was asleep. Well, that's how it is now. Though I am your hallucination, yet, just as in a nightmare, I say original things which had not entered your head before. So I don't repeat your ideas, yet I am only your nightmare, nothing more. You are lying. Your aim is to convince me you exist apart, and are not my nightmare. And now you are asserting you are a dream. My dear fellow, I've adopted a special method today. I'll explain it to you afterwards. Stay, where did I break off? Oh, yes, I caught cold then, only not here, but yonder. Where is yonder? Tell me, will you be here long? Can't you go away? Ivan exclaimed, almost in despair. He ceased walking to and fro, sat down on the sofa, leaned his elbows on the table again, and held his head tight in both hands. He pulled the wet towel off and flung it away in vexation. It was evidently of no use. "Your nerves are out of order," observed the gentleman, with a carelessly easy, though perfectly polite air. "You are angry with me even for being able to catch cold, though it happened in a most natural way. I was hurrying then to a diplomatic soiree at the house of a lady of high rank in Petersburg, who was aiming at influence in the ministry. Well, an evening suit, white tie, gloves, though I was God knows where and had to fly through space to reach your earth. Of course it took only an instant, but you know a ray of light from the sun takes full 8 minutes. And fancy, in an evening suit and open waistcoat! Spirits don't freeze, but when one's in fleshly form, well, in brief, I didn't think, and set off. And you know, in those ethereal spaces, in the water that is above the firmament, there's such a frost. At least one can't call it frost. You can fancy 150 degrees below zero. You know the game the village girls play? They invite the unwary to lick an axe in 30 degrees of frost. The tongue instantly freezes to it, and the dupe tears the skin off, so it bleeds. But that's only in 30 degrees. In 150 degrees, I imagine it would be enough to put your finger on the axe, and it would be the end of it. If only there could be an axe there. And can there be an axe there? Ivan interrupted carelessly and disdainfully. He was exerting himself to the utmost not to believe in the delusion, and not to sink into complete insanity. An axe? The guest interrupted in surprise. Yes, what would become of an axe there? Ivan cried suddenly, with a sort of savage and insistent obstinacy. What would become of an axe in space? Quelle idée! If it were to fall to any distance, it would begin, I think, flying round the earth without knowing why, like a satellite. The astronomers would calculate the rising and the setting of the axe. Gatsuk would put it in his calendar, that's all. You are stupid, awfully stupid, said Ivan peevishly. Fib more cleverly, or I won't listen. You want to get the better of me by realism, to convince me that you exist, but I don't want to believe you exist. I won't believe it. But I am not fibbing. It's all the truth. The truth is unhappily hardly ever amusing. I see you persist in expecting something big of me, and perhaps something fine. That's a great pity, for I only give what I can. Don't talk philosophy, you ass. Philosophy, indeed, when all my right side is numb and I am moaning and groaning. I've tried all the medical faculty. They can diagnose beautifully. They have the whole of your disease at their fingertips, but they've no idea how to cure you. There was an enthusiastic little student here. You may die, said he, but you'll know perfectly what disease you are dying of. And then what a way they have, sending people to specialists. We only diagnose, they say, but go to such and such a specialist, he'll cure you. The old doctor, who used to cure all sorts of disease, has completely disappeared, I assure you. Now there are only specialists, and they all advertise in the newspapers. If anything is wrong with your nose, they send you to Paris. There, they say, is a European specialist who cures noses. If you go to Paris, he'll look at your nose. I could only cure your right nostril, he'll tell you, for I don't cure the left nostril. That's not my specialty. But go to Vienna. There's a specialist who will cure your left nostril. What are you to do? I fell back on popular remedies. A German doctor advised me to rub myself with honey and salt in the bath-house. Solely to get an extra bath, I went, smeared myself all over, and it did me no good at all. In despair, I wrote to Count Mattei in Milan. He sent me a book and some drops, bless him, and, only fancy, Hoff's malt extract cured me. I bought it by accident, drank a bottle and a half of it, and I was ready to dance. It took it away completely. I made up my mind to write to the papers, to thank him. I was prompted by a feeling of gratitude, and only fancy, it led to no end of a bother. Not a single paper would take my letter. It would be very reactionary, they said. No one will believe it. Le diable n'existe point. You'd better remain anonymous, they advised me. What use is a letter of thanks if it's anonymous? I laughed with the men at the newspaper office. It's reactionary to believe in God in our days, I said, but I am the devil, so I may be believed in. We quite understand that, they said. Who doesn't believe in the devil? Yet it won't do. It might injure our reputation. As a joke, if you like. But I thought as a joke it wouldn't be very witty, so it wasn't printed. And do you know, I have felt sore about it to this day. My best feelings, gratitude, for instance, are literally denied me simply from my social position. Philosophical reflections again? Ivan snarled malignantly. God preserve me from it, but one can't help complaining sometimes. I am a slandered man. You upbraid me every moment with being stupid. One can see you are young. My dear fellow, intelligence isn't the only thing. I have naturally a kind and merry heart. I also write vaudevilles of all sorts. You seem to take me for Lestakov grown old, but my fate is a far more serious one. Before time was, by some decree which I could never make out, I was predestined to deny, and yet I am genuinely good-hearted, and not at all inclined to negation. No, you must go and deny. Without denial, there's no criticism. And what would a journal be without a column of criticism? Without criticism, it would be nothing but one hosanna. But nothing but hosanna is not enough for life. The hosanna must be tried in the crucible of doubt, and so on, in the same style. But I don't meddle in that. I didn't create it. I am not answerable for it. Well, they've chosen their scapegoat. They've made me write the column of criticism, and so life was made possible. We understand that comedy. I, for instance, simply ask for annihilation. No, live, I am told, for there'd be nothing without you. If everything in the universe were sensible, nothing would happen. There would be no events without you, and there must be events. So, against the grain, I serve to produce events, and do what's irrational because I am commanded to. For all their indisputable intelligence, men take this farce as something serious, and that is their tragedy. They suffer, of course, but then they live. They live a real life, not a fantastic one, for suffering is life. Without suffering, what would be the pleasure of it? It would be transformed into an endless church service. It would be holy, but tedious. But what about me? I suffer, but still I don't live. I am X in an indeterminate equation. I am a sort of phantom in life, who has lost all beginning and end, and who has even forgotten his own name. You are laughing. No, you are not laughing. You are angry again. You are forever angry. All you care about is intelligence. But I repeat again that I would give away all this superstellar life, all the ranks and honours, simply to be transformed into the soul of a merchant's wife weighing 18 stone, and set candles at God's shrine. Then even you don't believe in God, said Ivan, with a smile of hatred. What can I say? That is, if you are in earnest. Is there a God or not? Ivan cried, with the same savage intensity. Ah, then you are in earnest. My dear fellow, upon my word, I don't know. There, I've said it now. You don't know, but you see God. No, you are not someone apart. You are myself. You are I, and nothing more. You are rubbish. You are my fancy. Well, if you like, I have the same philosophy as you. That would be true. Je pense, donc je suis. I know that for a fact. All the rest, all these worlds, God, and even Satan, all that is not proved to my mind. Does all that exist of itself, or is it only an emanation of myself, a logical development of my ego, which alone has existed forever? But I make haste to stop, for I believe you will be jumping up to beat me directly. You'd better tell me some anecdote, said Ivan miserably. There is an anecdote precisely on our subject, or rather a legend, not an anecdote. You reproach me with unbelief, you see, you say, yet you don't believe. But, my dear fellow, I am not the only one like that. We are all in a muddle over there now, and all through your science. Once there used to be atoms, 5 senses, 4 elements, and then everything hung together somehow. There were atoms in the ancient world even, but since we've learned that you've discovered the chemical molecule, and protoplasm, and the devil knows what. We had to lower our crest. There's a regular muddle, and above all, superstition, scandal. There's as much scandal among us as among you, you know, a little more, in fact, and spying, indeed, for we have our secret police department where private information is received. Well, this wild legend belongs to our Middle Ages, not yours, but ours, and no one believes it, even among us, except the old ladies of 18 stone, not your old ladies, I mean, but ours. We've everything you have. I am revealing one of our secrets out of friendship for you, though it's forbidden. This legend is about paradise. There was, they say, here on earth, a thinker and philosopher. He rejected everything, laws, conscience, faith, and above all, the future life. He died. He expected to go straight to darkness and death, and he found a future life before him. He was astounded and indignant. "This is against my principles," he said, and he was punished for that. That is, you must excuse me, I am just repeating what I heard myself. It's only a legend. He was sentenced to walk 1,000,000,000 kilometers in the dark. We've adopted the metric system, you know. And when he has finished that quadrillion, the gates of heaven would be opened to him, and he'll be forgiven. "And what tortures have you in the other world besides the 1,000,000,000 kilometers?" asked Yvonne, with a strange eagerness. "What tortures? Ah, don't ask. In old days we had all sorts, but now they have taken chiefly to moral punishments, the stings of conscience, and all that nonsense. We got that, too, from you, from the softening of your manners. And who's the better for it? Only those who have got no conscience, for how can they be tortured by conscience when they have none? But decent people, who have conscience and a sense of honour, suffer for it. Reforms, when the ground has not been prepared for them, especially if they are institutions copied from abroad, do nothing but mischief. The ancient fire was better. Well, this man, who was condemned to the 1,000,000,000 kilometers, stood still, looked round, and lay down across the road. "I won't go. I refuse on principle." Take the soul of an enlightened Russian atheist and mix it with the soul of the prophet Jonah, who sulked for 3 days and nights in the belly of the whale, and you get the character of that thinker who lay across the road. What did he lie on there? Well, I suppose there was something to lie on. You're not laughing? Bravo! cried Yvonne, still with the same strange eagerness. Now he was listening with an unexpected curiosity. Well, is he lying there now? That's the point, that he isn't. He lay there almost 1,000 years, and then he got up and went on. What an ass! cried Yvonne, laughing nervously, and still seeming to be pondering something intently. Does it make any difference whether he lies there for ever, or walks the 1,000,000,000 kilometres? It would take 1,000,000,000 years to walk it. Much more than that. I haven't got a pencil and paper, or I could work it out. But he got there long ago, and that's where the story begins. What? He got there? But how did he get the 1,000,000,000 years to do it? Why, you keep thinking of our present Earth, but our present Earth may have been repeated 1,000,000,000 times. Why, it's become extinct, been frozen, cracked, broken to bits, disintegrated into its elements, again the water above the firmament, then again a comet, again a sun, again from the sun it becomes Earth, and the same sequence may have been repeated endlessly, and exactly the same to every detail, most unseemly and insufferably tedious. Well, what happened when he arrived? Why, the moment the gates of paradise were open and he walked in, before he had been there 2 seconds, by his watch, though to my thinking his watch must have long dissolved into its elements on the way, He cried out that those 2 seconds were worth walking, not a quadrillion kilometers, but a quadrillion of quadrillions raised to the quadrillionth power. In fact, he sang Hosanna, and overdid it so that some persons there of lofty ideas wouldn't shake hands with him at first. He'd become too rapidly reactionary, they said. The Russian temperament. I repeat, it's a legend. I give it for what it's worth. So that's the sort of ideas we have on such subjects even now. "I've caught you!" Ivan cried with an almost childish delight, as though he had succeeded in remembering something at last. "That anecdote about the quadrillion years, I made up myself. I was 17 then, I was at the high school. I made up that anecdote and told it to a schoolfellow called Korovkin. It was at Moscow. The anecdote is so characteristic that I couldn't have taken it from anywhere. I thought I'd forgotten it, but I've unconsciously recalled it. I recalled it myself. It was not you telling it. Thousands of things are unconsciously remembered like that, even when people are being taken to execution. It's come back to me in a dream. You are that dream. You are a dream, not a living creature." "From the vehemence with which you deny my existence," laughed the gentleman, "I am convinced that you believe in me." "Not in the slightest. I haven't a 100th part of a grain of faith in you." "But you have the 1,000th of a grain. Homeopathic doses perhaps are the strongest. Confess that you have faith even to the 10,000th of a grain." "Not for 1 minute," cried Ivan furiously. "But I should like to believe in you," he added strangely. "Aha! There's an admission. But I am good-natured. I'll come to your assistance again. Listen, it was I caught you, not you me. I told you your anecdote you'd forgotten, on purpose, so as to destroy your faith in me completely." "You're lying. The object of your visit is to convince me of your existence." "Just so. But hesitation, suspense, conflict between belief and disbelief is sometimes such torture to a conscientious man, such as you are, that it's better to hang oneself at once. Knowing that you are inclined to believe in me, I administered some disbelief by telling you that anecdote. I lead you to belief and disbelief by turns, and I have my motive in it. It's the new method. As soon as you disbelieve in me completely, you'll begin assuring me to my face that I am not a dream, but a reality. I know you. Then I shall have attained my object, which is an honorable one. I shall sow in you only a tiny grain of faith, and it will grow into an oak tree, and such an oak tree that, sitting on it, you will long to enter the ranks of the hermits in the wilderness and the saintly women, for that is what you are secretly longing for. You'll dine on locusts. You'll wander into the wilderness to save your soul." "Then it's for the salvation of my soul you are working, is it, you scoundrel?" "One must do a good work sometimes. How ill-humored you are!" "Fool! Did you ever tempt those holy men who ate locusts and prayed 17 years in the wilderness till they were overgrown with moss?" "My dear fellow, I've done nothing else. One forgets the whole world and all the worlds, and sticks to one such saint, because he is a very precious diamond. One such soul, you know, is sometimes worth a whole constellation. We have our system of reckoning, you know. The conquest is priceless, and some of them, on my word, are not inferior to you in culture, though you won't believe it. They can contemplate such depths of belief and disbelief at the same moment that sometimes it really seems that they are within a hair's breadth of being turned upside down, as the actor Gorbunov says." "Well, did you get your nose pulled?" "My dear fellow," observed the visitor sententiously, "it's better to get off with your nose pulled than without a nose at all. as an afflicted marquis observed not long ago. He must have been treated by a specialist, in confession to his spiritual father, a Jesuit. I was present. It was simply charming. "Give me back my nose," he said, and he beat his breast. "My son," said the priest evasively, "all things are accomplished in accordance with the inscrutable decrees of Providence, and what seems a misfortune sometimes leads to extraordinary, though unapparent, benefits. If stern destiny has deprived you of your nose, it's to your advantage that no one can ever pull you by your nose." "Holy Father, that's no comfort!" cried the despairing marquis. "I'd be delighted to have my nose pulled every day of my life, if it were only in its proper place." "My son," sighs the priest, "you can't expect every blessing at once. This is murmuring against Providence, who even in this has not forgotten you; for if you repine, as you repined just now, declaring you'd be glad to have your nose pulled for the rest of your life, your desire has already been fulfilled indirectly, for when you lost your nose, you were led by the nose." "Fool! How stupid!" cried Ivan. "My dear friend, I only wanted to amuse you. But I swear that's the genuine Jesuit casuistry, and I swear that it all happened, word for word, as I've told you. It happened lately, and gave me a great deal of trouble. The unhappy young man shot himself that very night when he got home. I was by his side till the very last moment. Those Jesuit confessionals are really my most delightful diversion at melancholy moments. Here's another incident that happened only the other day. A little blonde Norman girl of 20, a buxom, unsophisticated beauty that would make your mouth water, comes to an old priest. She bends down and whispers her sin into the grating. "Why, my daughter, have you fallen again already?" cries the priest. "Oh, Sancta Maria, what do I hear? Not the same man this time? How long is this going on? Aren't you ashamed?" "Ah, mon père," answers the sinner with tears of penitence, "ça lui fait tant de plaisir, et à moi si peu de peine." Fancy such an answer! I drew back. It was the cry of nature, better than innocence itself, if you like. I absolved her sin on the spot, and was turning to go, but I was forced to turn back. I heard the priest at the grating making an appointment with her for the evening. Though he was an old man hard as flint, he fell in an instant. It was nature. The truth of nature asserted its rights. What, you are turning up your nose again? Angry again? I don't know how to please you." "Leave me alone. You are beating on my brain like a haunting nightmare," Ivan moaned miserably, helpless before his apparition. "I am bored with you, agonizingly and insufferably. I would give anything to be able to shake you off. I repeat, moderate your expectations. Don't demand of me everything great and noble, and you'll see how well we shall get on," said the gentleman impressively. "You are really angry with me for not having appeared to you in a red glow, with thunder and lightning, with scorched wings, but have shown myself in such a modest form. You are wounded, in the first place, in your aesthetic feelings, and secondly, in your pride. How could such a vulgar devil visit such a great man as you? Yes, there is that romantic strain in you that was so derided by Bielinski. I can't help it, young man. As I got ready to come to you, I did think, as a joke, of appearing in the figure of a retired general who has served in the Caucasus, with a star of the Lion and the Sun on my coat, but I was positively afraid of doing it, for you'd have thrashed me for daring to pin the Lion and the Sun on my coat, instead of, at least, the Polar Star or the Sirius. And you keep on saying I am stupid, but mercy on us, I make no claim to be equal to you in intelligence. Mephistopheles declared to Faust that he desired evil, but did only good. Well, he can say what he likes. It's quite the opposite with me. I am perhaps the one man in all creation who loves the truth and genuinely desires good. I was there when the Word, who died on the cross, rose up into heaven, bearing on his bosom the soul of the penitent thief. I heard the glad shrieks of the cherubim, singing and shouting Hosanna, and the thunderous rapture of the seraphim, which shook heaven and all creation, and I swear to you by all that's sacred, I longed to join the choir, and shout Hosanna with them all. The word had almost escaped me, had almost broken from my lips. You know how susceptible and aesthetically impressionable I am. But common sense, oh, a most unhappy trait in my character, kept me in due bounds, and I let the moment pass. For what would have happened, I reflected, what would have happened after my Hosanna? Everything on earth would have been extinguished at once, and no events could have occurred. And so, solely from a sense of duty and my social position, I was forced to suppress the good moment, and to stick to my nasty task. Somebody takes all the credit of what's good for himself, and nothing but nastiness is left for me. But I don't envy the honour of a life of idle imposture. I am not ambitious. Why am I, of all creatures in the world, doomed to be cursed by all decent people, and even to be kicked? For if I put on mortal form, I am bound to take such consequences sometimes. I know, of course, there's a secret in it, but they won't tell me the secret for anything. For then, perhaps, seeing the meaning of it, I might bawl Hosanna, and the indispensable minus would disappear at once, and good sense would reign supreme throughout the whole world, and that, of course, would mean the end of everything, even of magazines and newspapers, for who would take them in? I know that at the end of all things I shall be reconciled. I too shall walk my quadrillion and learn the secret. But till that happens, I am sulking and fulfil my destiny, though it's against the grain. That is, to ruin thousands for the sake of saving one. How many souls have had to be ruined, and how many honourable reputations destroyed for the sake of that one righteous man, Job, over whom they made such a fool of me in old days. Yes, till the secret is revealed, there are two sorts of truths for me. One, their truth, yonder, which I know nothing about, so far, and the other, my own. And there's no knowing which will turn out the better. Are you asleep? I might well be. Yvonne groaned angrily. All my stupid ideas, outgrown, thrashed out long ago, and flung aside like a dead carcass, you present to me as something new. There's no pleasing you, and I thought I should fascinate you by my literary style. That Hosanna in the skies really wasn't bad, was it? And then that ironical tone, à la Heine, eh? No, I was never such a flunkey. How then could my soul beget a flunkey like you? My dear fellow, I know a most charming and attractive young Russian gentleman, a young thinker and a great lover of literature and art, the author of a promising poem entitled The Grand Inquisitor. I was only thinking of him. I forbid you to speak of the Grand Inquisitor, cried Yvonne, crimson with shame. And the Geological Cataclysm, do you remember? That was a poem, now. Hold your tongue, or I'll kill you. You'll kill me? No, excuse me, I will speak. I came to treat myself to that pleasure. Oh, I love the dreams of my ardent young friends, quivering with eagerness for life. There are new men, you decided last spring when you were meaning to come here. They propose to destroy everything and begin with cannibalism. Stupid fellows, they didn't ask my advice. I maintain that nothing need be destroyed, that we only need to destroy the idea of God in man. That's how we have to set to work. It's that we must begin with. O blind race of men who have no understanding, as soon as men have all of them denied God, and I believe that period, analogous with geological periods, will come to pass, the old conception of the universe will fall of itself without cannibalism, and what's more, the old morality and everything will begin anew. Men will unite to take from life all it can give, but only for joy and happiness in the present world. Man will be lifted up with the spirit of divine Titanic pride, and the man-God will appear. From hour to hour, extending his conquest of nature infinitely by his will and his science, man will feel such lofty joy from hour to hour in doing it, that it will make up for all his old dreams of the joys of heaven. Everyone will know that he is mortal, and will accept death proudly and serenely, like a god. His pride will teach him that it's useless for him to repine at life's being a moment, and he will love his brother without need of reward. Love will be sufficient, only for a moment of life, but the very consciousness of its momentariness will intensify its fire, which now is dissipated in dreams of eternal love beyond the grave. And so on in the same style. Charming. Ivan sat with his eyes on the floor and his hands pressed to his ears, but he began trembling all over. The voice continued. The question now is, my young thinker reflected, is it possible that such a period will ever come? If it does, everything is determined and humanity is settled forever. But as, owing to man's inveterate stupidity, this cannot come about for at least 1,000 years, everyone who recognizes the truth even now may legitimately order his life as he pleases on the new principles. In that sense, all things are lawful for him. What's more, even if this period never comes to pass, since there is anyway no God and no immortality, the new man may well become the man-God, even if he is the only one in the whole world, and, promoted to his new position, he may light-heartedly overstep all the barriers of the old morality, of the old slave man, if necessary. There is no law for God. Where God stands, the place is holy. Where I stand will be at once the foremost place. All things are lawful, and that's the end of it. That's all very charming, but if you want to swindle, why do you want a moral sanction for doing it? But that's our modern Russian all over. He can't bring himself to swindle without a moral sanction. He is so in love with truth. The visitor talked, obviously carried away by his own eloquence, speaking louder and louder, and looking ironically at his host. But he did not succeed in finishing. Ivan suddenly snatched a glass from the table and flung it at the orator. "Ah, mais c'est bête, enfin!" cried the latter, jumping up from the sofa and shaking the drops of tea off himself. "He remembers Luther's inkstand. He takes me for a dream, and throws glasses at a dream. It's like a woman. I suspected you were only pretending to stop up your ears." A loud, persistent knocking was suddenly heard at the window. Ivan jumped up from the sofa. "Do you hear? You'd better open," cried the visitor. "It's your brother Alyosha, with the most interesting and surprising news, I'll be bound." "Be silent, deceiver. I knew it was Alyosha. I felt he was coming, and of course he has not come for nothing. Of course he brings news," Ivan exclaimed frantically. "Open, open to him. There's a snowstorm, and he is your brother. Monsieur, c'est-il le temps qu'il fait? C'est à ne pas mettre un chien dehors." The knocking continued. Ivan wanted to rush to the window, but something seemed to fetter his arms and legs. He strained every effort to break his chains, but in vain. The knocking at the window grew louder and louder. At last the chains were broken, and Ivan leapt up from the sofa. He looked round him wildly. Both candles had almost burnt out. The glass he had just thrown at his visitor stood before him on the table, and there was no one on the sofa opposite. The knocking on the window frame went on persistently, but it was by no means so loud as it had seemed in his dream. On the contrary, it was quite subdued. "It was not a dream. No, I swear it was not a dream. It all happened just now," cried Ivan. He rushed to the window and opened the movable pane. "Alyosha, I told you not to come," he cried fiercely to his brother. "In 2 words, what do you want? In 2 words, do you hear?" "An hour ago Smerdyakov hanged himself," Alyosha answered from the yard. "Come round to the steps. I'll open at once," said Ivan, going to open the door to Alyosha. Section 78.